According to the latest news reports, road and ground collapses have become more frequent around the world. The causes of these incidents remain unknown. In order to ensure the safety of citizens, we ask you to limit your movements as much as possible and leave your home only in cases of extreme necessity. The breaking news, interrupting television programs, became a hot topic of discussion among the population. What kind of collapses? The builders simply saved on materials during the work. Nothing special. Some reasoned. What's the chance of falling into a hole in the middle of the road? That certainly won't happen to me. Others waved it off. Most people took the news with a grin and didn't attach any serious importance to it. But there was one young man who took the news differently. The guy in the blue and white striped t-shirt sat cross-legged on the living room couch, listening intently to the news on the TV screen. His expression was serious, his brows furrowed. After a while, he sighed heavily. "This day has finally come," he said. Lin Chung was a time traveler who came from the future, from an era 10 years into the future. He had traveled to this time a year ago. His memory contained memories of catastrophic events that were to occur on December 15th, 2111, that is, in 3 days. And this news report was the harbinger of all this. In 3 days, terrifying mutant creatures will begin to crawl out of black holes created by collapses all over the planet. These creatures feed on human flesh, and conventional weapons are virtually powerless against them. From that day on, a 6-month massacre will begin. This 6-month period is called the Great Reckoning. All people who survive the Great Reckoning will gain a second genetic program and supernatural abilities. However, the question of how to survive the Great Reckoning remains extremely difficult. "Lin Cheng, go wash your hands. Dinner is ready," Mother called from the kitchen. "No need, Mom. I need to go out and prepare something," Lin Chung replied, putting on his shoes at the entrance and grabbing his car keys from the shelf. The mother came out of the kitchen, still wearing her apron, and shook her head helplessly as she watched her son hurrying. "Oh, that child. What is so urgent that we need to cook that we can't eat first?" Lin Chung drove to the outskirts of the city and stopped in a deserted, remote place. He parked the car by the side of the road and confidently walked into the forest. Behind the bushes, a metal door opened upward. This was the shelter that Lin Cheng had started building in advance. From the moment he arrived at this time, he began to develop plans for hiding. To obtain funds, 3 months before, he mortgaged the apartment intended by his parents for his future wedding and even took out various microloans. As for choosing a place for the shelter, considering the threat from mutant creatures and people with bad intentions, Lin Cheng hired workers to dig an underground room. In the future, when the situation improves, we can think about above-ground structures. Even without building an upper level, developing an underground city would be a good option. Regarding the debt issue, after the Great Reckoning, all currencies will be turned into waste paper and his debts will be zeroed out. When life is at stake, who cares about money? At this point, the shelter's area was 200 square meters. The walls were made of reinforced concrete. There were practically no protective measures, but at least there was a place to hide. In the corner were boxes of military crackers and freeze-dried vegetables. He had bought these crackers online. They were different from the usual ones. Such crackers have a long shelf life, and given the production date, they could be stored for at least 2 years, so advanced preparation was not a problem. But other products, medicines, and perishable items could not be prepared in advance. Ding! The Great Reckoning has been detected, and the shelter system is being linked. Current linking progress, 50%. Current linking progress, 100%. Linking complete. Current shelter level, 0. Shelter area, 200 square meters. Shelter equipment, none. Experience required to reach the next level, 0 out of 80. Ding! Supplies found in the owner's shelter, crackers, 4 boxes, reward 40 experience points. Ding! Supplies found in the owner's shelter, freeze-dried vegetables and fruits, 4 boxes, reward 40 experience points. Ding! Shelter level increased to 1, owner gains 200 square meter increase in shelter area. Current shelter level, 1. Shelter area, 400 square meters. Shelter equipment, none. Experience required to reach next level, 0 out of 400. A shelter of only 200 square meters instantly doubled in size. He hired people and spent 3 months digging a shelter of 200 square meters, and after the system appeared, the area immediately doubled. After recovering from his astonishment and studying the various system prompts, Lin Cheng quickly became familiar with the system. Completing various achievements and resource accumulation tasks allowed the shelter to level up. As the shelter level increased, so did its area. When the shelter reached level 3, the equipment module would open. In addition, if the shelter level can be raised to 3 before the Great Reckoning, the shelter area will double again and expand to 800 square meters. With each new level, the shelter area doubles. Although the shelter was underground, it did not guarantee absolute safety. Some mutant creatures could fly and make underground passages, so the shelter's equipment and the amount of stored resources required reinforcement. The place was ready. It was time to start stockpiling supplies. After leaving the house, Lin Cheng went to the supermarket first. Until people realized the need to stock up, stores were well stocked. The primary requirement for stockpiling was food and water. A person can live without food and water for an extremely short time. All the products with a long shelf life were on Lin Cheng's shopping list. Master New Spicy Beef Noodles. Production date November 8, 2111. Shelf life 24 months. Good for purchase. Beef noodles with pickled cabbage. New pot. Production date October 26, 2111. Shelf life 24 months. Suitable for purchase. Crackers of a certain brand. Production date July 14th, 2111. Shelf life 48 months. Suitable for purchase. Canned stew. Production date June 28th, 2111. Shelf life 48 months. Good for purchase. Ignoring personal taste preferences, Lin Cheng was guided by a single criterion: shelf life. Instant noodles, mineral water, crackers, canned meat. All these goods that no one usually bought in large quantities were completely bought up by Lin Cheng. Looking at the huge pile of goods behind him, Lin Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and walked up to the cashier with a QR code for payment. "Running up the bill!" The cashier raised her head and immediately froze in amazement. "Brother, you buy so many instant noodles that you plan to sit at home for the rest of your life?" Lin Cheng smiled. "I just really like this kind of food. If I don't buy it now, I'm afraid I won't be able to get it later." The cashier rolled her eyes. "You believe in these so-called doomsday prophecies too? I'm telling you, they're all just kids' stories. The Mayan prophecy about the end of the world never came true, and so many years have passed, and people are still spreading such stories." Lin Cheng just smiled and didn't argue, pointing to the pile of goods behind him. "Can you help me carry all of this home?" He had acquired too many things, and multiple trips back and forth would take too much time. Besides, the supply shopping had only just begun. Several nearby supermarkets were completely emptied of instant noodles and mineral water by Lin Cheng. According to rough estimates, he had as many as 50 boxes of noodles and 60 packages of water. One box contained 24 packs of noodles, which amounted to a total of 1,200 servings. A family of 3 consumed a minimum of 9 packets per day, which would only last 133 days. There was a little more mineral water, 24 bottles per package, a total of 1,440 bottles, which overall could be considered a sufficient supply. However, this did not take into account nutritional issues. Instant noodles alone are not enough if you are thinking about a balanced diet. The remaining products in the supermarkets had earlier production dates and would spoil in 3 to 4 months, so they had no value for long-term storage. There were few canned goods in small stores, so Lin Cheng decided to order them online. Next-day delivery was the best option for him, and he ordered canned goods in maximum quantities. The volume was naturally more than enough. Lin Cheng then turned his attention to the seed store nearby. Once the shelter level increased, there would be space for farming. After the Great Reckoning, the price of seeds of various plants and vegetables will increase thousands of times. Some people will fight to the death for even a small handful of seeds. Accumulating seed stocks before the Great Reckoning would at least ensure self-sufficiency in food. Seeds of all kinds of crops were included in Lin Cheng's purchasing plan, and the quantity was measured in bags. Wheat, potato, carrot, and sweet potato seeds. 2 large bags of each. Considering that the shelter's area was only 400 square meters, and it was necessary to provide space for planting and various equipment, Lin Cheng limited himself to these purchases for the time being. After all, there had to be room for other materials. The owner of the seed shop watched in amazement as Lin Cheng bought up the goods en masse. "Young man, many of these seeds are not suitable for sowing this season." "It's okay." Lin Cheng didn't bother to explain the details and simply paid. He then asked the shop owner to deliver the seeds to his home. Food and seeds were temporarily provided, but medicine was also vital. So several nearby pharmacies encountered a strange customer. 50 packs of 666 cold granules, only the freshest batch. "What antipyretics do you have?" "Only for adults, like with cold medicine, only freshly produced 50 packs. Ordinary people simply bought medicine, but Lin Cheng bought it as a wholesaler. If the retail prices were not higher than the wholesale prices, the pharmacy workers would think that he came to them for resale. Cheng's parents were dumbfounded when they saw so many things at the entrance of the house. "Lin Cheng, won't all that noodles and water go to waste? I remember you don't like instant noodles." "Silly child, did you accidentally mix up the quantity when you ordered?" Lin Cheng shook his head. "I specially purchased this in preparation for the end of the world." The parents laughed. Since the goods had already been purchased, there was no point in returning them. "Where are we going to store all this? There's definitely not enough room for that much stuff in your bedroom. As long as we put these in our pantry, these products won't spoil anytime soon. And even if the end of the world doesn't happen, a supply of food never hurts." Lin Cheng's parents were understanding people and supported him in most of his endeavors. Therefore, when they saw so many supplies, they did not ask too many questions and simply helped him carry everything to the storeroom. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Cheng strictly kept the secret and did not say a word about the shelter. In the face of the impending apocalypse, a little selfishness would not hurt. He was not an altruist and could not save everyone, but only tried to ensure that he and his family would safely pass through the Great Reckoning. Under Lin Cheng's influence, the parents began to go out to buy daily necessities. Lin Cheng himself began to carry supplies to the shelter and count all the available resources. Ding! Shelter supplies replenished. Instant noodles, 50 boxes. Reward, 50 EXP. Ding! Shelter supplies replenished. Mineral water, 60 packs. Reward, 60 EXP. Ding! Shelter supplies replenished. Crackers, 10 boxes. Reward, 100 experience points. Ding! Shelter supplies replenished. Canned meat, 10 boxes. Reward, 100 experience points. Ding! The shelter's supplies have been replenished. Regular medicine, 150 packs. Reward, 150 experience points. Ding! Shelter level increased to 3. Owner gains 400 square meter increase in shelter area. Current shelter level, 3. Shelter area, 800 square meters. Shelter equipment, 2 centimeters thick iron walls. Experience required to reach the next level, 60 out of 800. The earthen walls instantly turned into iron walls, and their strength naturally increased by a whole level compared to before. However, the 2 centimeter thick iron walls could only protect against people with bad intentions. This was clearly not enough to combat the mutant creatures. And the official opening of the equipment module gave Lin Cheng more hope. Ding! Congratulations to the owner on the achievement, Steel Shell. System reward, 200 experience points. Available equipment, iron walls. By spending 100 experience points, you can increase the thickness by 1 centimeter. Buildings available for construction. Small weapons development base. Occupies 10 square meters. Requires 200 experience points. Temporarily unavailable buildings. Small Mineral Research Center, Small Artificial Intelligence Research Center, Small Energy Research Center. Note: subsequent buildings will expand on the first one built. The 200 experience points he had just received instantly evaporated, which caused a painful echo in Lin Cheng's heart. But he did not hesitate to build a small weapons development base. Ding! 200 experience points spent. Construction of small weapons development base completed. The so-called weapons development base was an encrypted room using iris recognition technology. Only Lin Cheng could enter it. Glock 17. Pistol. Automatic pistol. Fires 9mm rounds, compact and lightweight. Manufacturing costs, 1 kilogram of quality iron. Ammunition costs, 0.1 kilograms of quality iron. Desert Eagle. Semi-automatic pistol, excellent performance, huge power. Manufacturing cost, 2 kilograms of quality iron. Ammo cost, 0.2 kilograms of quality iron. Lin Cheng currently had no quality iron, and weapon production seemed like a distant prospect. It was clearly too late to temporarily purchase metal now. System, are there any other ways to get quality hardware? Ding. In response to the owner, any iron products can be recycled. For different items, the system will give different amounts of quality iron. Lin Cheng slapped his thigh. If quality iron was hard to find, then wouldn't it be hard to find iron pots? He took out his phone and opened the food delivery app, Beautiful Food, and all the shops that sold iron pots and utensils were cleaned out. In less than an hour, everything was delivered. The courier barely dragged the huge pile of iron products, almost choking from fatigue. But when all these iron objects were processed by the system, they yielded only 5 kilograms of quality iron. Although the Glock 17 was inferior to the Desert Eagle in terms of power, it was still ideal in terms of price-quality ratio. Lin Cheng made a Glock 17 pistol and exchanged all the remaining hardware for bullets. Dean, 5 kilograms of quality iron has been spent. The production of the Glock 17 pistol is complete. 40 rounds of 9mm caliber have been produced. There were 60 hours left until the Great Reckoning. Lin Cheng gritted his teeth and decided to make another attempt, to raise the level of the shelter to the maximum. The Level 3 vault had no defensive structures, and even if you spent a lot of experience points to strengthen the walls, a breakthrough by mutant creatures was only a matter of time. Lin Cheng installed electricity and running water into the shelter, and also brought in various communication equipment. During the initial period of the Great Reckoning, the energy system will not yet have completely collapsed, so communication can be used to obtain information about the outside world. Lighting was also needed, and Lin Cheng asked his parents to buy plenty of candles and matches. Together with the previous supplies, this filled half the shelter. Countdown to the Great Reckoning. 40 hours. Breaking news. The frequency of landslides has increased significantly, but according to the World Alliance investigation, no signs of life have been found in the deep pits. Official statement. We ask citizens not to panic. To ensure personal safety, stay indoors if possible. According to experts, these collapses are caused by the movement of tectonic plates, and the situation will soon stabilize. Although the authorities tried to minimize the impact of what was happening, but compared to the previous calm, more and more people began to panic. If these were indeed normal construction problems, then why are collapses happening all over the world? The streets were filled with crowds, and citizens began to think about stockpiling supplies. The former harmony and mutual politeness disappeared without a trace, leaving only crazy battles over purchases. Rice, flour, and other essential commodities have become hot commodities. Even normally ignored condiments have become objects of fierce competition. Looking at the almost frantic people outside, Lin Cheng's parents finally realized how far-sighted their son was. However, Lin Cheng did not dare to stop for a single moment. Every second until the Great Reckoning was priceless. Various furniture had been prepared in advance, but given that the shelter was underground and quite damp, the bedding, clothes, and other warming things were not stored in the shelter. It was only today that Lin Cheng moved them there. Heating was especially important during the cold winter months, especially since after the Great Reckoning, the difference between day and night temperatures was exceptionally large. Without proper insulation, you could freeze to death in the dead of night. Countdown to the Great Reckoning. 24 hours. The electricity problem was never solved, and Lin Cheng was still worried about the possible power shortage in the middle of the Great Reckoning period, as many of the shelter's systems required electricity. After the Great Reckoning, the methods for obtaining electricity were quite simple. Many people acquired second genes related to lightning and were able to obtain energy directly through their abilities. The most common method was the use of so-called crystal cores. Crystal cores came from mutant creatures, and the higher the mutant's level, the more energy their core contained. Accordingly, the more electricity could be obtained. But the problem of energy supply before the Great Reckoning still had to be solved somehow. Thermal power plants were immediately out of the question. Not to mention the pollution, the sheer amount of coal alone was enough to make Lin Cheng's head spin. Wind power was also unrealistic. Such large wind turbines cannot be installed in 24 hours. Lin Cheng quickly thought of one form of clean energy: solar. He went to the nearest solar panel dealer and bought some generating panels. Lin's father was an electrician by training, and Lin Cheng had been learning from him since he was a child. Even though he had only arrived at this time a year ago, he understood the circuit diagrams. Sewage drainage and ventilation were equally important. If these two issues were not addressed, air circulation and odors in the shelter would become an insurmountable problem. Ventilation was the easiest solution. Installing an exhaust fan could effectively cope with the task. The problem of wastewater disposal was a little more complicated and required special equipment for treatment. If you ignore wastewater, there will be no problems in the short term, but over time, trouble will begin. While browsing the available structures in the system, he discovered a sewage treatment device, but it required 100 experience points to obtain. Lin Cheng decided to buy it immediately. Where it was possible to save, it was worth saving, but many necessary structures could not be saved. The water problem was the least of his worries. When building the shelter, he had already hired people to dig a well right inside the shelter. He bought mineral water out of fear that something would happen to the well. You always need a backup plan. Problems with food, water, sewage, and ventilation have been solved. Electricity and heating issues have also been resolved. As for the weapon, the Glock provided protection at the initial stage, which was basically enough. Lin Cheng had prepared everything he needed. Looking at the shelter that had become like a second home, Lin Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his phone and looked up the information on the internet, only to discover that all the major online platforms were already exploding with discussions. What nonsense! Now they don't sell the goods anywhere, although the stores clearly have stock. But why don't they put them on display? The supermarket in front of our house is even worse. Several employees are standing rigidly at the door. Only the store owner is inside counting the goods. Above, what's the big deal? The owner of the store next to us is just awful. He called security, loaded all the goods into trucks and took them away to who knows where. Have you seen the news this morning? Some scientists have found signs of life in these sinkholes. Is the end of the world really coming? Not that. I haven't prepared anything. If the end of the world really comes, I'll die of hunger. Lin Cheng shook his head in frustration. In the current situation, it was almost impossible to find anyone willing to sell any of their supplies. It is obvious that the savvy traders have already received inside information and are planning to jack up prices when famine and panic sets in. This kind of profiteering from a common misfortune is disgusting, but every time they are the ones who end up winning. Just reading user complaints on the internet is a waste of time. There was no valuable information to be gained from this. He turned back to the morning news. Headline: Shock. Signs of life detected in uncharted abyss. According to reporters, the World Union sent elite scientists and biology experts to the site of the failure. Initial sonar surveys showed no signs of activity, but as work continued, clear waves of activity began to be recorded. This news made Chen's heartbeat quickened. He glanced at his watch. There were only 17 hours left until the Great Purge began. Open the shelter stat panel. Current stats: shelter level 3. Area 800 square meters. Equipment 4 centimeters thick iron walls. Light weapon research base. Progress to next level 500 out of 1000 experience. The installation of solar panels and other functional elements enhances the overall shelter experience. With the latest achievement, he was able to strengthen the walls to a 4 centimeter iron layer. The area also changed, 4 times larger than before, from 200 to 800 square meters. And it was not only a horizontal expansion, the shelter became higher. Now he even thought about building a second level. As the level grew, the scale of the shelter would grow exponentially. In the future, he would build a full-fledged underground city, Deciding not to take any risks, Lin Chung invested 200 experience points into building a mining research lab. Another 200 will be spent on upgrading the light weapons base to a medium level. The remaining 100 points went towards strengthening the walls. They are now 5 centimeters thick. All the accumulated 500 has disappeared in a couple of minutes. New mining lab. Pure iron extraction. Can be obtained from any metal item with 10% efficiency, increasing with level, or from iron ore with 50% efficiency. Energy. Crystal extraction. 1% improved from rare minerals. These crystals can replace any other resources and contain colossal amounts of energy, up to the equivalent of oil, coal, copper, gold, etc. Medium weapon base. RPK machine gun. A light automatic weapon with a high magazine capacity and stable recoil. Required 5 kilograms of pure iron. Ammo 0.5 kilograms of pure iron. Booby trap, triggered on contact, small and easy to hide. Required 0.5 kilograms of pure iron. Reconnaissance drone, 1980 by 1024 camera, night vision, ideal for surveillance. Required 5 kilograms of pure iron micro-suicide truck. Remotely controlled, directed to a given point, causes a powerful explosion. Required 10 kilograms of pure iron. All these developments have proven extremely useful in the current conditions. The recon drone allows you to safely explore the outside environment without risking going out yourself. Although he had enough supplies, completely avoiding going to the surface for the entire 6 months is unrealistic. And the RPK compensates for the lack of firepower. The pistol is too weak against anomalies. Mines are a great defense to spot mutants approaching. During dinner, Lin Cheng sat at the table with his parents as usual. The news no longer broadcast the usual warnings. The sinkholes continued all over the world and were getting bigger. Panic spread like an epidemic. People left without food began to loot stores and warehouses. Such cases were most often recorded in Western countries, where food had already become worth its weight in gold. It's scary to imagine if all this is true. It's good that our Chung made provisions, the mother said with a slight smile. Our boy is smart, he always was. And it's good that we didn't interfere with him. Otherwise, we would have been left with nothing now. But before she could finish her sentence, breaking news appeared on the screen. Emergency government shelters have been opened to protect the population. We ask citizens to immediately and in an orderly manner head to the nearest evacuation points. The shelters were open, but Ling Chung, as someone who had already been through this, knew very well that such places would not last long. Even with military guards, these huge, noticeable structures would attract hordes of anomalies. At first they will cope with a couple of mutants, but when there are dozens or hundreds of them, even the best machines will not help. And as soon as the crowd starts to panic, the situation will only get worse. Anomalies, devouring people, evolve. That is why all the large shelters of the past were destroyed. Let's get ready. Take the supplies that Chung prepared. They'll definitely let us into the shelter if they see that we have food. Father exclaimed, getting ready. But Ling Chung stopped him. Dad, we have our own shelter, and it's much safer. The city center is too dangerous a place. But the more people, the safer, the father tried to object. Sometimes a crowd is not an advantage. Trust me, the son said firmly. Remembering how he had stocked up on provisions in advance, the father only sighed and remained silent. There were 12 hours left before the Great Purge. While his parents were clearing away the dishes, Lin Cheng decided to take a walk and get some fresh air. According to his recollections, all the failures in this city so far had happened outside of it, in the suburbs, and the only one that appeared in the center was supposed to open during the disaster itself. Although it was night outside, the streets were shining with lights. A huge line formed in front of the supermarket. People with flashlights and flashes patiently waited for the opportunity to buy at least something. Indignant voices were heard everywhere. Some were cursing at the rapidly rising prices. Others were angry at the crowd, not understanding why there were so many buyers. The demand for food and supplies was already clearly exceeding supply. But there was no one to intervene and restore order now. The chaos was only growing. "This is just a box of noodles. It used to cost a couple dozen, and now it's almost 1,000. This is not trade. This is robbery in broad daylight." The squabble attracted Lin Cheng's attention. He turned to the source of the noise and saw a young girl arguing with the cashier. The cashier just grinned. "At a time like this, do you still hope to buy at the old prices? If you don't want to buy, move away. There's a long line behind you." The crowd immediately supported him. "Yes, yes, if you don't want to, don't bother others. We don't have time for talking." The girl blushed deeply, but with a heavy heart, she still paid 3 times the price for a box of instant noodles. Lin Cheng recognized her. It was Song Ya, his former neighbor. When he was a child, she always hung around him, calling him to play house. You could say they grew up together. Their families were also close. They even joked that when they grew up, they would get married. But then Lin Cheng's family moved, and they hadn't seen each other for 5 years. Now the little prankster has become a slender girl. Seeing Lin Cheng from afar, she happily waved her hand. "Lin Cheng, I'm here." Then she ran up to him, breathing heavily from her fast run. Her cheeks were burning. "Did you come shopping too?" "No." He shook his head. "We live nearby, we just had dinner, so I went for a walk." "Isn't your house in another part of town? What brought you here?" "Sleep," I pouted. "Oh, don't ask." As soon as my father heard on TV about the launch of the shelters, he immediately told us all to run and buy food from different stores. I got here and found the only open supermarket. "Look, I paid more than 900 for this box of noodles." She lifted the box to show off her purchase. Lin Cheng wasn't surprised. He already knew that the speculators were just waiting for this kind of chaos. But these merchants don't understand. When the real end comes, money will turn into paper. The real value will be the resources needed to survive. "Are you going to the shelter?" Song Ya nodded. "What else can I do?" "Staying at home during the end of the world is certain death. At least there is food and shelter in the shelter." She smiled innocently and carefree. Ling Cheng sighed heavily to himself. If he were the previous owner of this body, he would most likely invite her to his shelter. But he is a different person, who came here only a year ago. Although he inherited the memory, he had no feelings for this childhood friend. All the supplies are calculated precisely for him and his parents. Adding another person is a risk. Perhaps later, when he had strengthened the shelter and accumulated more resources, if Song Ya was alive, he would invite her. Then he could consider that he had fulfilled the last wish of the body's previous owner. "When you go to the shelter, take something for self-defense," he advised. "Why?" She was surprised, maintaining the same childish naivety. "The news said that there would be guards, soldiers, and everything under control. The army is only an external shield, and what happens inside the shelter, they don't care. The strongest is right. If you have food, but you can't protect it, you are a victim. People with bad intentions will quickly understand this." Having said this, he considered his duty fulfilled. Whether to believe it or not was her choice. After a short conversation, Song Ya hurried home. She had to reunite with her parents. And Ling Cheng glanced at the streets and houses once more. He knew that this was the last time he would see them in their usual form. On his way back home, he noticed that his neighbors had begun to pack up and leave. Some were welding metal sheets to their fences. But such measures were no longer necessary. If he could have prepared a few hours before the disaster, he wouldn't have spent months building a full-fledged shelter. These flimsy measures wouldn't protect him even from the first wave of mutant attacks. Even in the dead of night, he could hear the roar, screams, and the sound of breaking glass in the distance. This night will certainly be sleepless for most. The next morning, the TV showed only the news. All entertainment programs disappeared. The same headlines were broadcast from the screen. Official: all national shelters are open. Security is guaranteed by the army. Please remain calm. Rumors: a sea monster has been spotted in the Pacific Ocean. The creature is huge and aggressive and has destroyed several warships. Debunking: the information about the sea monster is fake. We call for a reasonable discussion online. The government tried to suppress the panic by blocking out the negative, but the fear continued to grow. Information suppression is a last resort when there is no other option. There were 6 hours left until the Great Purge. Even in the city centre, Lin Cheng could see tanks and army trucks driving through the streets. Judging by the routes, the vehicles with troops were heading to shelters, and the armoured vehicles were heading to the collapse sites. Unfortunately, he didn't have a reconnaissance drone yet. It was not convenient to check what was happening in the collapse zone. It was already late. Although there were still 6 hours left before the Great Purge, this did not mean that it was safe to feel safe. Several hours before the catastrophe, the first mutants had already begun to emerge from the pits. Lin Cheng glanced at his parents, who were still sitting on the sofa watching the news, and said quietly, "Dad, Mom, it's time to go to the shelter." "The shelter? You yourself said that we wouldn't go there." He explained with a slight smile. "We're not going to the one in the city centre, but to the one I built myself." The parents looked at each other, surprise flashing in their eyes. How could an 18-year-old boy have his own bunker? All this time they had been watching their son buying provisions, going somewhere, organising something, and still they didn't think the result would be serious. Before leaving, the mother decided to pack some personal belongings. Lin Cheng didn't mind. The shelter already had everything necessary, but memories and little things were also important. The three of them got into the car and drove off. On the way, they met some acquaintances. When asked where they were heading, Ling Chung quickly interjected, "We're just going to see if there's any other food we can find." The father immediately realized that his son didn't want to spread the word about his hiding place, and he supported the game, although he began to respect Ling Cheng's decision even more inside. But when they got there and saw the massive 800 square metre shelter, both parents were stunned. Everything was in perfect order. Supplies were neatly laid out, free space was wisely distributed, private and common areas were thought out. The iron walls inspired a real sense of security. It was hard to believe that all of this was the work of an 18-year-old boy. "Chung, did you really do all of this yourself?" He nodded, but then added, "To some extent, yes, but I hired people to help me." The father frowned. "Building such a colossus is a huge expense. Where did you get the money?" Lin Cheng only chuckled. There was no point in explaining how he got the money. It didn't matter anymore. The internet was still working in the shelter. In the first hours after the disaster, the infrastructure was still operational, and it was possible to monitor the situation from the outside. While his parents were looking around and getting used to the new place, he lay down on the bed and began to figure out how he would distribute the food. Even though there was plenty of food, it had to be spent wisely. Wastefulness could cost lives. In a global crisis, even simple food becomes a treasure. If a family wants to eat enough, each person needs at least 2 packages of noodles a day. That's 6 for 3. And that's 18 a day. Despite dozens of boxes of noodles, at that rate, they won't last even half a year. In addition, fast food alone is a path to health problems. The body requires vitamins and minerals. And when you get sick, without access to normal medicine, even a simple cold can be fatal. He only has a basic supply of medicine for fever, pain, colds. Anything more serious is beyond his control. He also bought some canned food and freeze-dried vegetables. They are enough for short-term nutrient compensation. But in the long term, this is not enough. Even if he were to feed alone, it would still not be enough, let alone 3. In the shelter with a total area of 800 square metres, he allocated 2 warehouses of 50 square metres each. One for household items, lighting, seeds. The second one is for food and water. According to rough estimates, we currently have 50 boxes of noodles, 60 boxes of water, 35 boxes of dry rations, 10 boxes of canned meat, 10 boxes of freeze-dried vegetables, 20 boxes of milk, 20 boxes of sausages. He also stocked up on rice and vegetables that could be stored for a long time. However, the focus was not on cooking, but on emergency food. Sometimes you can light the stove, but cooking regularly means giving away your location. The fewer people who know about the shelter, the safer it is. Hygiene products like gel, shampoo, soap are also available, but their supply is not critical. Consumption is minimal. But candles, flashlights, and batteries, more. Without light in a confined space, nowhere. He bought about 30 boxes of candles, each with 100 pieces. Flashlights and batteries, in abundance. These are things that are never superfluous. All of this should be enough for a few months of life for the three of us. Whether it will be enough for 6 months depends on the savings and further decisions. But even a large supply does not last forever. His shelter is the foundation. Even if he later gains new abilities, he will still need a house. And a bunker like this is ideal. He glanced at the bags of seeds. But growing a crop from them is no easy task. You need soil, light, and the right conditions. Inside a bunker, it is almost impossible. You'll have to wait for the first wave of monsters to end, and only then try to get to the surface and start farming. According to the memories, the Great Purge includes 12 waves of attacks. There will be a break between them. Time for preparation. Although there were still about 6 hours left before the Great Purge, danger could strike at any moment. Mutants had already begun to appear on the surface. Although not in large numbers, their numbers were gradually growing. Lin Chung glanced at his parents, who were still sitting on the sofa watching the news. "Dad, Mom, it's time to go to the shelter. Didn't we plan on not going there?" Seeing the confusion on their faces, he calmly explained, "Not to the public. We're going to what I built myself." They looked at each other, not hiding their surprise. It was hard to believe that an 18-year-old could build a full-fledged shelter. In recent weeks, his parents had watched him buy supplies, fuss, disappear for half a day, but they still didn't think it had come to anything serious. Before leaving, the mother decided to pack her personal belongings. Lin Cheng did not object. Let the bunker have everything necessary. Memories and little things are dear in their own way. The three of them left. On the way, they met some acquaintances. "Where are you going?" they asked. "Oh, just like that," Lin Cheng quickly replied. "Let's take a walk. Maybe we'll find some food somewhere." The father took the hint and supported the answer, inwardly becoming more and more surprised at the scale of his son's plan. But when they reached the shelter and saw its size, 800 square meters, the parents were shocked. Everything was neatly arranged, perfectly organized. The spacious common area had sofas, a TV, and coffee tables. The thick iron walls gave a sense of security. "Did you do all this alone?" asked the father. "In general, yes. Although, of course, I hired help." "And the money?" "It doesn't matter anymore," Lin Cheng answered briefly, without going into details. The internet in the bunker was still working. The city's power grid hadn't collapsed right away, so he could monitor the outside situation. While his parents were looking around, he was already lying on his bed, planning how to distribute the food. Even with solid reserves, you need to spend it wisely. Food is the currency of survival. One package of noodles is not a serving. You need at least 2 per person per day. Total, 6 per day for 3, 18 per day. At this rate, even 50 boxes will quickly run out. In addition, there is no nutritional balance. You can't live on noodles alone for long. Your immunity will weaken, and illnesses are inevitable. His first aid kit is only basic, for colds and fever. Anything serious, and you can only hope. A small supply of canned food and freeze-dried vegetables will help replenish vitamins, but it won't last long either. Even if you eat alone, it's not enough. And for 3 people, it's even more so. Inside the shelter, he allocated 2 warehouses of 50 square meters each. One for household items, lighting, and seeds. The second for food and water. The total stock at the moment: 50 boxes of noodles, 60 of water, 35 of dry rations, 10 of stewed meat, 10 of freeze-dried vegetables, 20 of milk, 20 of sausages. There were also basic products: rice, vegetables with a long shelf life. The main emphasis is on emergency food. Cooking is possible, but not often. The smell, smoke, sound can give away their location. The less noise, the better. Hygiene products like soap and shampoo, there are, but not many. They will suffice. But flashlights, batteries, and candles, more. In a closed space, light is vital. About 30 boxes of candles were purchased, with 100 pieces in each. Flashlights and batteries, with a reserve. This amount should be enough for several months, but you can't rely on supplies forever. The bunker should become the basis. Even if he later developed new abilities, he would still need a place to live. This bunker was the perfect foundation. He glanced at the bags of seeds. Growing crops indoors was difficult. You needed soil, light, conditions. He would have to wait until the first wave of disaster had passed. According to his memory, the purge will consist of 12 waves, with short breaks between them. During this period, mutants will still appear, but with less frequency. If you use this time wisely, you can do a lot. For example, arrange the field. Initially, he planned to begin expansion to the surface when he completed the arrangement of the underground bunker. As soon as the above-ground defense was built, the shelter could be considered complete. But now it was too early to come out of the shadows. He understood a simple truth. The higher you rise, the stronger the wind. He checked his holster with a pistol, a Glock 18. The danger was not only outside, but also among people. In times of disaster, everyone thinks only of themselves. And if it means sacrificing others, so be it. He had seen it happen before. When the first wave subsides, he will need to not only plant vegetables, but also go to the surface to collect scrap metal. Only by smelting iron through the system into pure material will he be able to improve his defense and weapons. Drones and RPKs are a priority, and when there are more resources, it will be necessary to provide the parents with personal weapons. In the central area of the shelter, where almost all the infrastructure was located, the family sat on the couch and watched TV. The screen showed empty streets, no people, no cars. Helicopters flew over the city. Tanks were moving in the distance. People were filming what was happening on their phones. You don't see that every day. All shelters are open. If you haven't arrived yet, hurry. The shelters are guaranteed safety and housing. Until the end of the catastrophe, all citizens will be under the protection of the army. The weapons and armor of the military were indeed impressive, but to survive, it was not enough. Lin Cheng noticed that the sky was empty. No birds, no animals. Everything was silent. Animals sensed trouble much earlier than humans. There was less than half an hour left until it began. My father suggested setting traps and snares. Maybe we could catch some game. The idea turned out to be reasonable. He hadn't stocked up on meat initially because of its shelf life. My father, before he became an electrician, used to hunt with his grandfather in his youth. He always said that an electrician's son was hindered from being a real hunter. While they were setting up traps, Ling Chung kept an eye on the time. It was supposed to start at 6 p.m. And as luck would have it, it was sunset. It was getting dark. Any delay on the surface could be fatal. He had camouflaged the entrance to the shelter. Without lighting, even he himself would have trouble finding it right away. Every extra second on the street was an additional risk. But 3 minutes before the start of the purge, they finished the installation. He led his father into the shelter without delay. As soon as the iron doors closed, the ground shook. Everything under their feet went like a wave, almost knocking them over. "What's going on?" The parents looked at each other in panic. Only Lin Cheng's face remained calm. He had been waiting for this moment. He turned on the TV, hoping to catch a broadcast from the collapsed sites. In all the cities, cameras were installed at the craters to calm the population. But not a single channel worked. There was just no signal. This meant only one thing. The Great Purge had begun. He opened his laptop. The internet was still available. He went to the official channel with the broadcast. The last few comments were blinking in the chat. What the hell? Everything was working just a second ago. Has the end of the world really begun? Does anyone know what's going on at the hole? He ignored the comments and opened the broadcast archive. The recording was synchronous with the live broadcast, but stopped. The last frame was 18:00:13. That is, the signal was cut off 13 seconds after the disaster began. He turned on the video. The first seconds are empty frames. But on the 9th, eyes flickered in the darkness. Several pairs. By the 11th second, the shadows thickened. Silhouettes flickered on the screen, and the first screams became audible. In just a few moments, the army perimeter near the hole fell. Completely. At the last second before the broadcast ended, a huge head suddenly appeared in front of the camera. It was a creature that looked like a giant wolf. It stood on two legs, its arms were stretched out in front, ending in massive claws. Its eyes glowed with a poisonous green light that sent a chill through you. Long fangs protruded from its mouth, and fresh blood slowly flowed between its teeth. In the last frame, the creature sharply turned its head straight towards the camera, its gaze piercing through. It seemed ready to tear apart anyone looking at the screen. Ling Cheng's father stood there dumbfounded, and his mother, unable to bear what she saw, sank down onto the sofa. Although his father held on, beads of sweat ran down his forehead. The scene left an indelible impression. They had never seen such monsters, nor could they even imagine them. Cheng, what we just saw. Father squeezed out. This is just the beginning, Lin Cheng answered calmly. There are millions of such as this wolf-like creature, and they are about to burst out from all these holes all over the world. And that's not even the worst part. Compared to real predators, this was just a warm-up. He wasn't exaggerating. The more ugly the shape of a creature, the more dangerous it was. Those like this wolf were still recognizable and were classified as only a level 5 threat. In his past world, when the remnants of humanity had managed to organize themselves, these creatures were classified into 5 threat levels, from 1 to 5. 5 was the least dangerous. 1 was deadly. And that monster that destroyed an entire military point in a second was only a representative of the weakest 5th class. The parents, unfamiliar with this nightmare, had a hard time comprehending the scale of what was happening. They sat there confused, unable to calm down. In just a few minutes, the military perimeter was wiped off the face of the earth. If these creatures were given more time, the world would simply disappear from the map. And that was just one hole. How many holes like this are there in the cities? How many more creatures are rising to the surface? Something terrible was happening outside, but they couldn't see it. The city might already be in ruins. It's good that they at least have shelter. It's the only thing that saves them from certain death. Chung, if it's so scary outside, will we ever be able to return to the surface? His mother asked. We shouldn't go out there yet. We have enough supplies to last for a while, he replied soothingly. Every creature has its weaknesses. Yes, they are dangerous, but they are not immortal. Let's see if the army can handle the situation. Maybe it will be okay. These words were spoken for his parents. He himself knew. Everything was just beginning. Very soon the whole world would plunge into chaos. That night, none of them went to sleep in their rooms. The 3 of them stayed in the living room, on the sofas. Lin Cheng was able to sleep. His parents were not. Although the shelter protected them, they were still anxious. The first thing he did in the morning was turn on his laptop to check forums and social networks. Fortunately, the connection had not yet been lost, so he could search for information. Instead of news, memes and jokes, the entire space was now filled with cries for help. I'm in apartment 602, entrance 3, building 11, Beidou Huayuan district. We only have water, no food at all. Someone, save me. I'm in Qingxin, building 6, entrance 5, apartment 304. There is food, but the water is out. Who wants to swap? Honglo Villas, Block A, apartment 502. Please help. No news, no entertainment content, only pleas for rescue. Some users even posted photos of these monsters. Lin Cheng saved every single image. Although he had already survived the purge once, he knew the general picture well, but he was not so familiar with specific types of mutants. Now, he was collecting all possible information in order to systematize it later. Who had what abilities, habits, weaknesses? And the official channels were silent. Not a single update for 24 hours. The city was essentially left to its own devices. Parents tried to contact relatives via the internet. Almost all contacts were lost. There were only a few with whom they could still exchange messages. Some even asked for shelter. One of them, a distant relative, wrote to ask if they could come to the bunker. The father and mother, brought up to respect their son, first asked his opinion. "Chung, this is your uncle's cousin on your grandmother's side. He and his family are asking for shelter." Lin Cheng immediately shook his head. Look, saving such distant relatives in this world is a luxury. There was already not enough food even for 3. And if you add someone else, the situation will become critical. In addition, such people often create more problems than benefits. And in an extreme situation, they can even betray. The world has changed. Pity is no longer a virtue, but a death sentence. Dad, Mom, I understand how it sounds, but you saw for yourself how many supplies we have. They are not enough to save anyone else. The parents, although sadly, agreed. He was right. They had no close relatives left. Grandparents had long since passed away. There were no direct connections, and therefore, no unnecessary attachments in this new world. Sacrificing vital resources for the sake of distant relatives with whom there was hardly any connection was an unwise and dangerous decision. And so the second day passed. On the third day, when Lin Cheng tried to log on again to see what was going on outside, he found that everything had disappeared completely. The last secure channel of communication with the outside world had been completely cut off. He closed the lid of his laptop with a heavy sigh. He had the idea of installing external cameras, of course, but putting them in the middle of the forest meant giving away his location. If someone ran into them while trying to escape, he would easily guess that there was a bunker nearby. And you can expect anything from a person on the brink of death. For the sake of survival, people become more terrifying than any monster. The safety of the shelter is a priority. It must not be exposed under any circumstances. Although the internet was no longer available, the files downloaded in advance still worked. Last night, Lin Cheng had set up automatic downloading of TV series and movies. 2 terabytes of video, filled to capacity. These were possibly the last images from the past world. After the Great Purge began, entertainment disappeared. All that was left for people was the struggle for life. Old movies and shows could now distract parents from fear and anxiety, at least for a while. Everything was relatively calm until midday. And then a strange noise came from above, right from the ceiling. It grew louder with each passing second. The source was clearly approaching the entrance to the shelter. The door to the bunker was built in such a way that it could only be opened from the inside. It was not easy to break through, but this defense was only effective against humans. It was unlikely to be effective against mutants. Holding his breath, Lin Cheng listened. "Boss, are you absolutely sure there could be a shelter here?" "Of course I am. A year ago, a guy asked me to dig a basement. It's huge in size, and in the middle of nowhere, it's definitely not just for nothing. I don't think invading is a good idea. This is someone else's hideout." "Are you kidding me? There's no time for morals now. If we want to survive, we have to act." Lin Cheng pressed his lips together. The voices were familiar. These were the same workers he had hired to dig the basement. It seemed they had somehow managed to survive the first few days. How they had even gotten here was a mystery, since even the suburbs were now full of anomalies. He had heard strange sounds last night, most likely mutated birds. The parents also heard the voices. The father whispered quietly, "Son, maybe we should open it. It was not by chance that we met." "No," Lin Cheng answered firmly. "Dad, I already told you, we have few resources. If we start saving others, we will not survive until the middle of the term." The father sighed heavily. He knew that his son was right. It was just hard to see living people standing behind the door. But before he could say a word, a shrill scream was heard from outside. "Help! Someone, help!" Then an inhuman roar and a crunch. The screams grew weaker and weaker until they died down completely. What exactly had happened was not visible, but it's not hard to guess. Mother covered her ears and closed her eyes in horror. Father, though confused, held firm. Half an hour later, there was complete silence outside. Not a single sound. Ling Chung clenched his fists. He desperately needed pure metal, and going outside meant a chance to get iron for processing. Even a car abandoned on the side of the road could give him tens of kilograms of raw materials. And when he had accumulated enough, he was going to build a batch of reconnaissance drones, install booby traps, and create a fleet of anti-living trucks. The combination of drones and demolition vehicles is a great strategy. One finds targets, the other destroys them. If done correctly, it will be possible to clear the area around the bunker. But for now, the main question remains unanswered. How to get out and when? The outside was still uncertain. Perhaps there was someone lurking near the shelter just waiting. You can't stand up to a group of mutants with a Glock 18 pistol. If there was only one creature, you could still risk it. But he couldn't afford to risk it. He had to wait. Wait a little longer. 3 days later. 5 days had passed since the disaster. All this time, Lin Cheng and his parents had been inside. And today, he decided to go out. It was time to act. His parents, of course, were horrified and tried to dissuade him. "Cheng, please. There is still plenty of food. Why do you need to go out?" "Son, don't be stubborn. We have always supported your decisions. But now, it is too dangerous." He only smiled sadly. If he does not leave, it will end faster than they think. Without pure iron, he will not be able to expand and protect the shelter. And that means that sooner or later, they will be defenseless. "Dad, Mom, while I'm gone, no matter what happens, no matter who knocks on the door, don't open it." He clutched the key in his hand. The only one. The one that couldn't be reproduced. And only he had it. The door to the shelter could only be opened in 2 ways. The first was from the outside, with a unique key. The second was from the inside, manually. Both options were only available to those who were already part of the shelter. Outsiders could not get inside. "Cheng, maybe I should come with you. It'll be safer with 2 of us," suggested the father. "Right," agreed the mother. "Even though my father doesn't have many other skills, he has an excellent hunting sense. He'll be able to navigate." "No way," Lin Cheng replied sharply. "Mom can't be alone. Someone needs to be in the shelter in case of an emergency. I chose the location for this shelter myself. I know every turn here. No one can handle this better than me." My son's words were weighty. The choice of location itself already spoke of his preparation. After many warnings and requests, his parents promised they would not open the door to anyone until he returned. He stood at the exit and listened for several minutes, holding his breath. After making sure it was quiet outside, he carefully opened the hatch and climbed up the ladder. On the surface, everything looked calm. If it weren't for the 2 mutilated piles of corpses in the distance, one might think that the end of the world had never happened. Apparently, the location for the bunker had been well chosen. But there was a problem. The city center was far away. Walking there and back would take almost a whole day, which meant it was dangerous. Although it was quiet here, there were quite a few mutants roaming the city itself. Lin Cheng decided to go by car. He drove as carefully as possible. Any rustle would send his hand to his pistol holster. When he was a little over a kilometer from the city, he parked the car in the shade behind a building. Better to sneak into the center unnoticed than to enter it noisily. The streets were littered with cars. Some had crashed into buildings. Chaos everywhere. None of the cars looked whole. Bodies everywhere. Crows filled the area. The air was thick with the smell of blood and decay. Even a single breath could cause a gag reflex. Ling Cheng winced in disgust. This part of the city had become a veritable morgue. The survivors were most likely hiding, huddled in apartments and basements, which meant now was the best time to gather resources. He looked around, then carefully touched one of the machines with his hand. Ding! Metal contact detected. Activate recycling? Yes, recycle. Ding! Recycling complete. Received 50 kilograms of pure iron. He was surprised. A whole car. And only 50 kilograms? Not much. But remembering that one reconnaissance drone costs 5 kilograms, he quickly calmed down. These cars are of no use to anyone else anyway, but they would be very useful to him. His gaze fell on the endless stream of abandoned cars. He grinned. Dean, received 50 kilograms of pure iron. Ding, received 50 kilograms of pure iron. Ding, received 50 kilograms of pure iron. Phew, finally finished. Now he already had 5,000 kilograms, more than enough. He didn't go to the nearby supermarket. Today's goal is just iron. Everything else can wait. Turning around, he was about to leave when suddenly a rustling sound came from the nearest garbage can. He suddenly tensed up, leaned against the wall, watching out of the corner of his eye. Crash. The container fell over on its side. Something covered in blood rolled out along with the garbage. He immediately realized a mutant. It was about the size of a 7-year-old child, but its jaws with teeth like that could rip metal apart. The creature greedily gnawed at the mutilated corpse. Contented wheezing came from its throat. Ling Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relatively small mutant. If he hit it right, he could destroy it. But shooting now is a risk. The city is quiet. The shot will attract others. They must wait. And then, at the wrong time, one of the survivors comes out of the neighboring building, hugging bags of chips. The rustling of the packages was loud, especially when two bags rub against each other. The monster froze. His gaze fell on the sound. Food from garbage was nothing compared to fresh meat. The survivor did not notice the threat. He crept across the street, slowly. When he was almost safe, the mutant rushed forward and tore him in half in one movement. Blood splattered on the asphalt. Ling Cheng shuddered and looked away. Somewhere in another part of the city, an explosion thundered. Apparently, something exploded. The mutant reacted instantly and rushed past Ling Cheng's hiding place, disappearing into an alley. Lin Cheng even smelled the unmistakable scent of blood in the air. Taking advantage of this golden opportunity, Lin Cheng immediately left the city, relied on his memory to find the hidden car, and hurried back to the shelter as quickly as possible. Only after entering the shelter did Lin Cheng finally calm down. His parents were naturally overjoyed to see him return safely. They took him aside, peppering him with questions, deeply concerned about the situation outside. "Xiao Cheng, how is the situation there?" Seeing his parents' excited expressions, Lin Cheng answered frankly, "I went to the city and took a look. It's deserted now. I'm afraid it's been taken over by monsters. We have nowhere to run." Although he had foreseen this, it was still hard to accept that his suspicions had been confirmed. Lin's parents were somewhat disappointed. Having never experienced the Great Judgment, they naturally did not know how cruel it was, and still harbored a yearning for a peaceful life. Lin Cheng returned with 5,000 kilograms of refined iron, but he certainly did not intend to leave it gathering dust in the system data. He immediately entered the weapon research base. Ding. Congratulations to the owner on the achievement. Small stock. Refined iron stock has reached 100 kilograms. Reward. 1 above-ground building X1. Shelter scale 1:1. Ding. Congratulations to the owner on the achievement abundant stock. Refined iron stock has reached 1,000 kilograms. Reward, 1 nuclear-grade durable door, X1. Ding. Congratulations to the owner of the achievement, Refined Iron Magnate. Refined iron stock has reached 5,000 kilograms. Reward, all shelter walls have been upgraded to nuclear-grade solid walls. The system notifications of completing achievements and receiving rewards, one after another, multiplied Lin Cheng's sense of security. Previously, he had planned to wait until maturity before starting to build above-ground structures. Now, the reward for this achievement was the above-ground construction of an underground shelter on a 1:1 scale. The strength of the walls and gates are nuclear-grade, not something ordinary aliens can overcome. Unless they encountered a cataclysmic-level alien creature, They would definitely not be able to break through the shelter's defenses. Lin Cheng was not just happy, he still had something really important to do: turning the collected refined iron into practical items. 5 kilograms refined iron can make an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Make 10 at once. Consume 50 kilograms of purified iron. 0.5 kilograms of purified iron can make an induction mine. Make 100 at once. Consume 50 kilograms of refined iron. 10 kilograms of refined iron can make a truckload of anti-living. 50 at once. Spend 500 kilograms of refined iron. 5 kilograms can be used to make an RPK machine gun. Lin Cheng made 3 because now only 3 can use firearms, and more would be a waste. Refined iron will have many uses in the future. The further the Great Reckoning progresses, the greater the risk of exiting the game. He wouldn't go out unless absolutely necessary. In addition to creating 3 RPK machine guns, Lin Cheng also created a large supply of ammunition, enough to at least provide suppressive fire for a while. He also created several pistols, this time choosing the more powerful Desert Eagle, which ammunition was also readily available. He made a total of 3 Desert Eagles, which, like the RPK machine guns, were ideal for every player. All the weapons and ammunition required a total of 100 kilograms of refined iron. Of the 5,000 kilograms of refined iron, only 700 kilograms were used after this round. The stock of refined iron in the shelter is now 4,300 kilograms. Completing achievements not only brings various rewards, but also significantly increases the experience points of the shelter. The experience bar of the shelter is now 600 out of 1,000 and 400 points left to level up the shelter. It is impossible to learn how to use firearms instantly, so Lin Cheng spent 100 experience points to create a shooting room. Destroyed targets in the shooting room can be recreated by consuming refined iron. With enough refined iron, targets could be created infinitely. Lin Cheng left the weapons lab with 3 machine guns and 3 Desert Eagles, handing 2 of them over to his father and mother. In this purification, not being able to use firearms meant not being able to self-defense. If something goes wrong, death will be the end. Xiao Cheng, where did you get this weapon? Lin's father and mother had been honest people all their lives, never having seen a weapon, let alone used one. Lin Cheng couldn't tell his parents about this weapon, saying that all this was already checked by the system, so it just ignored them. I found this weapon today when I was searching outside. There might be monsters around the shelter, and that's just what you need for self-defense. It was the Lin parents who looked at the RPG lying on the ground, feeling a little lost. The massive iron machine felt heavy in their hands, and they had no idea how to use it. In this shelter, there is a shooting room. You should learn how to use these 2 guns. You will need them later. At Lin Cheng's insistence, the parents cautiously entered the shooting room. This room, created by the system, was also equipped with glasses and earplugs. Earplugs are necessary during shooting to prevent hearing damage from excessive firing. Initial training was modest, but over time, the parents gradually mastered the handling of weapons. Even their accuracy has increased significantly. Lin Cheng joined the training. Although Lin Cheng already had some skill in handling weapons, more practice never hurt. After the training, the family of 3 sat down at the dining table to enjoy a simple, freshly prepared meal. When Lin Cheng casually mentioned the above-ground structure on the shelter, the parents exchanged puzzled glances. What above-ground structure? We didn't build it. Lin Cheng just feigned confusion. I noticed it today when I was driving back. It's pretty fortified. Why don't we go see it with the whole family after dinner? Lin Cheng's suggestion quickly found an enthusiastic response. Living on the surface was definitely better than being stuck underground forever. Although the metal walls were strong enough, they could not withstand the dampness and cold of the basement. Not everyone could withstand the constant darkness and desolation without sunlight. Not only Lin Cheng's parents, but also Lin Cheng himself were full of anticipation. It was the first time he had seen the above-ground structure of the shelter. The surrounding walls were impenetrable, the massive iron door was indestructible, and even the layout of the above-ground structure was a 1-to-1 ratio of the rooms in the underground shelter. It was almost like moving the underground shelter right onto surface. Lin Chung glanced at the majestic structure and nodded with satisfaction. He planned to renovate the underground shelter later. All supplies would be stored underground, and the above-ground part would be used for storage or even converted into farmland. At first, Lin Cheng and his parents took out the necessary survival supplies from the underground shelter. Supplies! Most of the supplies remained underground. In the end, moving so many objects at once was time-consuming and labor-intensive. After completing this task, Lin Chung began experimenting with using unmanned reconnaissance drones to monitor the outside environment. His return to the city was too short, and the main goal was to collect purified iron. Lin Chung had no opportunity to carefully examine the outside environment. Although his guess was correct, without personal experience, it was still unreliable. The data from the drones could be received via a laptop. Sitting in his room, Lin Cheng carefully monitored the incoming data, controlling the drones toward the city. This time, he sent 4 drones, primarily because it was the first time he had used them to observe the outside world, and operating them was unfamiliar to him. Improper use would inevitably attract attention, and the production of these drones required a significant amount of quantities of purified iron. Lin Chung did not abandon them unless absolutely necessary. To make it easier to record the drone footage, Lin Cheng assigned each of the 4 drones a number from 1 to 4. Drone number 1 headed west of the city, to the worst-hit area. Almost all the houses were destroyed, and even the few that remained were in complete disrepair. Drone number 1 spent a long time surveying the area, but found no signs of life. Lin Cheng's heart sank. The situation outside was even worse than he had imagined. If he remembered correctly, the city to the west of the city was the closest to the shelters. Even this outskirts was so destroyed, and considering the crowds, one could only imagine the deplorable state of the shelters. Drone number 2 headed east of the city. Compared to the devastation in the west, the damage there was relatively minor. The drone's high-quality camera allowed him to vaguely capture signs of human activity. Lin Chung decided not to observe from close up, but to observe from afar. The only thing that surprised Lin Cheng was that someone seemed to have noticed drone number 2 from the roof of a tall building. The man, a middle-aged man with a slightly plump build, picked up a snow-white t-shirt with a large SOS inscription. Lin Cheng could only helplessly control drone number 2 and fly away. All he had to do now was protect himself. Protecting himself and his family had already drained his strength, and even trying to protect others was a challenge. The shelter was certainly large enough, but the lack of supplies was the main problem. The northern part of the city, where he was heading. Drone number 3 experienced a bloody reckoning. It seemed that alien creatures had discovered the makeshift shelter. A dozen people ran in panic, but all of them were surrounded by several wolf-like creatures. The sight was bloody and unbearable. The only good news came from drone number 4. The southern part of the city, where drone number 4 was heading, looked unusually calm, as if untouched by the reckoning. There were no obvious traces of blood on the ground, indicating that all the residents had fled to shelters in the western part of the city. Without people in the area, naturally there shouldn't have been many alien creatures. Lin Cheng ordered the other 3 drones to return to their shelters for the time being, while he controlled drone number 4 to lower its altitude and get closer to the ground to search for supplies. Some small supermarkets were completely looted. Their shelves were empty. Even the condiment section, empty. These small supermarkets and stores were probably empty before the cleanup began. Lin Cheng then turned his attention to several large shopping malls. There were many restaurants in these malls, and perhaps some ingredients could be found there. The cleanup was imminent, so even if the power and water were cut off and there were no preservation measures in place, the food stored inside would not have deteriorated much. In addition to these restaurants, there were supermarkets operating in the shopping centres. The warehouses of the big supermarkets were not emptied so easily. so he could try his luck there and find something unexpected. No matter how many supplies we found, a mosquito, no matter how small, was still a piece of meat. The doors of the shopping centre were securely locked, and trying to open them legally. Path was a pipe dream. Fortunately, the reconnaissance drone had considerable destructive power and was of high quality. A system product, it must be first class. Lin Cheng flew around the area again, confirming that there were no other alien creatures here. He then took control of reconnaissance drone number 4 and smashed the glass door of the mall. Bang! After a loud bang, the sound of breaking glass came through the headphones and shards of glass began to rain down. The mall's power supply had long since been cut off, allowing the reconnaissance drone, equipped with night vision, it was easy to navigate the area. The first floor was filled with jewelry stores and cell phone stores, which were of no value to the search, so he passed them by. The second floor was searched, and in mainly clothing and shoe stores. There were also a few restaurants there, but nothing was found. The third floor was searched and defrosted raw meat was found in the kitchen of the Hot Pot restaurant. Based on appearance alone, it was unclear whether the raw meat was rotten. At first, Lin Cheng thought it was just a small portion of the food, but further investigation revealed a surprisingly large amount of ingredients in the restaurant's cold storage that had not yet been removed. Lin Cheng quickly found the restaurant on a map, figuring that the drone might have brought some ingredients. However, due to the small size of the drone, the number of units of each drone was limited, so it could only bring the maximum amount possible. It would take at least a dozen flights to transport the products from the cold storage. Lin Cheng picked out some raw meat that looked good and brought a batch to check if it had gone bad. If the food had already gone bad, there was no need to carry it further. However, on the way back, drone number 4 suddenly lost its signal. When the connection with the drone was suddenly cut off, Lin Cheng, who was full of anticipation, was stunned. Just now, he thought he saw a shadow flash past drone B. On the final playback of the drone footage, Lin Cheng slowed down the footage tenfold before he could vaguely make out a strange, bird-like alien creature flying towards the drone. In the blink of an eye, the drone lost its ability to transmit images. The main thing was that its speed was astonishingly fast. Lin Cheng sighed silently. It seemed that he would have to abandon the plan to improve his diet today. He made a note in his notebook, writing down another type of alien creature. Based on his past memories and observations of various alien creatures via drone, Lin Cheng concluded, "Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. To defeat these alien creatures in mortal form, you need to understand their characteristics and weaknesses. This wolf-like monster hides during the day and is active at night. Not only does it have a keen sense of smell, it is also extremely dangerous. Its only drawback is poor eyesight. Bird-like monsters live completely differently from wolf-like creatures. They are active during the day and hide at night. They come in a variety of sizes and move with exceptional speed. Their disadvantage is that they have limited attack methods, and their destructive power is much less impressive than that of wolf-like creatures. Apart from them, there are other monsters of varying sizes, but these creatures are unlike anything else. Defy precise animal description. Some even have completely amorphous forms, a jumble of distorted limbs that defies the very concept of living things. The only good news is that all the alien creatures that have appeared so far represent a level 5 threat. Lin Cheng used drones to detect alien creatures near the shelter, finding clusters of them in 3 locations. 3 miniature kamikaze trucks were sent to each of these locations. The miniature kamikaze trucks were powerful enough to completely destroy the aliens in all 3 locations. 3 deafening explosions were heard, thick smoke rose into the air, and all aliens within the blast radius were blown to pieces. Ding! Alien creature successfully killed. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward. Vault EXP plus 5. Ding! Alien creature successfully killed. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward. Vault EXP plus 5. Ding! Alien creature successfully killed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Shelter EXP plus 5. The sound notification of successfully killing an alien creature rang in Lin Cheng's ears a whopping 80 times. The experience gained just from killing alien creatures was 400 points. If he hadn't spent 100 points earlier, experience to build a shooting training room, the shelter's level would have already increased. After dealing with the dangers around the shelter, Lin Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least now, he didn't have to worry about aliens waking him up in the middle of the night. He could start planting the soil tomorrow. There was plenty of water for irrigation, and he had already stocked up on fertilizer, albeit a small amount. As for why they hadn't stocked up on fertilizer, the reason was simple. Vegetables grown on manure were healthier, and the source of manure was self-evident. In short, it was a kind of recycling, turning unused resources into something usable. The first wave of monsters from the Great Court had all but died down. Over the next few days, they could use the vacuum to scavenge for supplies. Even if some managed to escape, the damage and power of their firearms would be enough to destroy them. The fifth threat aliens, while there were few of them, were not a threat. In addition to these plans that had not yet been implemented, Lin Cheng was worried about another problem. Previously, 2 people had groped their way to the shelter and almost given away its location. Now that the shelter had been built on surface, if anyone were lucky enough to venture too far without protective measures, it would lead to serious problems. Even if they failed to enter the shelter, lingering outside would sooner or later attract the attention of the aliens. If they were unlucky, they could attract the threat of the 4th, 3rd, or even higher level. Lin Cheng did not dare to think about the consequences. A 4th level threat already had some intelligence, let alone a 3rd level. No wonder they were taking a wait-and-see approach. He couldn't guarantee that he would never leave the shelter. Lin Cheng's life was at risk, and he had to start planning again. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Today, while observing the outside world from a reconnaissance drone, he saw many dismantled power grids outside the official shelter. These grids were of course useless for defending against monsters, but they were definitely enough to hold back humans. Lin Cheng slapped his thigh and immediately set about his next plan. Tomorrow morning, he would travel to the shelters in the west of the city and, taking advantage of the lull in the first wave of monsters during the Great Purge, gather power grids and supplies. Of course, in addition to that, he needed to find generators. These generators would serve as a backup power source in case the solar panels failed. Moreover, the feeble power generated by solar panels alone was not enough to support a large power grid. He couldn't just close the gate. He had to at least fence off the entrance. Electric fence. As for cultivating the fields, he could leave that to his parents. Lin Cheng's father and mother had much more experience and knowledge of farming than Lin Cheng himself. Everything was decided. Nothing was said that evening. Early the next morning, Lin Cheng discussed his plans with his parents. He did not mention going to the west of the city, but simply suggested that they take a stroll around the shelter. He briefly explained the process of farming to them. Lin Cheng repeatedly reminded them not to stray too far from the shelter and not to work together at the same time. One had to keep watch. Otherwise, if danger really came, the people with their meager physical strength would not be able to withstand it. Of course, Lin's father and mother were glad that they had something to do. Thanks to their training in the shooting hall, the couple could easily cope with even the threat of the 5th level, except for the sudden attack of alien creatures. Thanks to the reconnaissance drone that had scouted the route yesterday, Lin Cheng knew the traffic situation in the western part of the city very well. He easily made his way through the busy roads, moving straight ahead and reaching the official shelter without any obstacles. Lin Cheng's personal car could not carry many electrical grids, and transporting them in several batches would lead to a waste of time. In addition, the trunk of the small car was small, and there were many seemingly serviceable vehicles nearby. Lin Cheng decided to try his luck and find a serviceable truck. After a short walk, he did not find a single truck, but he did find a black pickup. The cabin was completely empty. Even the keys were untouched. In the rear trunk, there were some unnecessary things lying around. unused plastic cups and tea sets that Lin Cheng had simply thrown away. Of course, it was good to have extra stuff, but carrying too many unnecessary things around was just a burden. The cargo area of a pickup truck was much larger than the trunk of a car. After a long search, he rolled up some of the least damaged electrical nets and put them in a box. Lin Cheng's gaze darted toward the supermarket in the distance. The door had been broken down, and probably everything that could be carried away had been taken out. But since he was already there, he decided to try his luck, perhaps finding something unexpected. However, this time, luck was not on Lin Cheng's side. 10 minutes later, Lin Cheng returned empty-handed. There were no resources in the supermarket warehouse, not even a spider web. Even a rat would have cried and run away. But when fate closes a door, it inevitably opens a window. Shortly after leaving the supermarket, Lin Cheng came across a locked shop. It was in a remote area, clearly a private tobacco shop. Chain stores would not be located in such a remote location. The entrance to the shop was also incredibly small. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even know there was anything for sale here. That's how he avoided a wave of robberies. He grabbed a large piece of rubble nearby and slammed it into the door lock. The lock didn't even budge. Instead, the recoil between the lock and the stone made Lin Cheng's wrist go numb. "Shiss. The lock is really good," Lin Cheng muttered, then pulled out a Grak 18 rifle from his waist and fired at the door lock. The penetrating force of the bullet easily broke the lock. Pushing the door of the store, Lin Cheng sighed with relief, and a small smile appeared on his face. This little shop was not damaged. Several cigarettes were neatly laid out on the counter, and in the corner there was a pile of ordinary food and snacks. The shop was small, but despite its small size, it had everything you need. From cigarettes and liquor to snacks and drinks, almost everything was available except rice and flour. Since the store was small, the storage room for goods was in the owner's bedroom. During his search, he also found a small cabinet for small change. Lin Cheng did not want to take money. The monetary system had already collapsed when the Great Reckoning began. Money was now worth less than a roll of paper. He could keep the money, but he couldn't keep any of the goods. Luckily, there was still room in the back of the pickup truck, perfect for cigarettes, alcohol, snacks, and drinks. Back at the shelter, Lin's father and mother were still outside, busy arranging their farmland. Seeing Lin Cheng approaching on a Pika-P, they panicked, thinking he was a bad guy. Only when Lin Cheng came out did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Little one, why did you run so far away alone again? You know better than us what's going on there. If you run so far away alone again, we won't let you go so easily." Lin's father and mother scolded Lin Cheng in an unusually serious tone. This was one of the few times they had punished him since he was a child. Although their words sounded like a reprimand, they were actually worried about Lin Cheng's safety on the road. They scolded, but in fact, they were sincerely worried. Lin Cheng said with a smile, "Don't rush to lecture me. Look what I brought in from the street." As Lin unloaded the electrical network from the cargo area of the pickup, the cigarettes, alcohol, and drinks that had been sitting in the corners were in full view of his parents. Lin's father's eyes lit up. For a smoker with 20 or 30 years of experience, seeing so many cigarettes after cleaning was, of course, exciting. Lin Cheng was also very happy to find the cigarettes because he knew very well that after cleaning, these everyday things would become a luxury. In addition, cigarettes and alcohol are stored for a long time, making them the most valuable currency. When cigarettes were in short supply, even half a cigarette could be exchanged for a large amount of food and water. Lin Cheng brought 2 cartons of cigarettes today. If these chain smokers who couldn't live without cigarettes saw this, they would probably go crazy and rush to the shelter. Lin's mother, however, did not look particularly happy, as she always disliked it when Lin's father smoked. The only serious drawback was the lack of a suitable generator. Although the power grid could be set up, the shelter's current power supply was clearly insufficient. "Dad, do you know where to find a generator?" Lin's father quickly opened the pack of cigarettes, took one out and put it in his mouth. The long-forgotten smell of cigarettes did much to calm his tense nerves. "Generators? There may be a few in our unit. What are you looking for? Lin Cheng pointed at the power grid. Dad, do you remember how 2 people almost found our hideout not long ago? Now that the hideout has become above ground, I'm afraid that if we don't take security measures at the gate, someone might attack our hideout. Lin's father took this matter seriously. You're right. This problem really needs to be solved, but our unit is not that far from here in the city. There are monsters swarming there now. Maybe now is not the best time to do it, Lin Cheng chuckled. When I went out to look for these creatures today, I found that the monsters had disappeared. And I met an expert who told me that these monsters would not appear in large numbers anytime soon. Even if we encounter 1 or 2, with our shooting accuracy, we will not be able to deal with them. The expert did not. It was just Lin Cheng's invention to make his predictions more believable. Father Lin laughed heartily, a confident smile shining on his face. Now your father's aim is impeccable. He hits the target with 1 blow. Mother Lin couldn't help but joke, Yes, you hit the target with 1 blow, but you mistook my target for yours. Your shot was accurate, it hit the bull's eye, but it wasn't your target. Father Lin's face flushed. Even if you can't hit my target, it's still a target. The main thing is that you hit the bull's eye. You're a marksman. Nonsense! With your bare-knuckle shooting skills, if we really needed a gun, I wouldn't let you shoot without permission. Watching the old men bicker, Lin Cheng didn't find it noisy, but rather touching. He dreamed of seeing this scene for the rest of his life. Xiaocheng, when are you going to go to work to find a generator? Lin Cheng thought for a moment, then looked at the darkening sky. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. It's already late, and visibility will be poor at night. If we really encounter these monsters, they might be difficult to deal with. Father Lin nodded in agreement. Going out so late at night wasn't the best idea. Better to stay in the shelter. These power systems couldn't provide anything, but at least they had to be installed. Lin's mother stood nearby, peering into the distance, looking for any danger nearby. Father and son worked for a long time before they finally finished. Looking at the completed power system, Lin Cheng felt that the shelter looked much safer. After he moved the cigarettes, liquor, drinks, and snacks into the shelter, the system beeped again. Ding! Shelter survival supplies increased. 2 boxes of Jiang Dabai liquor, 20 EXP reward. Ding! Shelter survival supplies increased. 3 boxes of Huazi cigarettes, 30 EXP reward. Ding! Survival supplies in the shelter have increased. 3 boxes of cola, 30 experience points as a reward. Ding! The shelter's survival supplies have increased. 2 unknown snacks, 20 experience points as a reward. The experience points of all increased supply rewards amounted to exactly 100, and the shelter was simultaneously upgraded to level 4. Ding! The shelter level has been increased. The current shelter level is 4! Ding! 5 new weapons have been discovered based on medium weapon research. Ding! There are 2 construction sites open in the shelter. Current shelter level. 4 shelter area, 1,600 square meters. Shelter structures. Nuclear-grade walls 4 centimeters thick. Small mineral mining laboratory. Medium weapon research base required experience for the next level. 0/2,000 Jing. The horizontal size of the shelter has reached 800 square meters. Master, do you want to continue the horizontal expansion of the shelter? Lin Cheng answered no without hesitation. The current horizontal width of the shelter was already large enough. Further expansion would look empty without sufficient filling. For now, it is better to dig downwards, developing both horizontally and vertically to ensure sufficient structural stability. 2. The newly unlocked build objects were the life sensor device and the vehicle factory. Unfortunately, he didn't have the experience points to unlock them yet. As for the 5 new weapons unlocked at the medium weapon research base, Lin Cheng was quite interested. 2 new branches of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft have been added: fighter drones and suicide drones. As the name suggests, fighter drones have some level of combat capability and can be remotely controlled to fire bullets. Suicide drones and suicide mini-trucks, on the other hand, are similar in that they both use self-destruct to cause damage. The main advantage of the suicide drone is that it can bomb targets from any angle, making it's much more flexible than the mini-truck. In addition, 3 new pieces of equipment have been added: a Gatling gun, sticky remote-controlled C4, and an infrared sensor helmet. Each piece of equipment represents a significant improvement over the current shelter. Lin Cheng with, I settled down with satisfaction on the large bed in my room. Having wandered aimlessly before, he suddenly had a clear plan for the upcoming mission. And all these missions ultimately served one purpose: gaining experience points. This time, when Lin Cheng entered the city again, he noticed that there were already survivors appearing on the streets. The survivors were gathering, in groups of 3 to 5 people, but their faces were clearly tired, as if they had not rested for a long time. Lin Cheng pressed the gas pedal a little harder, and the car increased its speed. At first, Lin's father's face reflected surprise, but it quickly returned to normal. Traffic rules were no longer in effect, and no one cared about the city's speed limit. If he hadn't hurried, someone might have hijacked the idle generators at his father's place of work. They weren't the only 3 surviving in the apocalypse. Those who roamed the streets searching for supplies were both fellow survivors and rivals. Before the Great Reckoning was finally over, the total amount of food was limited. Some consumed more, others less. Xiaocheng, turn right at the next intersection. When you see the red sign, turn left again. It's right in front of you. Following his father's instructions, Lin Cheng quickly found his father's work. The gate was locked, and since his father didn't have the key, he hesitated before entering. After all, it was his former work, and he felt a little sorry for being asked to destroy it himself. But he didn't, hesitated for a long time. It was the end of the world, and if he showed even a little bit of weakness, he would become a burden to his survival. Just as his father was about to pick the lock, a voice came from behind him. "Old man Lin, you're okay too." "Great." Lin Cheng looked towards the direction of the voice. It was father's former colleague, Li Kai, if he remembered correctly. However, Li Kai looked disheveled. His hair was greasy, his face was stained, even his clothes were stained. Old man Li, father was also shocked. How could his former friend become like this? "What happened to you?" Li Kai sighed, his expression filled with despair. 3 days ago, several monsters suddenly broke into my basement. My wife and child. If I hadn't gone looking for supplies, I'm afraid I would have died too. Father Lin was silent for a long time. There was no sympathy. There was no point in trying to comfort someone without experiencing their suffering. For a moment, he was at a loss as to how to comfort his friend. He thought of many comforting words, but they all came down to 2. My condolences. The dead cannot be brought back to life. You must strive to live, and so must your wife and child. Li Kai nodded. What are you doing here? This question suddenly made Father Lin nervous. Before leaving, Lin Cheng had repeatedly warned him not to tell anyone about the hideout, not even his closest friends. The children and I came to the office to look for something useful. We don't have much food at home right now. What about you? What are you doing here? Li Sai shook his head. I don't know what I'm doing. I just heard some noise outside and wanted to send everyone away, so I went out for some fresh air. Li Sai pointed to the stone in Father Lin's hand, which he was about to use to open the door lock. Do you need my help? No, go do your job. Li Kai nodded, but had no intention of leaving, constantly glancing at the office. After all, Lin's father had lived half his life, so how could he not notice that Li Kai also wanted to come in and look for something? Well, he was not alone in this office. The one who found the thing could take it. Lin Cheng did not go inside, but stayed outside to guard the car. A good car was necessary during the apocalypse. His pickup truck was noticed by many passers-by. From the moment he stopped on the side of the road, many people had been stealing glances at him. Lin Cheng had no doubt that once he left, someone with ulterior motives would try to steal the truck. Even if they failed, they would not leave him alone. With the arrival of the cis apocalypse, the dark side of human nature will be revealed to the fullest. As for the safety of Lin's father, Lin Cheng had nothing to worry about. His father was extremely vigilant and carried a gun. Li Kai's behavior was certainly suspicious, but he had to trust his father. After all, there was no conflict of interest between him and his former colleague. They didn't need food, they needed a working generator. Time passed. However, Lin's father still hadn't shown up. Just when Lin Chung was eagerly about to take out the keys from the car and enter, he rolled out of the office gate, rolling out a generator that looked surprisingly good. Lin Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was fine. He quickly got out of the car and helped Lin's father load the generator into the truck. The generator was quite heavy, and it took a lot of effort for the father and son to successfully lift it into the back of the pickup. Many generators there are broken. Only this one looks a little newer. There are still a few that can be used, but frankly speaking, they are completely useless. They will probably break soon. There is a shortage of tools and materials for repairing them now. If they break, it will be very difficult to fix them. Father Lin shook his head helplessly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have searched for so long before finding this one. Lin Cheng also trusted his father implicitly. This was his blood relative. Who else could he trust if not him? Besides, his father had worked as an electrician for many years, and he must have understood these electrical matters better than him. Xiao Cheng, don't you have a few bottles of mineral water in your car? Can Dad bring a few bottles for your Uncle Li? Father Lin suddenly said solemnly, Dad hasn't asked you for anything, but he still hopes that you will think about this matter. Your Uncle Li was Dad's best friend. Although we shouldn't feel sorry for him in these troubled times, seeing your Uncle Li's current state, Dad can't bear it. Before this disaster, your Uncle Li had a very happy family. He always boasted to us about his virtuous wife and beautiful daughter. But now, of the whole family, only your Uncle Li remains. His lips have turned pale. He must have gone without water for a long time. Lin Cheng will certainly not refuse this request. After all, people are not made of iron, and years of friendship are not so easy to break. In addition, the water in the car was not exactly mineral water, but rather spring water. Before setting off, Lin Cheng, fearing delays or other problems along the way, took several empty mineral water bottles and filled them with spring water. So even if all the spring water in the car was given to Li Kai, it wouldn't matter. We now have 6 bottles of water in the car. Let's keep one of each and give the remaining 4 to Uncle Li. Lin Cheng took out 4 bottles of water from the compartment under the seat and handed them to Father Lin. Unexpectedly, Father Lin decisively took 2 bottles and said, 2 bottles means 2. We need to survive as a family of 3. Lin Cheng was delighted by what Lin's father had done. He may have been kind-hearted, but he was certainly not a saint. He helped others while ensuring his own safety. By doing so, Father Lin earned the right to survive the apocalypse. However, as they carried out the mineral water, there were those hiding in the shadows who had ill intentions towards the black pickup truck. Several dark figures were scurrying around nearby, quickly merging into one point and heading towards the pickup. As soon as the father and son had everything ready and were getting into the car, ready to drive back to the shelter, 5 middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s appeared out of nowhere. They looked about the same age as the father, Lin, but judging by the fierce expressions on their faces, they seemed to have malicious intent. I have my eye on that car. If you want to survive, get out of the way and hand over all the supplies you have. The middle-aged man walking in front had a scar on his face that was not completely healed, indicating that recent injury. Supplies? Don't play dumb. I just saw you getting some bottles of water from under the seats. Since there's so much of it, why not give it to us? Scarface said, waving a steel pipe. She was still covered in blood, indicating that this was not the first time this group had been robbed. Looting was common during the Great Purge. Supplies were limited after all, and some people who arrived late did not get what they wanted. There were no longer any rules to govern these people. They all had one goal: to survive this purge. Inevitably, some resorted to violence to get what they wanted. Lin Cheng had seen even more violent people than this group. They didn't even talk. They just started looting. If anyone resisted, They were simply beaten as a warning. There was a chance of encountering stubborn resistance, and even the looters would be killed. However, the passers-by, besides the looters themselves, applauded and applauded without taking any action. These ruthless criminals do not deserve pity. There is always something disgusting about those who are pitiful. Father Lin was shaking with rage. He lived his life honestly and obediently, and this was the first time he was robbed. "Did you hear me? Why are you hesitating? Since you won't give way, we'll do it ourselves." Scarface waved his hand, and several of his men rushed forward, trying to break down the door of the pickup. Lin Cheng, without any emotion, pulled out a pistol from his pocket and fired into the air above his head. Bang! The deafening roar startled several middle-aged men preparing to attack, causing them to fall to their knees, their steel pipes falling to the ground. The single shot not only scared off the men planning to steal the pickup, but also completely extinguished the anxious thoughts of those hiding in the shadows. Those who hadn't yet managed to take action breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing they hadn't jumped out. Otherwise, kicking that piece of steel would have been a real problem. Scarface was also a little stunned. He didn't expect that these two seemingly honest guys had guns. Lin Cheng immediately pointed the gun at Scarface. "I don't mind if you rob others, but don't you dare aim it at me." Gulp! Scarface swallowed hard. He had robbed so many people, but this was the first time he had encountered a man with a gun. "Don't shoot. Give him everything you took." Scarface was slightly taken aback. They obviously came out to rob, but they didn't expect to be robbed. "Hey, brother, we're low on supplies. If we give you all these supplies, how will we survive? How you survive is none of my business. When you rob others, do you even think about other people's supplies?" Lin Cheng didn't waste his time on these people, let alone show them pity. If he didn't have a weapon, Scarface would have taken all of his supplies, including the pickup truck. "I'll count to 3. If the countdown ends and none of you move, you're screwed." Scarface gritted his teeth and motioned for those who were about to steal the truck to leave. "Stop. Where are you going? Don't you need supplies? We'll get them ourselves." Scarface gritted his teeth. The situation has gone beyond his wildest dreams. "Stay here until the others follow." A trace of amusement flashed across Lin Cheng's face. "Now is the time to test your bond with your brothers. If they are not back in 5 minutes, I will shoot you and end this nightmare." Scarface's eyes flashed with panic. He knew all too well what these so-called good brothers would do to survive. If by sacrificing him alone they could secure supplies and prevent these two men from stealing them, these good brothers would abandon him without a second thought. "You can't do that? What can't I do?" Lin Cheng sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. "He who robs others will be robbed. Only you are allowed to rob others. But not you? Boss, just stay here and wait for us. We will come to your aid as soon as we get the supplies." Lin Cheng's face was a little embarrassed, but he could not afford to offend Lin Cheng. And since none of his good brothers were reliable, he was in a difficult situation. There was a moment of silence. You could hear a pin drop. Lin Cheng hesitated as he considered how to punish these criminals. How about it? Besides handing over supplies, there is another option. Throw all your weapons into the cargo area at the back, and I will spare your lives. Lin Cheng pointed to the fallen steel pipes, their most useful weapon. In order to save supplies, Lin Cheng gritted his teeth and decided to hand over all his weapons. When the steel pipes lying on the ground were loaded into the back of a black pickup truck, a cruel smile appeared on Lin Cheng's face. These people often used their numerical superiority to attack nearby survivors. Now that they were left without weapons, those they had robbed in the past would definitely not let them go so easily. As for whether they would survive in the future or not, Lin Cheng didn't care whether they died or not. The steel pipes in the cargo hold were useless to Lin Cheng. He simply didn't want them to come into contact with the weapon. As for why he stopped asking for supplies, it was because they weren't going to give them up. Besides, he could have spent the lost time looking for more. Why waste so much time for a trivial gain? It would be enough for these people to learn a good lesson. Not long after Lin Cheng left, Scarface and his men were surrounded by a group of survivors. The survivors attacked them, punching and kicking them, and even tried to force Scarface to reveal the location of the supplies. Unlike Lin Cheng, the survivors, left without supplies, were not so frivolous and did not care about the supplies Scarface had stolen. Almost every attack was aimed at killing. Scarface's head was smashed in and bloodied, and his men were also in terrible shape, mostly wounded. Some were unlucky enough to even have their arms broken. Injuries with such a lack of medical care are hardly a blessing. Dad, next time someone robs you, just punish them properly. If you are not happy, show us the results of your training. Lin's father smiled and shook his head. We are all driven by survival. As long as they don't hurt us, we don't need to stop them. Lin Cheng nodded. Among the rules of apocalypse survival he learned in his previous life was, mind your own business. What are you going to do with those steel pipes in the back of the truck? The father glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that there were still a few of them lying around in the back of the pickup truck. Of course, throw them away. These low-level weapons are simply not enough to fight alien creatures, so they can only be used against humans. Lin Cheng had no interest in steel pipes. They were like useless ribs. He had no use for them against humans. And they were completely useless against alien creatures. Don't throw them away yet. Give them to me. They are in the shelter. I can help in my free time. Lin Cheng, although he had no idea what his father was going to do with the pipes, did not refuse such a small request. Since it was his father's wish, he would give the pipe. Back at the shelter, it was Lin's father's turn. After some manipulation, the generators started working normally. The nearest power grid was also connected, and his main problem was solved. However, before he could rejoice, the system issued a new warning. Ding! Today is the 7th day of the cataclysm. From today onwards, the difference between day and night temperatures will begin to increase. Ding! Cold wave warning. Starting from the 10th day, a severe cold wave will begin throughout the world and will last for 30 days. Hearing this warning, Lin Cheng's entire body tensed up. It was the same time as his previous life. This cold wave will last until the 42nd day of the Great Judgment. The so-called increasing temperature difference between day and night is child's play compared to this powerful cold wave. This cold wave will destroy almost half of survivors. When a cold wave hits, the lowest temperature can reach -100 degrees Celsius or even lower. In extreme conditions, simply being in a cold wave for just a few minutes will turn you into an ice sculpture. In such a cold wave, relying on clothing alone for warmth is no longer an option. Not enough. You will need burning coal or charcoal. For those who remain outside, the most deadly threat is not only the cold wave, but also the frequent appearance of alien creatures. These creatures will rebel every 15 days. Those who survive the second round may not survive the third. It looks like he'll have to go out again tomorrow. The shelter is very large, and keeping it warm everywhere is obviously unrealistic. So they'll have to choose a special room for a temporary fire. It's also impossible to burn directly on the ground. Finally, we must take into account the problem of air circulation and the concentration of carbon monoxide in the air. If someone were to get carbon monoxide poisoning inside, it would be unpleasant. When Lin's father learned that Lin Cheng was going out with him tomorrow, he said that he wanted to go with him. After all, it was too boring to stay in the shelter all the time. Lin's mother didn't want to go, and it would be better if someone stayed in the shelter. Lin Cheng was worried that his mother would be bored, so he simply taught her how to use the drone so that when she was alone at home, she could also use the drone to observe what was happening outside. Of course, Lin's mother was very happy to learn how to use it because she had such a safe way to see the outside world. Mum, I have to remind you of something. If you see monsters or other people nearby while using the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, and notice unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, don't let it return to the shelter yet, so that others don't know about the shelter's existence. Mother Lin smiled, nodded and said, "Don't worry, even though your mother is not very smart, I can still understand such a small thing. You and your father can calmly come out. I will follow you on this reconnaissance plane and help you assess the situation nearby." Father Lin quietly approached the mother and son from behind, holding a bottle of wine. "Mum, wait until tomorrow. Try using this thing. Maybe you need something. And then let me know. Us? And I'll bring it to you from outside." Mother Lin glanced at the bottle of wine in Father Lin's hand and understood his thoughts at a glance. "How could I not know your little tricks? Do you want to drink again?" Father Lin's thoughts were recognized, and he was not at all embarrassed. On the contrary, he nodded quite frankly. "If you don't want to drink too much, just drink less. After all, you have to go somewhere tomorrow anyway. Then drink less and keep it for yourself. If you finish it, there won't be any left next time. Don't worry, I'll definitely check the amount." Father Lin, happy as a child who's been given candy, received Mother Lin's permission. Watching the gentle exchange between his parents, Lin Cheng quietly clenched his fists, determined in his heart to protect them and themselves into the apocalypse. That night, the family of three could feel the temperature drop without even noticing it. Looking at the thermometer on the wall, they saw that it had dropped to over 20 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, Lin Cheng had prepared warm clothes and a thick blanket before entering the shelter. Otherwise, he would have caught a cold. After a grueling night, the 8th day of reckoning arrived. In order to replenish their supplies, Lin Cheng and his father set out early in the morning, dressed in thick cotton clothes. From a distance, they looked like plump penguins. The cool wind had bitten them when they first left the house, but once they reached the city, they were drenched in sweat. The temperature difference between day and night was so obvious that the father and son had to take off their thick cotton clothes and hide them under the seat of the pickup. They decided not to keep it in the back of the pickup truck, fearing that someone might steal it while they were gathering supplies. Stoves, coal, and charcoal were their main targets for the day's gathering. In addition to these essentials, they would also need to bring any survival of things. However, after 2 days of moving, the survivors in the city had probably already emptied everything. Therefore, Lin Cheng did not have much hope. Sitting in the shelter, Lin's mother piloted the drone to follow her father and son. Seeing the devastating destruction along the way, she felt a certain discomfort. As a true local, it would be strange for her to see the city she had lived in for so long in such a state. In a sense, it was the first time the family had traveled together since the Great Reckoning. Compared to yesterday and the day before, the number of survivors wandering the streets had dwindled considerably. Perhaps this was due to the sudden cold snap, and this suspicion was quickly confirmed. On the corners of the alleys, you could see many people wrapped tightly in worn-out blankets. Some even fought over a single blanket. Cold medicine became a scarce commodity. Most of the survivors bypassed the stores where they usually gathered, preferring to look for nearby pharmacies. Unfortunately, the survivors, eager to stock up on medicine, had already emptied them, leaving no room for them. Lin Cheng had no sympathy for these people. The law of survival was simple. The strongest survives. The environment was constantly changing, and only those who could adapt survived. Even if he had intervened, his intervention in these people's lives would only have saved them temporarily, not forever. The cold snap last night had prompted many of the survivors to stock up on coal and charcoal, leading them to a nearby coal yard where many were already carrying it out. Seeing this, Lin Cheng and his father immediately got out of the car, locked the windows and doors, and went into the warehouse to start loading coal. Furnaces are easy to find, and if not, build. But if the coal runs out, even if they find it, they won't have the fuel to heat their homes. Lin Cheng hadn't done any physical work for a long time. Luckily, he had exercised regularly before the purge, so he could still handle the many trips. The bed of the pickup was overflowing, and father and son beamed with pride at their bountiful harvest. But that was only the beginning of their supplies. One coal truck would not be enough to survive the month-long cold snap. They needed at least a few more trips. All morning, father and son were busy hauling coal, grabbing whatever they could. The coal in the coal yard had also been exhausted by the survivors nearby. By the time Lin Cheng and his father made their last trip to the warehouse, there was not enough coal to fill even half of the truck. Moreover, several people were looking at the coal in their truck. Previously, they had avoided it because there was still a lot of coal. Now, the coal yard was completely empty, and Lin Cheng's pickup truck, loaded with so much coal, would naturally become a target. Lin Cheng sneered disdainfully, pulled out a pistol from his waist, his clenched hand vaguely, was lying on the car window. The people around him, seeing the gun in his hand, quietly stepped aside, thinking of other ways to collect the fuel. But this time, a small incident occurred. Lin Cheng keenly noticed that some people were still hiding in the corners, glaring at him. These people looked fierce and threatening, clearly unkind. Even after finding the gun on him, they did not give up their evil intentions. They probably had some countermeasures or even weapons of equal strength. Could it be that they had weapons too? This thought filled Lin Cheng with anxiety. While it would be unlikely for ordinary citizens to stumble upon weapons, the government-built shelter was once guarded by the military, and that army has now been completely destroyed. Any remaining pistols and firearms will likely be picked up by nearby survivors and used as weapons. Self-defense. Most people may not be very skilled with guns, but there may be some survivors who are exceptionally skilled with firearms, or perhaps even have had some shooting training. Dad, be careful. Those guys hiding behind the boxes at the back might have guns. Lin's father suddenly became nervous. Although he knew how to handle a gun, he had never encountered a direct confrontation. Bullets have no eyes. A miss could be fatal. Don't rush. If they didn't attack, it meant they were still hesitating. Let's try to move away and see if they can catch up. Lin Cheng swapped places with his father, letting him take over while he watched the group behind them. As soon as the black pickup truck started moving, the group began to move, their movements coordinated and organized, which clearly showed professional training. This was a problem. Lin Cheng's heart sank. He was in a hurry and didn't have any powerful weapons with him. Although I have a Glock 18 and a Desert Eagle, what should I do if the enemy has spears? There was a wide open area in front of the coal yard. As soon as Lin Cheng drove out of the gate, he pressed the gas pedal to the floor and the speed of the black pickup truck suddenly increased. If Lin Cheng hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, he would have been thrown out of the window. The pursuers, seeing the car pick up speed, took off their masks and ran from different intersections. But the road was still wide, and it was impossible to intercept a car racing at such a speed on foot. Impossible. Lin Cheng's father drove the pickup truck for a long time before slowing down, his forehead already covered in beads of cold sweat. Xiao Cheng, those people just outside. I'm not sure, but they probably have bad intentions. Lin Cheng frowned. He wasn't aggressive enough to cause trouble, so why would the organization attack him? The group that had just started acting was clearly in ambush. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he could have disappeared forever. Go home and conduct a thorough investigation tonight. There's still a surveillance drone there. As long as you're careful, they shouldn't notice anything. Whether intentional or not, Lin Cheng's father's words immediately reminded him of this. Yes, there is a surveillance drone. Today, Mom flew the drone to keep an eye on them. Maybe he can catch some evidence. Lin Cheng was never a coward. If he couldn't solve such a disaster as he had encountered, he would have lived his life in vain. After this incident, the father and son naturally couldn't continue searching here, so they had to temporarily return to the shelter. In case they encountered the enemy in the city again, Lin Cheng had no weapons of mass destruction. He understood the principle. 2 fists do not defeat 4 hands. Back at the shelter, Lin's mother approached him with great concern and looked at Lin Cheng. Xiao Cheng, are you okay? I saw you being chased from behind by several armed men. Are you hurt? Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine. What could have happened to Dad and me in the car? Lin Cheng patted his chest, indicating that everything was fine. Father Lin jokingly said, "Oh, you completely forgot about your husband when you had a son. You didn't even ask if I was hurt." Mother Lin smiled and rolled her eyes. "How could you be hurt when our son is here? This is not right. It must be so. How could our son be hurt? How could I possibly need my son's protection?" When the couple finished arguing, Lin Cheng asked, "Mother, did you see where these people came from?" "Where?" Mother Lin thought for a moment, then quickly came up with an answer. It seems like they came from that abandoned factory near the coal yard, but I'm not sure. I only vaguely saw a few figures chasing you in that direction." Lin Cheng nodded. Knowing the approximate location, he could use the unmanned reconnaissance drone to conduct night reconnaissance. Lin Cheng skipped dinner and ran back to his room, piloting the drone towards the coal yard. The drone's infrared night vision provided excellent visibility at night. Although there was a slight difference compared to daytime vision, the difference was minimal. He searched the area in the direction of the coal yard and eventually found the abandoned factory his mother had mentioned. The factory was surrounded by barbed wire, far from the shelter. However, at night, the drone's vision allowed him to clearly see several men with rifles patrolling the fence. This confirmed Lin Cheng's suspicions. These men were indeed planning an attack. The drone's blades made a little noise, but fortunately the noise was still audible, allowing him to vaguely hear them. Conversation, even at a distance. "Hey, did you hear?" Today, when the boss and his men went to the coal yard to transport coal, they found that the coal in the yard was empty. Really? I thought we were the first to notice the sudden cold snap. I didn't expect that these scattered survivors could also store coal. It's really amazing. Don't think about it yet. If we don't have coal, we can definitely hold out. But not this winter. Didn't I hear that the boss and his men surrounded the pickup truck? That car seemed to have a lot of coal in it. This is more than just a lot of coal. Some of the brothers have seen this machine go back and forth around the coal yard 4 or 5 times. If we get coal from this guy, we probably won't have to worry about coal for months. Isn't that the end? If we rob this guy, the brothers certainly won't have to worry about getting cold feet. It would be great if we could do it. The guy driving is very alert. The boss and his men were exposed before they even started. The boss is very annoyed. They say he wants to find that guy at any cost. You know what kind of character he has? If he really finds us, you keep quiet, keep quiet. It seems like the one in front is the boss. Yes, it really is. Lin Cheng turned toward the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. A young man in a black windbreaker was walking towards them. In order to avoid detection, Lin Cheng deliberately moved the drone away, minimizing the possibility of detection. "Boss, well, were there any unusual patrols tonight?" "Not yet, but we will definitely increase patrols." "Very good. Be sure to keep a close eye on the patrols in the next few days. By the way, if you see a black pickup truck, arrest the driver. No matter who they are, anyone driving a black pickup truck will be caught." "Yes." Lin Cheng frowned even more. The enemy had clearly identified their identities. Although he didn't remember what he and his father looked like, it wasn't easy for that black pickup truck to enter the city again. At least until he completely destroyed those people, he couldn't take that risk. While Lin Cheng was thinking about how to deal with those, trouble, a system notification rang in his ears. Ding! The shelter has detected an increase in winter supplies, 20 tons of high-quality coal. Ding! Reward received. 500 shelter EXP. Lin Cheng's eyes instantly lit up. Now that I have the EXP, can't I use the weapons I've unlocked? After activating several new weapons that they had previously unlocked with EXP, they were finally able to begin production. As for the required amount of refined iron, Lin Cheng didn't care. The city's collection of refined iron was more than enough to cover his expenses for a while. It wasn't exactly a waste either. It was simply necessary to augment the shelter's armament. First, he built 10 drone fighters, then 10 kamikaze drones. The advantage of unmanned fighters was that they provided a certain level of combat capability without his participation. Although their attack characteristics were a little weak for alien creatures, against these people they were quite sufficient. Moreover, the reconnaissance drones weren't stationary weapons. Their stats could be upgraded with experience points. He had held off on upgrading them for now to save experience points. When the need arose, Lin Cheng would not hesitate to upgrade the unmanned fighters. The reconnaissance drones remained in their original positions, allowing them to track the movements of these organized forces. As for their leader, Lin Cheng could only make out a vague silhouette, although he recognized his voice. The most urgent task was to destroy these unmanned fighters as quickly as possible. Unlike the reconnaissance drones, these drones did not require autonomous control. Simply designate a target, and the drones would destroy all designated creatures in the vicinity. A wide range of creatures could be targeted, including but not limited to humans, animals, aliens, and even large plants. This significantly saved his time and energy, allowing him to achieve his goals more effectively. By the time the drones arrived at the abandoned factory, the patrol had changed. After careful consideration, Lin Cheng decided to eliminate these people first. Without their complete destruction, he would not be able to return to the city to search for supplies. There were still many valuable supplies left in the city that were worth searching for, and soon the survivors would have stripped it bare. If he returned to the city, he would return empty-handed. In this apocalyptic world, every bit of material wealth was incredibly valuable. He didn't want to give up so many things that could make his life more comfortable just because of someone's evil intentions. He could only blame these people for their greed. They were indeed targeting him. 10 fighter drones simultaneously went into full auto-fire mode over the abandoned factory. They opened fire indiscriminately on all nearby targets. Wave after wave of suppressive fire inflicted heavy casualties on the patrolling personnel, and cries for help were heard from the abandoned factory. "Help! The enemy is attacking! The enemy is attacking!" Lin Cheng had deployed these 10 drone fighters around the perimeter of the factory, completely blocking all exits. Anyone who tried to leave would be indiscriminately killed by the reconnaissance drones. Of course, the drone's range was designed to cover anyone who entered the factory from outside, preventing them from hitting their target. This prevented the indiscriminate killing of innocent people. He only targeted those who had evil intentions against him. As for the other survivors, who had nothing to do with him, whatever they did was none of his business. The suppressive fire had been going on for 10 minutes, and no one had moved within his line of sight. However, many people were probably still hiding inside the abandoned factory, refusing to exit. Given the difficult terrain and the occasional shootout from within, it was clear that the group inside was armed. Unmanned fighters infiltrating the factory would be limited in range and altitude, making them extremely vulnerable to detection and even destruction. Clean. Iron was a vital resource for him, and he would not waste it unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, the self-destructing drone consumed significantly less pure iron than the fighter. If the people inside the factory refused to come out, he could simply launch a self-destruct drone. The explosion of the self-destruct drone should easily destroy the small factory. Even if someone managed to escape the explosion, they would not be able to escape the drone's close attention. A detailed plan was ready, and the self-destructing drone flew out of the shelter, heading for the abandoned factory. While the drone was on its way, someone inside suddenly shouted into a megaphone, "Friends, maybe there is some misunderstanding between us. Why are you killing us? If you agree, we can sit down and discuss this." "Any price we can offer will do," Lin Cheng sneered. Some people don't apologize until someone knocks on their door. If an apology was effective, what would the police be needed for? Moreover, their actions today were truly despicable. Not only did they steal coal from their pickup, but they also stole the black pickup itself. As the saying goes, he who robs will be robbed. The drone made some noise, but it wasn't loud enough. It was clearly impossible to pass it to the abandoned factory from such a distance. Lin Cheng did not intend to waste time with this group. He had to hurry and catch them all. Tomorrow, he had to go to the city to get winter supplies. Until these people were dealt with, his black pickup had to enter the city. The cold snap had lasted a month, but that didn't mean it would get warmer in a month. It was already the coldest time of the year. Even if we weren't preparing for the cold weather, we still needed to prepare for the coming winter. The Great Reckoning would last for months. It always helps to stock up on supplies, especially with so much room in the shelter. Left there, they would only gather dust. The high-quality coal brought from the coal yard today would fill a small warehouse. But who in this grand calculation would be dissatisfied if you had more supplies? The suicide drone slowly emerged, its small, streamlined body hidden in the darkness, making it difficult to detect. Lin Cheng had not released too many of these devices, just one. Although the screams were still coming from the abandoned factory, the inevitable outcome was predetermined. With a deafening explosion, the flames of the abandoned factory burst into flames, lighting up half the sky. Countless survivors hiding in the shadows simultaneously looked towards the abandoned factory. This night was doomed to be sleepless. The blast radius was huge, uprooting even nearby trees and demolishing iron fences. Lin Cheng hadn't expected the explosion of a suicide drone to be so powerful, but the greater the explosive power, the better. After all, it was the most destructive weapon he could command. The only other weapon he could use was the Gatling gun, but it was too heavy to be mobile and could only be used defensively. With his main problem solved, Lin Cheng felt a surge of relief. But the incident also left him with a sense of crisis. It was the second time he had been targeted. It seemed he would have to be even more careful when collecting supplies. Although this black pickup truck could hold a lot of supplies, it was also too conspicuous. Who wouldn't want a suitable vehicle in an apocalypse? Over the next 3 days, Lin Cheng not only continued stock up on winter supplies, but also brought a significant amount of gasoline. Apart from coal, gasoline was the most important resource. After all, a car cannot run without fuel. A car with a non-working engine was useless. It was no more practical than a tin can. Since large oil tanks were inconvenient to transport, Lin Cheng found a few medium-sized barrels and filled them with several. He estimated that he had several hundred liters of gasoline left, enough to keep the black pickup running. Long time. If he needed more, he would have to search for similar supplies in nearby towns. On the last day before the onset of severe cold, Lin Cheng and his father came across a little girl while searching for supplies. The girl was clutching a box of pressed cookies. She looked like a box, but there were actually very few of them. Several strong men nearby tried to snatch the cookies from her, but she seemed to have great strength. Even the two men, even with their combined efforts, were unable to tear her hand away. The others, impatient, were about to strike when Father Lin couldn't help but laugh. "Xiao Cheng, look at this girl. She's about your age, all alone. And now her food has been stolen. If we don't help her, she might die. Dad knows that during the apocalypse you can't help others carelessly. But this girl..." Lin Cheng looked in the direction of the voice. The girl was indeed quite pretty. Although not a dazzling beauty, her slightly plump oval face was charming. Her skin was fair and delicate, and the combination of all her features made her a true beauty. In the end, what convinced Lin Cheng to save the girl was the doctor's uniform she wore. Judging from the inscriptions and logos, she must have been from the central hospital. In an apocalypse, having a doctor around would greatly reduce the risk of illness and death. After all, such special skills were rare. "Okay, Dad, wait for me here." When Lin's father parked the black pickup truck on the side of the road, Lin Cheng jumped out of the passenger seat. "Wait! Wow, wow, wow! What kind of world is this? You're trying to act like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Everyone, look at that idiot trying to save a damsel in distress. Do you think we should help him? Help him? What do you say? Strip them both naked and throw them into the room? Ha 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 ha." Hearing this dirty joke was unbearable, and the girl blushed, but she was powerless to resist. "Get out of here or die here," Lin Cheng said calmly, pulling out a gun from his waist. The appearance of the gun instantly changed, expressions on their faces. If Lin Cheng had only knives, swords, or clubs in his hands, it would have been fine, but these were real weapons. To endure bullets while being mortal was to invite death. Who wants to get shot? But they also saw that Lin Cheng wasn't very old, and the box of pressed cookies the girl was holding was extremely important to them. So, don't play with your toy guns around old people. "Little girl, who are you trying to scare with a toy gun?" Lin Cheng chuckled. "If you don't know what it means to be a fool, if you don't believe me, then take a bullet." Lin Cheng slowly raised his Glock 18, pointing the black barrel at the speaker's forehead. But just a second before the shot, Lin Cheng abruptly redirected the barrel, aiming at his thigh. Bang! There was a deafening explosion, and the air filled with the smell of gunpowder and the stench of blood. The bullet pierced the thigh, drenching the floor with crimson blood. The spectators were stunned. They could not even imagine that this seemingly young man would dare to shoot at them. "You are so cruel. Wait, next time we see you, we'll kill you. Want to do it again?" Lin Cheng raised an eyebrow. At first, he thought of the girl next to him, who was hinting at a less bloody scene. But now, it seems like these people are really tired of life. Forget about it next time. Be careful in the next life. Bang! Another bullet. Unlike last time, this one ended a man's life. The accomplices who had joined him in the fight for the pressed cookies were scattered in the blink of an eye. In the face of a real threat of death, some friendships and personal relationships are unstable. "Are you okay?" Lin Cheng slowly walked towards the girl, but she was clearly resisting. Every time he took a step forward, she retreated. "I'm here to save you. If you want to live, come with me. If you don't want to, I won't force you. The choice is yours." The girl bit her lip, her face showing slight bewilderment. First, she looked at the pressed cookies in her hands, then raised her head and met Lin Cheng's indifferent gaze. "You won't steal my cookies, right?" Lin Cheng couldn't help but laugh. This little girl was truly naive and charming. Even at this hour, she was still wondering if he would steal her pressed cookies. Lin Cheng's sudden laughter confused the girl even more. "What do you want to do? If I wanted to do something, would you still be able to stand here?" Lin Cheng raised his gun. "I just saved you. It's okay if you don't thank me, but why do you doubt me now?" "Thank you. No need. The choice is yours. I'm leaving." Lin Cheng glanced at the girl and turned to leave. If she didn't want to follow him, he couldn't just kidnap her and take her back to the orphanage. After all, an unwilling doctor would be of little use. If something happened while she was saving someone, even if it meant several lives, she would not be able to handle it. As Lin Cheng took a few steps forward, the girl behind him finally called out to him. "Then I will follow you. Where will there be shelter and food?" Lin Cheng stopped and turned to her. "I can't promise. It all depends on how you handle it." It was true. Although there were plenty of supplies in the orphanage, they couldn't go to waste. If he couldn't create value for her, then she wasn't worth Lin Cheng's expense. Anything that could survive in the orphanage had to have its own value. Simply put, the orphanage didn't keep useless people. "Well then, I'll go with you." The girl seemed to have made up her mind, clutching the pressed cookies tightly in her hands and following Lin Cheng. Watching the girl approach, Lin Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. The next few days would be a test for her. They would check whether she was really so innocent or just pretending. Moreover, it was necessary to evaluate her hidden motives. Those who were not fully trusted were only given a room and some food in the shelter. Father Lin stood at a distance, watching the girl who was trailing behind Lin Cheng. His face instantly broke into a smile. "This guy is quite impressive. We sent him to rescue someone, and he actually brought him back." The pickup truck's cabin was quite roomy. Although the seats were a bit cramped, it could easily accommodate 3 people. Father Lin looked the girl up and down, and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. "Young lady, what's your name?" "How old are you?" My name is Anlan. I'm 21 years old." "You're not 21. You look more like a girl of 16 or 17. She's a little older than Xiao Cheng, but a woman 3 years older than you is always more likely to bring you wealth. The older, the more understanding." Lin Cheng blushed instantly. Although he had lived 2 lives, he had never had any problems in relationships. "Dad, stop joking. Just drive carefully. We have a lot to do today." Yes, relationships need to be developed gradually. There is no need to rush. "What are you going to do now?" "Mum, doesn't she want new clothes? I just have a little time, so I'd like to go to the nearest shopping mall and take a look." And Lan followed the father and son, occasionally helping them with the move. While they were shopping at the mall, Lin Cheng invited her to go for a walk. Today was the last day that Lin Cheng would gather supplies in the city. After leaving the city, he didn't know when he would return. Before leaving, Lin Cheng asked Anlan, "I ask you again, are you sure you want to leave with me?" And Lan still looked a little hesitant, but compared to their first meeting, she was much more determined and nodded firmly. "Okay, do you have relatives here?" A dark shadow appeared in Anlan's eyes. "No, all of them." From Anlan's expression, Lin Cheng had already guessed that this girl's family had most likely perished in this great retribution. On the other hand, they might have been separated. But since it was someone else's scar, he didn't want to ask any further questions. "Do you have any important luggage? If not, we'll leave now." And Lan shook her head. "My entire fortune is just a box of pressed cookies." The mention of this box of pressed cookies amused Lin Cheng a little. Although it looked like a box, when he opened it, he saw only a few packets inside. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even half a box. It was just a compressed cookie box. Why was this girl so fixated on a box of compressed cookies that weren't actually box? When Lin's mother discovered that the father and son had brought a girl, her first reaction was mild surprise. After all, this was the first stranger, other than the three of them, to visit the shelter since it was built. Moreover, this was the first living person, other than Lin Cheng and his father, whom Mother Lin had seen up close since the Great Reckoning. She took Anlan aside, asked how he was feeling, and talked to him for a long time. But after all, it was the outside of the shelter, not the inside, which was quite dangerous. When the gate of the shelter slowly opened, Anlan was amazed by its grandeur. The thick defensive walls and extensive infrastructure made it an ideal place to live. It was hard to imagine that such a huge shelter could be managed by a teenager. Moreover, the shelter was surprisingly well equipped. There were not only food supplies, but also essential items, and even a good supply of weapons. The electric fence around the gate was especially frightening. With such security measures, no one should be able to sneak in. The dinner was a little more substantial than usual, because everyone who came was a guest. Although Anlan was a stranger, in the eyes of Lin's father and mother, she was still a guest. After dinner, Lin Cheng glanced at Anlan. He had very little information about this girl, and he also needed to clearly understand what had happened in the outside world. "Anlan, come with me. I need to find out something." Anlan nodded. Her face did not move. She had clearly foreseen this. She followed Lin Cheng into the room. Anlan sat on a chair in the room, staring at Lin Cheng, waiting for him to ask the first question. "Don't be nervous. I'm just asking a few simple, routine questions. After all, you'll probably live here forever. Do you think I'll let you live here without understanding your situation?" Anlan nodded obediently. Lin Cheng's words were common sense. After all, it was the end of the world, and anyone could become a traitor. How could you allow a person you barely knew to live next door if you didn't trust him completely? "Please introduce yourself first and briefly tell us about your current situation and identity." "My name is Anlan. I am 21 years old. I am an intern at the Central Hospital. As for my background, I don't have parents. They both died in a car accident 7 years ago. 5 years ago, my grandmother, who raised me alone, passed away from an illness." Lin Cheng sat silently next to him, listening. And Lan's life was truly miserable. She even earned money for her studies by doing odd jobs. She also earned money for her living by doing odd jobs. You could say that this girl has been supporting herself since she was a child. You're a good girl. Since you're a doctor, I won't beat around the bush. This is my sanctuary, and I need a doctor. If you agree to stay here and do your best to fulfill your duties, I can provide you with stable housing and relatively stable conditions. You saw everything that happened here just now, and you should know that I am not joking. And Lan looked firmly into Lin Cheng's eyes. Of course, as long as I can stay, I'm ready for anything. The world outside is so terrible now. Many people literally fight with their comrades over food. Some time ago, I bought a box of pressed cookies in the supermarket. I hide in a rented house and dare to eat only 2 pieces a day? In a rented house? Lin Cheng was slightly stunned. He did not fully believe in Lan's words. What kind of rented house could withstand a sudden attack by alien creatures? The rented house is a basement. And Lan blushed slightly, a little embarrassed. Although I have already started working, my internship salary is very low, so I can only rent a basement to save money. Lin Cheng suddenly understood. It made sense. Although the aliens are very sensitive to human scent, the basement is still very effective at masking odors. Moreover, the entrance to the basement was usually difficult, making it difficult for the aliens, who could only run, to exit. Don't go out yet. A cold wave is coming. If you leave now, in a few seconds, you will turn into an ice sculpture. Don't use your room for now. For the next month, we will live together in the next room. This was the most energy-saving method Lin Cheng could think of. By gathering everyone in one room and using the stove for heating, he could save a lot of unnecessary coal costs. Otherwise, if all 4 were divided into 3 rooms, the coal consumption would triple. Time passed. It was already past midnight. The most terrifying cold wave in history came without warning, sweeping across the world at incredible speed. The trees outside were instantly covered with frost, and some survivors who remained outside were unfortunately frozen, turning into ice sculptures. All the water in the lakes that were touched by the cold wave turned into thick blocks of ice. Even the fish in the lakes froze, unable to move. Even in the warmth of the room, even by the fireplace, the piercing cold could still be felt. Lin and Anlan's parents shuddered, involuntarily wrapping themselves tighter in blankets. Only Lin Cheng showed no surprise, knowing that the arrival of this cold wave was practically inevitable. The water from the well in the shelter would undoubtedly be unusable for now, so for now they would have to rely on the mineral water stored in the shelter. During this month, cold, everything necessary for survival, was more precious than gold. Lin Cheng piloted an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to fly in the wind and snow, but the wind and snow outside were so strong that the entire field of vision was covered in white snowflakes. Snowflakes fell from the sky, soon covering the ground with a thick layer. However, after only a few dozen minutes, the snow on the ground reached shin height. Fortunately, the quality of the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was good, so the wind and snow did not destroy it directly. Under the control of Lin Cheng, the reconnaissance aircraft barely made it all the way to the city area. The scene that unfolded made Lin Cheng's heart freeze. Lin's father and mother also came over to look at the image transmitted by the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. When they actually saw the image clearly, everyone was shocked. Lin's mother covered her mouth with her hand, and her eyes showed fear. Xiao Cheng, are these sculptures on the street all people? Lin Chen nodded seriously. To be precise, it's an ice sculpture. The temperature outside is so low that even a moment in this icy wave will make your blood run cold. My God, I've never seen anything colder in my life. I wonder how the people there are feeling now. The temperature has dropped so much that even with the heater on, we are still freezing, not to mention those who survived and can't warm up. And Lan looked at Lin Cheng with mixed feelings. If it weren't for this young man, 3 years her junior, who offered him an olive branch at the right time, she would have died in a snowstorm, or perhaps been stuck in a damp, cold basement, starving to death. In other words, this young man gave her a second chance at life. Do we have enough food and water? Father Lin asked with a hint of worry. Without food, they wouldn't be able to go out and search for resources in this raging ice wave. We can still hold out for a while. There's still plenty of food, but we need to be careful with water. The water in the well is definitely frozen. The shelter definitely has enough resources to survive this cold snap. Lin Cheng's words somewhat reassured Lin's father and mother. They were most worried about the lack of resources. Now that the resource problem had been solved, all that was left was to survive the unbearable cold. On the second day of the cold, Lin's mother began to feel weak and had a fever. And Lan ran some simple tests and determined that Lin's mother had caught a cold due to the sudden change. Weather. Fortunately, Lin Cheng had stocked up on medicine, including cold remedies, before the Great Reckoning. The well water was frozen and needed mineral water to warm it up. Every bottle of mineral water was on the edge at this moment. It wasn't that Lin Cheng didn't want to use the well water, but that all the water he had stored had frozen. If he hadn't moved all the mineral water to the room with the heater before the cold weather set in, even that would have been lost. During the cold, the biggest problems were food and water, and then keeping warm. If these three problems were solved, surviving the cold snap would seem easy. But these three seemingly simple problems have already made life unbearable for almost half of the city's survivors. Anlan was shocked when she saw the supplies in the shelter. She knew the shelter would be full, but she didn't expect such a quantity. The huge amount of medicine was especially staggering. During this period of reckoning, medicines were extremely valuable. During the initial period of the aliens' disappearance, Anlan tried to stock up on medicines in the nearby pharmacies by all means possible, but they were already empty. Even the most common cold and fever medicines became the subject of violent fights. How could she, a medical student, not understand the importance of these drugs in the face of disaster? These drugs cannot be used outside the shelter. Moreover, I will not allow you to have independent access to the shelter's supplies until I completely trust you. Lin Cheng did not want to be delicate, but spoke directly. Some things are better left unsaid. Anlan was not a petty person, so Lin Cheng's willingness to take her into the shelter was itself a huge help. During the cold snap, they were unable to leave the house, and Lin Cheng did not want to sit around wasting time. So he went to the research room and studied the various data and functions of the shelter's systems. He made a discovery that excited him immensely. When the shelter reached level 5, the Intelligent Technology Lab opened, allowing the creation of intelligent robots. Lin Cheng froze, wondering if these were the legendary Transformers. According to the system's description, these created mechanical life forms had human-like intelligence and absolute loyalty. With the world's current technology, such independent artificial intelligence was not yet possible. If it were possible, if such independent robots were created, they would not have to personally patrol the shelter and perform other basic tasks, which would significantly save time and effort. And most importantly, Lin Cheng wouldn't have to undertake the most dangerous missions himself. However, there was currently no way to gain experience points, so he could only wait out the cold snap. Just when Lin Cheng was feeling a little disappointed, he suddenly discovered option: daily tasks. So daily tasks will become available after the shelter reaches level 4, but the module that enables them will need to be activated manually. The system will not do it automatically. It has been a few days since he reached level 4. How much experience had he wasted during this time? Lin Cheng's heart sank just thinking about it. Luckily, he suddenly had the idea to explore the system today. Otherwise, who knows how much experience he would have missed out on. After activating the daily system module, very simple daily tasks appeared, and they only took a little longer to complete. Daily Task 1. Use a reconnaissance drone to survey a nearby 0 meters per 1,000 meters area. Completion rewards 100 experience. Daily Task 2. Survey a nearby unknown area and record the image on the 0 meters per 1,000 meters system map. Completion rewards 100 experience. Daily Task 3. Kill alien creatures near your territory. Each kill brings 1 experience. With a daily limit of 100, the number of kills increases with the level of your shelter. P.S. The experience points awarded for all 3 daily quests increase with the level of your shelter. Lin Cheng quickly looked through the 3 quests. They were easy to complete. Most importantly, with the addition of the daily quest module, a system map function was added. The scene discovered by the reconnaissance drone could be recorded on the map. Although it was not a real-time map, it at least gave him a clear picture of the terrain and topography. Near his hideout, he wouldn't have to live here long to realize that he had absolutely no sense of direction when it really counted. The current map of the system only showed the area near his hideout, and everything else was pitch black. To maximize profit, Lin Cheng piloting the drone, returned to the shelter after completing the first 2 missions without further exploration. The daily task required inspecting the surroundings of the shelter and exploring the 1,000 meters of unexplored territory ahead. Anything beyond this distance was not. Brought rewards, but the area already explored was automatically added to the system map, effectively eliminating it from the list of unexplored territories. The next day, when performing the daily task, the drone had to continue exploring, which undoubtedly wasted this distance. Although it wouldn't save much experience points, even the smallest drop of water can wear away a stone, and experience points accumulate gradually. On the 10th day of the cold wave, Lin Cheng noticed an alien creature wandering near the shelter. Its skin was thick and its body structure was very different from humans, so it was no wonder that it could withstand the cold wave. Lin Cheng, piloting the fighter drone, easily dealt with the creature. However, the appearance of this alien creature made Lin Cheng wary. At first he thought he had destroyed all the aliens near the shelter, but now it is likely that many have still slipped through his net. It would have been fine if these escaped creatures were dormant during normal times, but what if they had accidentally appeared when he was out? Although he was armed and not particularly afraid of these low-level alien creatures, given the safety of those around him and the proximity of the power grid, it was better to let them. Destroy. Over the next few days, in addition to completing daily quests, Lin Cheng also destroyed any alien creatures he encountered. The shock of what happened was truly overwhelming. In just a few days, he destroyed nearly 20 alien creatures. Thanks to his constant daily quests, the shelter area was successfully upgraded from 1,600 square meters to 3,200 square meters. Ding! Shelter level increased. Current shelter level, 5 exclamation mark. Ding! Current shelter construction objects updated. Number of objects unlocked. 1. Ding! The Smart Technology Lab is now available for construction. Current shelter level, 5 shelter area, 3,200 square meters. Shelter facilities, 5 centimeter iron walls, small mineral mining lab, medium weapon research base, firing range required. Experience for the next level, 0 out of 4,000 Jing. The shelter area has reached 3,200 square meters. Given the vast structure of the shelter, please plan the direction of expansion. Like last time, Lin Cheng chose vertical expansion. The shelter went deeper underground. The main advantage of the underground expansion is that it can be used as a storage facility. Such a huge underground warehouse will provide the shelter with space to store supplies in the future. With the next upgrade, it will be able to expand horizontally, and Lin Cheng's desire will finally fulfilled. The current shelter has 2 above ground and 6 underground floors. The 2 above ground floors are, of course, used as living quarters. The first underground floor serves as an emergency area. In case of an emergency in an above ground building, people can temporarily go down to the basement. The second and third underground floors serve as warehouses for various essential items needed for survival. The 3 lower floors house various laboratories and store the necessary weapons. Access to the doors to the lower 3 floors requires recognizing Lin Cheng's iris, and no one except him can enter the lower 3 floors of the shelter. After completing 2 more days of tasks, he used the 400 experience points he earned to open the Intelligent Lab. Technologies. Intelligent Technology Lab. To create a living mechanical life form, 100 kilograms of refined iron is required. To create a reconnaissance mechanical life form, 200 kilograms of refined iron is required. To create a combat mechanical life form, 500 kilograms is required. Refined iron. Hee. Seeing the requirements for refined iron for the Intelligent Technology Lab, Lin Cheng gasped. It took 500 kilograms of refined iron to create 1 combat mechanical life form. He had already taken risks, but had only collected 5,000 kilograms. This was enough for a maximum of 10 combat mechanical life forms. Moreover, the consumption of refined iron during this period was significant. His current supply of refined iron was enough for a maximum of 8 combat mechanical life forms. Despite the pain, Lin Cheng still managed to create one reconnaissance and one combat mechanical lifeform. As for why he didn't create a living mechanical lifeform, the reason was, even with Anlan, there were only 4 people in the shelter now. They could be self-sufficient, so there was no need to waste refined iron now. There would be many more uses for refined iron in the future, and although he still had a relatively large supply, he had to use him wisely. If refined iron ever became scarce and he ran out, he would be in utter poverty. You should know that he recycled most of the abandoned vehicles in the city into refined iron, and it would take some time to find such a large quantity. Refined iron resources. Although he rarely went to the northern part of the city, the weather there is cold now, and it is not advisable to go out. Ding! Consuming 200 kilograms of refined iron, successfully creating a reconnaissance-type mechanical lifeform. Please name this mechanical lifeform. Ding! Consuming 500 kilograms of refined iron, successfully creating a combat-type mechanical lifeform. Please name this mechanical lifeform. Ding! Remaining refined iron, 3,300 kilograms. Lin Cheng was a little at a loss to name. He was completely incapable of names. He came up with some pretty weird names that he himself had a hard time pronouncing. Since we were naming the machines, we decided to give them names with biological connotations, to give them a spiritual touch. The reconnaissance machine, named Hawkeye 1. The combat machine, named Raptor 1. Ding! Name given. Data entry complete. Machines activated. 2 robots appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Cheng, one large, one small. One glance was enough to understand which one was a reconnaissance and which one was a combat one. One was barely as tall as a normal person, while the other was over 3 meters tall. If the floor hadn't been so high, it would have broken through the ceiling. The regular-sized machines were mostly covered with cameras and other equipment, as well as jets. The 10-footer was armed with a variety of weapons. Hawkeye 1, greetings, Master. Raptor 1, greetings, Master. The 2 mechanical life forms simultaneously knelt before Lin Cheng in respect. Looking at these 2 awe-inspiring machine life forms, Lin Cheng felt a great sense of satisfaction. The 2 of them were a bit like Transformers. But Transformers can transform? So I wonder if these 2 mechanical life forms can too? Raptor 1, Hawkeye 1, can you transform? Master, yes, but you need to scan a physical object. After scanning, you will be able to transform into the scanned object. After listening to the mechanical life form's explanation, Lin Cheng quickly came to a conclusion. The only thing required to scan these life forms was their appearance, not their physical size. Even a small toy car would be fine to scan. He looked around, realizing there was nothing to scan. There was no way he could turn these life forms into iron gates of the vault. He would have preferred to turn Hawkeye 1 into a plane and Tiger 1 into a tank. But that required scanning the physical form. There were no children's toys in his shelter, so he would need to pay attention to these gadgets the next time he went outside. Only these 2 life forms existed now, but if more appeared, they would inevitably require different external data to distinguish functions. Lin Cheng also keenly noticed that both life forms had attribute panels above their heads that were only visible to him. Name, Hawkeye, number 1 Lev. Type, Reconnaissance, Mechanical Lifeform. Required EXP to enhance, 0/100. Special ability, None name, Raptor, number 1 Lev. Type, Combat Mechanical Lifeform. Experience required to upgrade, 0 out of 100 special ability. None. It turns out that these mechanical life forms can be upgraded. These 2 mechanical life forms alone can temporarily support the shelter's current needs. What worries Lin Cheng the most is that these mechanical life forms do not need energy. However, mechanical life forms are not without weaknesses. They have a mechanical heart in their heart that supplies energy to their entire body. If this heart is destroyed, no matter how great the cost, it will be impossible to save the mechanical life form. Combat mechanical life forms have not yet been used, but reconnaissance, mechanical life forms are much more useful. At least now he doesn't have to manually operate an unmanned reconnaissance drone to explore. He could allow Hawkeye Number 1 to survey the surrounding area on his behalf. If any alien creatures were found in the area that threatened the safety of the shelter, Raptor 1 would be dispatched to eliminate them. He simply sat in the shelter and waited for news. He could monitor the two mechanical life forms in real time through the system. He could even receive feedback from Hawkeye 1. How convenient. Having solved his biggest problem, Lin Cheng was naturally in high spirits. Returning to the room where everyone was, he found his father, mother, and Anlan huddled around the radio. Intermittent audio messages could be heard over the radio. Although the words were unclear, they could be vaguely discerned. Attention to all who may receive this message. We are a coalition of survivors, establishing a base for survivors in Haichuan City. All survivors may take refuge here. Please note, due to limited food supplies, please bring all the food you can. Repeat this voice message played over the radio 3 or 4 times, clearly mentioning a specific location, Haichuan City. Haichuan was quite far away from here. Even traveling by highway would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Moreover, they were not aware of the outside world, let alone the road conditions. Lin Cheng would not go there anyway. There was no place safer than his hideout. Moreover, the announcement clearly stated that survivors were asked to bring food and supplies to the so-called survivor base. But who could guarantee that this was not another trap? Such cases had happened before. Armed survivors would spread false information about safe houses and bases through various channels. They would then rob the survivors who had gathered there of their supplies. As for the fate of those whose supplies were looted, well, it all depended on their luck. With luck, they might find enough food and supplies to survive. If they failed, they could die in the wilderness. Some, even more unlucky, did not even make it to the coveted survivor base, dying along the way at the hands of alien creatures. Xiao Cheng, do you think this news is true? It may be true, or it may be a lie. There is a strong frost. If we're heading to this so-called survivor base now, the first thing we need to think about isn't the veracity of the news. The first thing we need to think about is whether we can get there alive. Haichuan City is far away from us, and no one knows what awaits us along the way. And are there really such kind-hearted people in the world that they would open up the base they worked so hard to build to everyone? Lin Cheng chuckled. In an apocalypse, unless you are a little selfish, it will be difficult to survive for long. Setting up a base was not an easy task. The location had to be chosen carefully. It should not be too exposed, nor too crowded. Ideally, the terrain had to be suitable for finding supplies. Most importantly, there had to be enough survival supplies to feed the base's inhabitants. If this message was transmitted, it would reach a significant number of people, and a significant number of people would flock to the base. The supplies he had prepared for several days before, the Great Judgment would barely have been enough for his family of 3 to survive until the end. Not to mention the tens of thousands of survivors. It is estimated that the total number of survivors found in urban areas was in the tens of thousands. The number of survivors in other areas was probably about the same. Even if only 1% survived, there would still be hundreds of them. He didn't believe that the so-called survivor base could be as solid and safe as his own. But on the other hand, Lin Cheng suddenly became curious about this shelter. If it's real, it'll be a good chance to see who's really capable of building such a base. If it's fake, then he can just take back the supplies these people stole. As the saying goes, while the praying mantis is tracking the cicada, the oriole doesn't know her. Location! Judging by the information from the drone, many survivors were delighted with this news. Some, even more excited than usual, ignored the snowstorm outside and went outside, but immediately turned into ice sculptures. Lin Cheng, seeing this scene, only shook his head helplessly. Blind hope would only lead to his own death. Lin Cheng originally planned to pilot a drone and head to Haichuan City to investigate the survivors' base. However, when they passed by a deep hole left by the collapse, a bold idea suddenly struck him. These alien creatures had emerged from the ground, and he had never seen what was beneath it. Now that he had a drone, he could send it down to explore the depths on his behalf. Maybe he would find something unexpected. Even if nothing came of it, at least he could satisfy his unbearable curiosity. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he felt the urge to try it out. The drone dove straight into the hole. It was so dark inside that Lin Cheng had to turn on the drone's night vision mode to barely make out its structure. The pit was incredibly deep, and its walls were irregularly shaped. The drone flew for more than 10 minutes before it gradually picked up some sounds. At first, it didn't seem unusual, but after thinking for a while, Lin Cheng realized that the drone was breathing. As the drone approached the walls, he discovered that there were many alien creatures dozing along their edges. Blurred black. Silhouettes appeared one after another, their subtle vibrations barely perceptible. Because Lin Cheng did not keep his distance, the drone collided directly with one of the sleeping creatures. This enraged the creature, which roared, opened its crimson eyes, and with one blow of its claw, smashed the drone to pieces. On. The screen clearly showed a huge claw easily smashing the drone into pieces. The broadcast became completely black. The drone, created from a huge amount of refined iron, was so fragile in the hands of alien creatures. Lin Cheng patted his chest, leaving no doubt in his fear. Luckily, he was in control of the drone, allowing it to explore the space. If he had gone there alone, he would have been lost forever. The poor drone was destroyed. Despite some losses, he also received great news. The sleeping alien creatures had been found. The drone entered the pit, and although the exploration time was short, the sound of their breathing could be heard from almost everywhere he looked. This meant that the alien creatures previously wreaking havoc on the surface were now sleeping underground. If he remembered correctly, there was a similar pit not far from the shelter. If the monsters inside weren't dealt with quickly, they would have to flee. When the next wave of reckoning came, the perimeter of the shelter would inevitably be completely surrounded. And while these alien creatures won't be able to break through, nearby objects will undoubtedly be destroyed. Fighting inside alone is impossible, and sending a self-destructing drone into the pit is an extremely unwise decision. The pit is huge, and its creation can only be explained by the abilities of these alien creatures. The space inside the pit is huge. If a self-destruct drone were to hit it, the explosion would likely cause even more collapse of the surrounding land due to its force. The distance from the pit to the shelter is small. If such an explosion were to compromise the stability of the shelter, the consequences would be catastrophic. The effectiveness of the unmanned fighters has not yet been tested, but they are likely to cope. Raptor 1, located in the deepest level of the shelter, can now be launched. Lin Cheng entered the last shelter level. Raptor 1 was in standby mode, waiting for Lin Cheng to approach, after which it would automatically awaken from its slumber. "Esteemed Sir, what are your orders?" "Raptor 1, I order you to conduct combat in the pit closest to the shelter and clear it of alien creatures. But you must act within your capabilities. If you are in physical danger, evacuate as quickly as possible." Raptor 1, as ordered. Hawkeye 1, your reconnaissance abilities are exceptional. You are ordered to escort Raptor 1 to the pit and assist him in scouting the surrounding area and enemy numbers. If you detect an approaching threat, alert Raptor 1 immediately and evacuate with him. Hawkeye 1, as ordered. Upon receiving orders, 2, the mechanical creatures quickly left the shelter. With some ability to fly, they glided through the air, quickly reaching the pit closest to the shelter. This pit was much smaller than the one in the city, but the number of alien creatures inside was certainly astounding. Lin Cheng was not idle either. Of course, he also had to go to the scene to do his part, but going to the scene did not mean that he would go there in person, but he would go there by piloting an unmanned fighter. Lin Cheng sent all the Inhumans in the shelter, armed forces to the pit. He had a feeling that the battle would be tough. Hawkeye 1 landed at the edge of the pit, using his keen eyes and high-precision reconnaissance capabilities to scan. Esteemed Master, Hawkeye 1 has detected 3,000 life waves inside the pit. Please guide. 3,000 life waves. Lin Cheng was stunned by such a number. 3,000 alien creatures in such a small pit. So how many more could be hiding in the pit in the city? Try to exterminate these life forms. Remember, do it within your capabilities. Hawkeye 1, as ordered. Raptor 1, as ordered. With the precise command, the two mechanical life forms jumped straight into the pit and engaged in combat. Raptor 1's firepower was incredible, leaving these low-level, alien creatures powerless to resist. Lin Cheng wasn't sitting idle either, deciding to pilot the drone himself and trying his best to help Raptor 1 defuse the situation. Ding! Successfully killed an alien. Gained 1 experience point. Ding! Successfully killed an alien. Got 1 experience point. Ding! Successfully killed an alien. Got 1 experience point. Each alien creature he killed added an experience point to the shelter. If he managed to completely destroy the aliens in the pit, Lin Cheng would gain at least 3,000 experience points. Just when Lin Cheng thought he had found the fastest way to level up, the system suddenly dealt him a blow. Ding! Mechanical life forms have been discovered that assist their host in combat. The experience points gained will be reduced by 50% and used to upgrade the mechanical life forms. Current experience earned, 1,500. Only then did Lin Cheng realize that the ammunition consumed by Raptor 1 was its energy, and that these mechanical life forms could slowly replenish energy during hibernation. However, if he wanted to level up, he had to get energy in different ways. For example, Raptor number 1 is a combat mechanical life form, so his experience is gained through combat. Hawkeye number 1, on the other hand, is a reconnaissance mechanical life form. Life, earning experience points for scouting and spotting enemies. Every time a new one appears nearby, it gains a point. As for the role of living mechanical life forms, Lin Cheng doesn't know yet. While using Raptor number 1 in combat is a great way to earn experience points, it can only earn half of them. However, Raptor number 1 seems to have leveled up significantly, and even its weapons and armor have seen significant changes. Previously, Raptor number 1's armament consisted of a low-powered weapons, but now he can use even heavier ones. A small Gatling gun can be removed from the left shoulder of the Raptor number 1. Despite its small size, this Gatling gun packs a huge punch. He just witnessed how many alien creatures he had destroyed. 3,000 alien creatures destroyed in less than an hour. A truly fruitful return. Name: Hawkeye 1 level. Type: Reconnaissance mechanical life form required. EXP 0/4000 special ability. Earth eavesdropping. Cooldown 20 seconds. Name: Raptor 1 level. Type: Combat mechanical life form required. EXP 0/4000 special ability. Tracking bomb. Cooldown 60 seconds. The stats of both mechanical life forms have also improved to varying degrees. Congratulations! Hawkeye 1 and Raptor 1 have reached level 4 and received their first special abilities. Special ability: Ground. Eavesdropping. Locks on to the target's location based on the vibrations it creates on the ground as it moves, with a maximum range of up to 5 kilometers. This skill does not require active use. It triggers every 20 seconds. Special ability: Tracking bombs. Fires 6 small missiles with tracking function. These missiles automatically track their targets, detonating in a wide area upon impact. Lin Cheng's smile almost pursed his lips when he saw these 2 special abilities. Hearing the Earth was the ability he needed most right now. Where did the alien creatures come from? From underground, of course. Whenever these alien creatures appeared, the ground would inevitably shake, allowing Hawkeye 1 to detect the approaching enemy. Range. The detection range of 5 kilometers was already enormous. If anyone or an alien creature approached the shelter, Hawkeye 1 would instantly detect the danger and issue a warning. In simple terms, it was like installing an automatic alarm system inside the shelter that would go off every 20 seconds. And it was a sentient mechanical life form capable of identifying targets. As for Raptor 1's new ability, while it greatly improved its combat capabilities, automatic tracking was not a necessity for it right now. However, gaining a new ability was useful. It was better than nothing at all. Besides, homing bombs are extremely effective against alien creatures that can fly in the sky. But before Lin Cheng could leave the deep pit, Hawkeye 1 quickly relayed the latest news. Dear Master, Hawkeye 1 has discovered many more active life forms deep underground. More? Lin Cheng was slightly stunned. Didn't they just exterminate 3,000 alien creatures? How could there be more? Besides, Lin Cheng noticed something. Are you saying that the life forms we just discovered are not active in the deep pit, but underneath it? Yes, Master, and their number is enormous. An unknown force is interfering with our perception, making it impossible to accurately count them. Lin Cheng hesitated slightly. He had assumed that the depths of the pit were the most secret place, but he had not expected that there was something even deeper hidden there. So what kind of creatures are hiding under the pit? Could it be some kind of high-level alien creature? If such a high-level alien creature were to be released, he wouldn't be able to deal with it with his current combat capabilities and firepower. Besides, he only had Hawkeye 1 and Raptor 1. To be on the safe side, it might be best to wait for more combat-ready mechanical life forms to appear before continuing his research. Today, he gained 1,500 experience points and upgraded Hawkeye 1 and Raptor 1 to level 4. His progress was already rapid. Lin Cheng understood that everything had to be approached gradually. Trying to achieve everything at once would only lead to failure. Moreover, his current supply of refined iron was relatively abundant, so even returning to the shelter right now and creating a few combat-ready mechanical life forms would not be a problem. Having seen the combat capabilities of these combat-ready mechanical life forms, Lin Cheng became even more determined to create as many as possible. Having these intelligent mechanical life forms assist him in battle would not only save him considerable time and effort, but would also greatly reduce the risk. Returning to the shelter, Lin Cheng headed straight to the deepest level. He made a new discovery. A new attribute appeared in the stat panels of Hawkeye number 1 and Raptor number 1. Hawkeye number 1 first generation can spawn 0 out of 2. Raptor the rungs 1 first generation can spawn 0/2. System, which means this is the first generation? Ding! Answer the owner. Once a mechanical life form has acquired its first special ability, it can spawn subsequent mechanical life forms, and these mechanical life forms do not consume refined iron. But each first-generation mechanical life form can spawn no more than 2 mechanical second-generation life forms. Once a second-generation mechanical life form is destroyed, it cannot regenerate, and a first-generation life form cannot create new second-generation mechanical life forms. Creation requirements: sufficient energy and suitable container. The characteristics of the resulting mechanical life forms are half that of the first generation. Please note, the second generation mechanical life forms cannot improve and cannot acquire special abilities. Lin Cheng was instantly overjoyed. This meant that the mechanical life forms he had created from refined iron were of the first generation. Once these mechanical life forms had acquired their first special ability, they could differentiate into offspring. Doesn't this mean that the creation of 1 mechanical life form equivalent to creating 3? Although the second generation mechanical life forms only have half the characteristics of the first generation and cannot yet acquire special abilities, these 2 mechanical life forms are essentially free gifts. 3 shoemakers are better than 1 zhuge liang. The container issue is even simpler. Lin Cheng simply brought his own reconnaissance drones with him. Compared to mechanical life forms, the amount of refined iron consumed by a reconnaissance drone is a drop in the ocean. Hawkeye 1, use these 2 reconnaissance drones as containers and create 2 mechanical life forms. Hawkeye 1, obey. The incredibly loyal Hawkeye 1 transformed the 2 drones into second-generation mechanical life forms almost the same moment Lin Cheng gave the order. In a brilliant flash of light, the once ordinary reconnaissance drones transformed into 2 independent mechanical life forms. Power. Hawkeye 1's work on creating second-generation life forms was completely exhausted. Looking at the 2 second-generation mechanical life forms in front of him, Lin Cheng chose simple names: Red Hair 1 and Red Hair 2. He had already completely thought out the ship for the Raptor derivatives. 1. Unmanned Fighter. As for the two first-generation lifeforms created from Raptor 1, Lin Cheng named them Falcon 1 and Falcon 2. The difference between the first-generation and second-generation mechanical lifeforms was obvious at a glance. The main difference was individual units. The second-generation mechanical lifeforms were not only half as powerful as the first, they were also half as small. Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 combined were roughly the size of Raptor 1. Their combat capabilities were still unknown. A rough estimate could only be made after actual combat. The two mechanical lifeforms instantly became 6, greatly increasing the shelter's military strength. Lin Cheng, who was worried about the excessive consumption of refined iron and, as a consequence, the impossibility of conducting further research, has now become generous. With one wave of his hand, he created 2 living mechanical lifeforms. He called one Butler 1 and the other Butler 2. These so-called living mechanical lifeforms were to replace human labor and perform all the tasks in the shelter, both large and small. Cleaning, tidying up, keeping rooms in order, and counting all the things necessary for survival were simple tasks for them. These mechanical lifeforms could also perform simple medical procedures, such as applying bandages and stopping bleeding. However, more complex tasks were impossible. In order to create professional medical mechanical lifeforms, the Intelligent Technology Laboratory must be upgraded to the 2nd level. However, upgrading the Intelligent Technology Lab to Level 1 required at least 1,000 experience points, the highest cost of all the objects in the shelter. But it was also undoubtedly the most useful. The weapons provided by these futuristic technologies were much more useful than the firearms he created himself. If he were faced with a situation like the last one, where he needed to fly a fighter drone to clear an area, he could simply send in Raptor 1, Falcon 1, and Falcon 2. With just these 3 mechanical lifeforms, they had to cope with everything. In addition to the various necessary life abilities, Lin Cheng also enthusiastically discovered the benefits that a living mechanical lifeform could provide. Living mechanical lifeforms could also be converted into a hibernation chamber used for heat retention. During hibernation, they can maintain a temperature most suitable for the human body. However, the duration of stay in the hibernation chamber is limited. Once the energy of the living mechanical lifeform was exhausted, the ability to control the temperature balance would disappear. Didn't this mean that he could now, with the thermostatic function of his living mechanical beings, step outside the shelter and look at the icy world? It was truly an ideal opportunity to get supplies. It was freezing and snowing outside, and the temperature was approaching minus 100 degrees Celsius. The human body could not survive for long. Lin Cheng did not expect to visit food warehouses and various stores. His main goal now was to stock up on medicine. It didn't matter what kind, as long as he could bring it. There was already a doctor in the shelter. He hadn't stocked up on medicine before because he didn't understand how to use it. Taking the wrong medicine could be even more dangerous than not taking it at all. Lin Cheng knew very well that all medicines were toxic. Finding the wrong medicine for a disease would only lead to a quick death. Then he would simply take Hawkeye 1, Falcon 1, and Falcon 2 with him. As for Red Hair 1, Red Hair 2, and Raptor 1, they would remain inside the shelter, patrolling in its absence. Plans that were put on hold because of the cold snap can now be resumed. Going out to look for supplies during this period when everyone can't move around will definitely be of great benefit to the shelter. Dad, come here for a minute. I have something to tell you. Before leaving, Lin Cheng specifically sought out his father to explain his whereabouts. He needed someone in the shelter to know his whereabouts. Otherwise, if he was delayed on the way and could not return to the shelter soon, the shelter would definitely be in a panic. Father Lin was a little curious, but Lin Cheng would never look for him without reason. Since he called him now, it must be something important. Xiao Cheng, what's going on? Why are you so mysterious? Dad, I need to go out and take care of some things. I need to leave the shelter for a while. Not for long, at least for a day, 3 at most. During my absence, I will leave Mom and the shelter to you." Lin's father was a little surprised and asked, puzzled, "Why are you going out at such a time? Isn't there enough supplies in the shelter?" "There are indeed enough supplies, but there might not be enough medicine. These are just regular medicines. They help with regular fever and colds, but if it's other illnesses, it's hard to tell. It's better to prepare something in advance than to shove it in at the last minute. Besides, sometimes last-minute cramming can be useless. If you really need the medicine urgently, the risk will certainly increase if you recklessly go looking for it. Don't worry too much about me. I had prepared in advance and calculated all the options in my mind." Lin Cheng's confident tone did not make Father Lin feel relieved, but rather worried. No matter what Lin Cheng had done during this time, in his father's eyes, he was still a child. For parents, the safety of a child always comes first. "Dad is coming. With you. Listen, Dad." Lin Cheng looked at his father firmly. "We need someone to manage the shelter. Mum is not strong enough, and it is too dangerous for her to stay here alone. Besides, Anlan has not earned our full trust yet. Can you really trust me to leave Mom here alone with her? Besides, I'm just looking for supplies, not going to die. I'm not coming back. Don't worry about my safety. It's only a matter of time before I come back." Lin Cheng had already said this, and his father could no longer refuse. In addition to explaining, Lin Cheng also repeatedly reminded him to keep his whereabouts a strict secret. If his mother asked him what he was doing, he was to say that she, exploring something new in the depths of the shelter. After this briefing, Lin Cheng set off without any more worries. He took Butler 1, Falcon 1, Falcon 1, and Falcon 2 with him. Before leaving the shelter, Lin Cheng entered the hibernation capsule built by Butler 1. Hawk 1 moved forward, leading the way, while Falcon 1 continued with the capsule. Falcon 2, in turn, was responsible for security in the immediate area, ready to eliminate any suspicious targets with direct fire. Searching the small nearby hospitals was beyond Lin Cheng's. His reach, as their stocks of medicine had undoubtedly been looted. However, he could still try his luck in the city's major hospitals, as they had vast warehouses that would be difficult for ordinary survivors to penetrate. Lin Cheng's suspicions were correct. In the largest, at the city's central hospital, he peered through the glass canopy of a hibernation capsule and discovered a locked medical warehouse. The warehouse's door locks were equipped with advanced fingerprint locks, and the doors themselves were made of exceptionally strong metal. Conventional means of opening the door were practically impossible. However, these so-called protective measures were completely ineffective against the attacks of Falcon 1 and Falcon 2. Falcon 2 raised his gun and fired a barrage of bullets, completely disabling the fingerprint protection. But the tightly closed door remained closed. Under Lin Cheng's instructions, Falcon 2 used the ultralight blade to brute forcefully break through the door of the medical warehouse. Ultralight blades were the unique weapons of Falcon 1 and Falcon 2. Although they were only 10 centimeters long, they had incredible power. Even thick steel plates could be easily cut through by the ultralight blades. Considering the strong wind and snow outside the warehouse, if the breach was too big, Lin Cheng would not be able to move freely inside. In the end, he didn't want to turn into a frozen sculpture. Falcon 2 only managed to cut a hole big enough to pass through, and the crack in the door that had been torn out by force was quickly sealed with other materials. However, the temperature inside the warehouse remained very low. Lin Cheng, having left the hibernation chamber, clearly felt the piercing, cold wind blowing from all directions. "We can't stay here for long. Falcon 1 will continue to keep watch. Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 will search everywhere. Take any medicine you find, as ordered." The three mechanical beings immediately set to work upon receiving the order. Seeing Falcon 1 patrolling nearby, Lin Cheng felt completely at ease. If even Falcon 1 could make a mistake, then he would have no one to entrust this great retribution to. While the three mechanical creatures were bustling about, Lin Cheng was not sitting idle either, searching the surroundings for boxes that could be used to store medicine. As he expected, the medical supply room was surprisingly full of unused medicine, and the two massive wooden boxes he found were ideal for storing them. The medicines came in a huge variety of types and names, and without Lin Cheng's medical knowledge, he couldn't classify them accurately. He simply packed them all into boxes and took them back. With Anlan, a professional doctor, he wouldn't have to worry about sorting. The medicines Lin Cheng brought were only a part. There were still many left in the medical warehouse. This time, he was only at the forefront. Hawkeye number 1 accompanied him throughout the entire process, so, naturally, he was familiar with the route they were taking. Next time, he could simply ask Hawkeye number 1 to bring the other mechanical beings along. There was no need for his personal assistance. The cure had been successfully assembled, but he could not leave the warehouse where it was stored because the energy reserves of Dvoretsky 1 were running low. He needed to give it some time to recover. Otherwise, there was a high risk of the hibernation capsule malfunctioning mid-flight. In such icy conditions, if he left the protection of the hibernation capsule, even if Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 got him back to the shelter as quickly as possible, he would probably be seriously injured. While he was resting, a sudden, sharp sound came from outside the main entrance of the warehouse. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the low growl of some creature, a faint but audible sound. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng immediately turned Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 around to form a defensive formation. Almost simultaneously, Hawk 1 issued a warning. Warning, warning. Unidentified life form detected approaching at extremely high speed. Target is moving at incredibly high speed, arriving at the warehouse in 5 seconds. As soon as the words ended, the heavy door suddenly swung open and a huge claw flew through the doorway. Along with the claws, a howling blizzard arose, and the temperature inside the warehouse dropped sharply, almost instantly creating the feeling of people falling into an ice cave. Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 also opened fire, furious bullets raining down on the claws wave after wave. But they did not pose any threat or damage. Lin Cheng's heart was pounding as if he was shocked by something. The alien creature in front of him did not look like a simple low-level alien. Ordinary. Bullets couldn't hurt him. Judging by its strength, this unidentified alien creature was at least a level 4 threat. If it had intelligence, it could be a level 3 threat. This was Lin Cheng's first direct encounter with a level 4 alien creature. Level! Roar! The bullets were no threat to him, but they caused the alien great pain. The huge claws crushed the door with force, completely lowering it, and Lin Cheng was able to see the alien creature in all its glory. It was a giant, strange bird with a pair of huge wings and sharp claws clutching the heavy door. This seemingly strong door was so fragile, but the bird easily broke it. One can only imagine how sharp those claws were. Even a slight scratch from them would be enough to tear a person's flesh apart. Seeing as the strange bird roared aimlessly and attacked in a fit of rage, Lin Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. The bird didn't seem to have any intelligence. It looked like a level 4 threat alien. Fire suppressive fire. Pay attention to your own safety and attack as carefully as possible. Lin Cheng gave the order and immediately found a secluded place to hide. He knew that this strategy would not last long. To defeat this level 4 alien monster, a more radical force was required. The firepower of Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 may have seemed enormous, but in fact, the damage they could do was minimal. After all, these two mechanical life forms were only second generation, and naturally their weaponry was significantly inferior to that of the first generation. If Raptor 1 was here, there might still be a chance. Hawkeye 1, I order you to return to the shelter immediately and bring Raptor 1 here. Quickly. Hawkeye 1 hesitated. Although a mechanical life form must obey its master's orders, it also had its own intelligence. He also understood that Lin Cheng was in an extremely dire situation. One wrong move could cost him his life. The giant before him seemed far more formidable than any other. alien creature he's ever encountered. Every second you delay here increases the risk of my danger. Come back quickly, and I can escape faster. Go. Hawkeye 1 considered and finally decided that it was wiser to go back for reinforcements. Leaving the densely populated area near the warehouse, Hawkeye 1 soared into the sky at top speed. Lin Cheng was still hiding in the shadows, carefully observing the strange bird's weak points, trying to find any clues in its attack methods. Since it is a living creature, it will inevitably have weaknesses. Strike the snake in its most vulnerable spot. If he could find the creature's weak point, he might be able to get rid of this level 4 alien creature without relying on the firepower of Raptor number 1. But the attack range of the strange bird was too great. The noise it made near the warehouse was deafening, and the smoke and dust that filled the sky seriously obscured visibility. Even though Lin Cheng concentrated, he could only see the vague outline of the strange bird and could not see anything at all. The temperature in the warehouse was getting lower and lower. Below, Lin Cheng felt his breathing become more and more rapid. The air was so cold that even a single breath felt piercing, icy. Moreover, the howling wind mixed with the snowstorm made breathing even more difficult. If an effective solution was not found quickly, even if the alien creature had not discovered his current hiding place, he would most likely freeze to death. At this critical moment, Butler 1's energy was restored, and the resulting hibernation chamber brought Lin Cheng back to life. At that moment, Raptor 1's voice came from the sky. "Master, Raptor 1 is late to help. We'll clear the way for you, Master." Several powerful missiles flew out after him. Boom, boom, boom. It was Raptor 1's special ability, a homing bomb. A series of deafening explosions tore the strange bird's body apart, spraying debris everywhere. Thick green blood. If it weren't for Butler number 1's hibernation chamber that was tightly hugging Lin Cheng, the blood might have splattered all over him. "We can't stay here for long. Let's get out of here." Lin Cheng immediately gave the order, ordering Hawkeye number 1 and Raptor number 1 to take the remaining 3 mechanical creatures and quickly leave. Threat level 4 alien creatures had begun to appear, meaning that the next great judgment was just around the corner. As the number of great courts is growing, the monsters that appear are becoming more powerful. It seems like the time he thought he had has shrunk again. He must quickly improve the shelter's defenses and military. In the next few days after returning to the base, Lin Cheng will not left the shelter. But he did not sit idle, constantly planning his next move. The cold wave was just a few days away. And the next catastrophe after that was a meteor shower. Millions of small meteorites would fall from the sky, sweeping across the world on a scale unprecedented in history. These meteorites were not very large, so they would not cause any damage, the Earth's crust, but they posed a serious threat to life on Earth. Any living creature that came under the blow of one of them would be turned into mush, and even the strongest buildings would easily break through. The walls of the shelter were strong enough, but whether they would withstand the impact of meteorites was unknown. Moreover, before the blow, they had to endure a second great reckoning. The 3 mechanical beings, Hawkeye 1, Falcon 1, and Falcon 2, were fully occupied. They made dozens of trips to the previously visited medicine warehouse before finally emptying it. With a large amount of medicine delivered to the shelter, Anlan had more free time. Sorting these medicines alone took a lot of time. However, it was better to do something than sit around doing nothing. Outside the shelter, the snowstorm had intensified, and the intermittent signal was now completely paralyzing. Time passed day after day. The shelter level gradually increased, although slowly, but still growing. At this time, Lin Cheng also controlled Raptor 1, Red Hair 1, and Red Hair 2 to clear the deep underground pits near the shelter from alien creatures. The experience of the shelter naturally grew, and the speed was so fast that it even exceeded Lin Cheng's expectations. The day before the end of the cold wave, the shelter has improved again. Ding! The shelter's experience points have reached the required level. The shelter has been upgraded to level 6. Current shelter level. 6. Shelter area. 6,400 square meters. Shelter equipment. 4 centimeter thick iron walls, small mineral mining laboratory, medium weapons research base, shooting training room, laboratory. Intelligent technology experience points required to reach next level. 1,000 out of 8,000. The 6,400 square meter shelter is quite large, but its interior is completely empty. Nothing could make the otherwise empty shelter feel substantial. After careful consideration, Lin Cheng finally decided to create more mechanical life forms. These mechanical life forms will also increase in size as they level up, like Raptor 1, which is now more than twice the size it was when it was originally created. Since the shelter needed more backup manpower, Lin Cheng became stingy and instead used all 1,000 experience points left after upgrading to upgrade various objects of the shelter. The Institute of Intelligent Technologies discovered 3 new types of mechanical life forms: medical, transport, and creative. These 3 types of mechanical life forms are fully capable of solving urgent problems. Medical life forms, for example, can monitor physical conditions and perform minor surgeries. Unfortunately, lower-level medical life forms are currently unable to independently perform larger-scale operations. Transport life forms are even more versatile and can transform into different vehicles, such as helicopters and cars. The specific type of vehicle is determined when the transport life form is created, and this cannot be changed. This means that after choice of vehicle, it cannot be changed without a huge expenditure of refined iron to create a new transport life form. The 3 new vehicles consume significantly more refined iron than the previous 3. Lin Cheng felt a sharp pain in his heart as he watched his stockpiles of refined iron. Now, in addition to weapons of all sizes, the shelter contained 5 first-generation combat mechanical life forms and 10 second-generation combat mechanical life forms. 5 first-generation reconnaissance mechanical life forms, and 10 reconnaissance mechanical life forms of the second generation. 2 medical mechanical life forms of the first generation and 4 medical mechanical life forms of the second generation. 2 creative mechanical life forms of the first generation and 4 creative mechanical life forms of the second generation. As for the transportation-type mechanical life forms, due to the huge amount of refined iron consumed, Lin Cheng only created 1 first-generation transportation-type mechanical life form, and from it, 2 second-generation transportation-type mechanical life forms evolved. The second-generation vehicle-type mechanical life forms could only transform into modest vehicles such as regular cars. The first-generation mechanical life forms, on the other hand, were much more advanced, capable of transforming into tanks, but Lin Cheng chose the helicopter. The presence of these mechanical life forms made the shelter feel less empty. The value of creative life forms was much higher than one could imagine. These creative life forms could even develop practical weapons and various equipment on their own. However, this research required considerable time, so Lin Cheng's first priority was the walls and outer defense of the shelter. He was delighted to discover that the creative life forms are actually capable of fortifying the walls and increasing their strength, even upgrading the primitive electrical grids surrounding the defense towers. Since the number of life forms in the shelter was so large, naming them would be confusing. So Lin Cheng chose one of each, first-generation life form of each type, to become the leader of the group and help relay orders. For the combat life form, he naturally chose Raptor 1, for the reconnaissance life form, Falcon 1, and for the Butler 1 life form. As for the 3 unnamed mechanical life forms, created later, Lin Cheng simply chose one of the original mechanical life forms and gave it a name. It is worth noting that Lin Cheng always takes a simple and straightforward approach to naming, and each name is extremely clear. The leader of the medical mechanical life forms is called Treatment. The leader of the transport mechanical life forms is called Transport. The leader of the creative mechanical life forms is called Brain Dark. On the 15th day of the Cold Snap, which also marked the 30th day of the Great Judgment, the second wave of alien beings arrived. Despite the fact that The walls of the shelter were strong enough. The vibrations from the impact of the alien creatures could still be felt. Lin's father and mother hugged each other, and Anlan hid under the blanket, not daring to come out. Only Lin Cheng watched the scene from outside through the drone. Countless dark shadows passed by the shelter in wave after wave. Some of these strange creatures even signaled an attack on the shelter. The walls of the shelter were strong enough, otherwise they would have been torn to pieces. Unable to withstand the onslaught of the walls, the alien creatures quickly vented their rage on the nearby electric fence, tearing the perimeter of the shelter to shreds. The monster invasion lasted for several hours, destroying almost all the trees around the shelter. Animals that rarely roamed the area before were devoured by the predatory alien creatures. A reconnaissance drone followed from afar, following the monster invasion into the city. Screams and cries of "The help" never ceased. The ice, snow, and frost storm outside seemed to have nothing to do with these alien creatures crawling out of the ground. Instead, humans were at a natural disadvantage. Unable to leave the warmth of their homes, they had to find suitable shelter. Otherwise, being discovered by these alien creatures would mean death. Even the reconnaissance drone hovering in the sky was not spared. Just as Lin Cheng was about to return the drone to the shelter, it suddenly lost its signal and slipped out of control. When the drone's image went out, Lin Cheng realized that his drone had been completely destroyed. These suddenly maddened alien creatures had been hunting for more than a day, and only in the evening of the next day did the strange sounds outside gradually subside. Of course, Lin Cheng was not so stupid as to personally scout out the situation outside. Instead, he sent out second-generation reconnaissance and combat mechanical lifeforms from the shelter. The first-generation mechanical lifeforms were more capable of combat, so naturally they were left to guard the shelter. This was his base camp, and no threat could come to him. Inflicted. Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 each led several second-generation mechanical lifeforms into battle. With these two leaders, the extermination of alien creatures was quite effective. Although the performance of the second-generation mechanical lifeforms was relatively average, they were still able to exterminate alien creatures of the 5th-level threat. The number of alien creatures encountered. The level 4 was much higher this time, and when Lin Cheng encountered them, he had to send first-generation mechanical lifeforms to destroy them. Apart from these first-generation mechanical lifeforms, the shelter's experience points also increased steadily as he rapidly development. Day 32 of the Great Judgment. The second wave of monsters was successfully suppressed, and the remaining alien creatures near the shelter were completely destroyed. Lin Cheng was most excited by the new surprises that the ingenious mechanical lifeforms had given him. Some of them were developing a new type of space equipment capable of transporting larger objects, even the entire shelter packed up intact. The research would take time, at least a month, to yield results. Lin Cheng could afford it if he could create such a device, even if it takes 2 months. After all, the shelter was not in any serious danger yet. If it could be completed before all supplies ran out, that would be enough. Day 37 of the Great Judgment. The cold snap was ending, and the snow outside was easing, but it was still deadly for human body. Feedback from several recently created drones showed that some survivors, deprived of supplies, even braved harsh snow and wind to find food and water. Some lucky ones managed to find supplies to survive, but the less fortunate did not even make it back. Day 41 of the Great Judgment. The month-long cold spell had finally ended. Lin Cheng could clearly see sunlight breaking through the clouds in the footage transmitted by the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. However, the ice and snow covering the ground outside had not melted yet. Such a thick layer of snow and ice would probably completely melt in almost 2 weeks. After being locked in the shelter for a month, Lin Cheng's parents were finally able to get some fresh air. In order to ensure the safety of his parents, Lin Cheng sent 2 mechanical lifeforms, Falcon 1 and Falcon 2, to watch over them and protect them. Although his parents' activities took place in close proximity to the shelter, some things had to be handled with care. It was better to wait for something to happen before regretting it. Prevention was always better than cure. Lin Cheng felt uneasy about leaving Anlan alone in the shelter. Although a month of interaction had given him a clear picture of Anlan's personality, longer observation would not have hurt. He planned to go to the city by helicopter. He also dispatched Hawkeye 1 to conduct intensive patrols around the hideout to prevent any threats from the remaining second wave monsters. The black pickup truck could be used to transport supplies, but was naturally less effective than the helicopter. Moreover, these mechanical life forms that resembled vehicles could transform into combat-ready forms when needed, which was more than enough to protect him and Anlan. "Where did you get this helicopter?" Anlan looked at the monster in front of her, and her amazement grew. The young man in front of her seemed like an almighty creator. Everything in the shelter was beyond her imagination, even the rare helicopter. "Of course I found it. I've never flown a helicopter before. Once we are on board, our fate will be decided by fate, and our wealth and status by God." "Huh?" Anlan was shocked by Lin Cheng's words. Her face turned pale, and her fair hands clenched tightly into fists. Her nervousness was obvious. "Have you really never flown a helicopter before?" Seeing Anlan's nervous expression, Lin Cheng couldn't help but laugh. This silly girl actually thought she was flying a helicopter herself. The helicopter was a real intelligent machine, capable of flying to the designated place even without a human pilot. He didn't even need to control it. "Don't worry, I won't let you crash or die." "Oh yeah, take this." Lin Cheng took out his old Glock 18 and tossed it to Anlan. Anlan felt the gun, looking at the cold weapon in his hands with some confusion. "Why are you giving me this?" "Of course, for self-defense. After all, I can't always be there, so having something to protect you is always useful." Lin Cheng watched Anlan's expression carefully, noting her every gesture and every tremor. Lin Cheng didn't load the Glock 18 rounds. This was just Anlan's final test. If Anlan passed this test, he would be worthy of earning Lin Cheng's trust. Otherwise, it was not his innate suspicion or paranoia. Rather, at this crucial moment, it is difficult to fully convince a person without understanding his temperament and intentions. Although Anlan was afraid of the weapon in his hands, he remained silent, only nodded and tucked the still warm Glock 18 into his belt. "Be careful, do not put it on safety, otherwise it may fire. And this won't be fun at all." Anlan, who had just regained his composure, was startled again by Lin Cheng's playful remark and almost dropped Glitch 18 from the transporter. "How do you set the safety catch on this thing? I've never used it before." Seeing the horror on Anlan's face, Lin Cheng suddenly felt a slight twinge of guilt. "Ha ha 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 ha, don't be so nervous. Just press this thing on the end of the gun and it will be released from the safety. There was no safety when I gave it to you. The main thing is, don't touch him, he's safe." And Lan finally felt relieved. She glared at Lin Cheng, pouting. "Bad guy, just trying to scare me." Lin Cheng was a little puzzled by Anlan's girlish behavior. Why was she suddenly flirting with him like that? And Lan suddenly realized that her behavior was a little out of order. After all, the guy in front of her was 3 years younger than her. Even if Lin Cheng denied it, she still had to bear the responsibility of being an older sister. In addition, Lin's parents had long treated Anlan as their own daughter. Their care and attention gave Anlan, who had been unsafe for so long, a sense of home. The transport plane flew quickly, reaching the city in just a few minutes. Thick snow and ice prevented the transport from landing. After a short search, Lin Cheng finally decided to land on a building. This building, once the largest shopping mall in the area, had been reduced to abandoned ruins after the Great Purge. Even the shops inside were completely empty. Survivors, leaving the once neat and tidy store in a state of chaos. A sight that was simply unbearable to watch. Transport, beware. If someone with malicious intent approaches, you can temporarily leave. Lin Cheng made this decision out of concern that someone might have ulterior motives against transportation. Transportation was critical during the Great Purge, especially those that could fly. Even in the sky, it wasn't always had the same level of security as on the ground. and some were willing to go to great lengths to get their hands on the flying machine. The vehicle was a mechanical life form with exceptionally keen senses, and Lin Cheng was equipped with a locator. Even if the vehicle left first, it would be impossible to find Lin Cheng. It will be easy anyway. Got it. Dear Sir. And Lan, seeing the helicopter talk for the first time, instinctively hid behind Lin Cheng. Feeling Anlan's embrace around his waist, Lin Cheng suddenly tensed up, feeling awkward. This was the first time he was embraced by a girl who wasn't even related to him. Don't be afraid. The guy's name is Yun Yun, and he's one of us. He won't hurt you. And Lan was still a little nervous. The fact that the helicopter could talk was too shocking for her, and for a while she had a hard time accepting it, which was understandable. Although many of the shops inside the mall were completely looted, many of the clothing stores were spared. Girls always appreciate beautiful clothes, and the stores that could be located in this shopping center were chain and famous brands. And Lan's daily life was already very difficult, so she naturally had no opportunity to come into contact with such things. For her, these clothes were considered luxury. She stood at the clothing store, carefully examining the clothes covered in dust. Do you like it? Lin Cheng naturally noticed Anlan's actions. He was not blind, and if he had not seen such obvious movements, he would really have to see an ophthalmologist. And Lan did not hide her tenderness and nodded vigorously, but she was afraid that her actions would hinder Lin Cheng from carrying out his plan, so she stood there at a loss. Seeing Anlan's confusion, Lin Cheng smiled helplessly. After all, she was only 20 years old. If you like it, pick out a few things. Pick out a few for me too. These are women's clothes. Do you want to wear them? Anlan was naturally happy with the permission and even spoke a little more boldly. Forget it. Lin Cheng resolutely refused women's clothing and pointed to the entrance. I'll walk around the entrance for a while. When you finish choosing clothes, come to me. Unexpectedly, Anlan, who was always so considerate, stopped him this time and said, Lin Cheng, can you stay with me for a while? And Lan bit her lip and said shyly, It's a little dark here. I'd probably be scared if I went in alone. The building's power system had been turned off for a long time, and even during the day, it was very dark inside due to structural issues. Standing outside the clothing store, you could clearly see the outer rows of clothes. But if you looked deeper, it became completely dark. It's completely dark, Lin Cheng shrugged, not refusing. And Lan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Cheng standing still outside the clothing store. If she had to go in there alone, she would rather give up this rare opportunity than risk her life. Who knew what terrifying dangers lurked in the pitch darkness? This proved that girls could be incredibly slow while shopping, especially after Anlan had spent most of the day carefully choosing items for her. Lin Cheng glanced at her watch. An hour had already passed, and that was just for one store. Spending an hour looking at the merchandise is a real talent. Just when Lin Cheng was about to remind Anlan to keep an eye on the time, Anlan finally walked out of the store. This time, Anlan was wearing a new, fresh look, a sharp contrast to her previous casual clothes. Although the temperature gradually returned to normal, it was still winter outside, with temperatures around 0 degrees Celsius. And the clothes Anlan was wearing were clearly meant for autumn, or more precisely, for the autumn-winter season. In that case, catching a cold was inevitable. The whitish-brown coat, paired with a knee-length skirt and a snow-white hat on her head. At first glance, she looks like the girl next door who is about to go for a walk. Lin Cheng froze for a moment. The saying clothes make the man is really true. And Lan used to seem like a fragile girl, but now, without any makeup, she has turned into a beauty. How about it? Does this outfit suit me? Anlan didn't notice Lin Cheng's strangeness and even asked him about his opinion. Everything is fine, but in this outfit you will easily catch a cold. You are the only doctor in our shelter. It is difficult for a doctor to cure himself. If you are seriously ill, there is nothing we can do to help you. Lin Cheng entered the clothing store and picked out a slightly warmer outfit. Put this on. And Lan stuck out her tongue playfully. Now she realized that Lin Cheng was not as unkind as she thought. He was just thinking more about the overall situation. In addition to clothes for myself, I chose a set for my aunt. I wasn't sure what size my aunt was, so I chose sets of all sizes. Lin Cheng suddenly realized how much time he had spent looking for clothes for his mother. These things can be put in the transport for now. There's still a lot to do. A lot to do. And Lan looked at her in confusion. Didn't you bring a bunch of medicine a while ago? There's relatively enough food and water in the shelter now. There shouldn't be anything urgent. Lin Cheng shook his head and spoke seriously to Anlan about his future plans for the first time. The shelter's geographical location is not very good now. I'm planning to move recently. This time, it seems like this is the last time we'll be searching for supplies in this city. We need to get everything we need to the shelter as quickly as possible. It will definitely not be just cold there. The difficulty of surviving after this will exceed all your expectations. Sufficient supplies are good, but now they are barely enough. These are hard times. It never hurts to stock up on extra supplies. Who can predict how things will turn out in the future? And Lan was shocked by Lin Cheng's grand plan. Moving a shelter seems simple, but how easy is it to do? The new address should not be worse than the old one, and the distance between them should not be too great. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to transport supplies. The main thing is that in the process of transporting supplies, you will inevitably encounter something dangerous. If you run into the spontaneous bands of survivors looting, or those alien creatures roaming around, you're in for a tough fight. At first, she thought she could hide in this seemingly impenetrable shelter for the rest of her days without then worrying about. However, now it seemed that all the comfort around was just this guy carrying the burden for her. The entire burden was on his shoulders. And Lan suddenly felt a little guilty. At such a stressful time, she had essentially lost a precious hour. Huh? Who? Do you see those two over there? Let me see. It looks like there really are two of them. Strange. No one has been in this building for a long time. Are those two trying to steal our supplies? Damn! There aren't enough supplies for our brothers here, and now someone is trying to steal them? Don't even think about it. At the corner near the clothing store, several pairs of eyes were secretly watching Lin Cheng and Anlan's conversation. One of the survivors with better eyesight even noticed the two trying to climb up. Hey, stop chatting. Why are those two heading to the roof? Did they really fly here by helicopter? This possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, we've been on duty here all this time and haven't seen anyone coming up from below. At the mention of the word helicopter, the eyes of this group of people filled with fire. I heard that there's a base of survivors in Haichuan City, not far from here. If we can get our hands on that plane, we'll have. There will be a place to hide. What do you think? Let's try? Let's go. One began, and naturally, the others followed his example. Exactly 6 figures quietly followed Lin Cheng. Look, it's a helicopter. Our plan to reach the survivor base is promising. The 6 people looked at the nearest transport, and their hearts instantly filled with excitement, as if they had already foreseen a happy life at the survivor base. Esteemed Master, 15 meters behind you, 6 forms are active. Life! The traffic warning sounded without warning. Lin Cheng's ears twitched slightly, picking up a small sound from behind. He even stopped for a moment to observe. Finally, using the broken mirror at his feet, he faintly saw a few feet peeking out from around the corner. Lin Cheng sneered disdainfully. There are always people who like to have some perverted thoughts that they shouldn't have. Lin Cheng whispered into Anlan's ear. We are being watched. No matter what happens, try not to get out of sight. Anlan couldn't help but squeeze her clothes. She knew all too well how formidable the minds of these survivors of the Great Reckoning were. They had fought her before, nearly killing her over half a box of pressed cookies. This time, the helicopter could save their lives. They were prepared to fight at any cost. In this apocalypse, those with transportation and resources would live more comfortably. At 3:21, run as fast as you can to on the other side of the transport. Lin Cheng silently placed his hand on the machine gun mounted in the helicopter's cockpit, the RPK light machine gun he had brought with him. A regular pistol wouldn't be able to hold off the enemy, and overwhelming firepower wasn't enough. His goal now was to force the enemy to retreat. If they persisted, he would kill them without hesitation. The transport's durability was far superior to that of a normal helicopter, and as a sentient mechanical life form, it had a certain degree of self-healing. Even if it sustained damage that did not pose a threat to its core, it could slowly recover. And Lan nodded obediently. The more she followed Lin Cheng's instructions, the more she needed to do it. Any disobedience would likely result in trouble for Lin Cheng. 3, 2, 1. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Cheng grabbed his RPK machine gun and turned around, and Anlan dodged the vehicle at top speed. Flames erupted from the muzzle, followed by bullets. Bullets pierced the fragile roof structures, shattering them into pieces. Bullets even destroyed the solar panels. The few survivors who remained behind were usually just shooters, or at best, looters. The weak survivors had never seen such terrifying firepower and were immediately overwhelmed by the furious fire, afraid to raise their heads. "Please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life, sir. We have no other intentions. We are just watching. Stop fighting. Stop fighting." Lin Cheng did not get too close, keeping a relatively safe distance. He did not know whether the enemy had any high-powered weapons in his hands. Destructive power. Before his second genetic awakening, he was only mortal. Even a simple pistol bullet could kill him, so caution did not hurt. He valued his life very much. Do not hide. Come out one by one. If I find any of you hiding in the dark, doing something that threatens my safety, don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, swords have no eyes, and bullets don't discriminate. The 5 men walked out one after another, and there was no further conversation. However, Lin Cheng still sensed a hint of danger in their eyes. It seemed that some people were truly desperate. Even now, they are still trying to hide it. "Do you really think you can take this helicopter away from me?" "Falcon 1, your turn." "Yes, Master." A strange mechanical life form flew slowly from the foot of a tall building. Her gun, like eyes, automatically aimed at the survivor hiding in the shadows. Bang! The powerful machine gun fired only one bullet, but it hit the hidden survivor's leg precisely. Ah! A scream like a demon echoed across the roof, causing the 5 survivors to shudder in fear. The leader's pupils suddenly narrowed. How did he know? Our plan was so well thought out. And what is that thing flying in the air? Who the hell is this guy? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Wouldn't it be better to just live peacefully? Why resort to such tricky tricks? Lin Cheng pointed at the 5 in front of him. "Get rid of all these people!" The icy voice shook Anlan, who was hiding behind the vehicle. She never imagined that this seemingly kind young man could give such a cold-blooded order. These 5 people in front of her were living beings. Falcon 1 had no emotions. He was simply following Lin Cheng's orders. Even if Lin Cheng ordered him to self-destruct right now, Falcon 1 would not hesitate. Mechanical life forms obey without question. Their only goal is absolute obedience. Lin Cheng turned around, listening to the gunshots behind him, with an expressionless face. This group had seen mechanical life forms before, and they must have frequented this building. It was difficult to guarantee that there were no accomplices inside. He was not familiar with the surroundings, and if they found an advantageous position, it would be problematic. Being merciful to the enemy meant being cruel to oneself. This was the only rule that Lin Cheng adhered to. Instead of allowing others to take advantage of his weaknesses, it would be better to take the initiative and eliminate the enemy first. This would save future troubles. And Lan looked at Lin Cheng again with a more complicated look. After a long struggle, he finally asked, "Lin Cheng, why do you want to kill them? If we don't kill them, it will also pose a hidden danger to us. Even if there's a 1 in 10 million chance, I'll never let that happen. It's not just about my safety, it's about the safety of both of us. Even if I don't kill them now, do you think they'll be able to survive? And this so-called survivor base is probably just a front. No, forget they were the ones who broke the rules first. If they all obediently came out now, I might be able to let them go. But they already have other plans, so we can't let them continue to act so arrogantly. Lin Cheng turned his head, looked at Falcon 1, who was clearing the battlefield behind him, and asked, "Did you see that guy?" Falcon 1 already gave me a message when he hid one person. Falcon 1 was watching us from start to finish. I won't go recklessly without being absolutely sure. And Lan remained silent. Her perception of the outside world was somewhat limited, but she understood everything Lin Cheng said. If they weren't ruthless now, they would suffer. Don't waste your compassion on those who don't deserve it. It will only take more of your strength and will achieve nothing. If you're afraid, let the transport return first. Anlan shook her head vigorously. I need training. I can't hold you back forever. Lin Cheng was slightly taken aback by this. He didn't expect Anlan to have such thoughts. Even if Anlan hadn't participated in collecting supplies for the shelter, he wouldn't have said anything. After all, Anlan's role in the shelter was to be a doctor and treat the wounded. Before Lin Cheng could explain the next task, on the other hand, a sudden barrage of artillery fire rang out from the city. Lin Cheng and Anlan looked at the source of the sound at the same time. There, thick clouds of smoke were rising into the sky, and even from this distance, flickering tongues of flame were clearly visible. It seemed like something had happened. Should we go check it out? Anlan asked quietly. Lin Cheng was reluctant to go at first, but then he thought, such a powerful explosion could not have been caused by ordinary survivors. Could it be reinforcements from other cities? Such a possibility could not be ruled out. Some well-armed armies had a certain amount of survivability. Their trained minds and physical abilities allowed them to successfully survive the Great Reckoning. And perhaps the army would be able to obtain some information about the outside world, which would be extremely important for Lin Cheng, who had never... Leaving the city? Go check it out. Transport? Take us to the roof of the high-rise building ahead. A few minutes later, Lin Cheng and Anlan arrived at the scene of the explosion. On the ground, there was a massive object engulfed in flames. Upon closer inspection, he found the remains of a mangled tank. Lin Cheng clearly remembered that there were no such debris the last time he was here. This meant that the explosion had indeed originated from here, and judging by the damage to the debris, it had happened just recently. But there was no one nearby. Not a single human figure, let alone a person. What had just happened? A cascade of questions swirled in Lin Cheng's mind. When he was lost in his confusion, Anlan suddenly pointed to a nearby corner. Lin Cheng, look over there. Is there a dark figure? Lin Cheng looked and actually saw a moving shadow. Although the movements were subtle, it was clear that it was a moving object. Follow me and don't go anywhere. Leave. In this situation, Lin Cheng naturally wouldn't investigate what was going on. If it was a high-level alien creature, he would be in serious danger. Falcon 1, go and check out what's going on ahead. Be careful, conceal your presence, and do not give yourself away. Yes, sir. Although Falcon 1 was a second-generation combat mechanical life form and not particularly skilled in reconnaissance, it could still conduct reconnaissance. As for detection, well, that all depended on luck. Answer the Master. There's a powerful wave of life force ahead. Preliminary analysis shows that it's a level 4 threat creature. Another level 4 threat. Lin Cheng took a deep breath. Since the second wave of monsters erupted, the frequency of level 4 threats has increased. It seems that the level 5 aliens encountered earlier have evolved somewhat. What does the third wave of monsters contain? Retreat for now, and be careful not to get caught. Lin Cheng didn't intend to deal with this level 4 threat right away. With the weapons he had a good chance of eliminating this level 4 threat. But there is a saying, it is possible, but not certain. Who knows if there are other level 4 threats nearby? Level? If he finally manages to defeat this alien creature and a few more pop up from somewhere, he's finished. The main goal this time was to search, so Raptor 1 was not taken along. The armament of a single second-generation combat mechanical creature was not enough to defeat the alien creature of the 4th threat level. Come here quickly. A weak voice came from behind, and Lin Cheng instinctively became alert, quickly drawing his Desert Eagle rifle. This rapid movement frightened Anlan, who was already extremely excited. He panicked, followed Lin Cheng's example, and pulled out his Glitch 18. Unfortunately, he was so excited that he didn't even remove the safety catch. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. There's a monster in there. If you don't want to die, come here. A woman in a white coat waved at them from behind an abandoned car. Her clothes resembled those of a doctor. Lin Cheng glanced at the shadowy figure moving nearby and decided to approach for a moment. Behind the abandoned car, the woman was alone. With her curly brown hair and glasses, she looked elegant. Her clothes were clean, unlike those of a fugitive. Who are you? Lin Cheng remained vigilant. He had not yet figured out the identity of the other person, so he could not relax. I am a researcher at the Gamma Lab. My name is Liu Shanshan. You can call me Dr. Liu. We have made an important scientific discovery, and I need to go to Haichuan City to hand over this experimental data to the research institute there. This discovery can help us humans create a force capable of fighting these monsters. The army that accompanied me on my journey was attacked by a monster and we suffered heavy losses. A sad expression appeared on Liu Shanshan's face. When we set out, there were only 12 people in the escort group. Due to the dangers on the way, there are only 4 left. I'm afraid it will be difficult to reach the research institute in Haichuan City with a small group of people. Hearing the words Gamma Research Institute, Lin Cheng couldn't help but tense up. If he remembered correctly, genetic organisms were studied at the Gamma Research Institute. In his past life, the Gamma Research Institute was developing genetic organisms that could resist alien creatures. The idea was good, to increase humanity's survival during the Great Reckoning. However, some things are simply impossible to touch. Moreover, during the Great Reckoning, supplies and data were extremely scarce, which led to significant experimental errors. During a major experiment, a combination of factors led to a major accident. This tragic accident led to the awakening of all genetic organisms, not yet completed the experiment, from the hibernation chambers to the laboratory. These genetic organisms, created by people, not only did not bring any contribution to humanity, but also turned against it, worsening the already difficult conditions of their existence. These genetic organisms, in themselves, comparable in strength to the 3rd-level threat aliens, they were extremely formidable. They also had a certain level of combat awareness, and their intelligence was comparable to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Fortunately, there were not many of these genetic creatures. During the subsequent monster invasion, they entered into territorial conflicts with higher-level creatures. If it were not for the aliens' strong sense of territory and hunting instincts, these genetic creatures would likely have continued their rampage. Otherwise, the armed forces of humanity would not be enough to destroy these traitors. I do not think your experiment is of much importance. Otherwise, you could simply go back the way you came. Besides, you have already sacrificed so many people. If you persist, I'm afraid the group accompanying you will be wiped out. Liu Shanshan firmly shook her head. No matter how difficult this path is, I must endure. Otherwise, those previous team members would have sacrificed their lives in vain. Even if it means death, I will not hesitate. Lin Cheng shook his head helplessly. You are willing to sacrifice this, but you should also think about the few remaining surviving members of the team. They are only protecting you as part of their mission. Besides, you don't think that these genetically modified organisms, once created, will help humanity repel the invasion of these alien creatures coming out of the ground? Confusion flashed across Liu Shanshan's face, but she quickly hid it. Although we have not yet achieved success in our research, I believe that with our tireless efforts, genetically modified organisms will definitely become our allies. Lin Cheng did not continue to persuade her, but only smiled meaningfully. Doctor, are you in? Okay, we finally found you. Where are the others? Two soldiers in green camouflage ran up to them, accompanied by the sounds of hoarse breathing and the measured pounding of footsteps. The rest were all dead. For now, the only people left in the escort group are the two of you. Liu Shanshan's face showed genuine sadness, and the two remaining escort members seemed to have foreseen this outcome. No matter what happens, we'll get you there safely. This is our mission, and this is humanity's last hope. Humanity's last hope is not something else, but what we ourselves place our hopes in. The more we hope, the more disappointment awaits us. Lin Cheng glanced at the two soldiers. Their dusty clothes and heavy backpacks indicated that they were probably searching for supplies. Dr. Liu, right? I must remind you that we are in a period of reckoning. Even when conducting research, you must take precautions to protect the environment. In addition, hibernation chambers used to store genetically modified organisms should be reinforced and their dormancy checked regularly. Otherwise, with the current armed forces, we'll first have to destroy the genetically modified organisms that went berserk due to a failed hibernation. I'm sure you know better than I do what the success rate is. That's all. If you want to go back the same way, I'll give you some help. In the end, Lin Chung glanced at the two military men. After all, these troops provided them with excellent protection during peacetime. Now that these people need help, Lin Cheng will do his utmost to help them without compromising his own interests, as a sign of respect from the bottom of his heart. Of course, if you insist on continuing on to Haichuan, I will too. I'll give you some help. Liu Shanshan looked at Lin Cheng with some confusion. Why does this seemingly young man always speak with such an air of adultery? And this guy seemed to know quite a bit about the Research Institute. You know, all research at the Gamma Institute is classified as S-level, except for the researchers under his direct supervision. No one knows anything. Maybe someone leaked the information? I know you're wondering how I know all this, but now is not the time to think about it. If you insist on studying the so-called genetic organisms, my human companion, you must remember the few demands I've made of you. There was a deathly silence. It was clear that Lin Cheng's pertinent response had spurred Liu Shanshan on a bit. If she insisted on going to the Gamma Research Institute to participate in the research project, she would most likely endanger the two accompanying people. After all, this so-called research had already cost many lives, Doctor. There is no need to worry about our safety. This is our mission, our duty. Now, who knows how many more are suffering? If we can ensure everyone's safety by sacrificing a few of us, then I think it's worth the sacrifice. Even if there's a glimmer of hope, we shouldn't give it up so easily. These passionate words touched Lin Cheng's heart. Even under the current circumstances, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the common good. Apart from these Chinese soldiers, perhaps no one in the world could be so eloquent. Liu Shanshan, who had initially hesitated, was reassured by these passionate words. Okay, then it's decided. But now, if we want to get to Haichuan, we need a vehicle with a large fuel reserve. Liu Shanshan looked at the burning wreckage of the tank nearby with some embarrassment. Previously, our escort group consisted of 2 military jeeps and a heavy tank. Just now, the last military jeep and tank were destroyed by monsters. As for the equipment, everything is simple. There should still be a lot of mobile equipment in the southern part of the city. Lin Cheng clearly remembered that the southern part of the city was the least explored because it was sparsely populated. In addition, during the Great Judgment, many had already fled to official shelters, leaving the southern part of the city still, more deserted. He had previously explored the southern part of the city with a reconnaissance drone, and this time he took the opportunity to go there. Not only could he help the three of them find a passable vehicle, but he could also collect more refined iron. Consuming refined iron. The iron in the shelter was still quite high. Lin Cheng hadn't collected any more since his last trip to the city. South of the city? Could you show us the way? Liu Shanshan asked without much hope. This disaster had exposed too much of human nature. Survival was already difficult, let alone wasting precious time searching for supplies. However, to her surprise, Lin Cheng agreed. Of course, Lin Cheng immediately agreed. I have a helicopter that will take us there faster. But let's be clear, I'm only taking you south of the city. Whether you find transport depends on your luck. Good. Liu Shanshan was inspired. Reaching the southern part of the city meant new hope for their journey. She had no other aspirations. Anlan looked at Lin Cheng in amazement. This man used to be a bloodthirsty villain, but now he was so magnanimous and merciful. He was a completely different person. Liu Shanshan and the two soldiers were clearly officials, and from their perspective, Lin Cheng had completely concealed the existence of mechanical life forms. The authorities were now looking for a way. Protect humanity, and mechanical life forms were undoubtedly the best option. However, given the current level of technology, developing mechanical life forms would probably take forever. Moreover, creating these mechanical life forms cost him a huge amount of refined iron. If they were thoughtlessly used as test subjects, wouldn't he suffer enormous losses? It wasn't selfish. Giving people hope while preventing others from creating it would be the height of despair. Seeing the helicopter, Liu Shanshan even considered persuading Lin Cheng. Join them. Would you like to join us? As a member of the Gamma Institute, you will at least not have to worry about survival. There is plenty of food and water, and comfortable conditions for rest. It is certainly much more stable than being homeless. Plus, there's a military contingent stationed there for protection, so it's completely safe. Lin Cheng almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Compared to the so-called Gamma Institute military, the combat capabilities of the mechanical beings in the shelter were vastly superior. Even one Raptor 1 was more powerful than an entire army, not to mention the other mechanical beings that supported it. Expression survival supplies. Lin Cheng was familiar with this. With the supplies he had collected, if he had been frugal, he would have easily survived the Great Reckoning. But all of this presupposed frugality. Simply surviving was certainly possible, but if he wanted a more comfortable life, he would still have to put in a lot of effort. Otherwise, after surviving the purge, driving himself crazy would be a waste of time. No need. My help was just a small favor. As for the idea of recruiting me, forget about it for now. Lin Cheng was not worried about the threat Liu Shanshan and the other two posed to his safety. The transport cabin was also equipped with miniature weapons. Although its firepower was not particularly high, it was still extremely deadly to humans. If any of these people made the slightest move that threatened their safety, this miniature weapon would fire without hesitation. This was one of the main reasons why Lin Cheng dared to invite them directly on board. It was not that he did not trust them, but that he wanted to be proactive. Only by taking precautions could a tragedy be avoided. It was too late to mend the fence when the sheep had already strayed. Better to plan ahead than to regret later. The traffic was moving at breakneck speed, reaching the southern part of the city in just a few minutes. As expected, there were still many parked cars on the streets of the southern part of the city, and these cars were covered in a thick layer of snow. The cold snap had had a significant impact on transportation, and finding a reliable vehicle was entirely a matter of luck for the trio. Lin Cheng parked the vehicles in a large open area and ordered them to be vigilant. Anyone spotted with ill intent would be executed without penalty. Further warnings. Then, with Anlan in tow, they set off in the opposite direction from Liu Shanshan and the others. Their goals were diametrically opposed. He was looking for refined iron, and the escort team was looking for cars. The southern part of the city was a newly developed area with minimal infrastructure. Even the few businesses that had set up shop there were relatively new. Most were educational institutions, so finding survival goods here was a stroke of luck. Lin Cheng found a street filled with abandoned cars, and in the far left corner, a closed shop. From a distance, the door lock seemed to be intact, which meant that no one had come in to search. Hearing the intermittent footsteps behind him, Lin Cheng decided to send Anlan away temporarily. If he didn't get her out of the way, he wouldn't be able to freely recycle these abandoned cars into refined iron. In the end, after all, a monster had vanished out of thin air right in front of him, and no matter how he explained it, It didn't seem very plausible. He couldn't just say he had a system, right? Anlan, I think there's a store up ahead. Go in and take a look. I'll look for other shops here. Anlan pointed at herself incredulously. You mean, let me go alone? Lin Cheng nodded. There's nothing dangerous here, and there aren't many people. No one will come out to threaten your safety. I'm here. If anything happens, just call for help. Under Lin Cheng's constant, insistent requests, Anlan finally mustered the courage to take a few steps forward, but he kept looking back every few steps. Lin Cheng's collection of refined iron felt like stealing, constantly checking to see if Anlan was looking at him. Fortunately, there were places that blocked his view, allowing him to quickly collect refined iron. The abandoned cars on this street alone provided Lin Cheng with an incredible amount of refined iron. Lin Cheng was so engrossed in collecting refined iron that he ran quite a distance before he remembered that Anlan was waiting for him over there at the store. Looking at the overflowing supply of refined iron on the data panel, Lin Cheng smiled with satisfaction and walked back. Lan also searched diligently, leaving a large pile of supplies at the entrance of the store. Although some of the items might be completely unnecessary after all, it was a time of shortages, so bringing more was a win-win. But when Lin Cheng took a closer look, he realized that most of the items scattered on the floor were snacks. My God. Lin Cheng's lips involuntarily twitched. The snacks may satisfy a momentary hunger, but they don't seem to provide any nutritional value. The only useful item in the pile was a bottle of mineral water lying nearby. If I had to add one more, it would be 2 boxes of instant noodles stacked in. Corner. Meanwhile, Anlan staggered out of the store, carrying another case of mineral water. You're finally back. I've been looking for ages, but I think this is the only thing that might be useful. How do we get them back? Anlan sat down to rest, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Are you sure these things will help you survive the great fate? Anlan was slightly surprised. Aren't these just food and water? They are food, but their shelf life is too short. Although they are much more delicious as a staple, Lin Cheng shook his head. Put your things down first. I'll take you inside. Anlan nodded, put the bottle of mineral water on the ground, and followed Lin Cheng into the store. There were 4 rows of shelves in the store, each with different items. The first row was mostly occupied by daily necessities. Since these items were not yet available, were not needed, Lin Cheng passed them by and looked at the second row. Compared to the first row, the goods in the second row were clearly more valuable. There were ready-made instant foods such as pressed cookies with different flavors. But for some reason, the packaging of some of the products was torn out, and many had bloodstains on them. This immediately attracted Lin Cheng's attention. When they entered the store, the door was clearly locked. Logically, no one could have entered before them. If other survivors had gotten here, the door would not have survived. Lin Cheng also quickly scanned the area around the store and found no other entrances, thus ruling out the possibility that the survivors had entered through another entrance. Anlan, was there any movement in this store just now? Anlan shook her head in confusion, not understanding what Lin Cheng was talking about. Nothing. From the moment I entered until you came back, there was nothing unusual. Just as Lin Cheng finished speaking, a flash of light flashed in the ventilation shaft above him. Although the flash was incredibly fast, Lin Cheng's keen eyes still caught it. Lin Cheng almost instinctively dodged. Not even 2 seconds had passed since he left his original position when a glittering flying knife pierced the shelf. The high-quality iron shelf was suddenly pierced by this sharp flying knife. Who was up there? Lin Cheng instantly became angry. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the knife would have pierced him instead of the shelf. He quickly pulled the Desert Eagle from his belt, raised the pistol, and fired 2 shots into the ventilation duct. Bang! Bang! The sound of the shots echoed through the small space, causing people's eardrums to hurt and screams to come from the ventilation duct. A few seconds later, a bloody figure crawled out of the ventilation duct, and blood spread across the floor behind him. It was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, with a short haircut and a thick down jacket. In his hands, he held 2 identical flying knives. Excellent! You found me! I can't believe I ambushed so many people here and then fell victim to some kid. The middle-aged man's face was filled with disdain, but the sharp pain from the wound he was holding with his left hand made him frown. The bullet had hit him straight, piercing his right shoulder. The continuous bleeding alone was enough to kill him. You set up an ambush for so many people here? Ha ha ha, sure. I found this shop first, so it's my property. You'll pay if you try to touch anything there. From the fury in the middle-aged man's eyes, Lin Cheng knew that the people he had attacked were probably in serious danger. But Anlan had been hanging around for some time. Why didn't this man take any action? Had his conscience changed? Impossible. How could a man who had killed so many strangers suddenly show mercy to one person? Anlan was so scared that she turned pale. She never imagined that after searching for a few minutes, there were a pair of eyes watching from the ventilation duct. If Lin Cheng had not returned, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Cheng also had a rough idea that Anlan had gone to the 2 furthest shelves in looking for snacks and didn't go in here. The shop wasn't very big, with 1 vent. This guy must have been waiting for Anlan to come over. Who would have thought that Anlan didn't even plan to come here and ran away? What do you think we should do with this guy? Lin Cheng pointed the gun at the bleeding man lying on the ground. Anlan was shaking with fear. She had never been so close to death. She saw that the middle-aged man in front of her was definitely cruel and bloodthirsty, willing to kill without blinking an eye. She hadn't felt anything like this before when her cookies were robbed, but now she felt a chill. When Lin Cheng asked what to do with this guy, Anlan's first reaction was to kill him. But as soon as this thought came to her mind, Anlan was dumbfounded. When did she become so cold-blooded? Follow your true heart. This world is no longer what it used to be. Lin Cheng stood before Anlan, towering over her. You may not harbor ill will towards those you are not related to, but those who harbor ill will, if you keep them, they will become a serious problem in the future. Anlan's pupils trembled violently, alternately contracting and expanding. It was clear that the current events had deeply affected her. Kill or spare, it's up to you. Lin Cheng stepped back, giving way to Anlan, but his gun remained pointed at the target. After some hesitation, Anlan slowly pulled out her Glitch 18 from her belt. It was the gun that Lin Cheng had given her. Anlan hadn't thought of using it at first, but now it was clear that she would make an exception. However, this was the first time Anlan had used a gun, and the whole process was unfamiliar to her. She even forgot to take the gun off safety, and the hand holding the gun was shaking. For Anlan, this was a profound spiritual awakening, from childishness to maturity, from hesitation to decisive killing. If this obstacle could be overcome, future survival would be much more comfortable, at least without such psychological pressure. Those who bear this psychological burden won't go far. Shoot if you dare. You look so weak and pathetic that you can't even hold a gun. Ha 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 ha! Just a young girl and a young man. The middle-aged man continued to incite Anlan with words, and the overwhelming aura made it even more difficult for Anlan to shoot. I'm not a young girl. I just want to survive here. You want to hurt me? Then I... Anlan's breathing quickened. The decision to shoot was no longer a matter of action. It was the fate of a lifetime. She was a doctor by profession. When she entered the profession, she swore to dedicate all her knowledge to saving lives. But now she had to become an executioner. Some can be saved and some cannot. To save or not depends on your own decision. In addition to being a doctor, you have another essence. You are a human being. There is nothing wrong with being a little selfish at this point, and no one will find you wrong. This guy, because of his own thoughts, cruelly hurt so many innocent people. Do you think he deserves to live? No. Then do you think he should be killed? Yes. Then why are you still hesitating? Lin Cheng's tone was calm, but to Anlan it was like a thunderclap. I dare not. I don't dare shoot. Anlan's hands trembled even more, forcing her to hold the gun with both hands to barely keep it steady. Ha 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 ha. I knew this girl wouldn't dare. If you don't have the skills, don't start such a big adventure. Now get out of here and I'll forget the past. You don't understand the situation you're in. Lin Cheng sneered. It seemed that this guy really mistook them for children with no social experience. Sorry, the middle-aged man's calculations were wrong, and Lan didn't dare to shoot. But that didn't mean he didn't dare. He didn't kill him right away because he wanted to change Anlan's thinking. Those who are too weak are not made for this cruel world. Seeing the fierce killing intent in Lin Cheng's eyes, the middle-aged man panicked. Having killed so many people, he naturally understood what that look meant. He had no doubt that this seemingly young boy in front of him would definitely dare to shoot him. Bang! Another shot rang out. This time, the bullet pierced the middle-aged man's other shoulder. "Ah!" he screamed. The man, his hands fell limply to the floor, unable to move. From the intense pain, beads of sweat ran down his forehead. The pain almost drove him crazy. And Lan's determination seemed to have strengthened, and the hand on the gun finally stopped shaking. Just when she gathered all her determination, gritted her teeth, and pulled the trigger with all her might, the expected shot did not come. Seeing Anlan's stunned face, Lin Cheng smiled. "This is to train your mind. Congratulations on passing the test." Bam! The bullet pierced the heart with perfect accuracy. The middle-aged man screaming on the ground was completely dead this time. "Didn't you leave the gun on safety?" And Lan looked at Lin Cheng with innocent eyes that clearly showed tears. The moment her gaze met Lin Cheng's, tears flowed down Anlan's face. "Lan!" This made Lin Cheng a little embarrassed. Everything was fine, so why did she cry? Don't cry. What's there to be afraid of? In the future, you'll see scenes like this more often, so you won't feel like this anymore. Just get used to it. And Lan, who was a little sad at first, couldn't help but laugh when she heard these words. She laughed through her tears. Are you really incapable of comforting people, or are you pretending that you can't? How can you comfort people like this? Lin Cheng coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. He had few opportunities to interact with girls. Besides, he preferred to be straightforward and not beat around the bush. So if there was something to say, shouldn't he say it straight out? What happened here? Liu Shanshan, accompanied by 2 escorts, rushed to the store and immediately saw a body lying on the ground. Looking at the body lying on the ground, Liu Shanshan did not dare to say anything. Without understanding the whole process, they could not jump to conclusions. This was self-defense. This person had bad intentions. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Lin Cheng casually described what happened. Liu Shanshan nodded after hearing this and did not feel any sympathy for the body lying on the ground. We just heard gunshots. Our first reaction was that something had happened to you. Now that we see that you are okay, we are very happy. Lin Cheng took the Desert Eagle out of his hand and casually asked, "How are things? Did you find any cars?" Liu Shanshan nodded. Most of the cars here were dismantled after the previous snowstorm, but fortunately, some of them are in the underground garage and are still intact. It's just that there may not be enough gasoline. Don't know where I can get some? Lin Cheng shook his head. I'm not sure. Even my helicopter is low on fuel. I plan to find a place where I can get gasoline for the helicopter. If I remember correctly, there might be gas stations in the north of the city. There are more gas stations there, or you can continue searching in the south of the city. If you're lucky, you'll find a gas station too. But the gasoline in the north of the city was probably collected by other survivors. Personally, I suggest you continue searching in the south of the city. That's all I can do for you. I have other things to do. Let's say goodbye. I wish you good luck. Liu Shanshan hesitated for a moment, and then finally nodded. Thank you for your help. Without you, we would not have found these machines. If you need anything, you can find me at the Gamma Ray Research Institute in Haichuan City. I will help you as much as I can. Good. Goodbye. The two attendants next to Liu Shanshan even saluted Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng also handed Liu Shanshan and the others 5 bottles of mineral water from his helicopter. After everyone left, Anlan asked curiously, Lin Cheng, I remember there are still many barrels of gasoline in the shelter, right? It should last for a long time. Even if we share with them, it won't be a big problem. We've already helped them enough. Besides, the secrets of the shelter must not be revealed. Even if they have already decided on a destination, there is no guarantee that they will not change their plans. Helping them find transport is the most we can do. It is not our duty to help them, but to help them is a favor. Lin Cheng's face was calm, as if he was talking about something trivial. He could help, but not too much. That was his true nature. And Lan's eyes flashed. She saw absolute calm in Lin Cheng. Such calm was completely unbecoming of an 18-year-old youth. Lin Cheng had a composure that was unbecoming of his age. Where else would you? Heading? Lin Cheng boarded the transport that soared into the sky and asked Anlan where he wanted to go next. Anlan hesitated for a moment, and then finally said, "I want to go to the milk tea shop." At first, Lin Cheng thought he had misheard, but upon closer inspection, those were indeed the words, milk tea shop. Listen, your train of thought is quite unusual. At this hour, you are still thinking about milk tea? And Lan blushed slightly. As for food, it must have been mostly looted by other survivors. I'm sure no one would be looking for milk tea in a store. In addition, the weather has recently turned cold, and the temperature has become extremely low, and the ingredients stored in the store should be well preserved. At least they will not spoil. Lin Cheng hummed softly to himself, and then quickly found the milk tea store using the GPS map in the transportation. Plain. And Lan's words were quite reasonable. Milk tea shops sold not only milk tea, but also some fruits and meat products. In extremely low temperatures, these products usually did not spoil. It's nice to find a snack every now and then to liven things up. Eating more sweets has been shown to significantly increase the production of dopamine, which regulates mood and has a stimulating effect. Otherwise, Lin Cheng wouldn't have wasted his precious time searching for these. Supplies that are practically useless for survival. Since the Great Judgment, the atmosphere in the shelter has become incredibly oppressive. Although he had prepared many things to soften the oppressive atmosphere, everything that was happening around him constantly reminded him that we were living in incredibly cruel times. But most importantly, the difference with our previous life was too great. People could no longer move freely, and every time, when they left the house, they were afraid of meeting these alien creatures. And according to Lin Cheng's current plan, the shelter had to be moved. In other words, they were going to leave this place. Instead of leaving these things to spoil, which could no longer be produced, it was better to take everything with them at once. At least they could use them to the maximum. Besides, milk tea usually lasts for about a year or two, so it could be used before the end. Liquidation. Watching a movie and drinking milk tea when they were bored seemed to bring back a piece of peaceful life. This time, Lin Cheng not only emptied the nearby milk tea shops, but also went into several video stores that sold DVDs, taking all the discs that could. With the advancement of technology these days, DVD stores have become rare. After a long search, he only found 2. Before leaving, Lin Cheng inspected the supplies piled up in the cockpit. Surprisingly, these were all things that had nothing to do with survival. Clothes, milk tea, snacks, various fruits, and a few unopened DVDs with movies. The only thing that could somehow help him survive were, perhaps, a few bottles of mineral water that he had. This time, when I went out to look for supplies, I thought I took everything. But at the same time, I took nothing. When Lin Cheng's father and mother found that he had returned with a mountain of snacks and dry milk tea, their faces were distorted in surprise. This was not Lin Cheng's style at all. Previously, even when he left the shelter for a long time to search for supplies, he never brought back a single snack. But this time, he made a rare change. Seeing the expressions of his parents, Lin Cheng rubbed his nose. Before he could say anything, Anlan interjected, "Uncle, Auntie, this is what I asked for." I also picked out a few things to see if they would suit Auntie. Anlan's intervention distracted Lin Cheng's father and mother, asking the housekeeper to sort out and tidy up. Having brought the supplies, Lin Cheng returned to his own shelter. The cleaning of the nearby pits was going smoothly. In the pit closest to the hideout, the alien creatures on the surface had been almost completely wiped out. Lin Cheng's only concern was the unknown life forms in the deepest depths. According to the information he had received from Hawkeye, there were a surprisingly large number of life forms in the deepest recesses of the pit. Many undetectable, unknown life forms. Lin Cheng considered these life forms to be highly advanced and a threat to the alien beings in deep sleep. This further strengthened Lin Cheng's resolve to move. The creative mechanical life forms continued to work tirelessly. But progress was made without major ups and downs. Lin Cheng felt relieved that everything in the shelter was now going according to plan. With the help of these mechanical life forms, he no longer had to do most of the work himself. Sometimes a single team could handle it, with almost any task. With enough supplies, Lin Cheng devoted himself to developing the shelter's arsenal of weapons. This time, in addition to the seemingly useless milk tea powder and fruit, he also collected a large amount of refined iron. Weapons such as Gatling guns and RPK light machine guns could be mass-produced. In addition, a large supply of ammunition was required. Each wall of the shelter could be modified by the creation and its minions. They could transform into automatic firearms capable of automatically aiming at a target, with the help of a central controller. That way, when the next great judgment comes, these mechanical life forms, while having limited combat capabilities, will be able to control this heavy firepower to counter the enemy, ensuring that they are not completely helpless. 45th. The day of the Great Judgment. The third wave of monsters has arrived. Pitch-black clouds covered the sky and thunder roared, each roll like a deafening artillery salvo. Even through the thick, solid walls of the shelter, one could barely hear the stomping of alien creatures on the ground and walls. Outside, to prevent the shelter from being damaged by frequent attacks from alien creatures, all mechanical life forms were on full alert. Combat and reconnaissance mechanical life forms were deployed simultaneously, continuously bombarding and clearing the air above the shelter. As for the other types of mechanical life forms, they were also busy. After a brief introduction, they quickly mastered the techniques of wielding firearms. These highly intelligent mechanical beings are incredibly gifted at learning new skills. Mother Lin and Anlan were resting in their room, startled by the noise outside. Lin Cheng and his father were standing at the shelter's window, watching the proceedings. While mechanical beings like Raptor 1 fought, countless alien corpses were shot down. In an instant, the shelter was covered in dark green blood. These seemingly vile creatures were the greatest threat to the survival of humanity. Father Lin was receptive and had long since lost his fear of the monsters outside. Suddenly, a strange bird-like creature rushed towards the window, where the father and son were standing. Its speed was unprecedented. Father Lin's pupils narrowed, and he instinctively tried to pull Lin Cheng towards him. But a second before the bird could break through the window, a massive steel fist crashed into its head. Poofed! The head of the strange bird, like a ripe watermelon, shattered into pieces under the blow of a giant iron fist. It was Raptor 1. Father Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Cheng. Where did these big guys come from? Lin Cheng smiled and said, Dad, these are the most loyal guards of the shelter. I don't know exactly where they came from. As long as it doesn't threaten our safety, it doesn't matter where they come from, right? Father Lin nodded. Indeed, in the current circumstances, simply surviving was a blessing. Besides, with so many reliable big guys protecting them, the main thing was that their lives would not be in danger, no matter where those creatures came from. Looking at the window that was stained with the dark green blood of the strange bird, Lin Cheng felt his heart clench. The shelter windows were military grade, made of nanomaterials, making them incredibly strong. Even if Raptor 1 hadn't just intercepted the strange bird, it wouldn't have been a problem, since normal alien creatures wouldn't be able to break through the walls and windows of the shelter. The creature had recently reinforced the walls of the shelter, so unless several of the second-tier aliens attacked at once, the walls could withstand a serious attack. The third wave of monsters lasted significantly longer than the previous two, and its scale was in several times more. It was even more impressive than the previous two waves combined. Moreover, there were many larger alien creatures. However, these huge creatures did not focus on the shelter, but instead flew over it, leaving behind only sharp crackling sounds and piercing screams. Where they were heading, Lin Cheng couldn't guess. He thought about using drones for surveillance and reconnaissance, but every drone he sent was torn to pieces by a swarm of alien creatures. Raptor 1, Hawkeye 1, and the other mechanical life forms had been fighting for quite some time, and even a low-energy warning sounded. This monster madness is not over yet. With no other choice, they could only temporarily retreat to the shelter to restore energy. Otherwise, if their energy runs out outside the shelter, even the lowest-level alien creatures will be enough to tear apart. Raptor 1 in pieces! The 1,000-mile dam has been destroyed by an anthill! Even the weakest creatures, when there are many of them, can be terrifying. Lin Cheng anxiously waited to see what would happen during the fourth monster onslaught. After the monster onslaught retreated, the perimeter of the shelter was covered in a dark green mass of monstrous blood. This blood was incredibly thick, incredibly difficult to wash off, and it gave off an unbearable stench. Lin Cheng had barely stepped out of the shelter when the unbearable smell made him frown. He had never encountered so much blood before. Alien creatures, so naturally, the corpses had never smelled so strong. It was obvious that he couldn't handle this mess alone. Firstly, it was a heavy workload, and secondly, it was mentally and physically demanding. He certainly wouldn't clean up this disgusting mess piece by piece. This is where the creative mechanical life forms came in. Lin Cheng immediately approached the Institute of Creation to help him develop a robot that could restore order. A regular sweeping robot would be inappropriate. This cleaning robot, developed by the Creation Institute, can fetch water from a nearby source and clean the shelter. To make the most of water resources and not waste available running water, these cleaning robots can even defrost ice. Ice, frozen in the mountains, rivers and lakes due to the cold snap, has become an indispensable tool for cleaning the shelter. With these cleaning robots helping him clean the shelter, Lin Cheng can relax and not worry about the constant fuss. Dry milk tea and the fruits brought from the city also find use for them. As Anlan gets closer to Lin Cheng and his parents, her eccentric side becomes more and more apparent. Whenever they need help, Anlan is always the first to come to the rescue. They sincerely love this girl, who is not related to them at all, and even treat her as their own daughter-in-law. One day after dinner, Lin's mother took Anlan's gentle hand with a mysterious look, a kind smile on her face. "Anlan, what do you think of our Xiaocheng?" Anlan did not take long to think, but answered honestly, "He is very good. He is not only responsible, but also very capable. He is definitely a leader among his peers." Hearing Anlan's high praise for Lin Cheng, the smile on Lin's mother's face became even brighter. "Then do you think he can be a good head of the family?" Although Anlan found Lin's mother's words a little strange, he still replied, "Judging from his current abilities, he is quite capable of fulfilling the duties of the head of the family." "Then are you willing to stay with Xiaocheng forever?" "Auntie will not hide it and will tell you directly." Mother Lin said directly, "Your uncle and I love you very much, and you and Xiaocheng have been together for a long time, so you have emotional basis. The world is too chaotic now. The outside world is restless, and you have no other relatives. If you don't mind, we can be your family." If Anlan still didn't understand, then after saying this, she understood. All these years of studying were wasted. Her cheeks instantly flushed like ripe apples. "Auntie, Mother Lin gently patted Anlan's hand. "Xiaocheng was raised by your uncle and me. He has a naturally impeccable character, and as for his abilities, you saw it too. Your uncle and I didn't help build this shelter at all. Xiaocheng built it himself." And Lan rubbed her hands nervously. All these years, she struggled to survive. More precisely, she studied hard, prepared for exams, and earned money. She had not yet thought about love. Auntie is not forcing you. Listen to your feelings, Mother Lin said, still understanding. Auntie just thinks that it's better to be alone than to have support. Even if you don't want it, we're still your family. And Lan bit her lip, her heart clenched. It seemed as if two different voices were constantly ringing in her ears. One was persuading her to agree, the other was persuading her to refuse. In a trance, Anlan suddenly nodded for no apparent reason. Mother Lin also smiled and took off the jade bracelet from her hand. This bracelet is a family heirloom of the Lin family. It was passed on to me by Xiaocheng's grandmother. From now on, it belongs to you. Looking at the bracelet Mother Lin gave her, Anlan, who was already terribly embarrassed, blushed all the way to her neck. Lin Cheng, who knew nothing at all, did not understand what was going on. However, when he returned from the research institute in the deepest part of the shelter, the bracelet on Mother Lin's hand disappeared and appeared on Anlan's hand. He knew better than anyone that this bracelet was his mother's favorite thing. She carried it with her wherever she went. It was almost inseparable from her. So why was it given to Anlan now? Seeing Lin Cheng approaching, Anlan closed her eyes, ashamed to look at him. Lin Cheng looked puzzled. What happened to Anlan? Only Lin's mother smiled brightly. Xiaocheng, you can treat Anlan well now. Huh? Lin Cheng was taken aback for a moment. Did I treat her badly before? Lin's mother rolled her eyes. When I say a dress, I don't mean a dress like that, but like that. Lin Cheng was completely confused. Chinese culture is truly deep and vast. The short sentence, seemingly repetitive, actually contained a huge amount of information. So much so that he could barely comprehend it. If a foreigner were to take a listening test in Chinese, wouldn't he be instantly defeated? And Lan is now your fiancé. Oh, replied. Lin Cheng suddenly realized that something was wrong. What did she mean? When did he agree? Damn it. No. When was it? How could I, the person involved in this, not know about it? You don't need to know. And Lan is a good child. I can see that. You two will definitely get along. Ya Lin Cheng opened his mouth to continue, but Mother Lin glared at him. He glanced towards Anlan, indicating that he shouldn't say such a thing in front of her. If you have anything to say, we'll talk later. Now, go and rest aside. Leave the cleaning to Daddy. Lin Cheng was completely stunned. He hadn't thought about the free lunch or the wealth that fell from the sky. And a bride falling from the sky? What kind of action is that? Stop it, Mommy, Lin Cheng muttered helplessly. He was only 18. It was too early to talk about marriage at 18. Xiaocheng, things are different now. We have a decent standard of living, and a happy family is natural. We must take care of everything we have. Mum, I won't give you unnecessary advice. Anlan is your daughter-in-law, chosen by your father and me. After saying this, Mother Lin smiled broadly and went to clear the table. Father Lin, of course, did not sit idle either and hurried to help. Only Lin Cheng and Anlan were left in the large living room. An awkward moment had arrived. Anlan was a girl, so naturally she was not the first to speak up in this situation. Lin Cheng was stunned, and they stood there for several minutes. In the end, Lin Cheng spoke up first, breaking the awkward silence. Did Mommy say something to you? Anlan nodded, but then felt something was wrong and shook her head. Nothing, just chatting. Lin Cheng glanced meaningfully at the jade bracelet on Anlan's wrist. Since Mom liked it so much, he put it off for now. He had more important things to do. The shelter system had just issued him a new warning, the most dangerous one yet. A meteorite crisis was imminent. In just 5 days, the 51st day of the Great Judgment, millions of meteorites would fall to Earth continuously for just a few days. These meteorites may be small, but they are, after all, objects falling from space. The force of gravity and its pull are unimaginable. If they landed on someone unlucky, they would most likely be blown to pieces instantly. The walls of the shelter were strong, of course, but not so strong that they could be completely stopped. So he needed to find a way to strengthen the defenses around the shelter in the next few days. He hadn't told Lin's parents or Anlan about this yet, because such events were unpredictable. When he did tell them, it would be hard to find an excuse, because all communication with the outside world had been cut off. Blaming unknown research institutes outside the shelter was clearly unrealistic. Therefore, their plans to explore and transport the shelter equipment would have to be put on hold for the time being. Over the next 5 days, the tower's defenses would need to be at least doubled to survive the meteorite's impact. If Lin Cheng remembered correctly, several areas would be hit by huge meteorites. He couldn't remember which ones, but he had a strong feeling they were nearby. And the impact would be so terrifying that everything above ground would come crashing down to Earth. What was lurking beneath the surface? Alien creatures, more precisely, sleeping alien creatures. Even the faint buzz of a drone would wake them up, and such a noise would definitely alert them. The consequences for the survivors in such a situation were unimaginable. Lin Cheng could not take the risk, nor did he dare. If he were to encounter a huge meteorite, the consequences of the shelter collapsing to the ground would be truly devastating. Upon receiving the order, Chuan Zhao immediately stopped working and led the entire team of ingenious mechanical creatures to reinforce the walls of the shelter. This process, the fortifications also required purified iron. If it weren't for the significant increase in supplies accumulated during the previous mission, such a huge expense would have been difficult to pay. Chuan Zhao not only improved the defense of the shelter walls, but also constructed several automated attack devices capable of automatically recognizing targets. They were called Guardian batteries. There were 4 Guardian batteries in total, located to the east, west, south, and north of the shelter. The missiles fired by the Guardian turret required a certain amount of refined iron to produce, but thanks to Chuan Zhao's improvements, the iron consumption was extremely small. At least considering his current inventory, it was practically negligible, a drop in the ocean. However, the Guardian turret could only fire 2 missiles at a time, with a 10-second interval between attacks. Lin Cheng also tried to get Chuan Zhao to upgrade the Guardian turret, but Chuan Zhao's current level was too low, and he didn't have the necessary construction permits. As Chuan Zhao created more items, his own level would rise accordingly, creating a virtuous cycle. Lin Cheng could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed he would have to wait until he had created enough of everything before continuing to upgrade the Sentinel turret. But regardless, the shelter now had a certain level of self-defense. Even if there were no mechanical life forms outside, the Sentinel turret itself could provide some combat power. Although the turret could only fire 2 missiles, they were powerful enough to level an entire building. The automatic recognition range was terrifying. A full 5 kilometers. Basically, if any life form came within 5 kilometers of the shelter, the Sentinel turret would automatically open fire. After all, it was created by highly intelligent mechanical life forms far superior to modern human technology. It took 2 whole days just to strengthen the shelter's defenses and arm it. There were still 3 days left before the meteorite fell. Lin Cheng did not relax for a second. Every day, he sent Cheetah Number 1 and Cheetah Number 2 to patrol the shelter, and he didn't miss the slightest hint of danger. Ever since Mother Lin confirmed Anlan's identity, the relationship between mother and daughter has become better and better. Anlan is no longer as reserved as before, and all more and more bright sides of her personality are starting to show. This even made Lin's mother love Anlan even more. Anlan, who used to be polite to Lin Cheng, recently also wanted to be friends with him. But now, Lin Cheng's thoughts are focused on the shelter. This is the basis of their survival. There was only 1 day left before the meteorite fell. Lin Cheng made a final inspection of the shelter. After so many previous checks, he found no problems. Logically, no further checks were needed. However, Lin Cheng was most worried about one mistake. After all his efforts, If something else had led to a complete failure, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? Not only would the meteorite's fall have caused a catastrophe, but it would have also brought with it a host of unknown space spores. These spores would have parasitized nearby living organisms, potentially giving rise to another kind of life on Earth. Life not native to Earth. Lin Cheng had no idea what it was, only a fragmentary knowledge. These creatures did not last long on Earth. They seemed to disappear in a matter of days, as if they had never existed. Although it was unknown whether these creatures were hostile to humans, any alien creature not native to Earth was to be considered a threat. And Lan sat in the lobby of the orphanage, watching Lin Cheng bustle in and out. Her feelings were mixed. She saw that Lin Cheng was very nervous and busy these past few days, as if something important was about to happen. But no matter how much they asked, Lin Cheng would just pretend nothing had happened and not tell them anything. But knowing Lin Cheng lately, he definitely wouldn't act like that. Unpredictable. He must be hiding something. Since Lin Cheng didn't say anything, they couldn't guess, so they could only do their best to help him relieve stress. After all, taking care of an entire orphanage is not an easy task. Not only did they have to take inventory, they had to keep track of every step of the plan. Just thinking through all the possible strategies required a huge amount of energy, not to mention all the other tasks. With Anlan helping with the inventory, at least they had someone who could help. Anlan often counted medical supplies while working in the hospital, so he was more professional than Lin Cheng in counting supplies. Not only the names and quantities of supplies were meticulously recorded, but even the production dates and expiration dates of some products. And finally, the expiration dates. Suitability. Lin Cheng was stunned by this list. Such a detailed compilation must have required a tremendous amount of effort. It can be said that Anlan was incredibly attentive. After this check, with only 12 hours left before the strike, Lin Cheng sent Chitu 1 and Chitu 2 to conduct another thorough search within a radius of 5 kilometers from shelter. Only after eliminating all possible dangers, they returned to the shelter with peace of mind. Seeing Lin Cheng's relieved expression, Anlan could not help but be curious and asked, "Lin Cheng, is something about to happen?" Lin Cheng glanced at his father and mother, who were busy working, and then at Anlan, whose face was full of anticipation. In the end, he decided not to hide the truth. "I was informed that in 11 hours a meteorite will fall, and it will be a large-scale collision on a global scale. As for the source of this news, it is not convenient to tell you about it yet, but remember to keep it a secret from them." The ones Lin Cheng mentioned were, of course, Lin's father and mother. He had eliminated all the risk factors so that Lin's father and mother would not be too worried or anxious. And Lan nodded and assured, "Don't worry, this will remain strictly confidential. Is there anything I can do to help?" "Not yet. You made these lists very well and helped me a lot. That's what I have to do. After all, I need to consume supplies to live here. I'm afraid that if I can't make full use of them, you'll just kick me out." And Lan said this with a smile, and it was obvious that she was just joking. Lin Cheng knew that she was joking, but he still answered seriously, "I won't kick you out. It won't hurt you to stay in the shelter and do some hard work." And Lan wrinkled her nose cutely. "Then kick me out. I have dignity too." Lin's father and mother looked back and saw Lin Cheng chatting and laughing with Anlan. The old men's faces also showed relief. Their foolish son finally came to his senses. There was less than an hour left before the meteorite fell. Although Lin Cheng hadn't told his father and mother about the meteorite falling, he still gathered everyone in the hall for safety reasons. "Xiao Cheng, why did you call us all here for no reason? Father knows best." His son and Father Lin knew that Lin Cheng would never gather them all together just like that. "I have a bad feeling about this. Let's go down to the basement of the shelter tonight. There are some emergency supplies there. If there are no special circumstances tomorrow, we can return." Lin's father and mother did not ask any further questions, quickly packing their things and heading to the underground part of the shelter. They completely trusted Lin Cheng's words. This is what family is. absolute trust, and absolute tolerance. Although the preparations were quick, it still took a long time. Before entering the shelter, Ling Cheng placed several drones in relatively safe places outside. During the meteorite fall, in order to prevent infiltration of the space spores into the shelter, he decided not to open the gate. During this time, he would rely on these drones to observe everything that was happening outside. As for why he did not release the mechanical life forms, the reason was simple. Although the mechanical life forms may appear mechanical, they are still living beings. Even though they don't have flesh and blood and can't provide space spores with nutrients, they can still provide energy. Space spores can parasitize any living organism, gradually, assimilating it. If these mechanical life forms were to be infected by space spores while on missions outside and then brought back into the shelter, it would be a disaster. Moreover, during the meteorite fall, even if there were some alien creatures roaming outside, even if he hadn't released several combat mechanical life forms, these alien creatures would probably have been directly killed by the meteorite falling from the sky. Lin Cheng sat in the basement of the shelter and took a deep breath. He hoped that the meteorite falling would not cause too much damage, not to mention the significant damage to the surrounding area. He had already used the reconnaissance capabilities of Chitu 1 and Chitu 2 to find several suitable sites for the next landing. If these sites were destroyed by the meteorite, he would have to start searching all over again, which would inevitably take a long time. Moreover, the choice of the landing site for the shelter was not a matter of chance. It required careful consideration. Not only the various resources had to be taken into account, but also future development. The availability of water resources near the shelter was also of decisive importance. What mattered was whether the water was fit for drinking. The main thing was that there was enough of it. After all, with Chuanxin, a high-tech water purification system would not be a problem. Purifying unsuitable water sources to safe standards for humans would not only save fresh water supplies, but also ensure their survival. As Lin Cheng pondered the situation, he became worried that the location he had chosen would be destroyed by the meteorite. The system notification sounded as expected. Ding! System reminder. Only 10 seconds left until the meteorite falls. The countdown to the meteorite falls has begun. 10 factorial 9 factorial, 3 factorial 2 factorial 1 factorial. The meteorite falls are approaching. Before the system notification even sounded, Lin Cheng saw on the drone screen several flaming fireballs falling from the sky and landing not far from the shelter. The powerful impact completely destroyed the area around the impact point. The ground cracked like a spiderweb. The impact shook the flying, the drone, causing it to dart around. The drone's camera was shaking and the image naturally wobbled wildly. When the drone finally stabilized, a second meteorite hit it. Boom! Even in the basement of the shelter, they could still clearly feel the shockwave from the meteorite's impact. Father and Lin's mother looked at Lin Cheng with their mouths open in surprise. They thought that Lin Cheng had some kind of prophetic gift. He always sensed danger before it approached and took the necessary measures. It was the same when he brought them to the shelter. If it weren't for Lin Cheng's foresight, they would have been in a difficult situation now. Lin's father was deeply worried, but he couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Cheng, how did you know that a meteorite was about to fall?" Lin Cheng was slightly taken aback, but quickly formulated his answer. "I just assumed and didn't expect it to happen. And the last time I was in the city, I met scientists who told me that there might be weather changes in the near future. Although I wasn't specifically told that it was a meteorite, my intuition told me to stay away." Although Lin's father and mother were still a little puzzled, they did not ask any further questions. They decided to believe Lin Cheng's words. There was no other way. There was simply no reasonable explanation for why Lin Cheng always arranged everything so perfectly. Even though Anlan was with Lin Cheng, early in the morning, she didn't quite understand what the woman named Liu Shanshan had said to him. She and Lin Cheng had barely interacted. She was his fiancée, after all. The thought suddenly came to her mind, and Anlan's face flushed. What was she thinking? Why was she always so hooked on the fact that this woman said to Lin Cheng? Was she jealous? And Lan's feelings were confused, and she wasn't sure how she felt about Lin Cheng now. It was the first time in her life that she had such strange feelings. Like a teenage girl, a feeling was brewing inside her. Lin Cheng, of course, didn't notice anything, only watching the surrounding world from a reconnaissance drone. The first wave of meteorites died down for a moment, and when the drone took off and filmed the surroundings near the shelter, Lin Cheng was shocked. At first, he assumed that there would not be many meteorites, but now his assumptions turned out to be too naive. Previously, there was a forest near the shelter, but now, except for the raging flames, there was almost nothing left of it. Hundreds of meteorite craters pockmarked the ground, making the roads impassable even for an SUV. It seemed he needed to move the shelter quickly, or he would fall into the pit. Using the drone footage, Lin Cheng keenly noticed the flickering blue lights where the meteorites touched the ground. At first glance, Lin Cheng recognized them. These seemingly harmless objects turned out to be rumors of space spores. These blue lights gradually rose into the air and seemed to spread. Luckily, he had creation quickly modify the shelter's ventilation system. It should filter out the space spores without any problem. Spores. The doors and windows of the shelter were tightly sealed, and, apart from the necessary ventilation, there was virtually no communication with the outside world. The shelter was also hit by a meteorite, but fortunately it only left a few dents in the wall that were not noticeable without careful observation. Instead, the meteorite that hit the shelter was shattered into pieces by the violent impact. The quality of the shelter walls is still very strong. Seeing this, Lin Cheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the shelter walls can withstand it, the damage caused by this meteor strike can be ignored. Before the second wave of meteor strike arrived, Lin Cheng sent Chuan Zhao to repair the wall that was slightly dented by the meteorite from inside the shelter. Thanks to Chuan Zhao's repair, the wall that initially appeared slightly dented to the naked eye quickly returned to its original state. Just half an hour after the last meteorite fell, the second wave hit the Earth. The meteorite fragments fell to the ground in a squall, reminiscent of a crimson meteor shower. Compared to the previous wave, the second wave was significantly more powerful. Even from the shelter's basement, the tremors were still felt, as if meteorites were falling directly on one's head. Of the 4 unmanned reconnaissance drones previously stationed outside, 2 had been destroyed, and only these 2 remained operational and transmitting images. It was his only remaining link to the outside world until the meteorite impact died down, so naturally he had to protect it. Every inch of land outside the shelter was now at risk of being hit by a powerful meteorite. So the deployment of the reconnaissance aircraft in the corner was an extremely unwise decision. Now, Lin Cheng's only task was to constantly maneuver the drone so that it did not linger in one place for too long and was not destroyed by any meteorite that accidentally fell there. Finally, having stabilized drone camera, he finally saw the moment the meteorite fell clearly. The moment the meteorite hit the ground, it not only created huge cracks in the ground, but was also accompanied by a raging fire. The flames appeared for only a moment and then disappeared, but the power released was terrifying. He couldn't to operate so many drones at once by one person. Moreover, if they were all in the hands of one person, the probability of them being hit by a meteorite would increase. And Lan volunteered to help, and Lin's father and mother also offered to try. But the joy did not last long. The drone that they were in control quickly flew into pieces, and Lan's drone was also quickly engulfed by the flames that shot up into the sky. Of the 4 drones, only Lin Cheng's drone remained. Lin Cheng knew very well that even if he dodged with incredible agility, he would still end up flipping over. Instead of playing at dodging, he could simply control, drone, and run a decent distance, fly as far as possible, and transmit as many images as possible. In short, the main thing is that he at least captures something. To win. The view of the city shocked Lin Cheng, his parents, and Anlan. The once bustling streets turned into ruins, and the broken roads into a real spectacle. Factories, buildings, houses, apartment complexes, hospitals, schools, all kinds of structures ultimately did not escape the meteorite strike. Who would have thought that just a month ago this place was a bustling city, and now it has turned into ruins? Heat waves from the raging flames distorted the images transmitted by the drone. If this was the case, other cities must have been in similar conditions. For those survivors who had built their shelters on the surface, the meteorite strike was strong enough to kill them. Faced with a chaotic attack, meteorite, even with 2 extra legs, they wouldn't have been able to escape from such a powerful blow. The force of the meteorite hitting the ground was enough to crush internal organs. Not to mention those unfortunate survivors who were hit by the meteorite. They would most likely be blown to pieces on the spot. Lin's father and mother froze for only a moment before closing their eyes, unable to bear the sight. They had lived here much longer than Lin Cheng, and they shared an inexpressible bond with this city. It was not only about feelings, but also about their dear heart memories. Every detail of their past life was vividly imprinted in their memory. Although the beginning of the Great Judgment was enveloping them, at least the city still existed. But now they had no way to remember the past. Seeing the city being destroyed, they naturally couldn't watch it anymore. Anlan's mouth dropped open in surprise. If she hadn't followed Lin Cheng to the shelter, she might not have survived the meteorite's fall. Just as Lin Cheng was frowning and observing the surrounding world through the image transmitted by the only remaining drone, he suddenly noticed something furry jumping onto his hand. Instinctively threw it to the ground, but heard a series of chirping sounds. Anlan, startled by Lin Cheng's sudden and abrupt movement, immediately jumped up. But as soon as Anlan saw the culprit on the ground, her wary gaze disappeared. Huh? Why is there a chicken here? Lin Cheng was also quite surprised. The fluffy object he had just dropped on the ground turned out to be a live chicken. The yellow fur combined with the strikingly unusual beak made this fluffy creature incredibly adorable. Even Anlan couldn't help but crouch down, holding the chick in his arms and examining it carefully. The father and Lin's mother was also quite surprised, because no one in their area had ever handled anything like this before. And the chick wasn't alone. Suddenly, a dozen chicks were nestled on the sofa behind them. Xiao Cheng, did you bring these chicks back? Lin Cheng thought for a moment. He didn't remember these chicks. Did they just appear out of nowhere? Even if they were locals to the shelter, they at least saw everything that happened there. It wasn't like something had suddenly appeared, something beyond his expectations. The only explanation was that it was a mechanical life form. I'll go down and take a look. I'll be right back. Lin Cheng headed straight to the top floor of the shelter, where Creation was researching various new devices. Creation, you created these chickens, right? Creation, who was busy working, immediately stopped and respectfully replied to Lin Cheng. Esteemed Master, the life after. Disaster is extremely important. Considering the lack of life in the shelter, I created a simple incubator machine. It can hatch creatures from eggs. Then Lin Cheng suddenly brightened up. The shelter did have eggs in its inventory, so it was good that these machines created by Creation could hatch chicks. After all, eggs were consumables, and they would eventually run out. But if chickens could be hatched directly, everything would be different. Chickens lay eggs, eggs hatch into chickens, and these two cycles complement each other. If the chain between them is properly controlled, it can continue indefinitely. But how many chickens has Creation hatched? Could it hatch all the eggs in the warehouse? Moreover, the conditions in the shelter were not very suitable for the survival of these chickens. Even to prepare the feed would require a lot of food. Creation, what will happen to their habitat after you hatch these chickens? We can't just let them wander around the shelter aimlessly. The creature clearly thought about this question and answered directly. Dear Master, we are also building a greenhouse that will be able to accommodate both animals and plants. Given the current available space in the shelter, the foundation of the greenhouse may be a bit more, but the final income will certainly be several times more than usual. Lin Cheng expressed his full approval. No problem, go ahead. If the area needed is large enough, I can free up one floor of the shelter for a greenhouse foundation. The greenhouse foundation will provide the shelter with a constant supply of fruits, vegetables, and eggs. Although they only raise chickens now, it was a good start. Everything starts with the hardest part. Once the initial preparations are complete, all that remains is to populate the new species. By then, even if the shelter is completely isolated from the outside world, it will be able to achieve self-sufficiency if it has access to water and air. In the current living conditions, achieving self-sufficiency would be an ideal option. Based on current trends, scattered food supplies are unlikely to last long. Anything that can be collected will be consumed in a month at most. Without new food and other supplies, previously stored reserves will inevitably be quickly depleted. It is not only about direct consumption, there is also indirect storage. Almost every survivor with the resources has some food. However, it is easy to store, so it will not last even a day or two. Some lucky ones may be able to stock up for several months. When some get food, others do not. The subsequent conflicts will vary from casualties to lives. Especially after the meteorite falls, many survivors who did not survive to the dungeon are at high risk of death. The food and supplies accumulated by these already lost survivors will inevitably be divided among other survivors. Fair. Speaking of which, Lin Cheng had every reason to fight for these now abandoned things. But he was unwilling to do so. The main reason was that the scattered supplies were of no use to him. Moreover, the supplies he carried were too small each time, and searching everywhere would waste his time, which he could have spent it on more valuable things. Given the same amount of time, he would naturally choose the option with the greater benefit. After all, without emotional considerations, everything should be thought out in terms of cost. Lin Cheng accompanied Chuan Zhao to inspect the so-called greenhouse base. Chuan Zhao's concept was truly impeccable. It took into account every aspect of the facility, from lighting to air humidity. To ensure sufficient humidity in the greenhouse, Chuan Zhao even built a humidifier. However, the greenhouse base still needed to be illuminated. Using electricity alone for lighting would inevitably result in significant energy consumption. The current shelter was not very functional, and forcing lighting into the system would significantly deplete energy resources. Creation. Can you solve the problem with power supply for the shelter? Currently, power generation completely exceeds consumption. If this continues for too long, the generator's lifespan will be significantly reduced. The creature thought for a moment and quickly came up with the best solution. Dear Master, if you want to solve the shelter's power supply problem, the only way for now is to modify the generator. If you can, give me 3 days and I can turn the current generator into a smart one. It can absorb solar and wind energy during the day and generate electricity from thermal energy at night. If you can, give me 5 days and I can even turn a thermal generator into a geothermal one. Geothermal generator? This was the first time Lin Cheng heard of such a generator. After explaining creation, he finally realized that the so-called geothermal generators actually use magma to generate electricity. Magma is not only formed in volcanoes. There is magma underground, for example, near the mantle. The mantle is the point of concentration of the Earth's radiation. The mantle is not only extremely high pressure, but also extremely hot. Collecting magma from there is incredibly difficult. Lin Cheng didn't know if he would ever get a chance to put it back together again. It was completely impossible now. Even in the early morning hours, he was wondering whether he should spend 5 days converting the generator to geothermal energy or continue using thermal energy. Suddenly, a strange knocking sound hit the walls of the shelter. The intermittent knocking almost certainly ruled out a meteorite. Meteors couldn't fall in the same place over and over again. The only explanation was that the shelter was being attacked by something outside. Without thinking, Lin Cheng immediately identified his target. Apart from alien creatures, no one fearless enough would dare to go outside now. Lin Cheng immediately returned to the basement. The only remaining reconnaissance drone resumed work. As it took off, It gradually gained a clearer view of the shelter's surroundings. The circling drone spotted a huge alien creature roaming the area, periodically slamming its huge claws into the walls. But as soon as the drone appeared, it was noticed. Its mouth opened wide, leaving a deep mark from a sharp claw. All 4 drones outside the shelter were destroyed. The shelter was completely cut off from the outside world and had no idea what was happening outside. Lin Cheng's pupils suddenly shrank. The alien creature was not at all like a normal invisible creature. It was at least a level 3 threat, perhaps even higher. It seemed to have some intelligence, and it was purposefully looking for the most vulnerable spots of the shelter. With a loud bang, the reinforced glass used for lighting shattered into pieces, and a howling gust of wind instantly rushed into the shelter. Lin Cheng. He instantly jumped up, his face filled with seriousness. There was a high probability of space spores appearing in the air outside. Although the meteorite had just begun to fall and the spread was limited, there was still a slight possibility, and Lin Cheng had to nip it in the bud. All armed forces in the shelter were mobilized. Raptor. Odin and his henchmen rushed out of the shelter in record time. All their firepower instantly fell on the alien's body. However, the collision of bullets with skin did not lead to the expected bloody mess and splashes. Instead, sparks flew. This frightened Lin Cheng. This level of protection was unachievable with normal bullets. At the rate of destruction this alien creature was capable of inflicting, every vulnerable point in the shelter would likely be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Hearing the noise, Lin's father and mother flinched and instinctively looked up, toward Lin Cheng. Anlan stood there, confused, unable to sit or stand, his eyes full of panic. At this moment, everyone instinctively relied on Lin Cheng, as if he was their only savior. "Don't worry, I'll go up and see what's going on." "Xiao Cheng, there's someone outside right now." "Too dangerous. We're still safe underground, so don't come out yet." Lin's father remained calm and collected, although he was a little panicked, but at least he didn't lose his composure. No, once the shelter on the top floor was dug up, it was only a matter of time before it found its way. Down! Lin Cheng knew very well that the creature outside was intelligent and would not wander aimlessly like these alien creatures looking for prey. With its intelligence, it would easily foresee the possibility of surviving inside the huge structure in such an empty space. And such a dangerous alien. The creature, both in destructive power and combat capabilities, is incredibly powerful. Under the anxious and hesitant gazes of Lin's father, mother, and Anlan, Lin Cheng resolutely left the underground part of the shelter and headed to the surface. Raptor 1, fire homing bombs at the creature's head. Falcon 1, try to find its weak point. The rest of you, unleash your firepower. Lin Cheng didn't yet know the exact weak points of this extremely dangerous alien creature, so he could only attack potential weak points. This alien creature had a strange appearance. A huge horn on its forehead, bloodshot eyes, and a pair of huge wings on its back. However, these wings seemed a little stiff, as if they could not function properly. This alien creature not only did everything possible to destroy the surface structures of the shelter, but also periodically opened its bloody maw to tear apart its solid walls. Although it did not bite through the wall completely, each bite only deepened the bite marks. As they say, a drop of water wears away a stone. If this continues for some time, even the strongest wall will eventually be destroyed. Dear Master, the target's outer shell is strong and no vulnerabilities have been discovered yet. Falcon 1's voice echoed, weighing down Lin Cheng's already heavy heart even more. This extremely dangerous alien creature was extremely rare, so finding its weak points would be difficult. Falcon 1's patrol had yielded no results, which was quite consistent with his expectations. The homing bombs fired by Raptor 1 circled the air several times, successfully evading the alien's interception before exploding in its horns. The continuous explosions were so deafening that they could be clearly heard over a large area. The homing bombs were more deadly than regular bullets and slightly slowed the horned alien's movements. But it was only a slight delay. The pain in the horns enraged the alien, and its attempts to destroy The shelter has strengthened. Since horns are not a weak point, let's try wings. Lin Cheng always felt something strange about the wings of this alien creature. It makes sense that a winged alien should not have particularly developed limbs. But this creature's limbs looked incredibly powerful, easily carving a deep crater in the ground. Not at all like the limbs of a flying alien. However, his sixth sense was surprisingly accurate. When Raptor 1 led the other second-generation combat mechanical lifeforms in attacking the alien's wings, creatures, their effect was truly astonishing. The contrast between such fragile wings and its impenetrable skin was astonishing. Even without the use of homing explosives, ordinary bullets caused significant damage to the wings of the alien creature. Alien creature screamed in pain, blood spurting from his wings. But something even stranger happened. His once enormous wings were gradually shrinking. How could Lin Cheng miss such an opportunity? If the wings really had shrunk completely, then he wouldn't be able to directly attack such a formidable alien creature. The iron-hard skin alone would be able to wear it down for a long time. Combine all your firepower and attack the wings with all your might. The moment Lin Cheng gave the order, all mechanical lifeforms rushed to attack, straining all their strength. The alien creature gradually became smaller. Over time, the wings also became smaller. But the bullets also damaged the wings. Even though the alien creature had received significant damage, it still had enormous destructive power. Several mechanical lifeforms closest to the finger-like creature were smashed into dust with a single blow. Lin Cheng was horrified by what he saw. If a normal human were to be hit like that, they would be reduced to mush. And these destroyed mechanical lifeforms could not be restored. This meant that each attack by the alien creature cost it a significant amount of refined iron. The amount of refined iron could be big or small, it was still a loss. Damage continued to fall on the alien creature's wings, and just the sight of them was painful. However, the creature showed no signs of destruction. Could it be that this was not the creature's weak point? At this thought, Lin Cheng's initially anxious heart instantly calmed down. If this was not the creature's weak point, then it meant that he was facing a newly increased threat. Second level! Such a newly elevated alien creature was not fully developed, and the special abilities of a typical second-level creature were completely unavailable. It was as if a person with a low level of power suddenly gained extraordinary abilities without realizing it. True power. It would take at least some time to fully unleash its abilities. Until then, this newly upgraded alien being, who had reached level 2, was only slightly stronger. Esteemed Master. A large wound was discovered on the back of this alien. The voice transmitted by Hawkeye 1 naturally inspired Lin Cheng. Perhaps this newly discovered wound would be a breakthrough for them. Under the concentrated fire of countless firepower, the wound on the back of this alien creature, level 2, gradually expanded. Having reached the limit, the huge alien creature fell to the ground with a dull thud, and the remaining body quickly dissolved into a puddle of black water. Ding! Congratulations to the host on killing the level 2 alien creature. Reward: 500 EXP. All mechanical lifeforms level up. Ding! Congratulations to the host on reaching a major milestone, killing a powerful enemy. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the opening of the new module, Monster Hunter. A series of mechanical signals echoed in Lin Cheng's ears, and he received a powerful boost. An unpleasant smell hung in the air, but Lin Cheng did not hesitate and immediately ordered all mechanical lifeforms to return to shelter. He then ordered the creative mechanical lifeforms, led by their creative counterparts, to repair the damaged sections of the shelter. Fortunately, the mechanical lifeforms had received a level 1 system boost, which naturally sped up the repair process. In just a few minutes, the damaged areas of the shelter were completely restored, and the walls were reinforced all around. Seeing that all the damage to the outside of the shelter had been repaired, Lin Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and began to count the results of this murder. It was truly astounding. New monster template. Hunter actually rewards players based on the number of alien creatures killed. Monster Hunter Novice. Kill 1,000 dangerous level 5 aliens. Reward: 1 random gene upgrade. Monster Hunter. Intermediate. Kill 1,000 dangerous level 4 aliens. Reward: 1x special gene enhancement. Monster Hunter. Advanced. Kill 1,000 dangerous level 3 aliens. Reward: 1x epic gene enhancement. Monster Hunter. God. Kill 1,000 dangerous level 2 aliens. Reward: 1 legendary gene enhancement. Wow, they actually directly reward gene enhancements. Lin Cheng's eyes suddenly widened, and even his breathing quickened. Seeing these quest rewards, Lin Cheng's blood boiled. Only those who survived the Great Reckoning could receive gene enhancements, and they were random. Some survivors ended up receiving gene enhancements with extremely weak properties, almost useless. They could even become a liability. But now he could not only receive genetic upgrades ahead of time, but also earn even stronger ones by constantly completing missions. Lin Cheng understood perfectly well what the system had in store for him. Judging from the current development of the system, it definitely wouldn't give him some random, useless genetic enhancements. It would definitely be those with powerful abilities. However, in order to obtain these abilities ahead of time, he needed to complete the corresponding traits. For example, a mission that rewarded legendary genetic enhancement was something he absolutely couldn't do right now. Just one alien creature that had just entered threat level 2 was already causing Lin Cheng quite a bit of anxiety, not to mention those that were already had reached level 1. Even with the shelter's current defenses, they might not be enough to stand up to a level 1 alien. Unfortunately, the Monster Hunter's skills only lasted from the moment the template was activated, and the alien creatures he had previously cleared out in the underground pit was completely beyond his capabilities. This also left Lin Cheng somewhat frustrated, as he had no idea what was going on inside the pit. With the help of the Monster Hunter, he would be able to more intuitively understand the number of alien creatures in the pit and their threat level. It seemed necessary to send Raptor 1 and his combat mechanical life forms deeper into the pit to conduct a siege. The previous sieges were simply for experience, but now he was driven by the desire to obtain even more powerful genetic enhancements to give himself impressive power. Take today's incident, for example. If Lin Cheng was strong enough, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if he fought this second-level threat alien creature alone. But it was precisely because of his own lack of strength that he had to rely on external forces to temporarily overcome the difficulties. And the goal. All of this was simply to become stronger. Esteemed Master, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation has been detected near the shelter. May I check it out? Hawkeye No. 1's voice rang out in his ears. Lin Cheng was taken aback at first, but then he reacted. He had almost forgotten about this important matter. High-level alien creatures, when killed, would release a powerful, energy-rich crystal core. The crystal cores dropped by these creatures contained a huge amount of energy. Using this energy effectively could completely solve the energy shortage and other problems. And it was a second-level threat alien. The crystal core energy it released was no small achievement. A rough calculation showed that it would be enough to power the shelter for at least several months. Lin Cheng was already worried about the lack of energy in the shelter, and the arrival of this second-level threat alien creature was a decisive decision. Therefore, Lin Cheng enthusiastically sent out a reconnaissance machine to get the crystal core from outside the shelter. It wasn't the space spores outside. It was the fact that the pungent smell of decaying slime emanating from the level 2 alien creature was making it hard for him to bring himself to get it. The machines wouldn't pay attention to such things. Details and their ability to smell was almost non-existent. Their sensitivity to energy is far superior to humans, so sending them out to search was entirely appropriate. The energy crystal was quickly found. Although it wasn't the first time he saw it, it was the first time he saw it, dropped by a second-level alien creature. It was a diamond-shaped crystal, completely black, with a faint glow inside. Although the crystal still gave off a faint, almost hilarious aroma, Lin Cheng suppressed his nausea and took the energy. crystal into the very depths of the shelter. Naturally, the energy crystal could not be used directly. After all, with the current technological level of the shelter, directly connecting to the energy of the crystal core was probably a fantasy. This meant that Chuanzhao had to modify it and create a new generator that could use the crystal core. After seeing the energy source, Chuanzhao showed no emotion, instead calmly accepting the crystal filled with boundless energy from Lin Cheng's hands. After some modification, the energy crystal was finally used to power the shelter. Once the crystal core was successfully activated, Lin Cheng quickly turned off the generator they had found earlier. Compared to the energy produced by the crystal core, this ordinary generator seemed insignificant. If they could find the next energy core before this one ran out of energy, they would completely solve the problem of the lack of energy in shelter. The shelter's abundant power source accelerated Chuanzhao and the others' research. After all, some research still required electricity. The reason Chuanzhao hadn't developed a more practical automatic attack weapon before was because the shelter's energy level was too low. Even if they had, they wouldn't have been able to use it. Instead of wasting time creating something that will not be used, it would be better to spend more time developing devices that could be used now. Watching the steady flow of electricity from the crystal core to the shelter's power lines, Lin Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Given the current progress, research, Chuanzhao and his team could successfully develop a device to transport the shelter in less than a week. By then, they could move to a relatively safe location. It will not only be easy to defend, but also difficult to attack. At least the shelter will be well hidden and safe. Ideally, the future location should be located near special mineral deposits, which will ensure self-sufficiency. Aliens of the second level of threat are not easily accessible, and even if they were encountered, they might not be able to be killed. The ease with which they were able to defeat the Level 2 alien this time was solely due to the fact that it was relatively new. If it had been given a few more days to settle in, today's incident would not be resolved so quickly. Putting these matters aside for the time being, he had to rush back to the basement to tell Lin's parents and Anlan about the situation outside. When he returned, before Lin Cheng could say anything, Lin's parents, along with Anlan, surrounded him. "Xiaocheng, are you okay? Are you injured? I just heard some noise outside." Seeing the worried expressions on the three men's faces, Lin Cheng shook his head weakly, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Don't worry, I'm not injured. Moreover, I have good news for you. This monster dropped a crystal core. I did some research and found that it can help provide the shelter with electricity, and the amount it provides is huge. We won't have to worry about running out of power for at least the next few months." Father Lin's face was full of disbelief. In his opinion, there is no generator that can produce electricity. "Xiaocheng, will there be any problems if we use what he dropped? Monster, directly?" "No, Dad, don't worry." Lin Cheng knew what his father was worried about. Although the crystal core is used to power the generator, we can leave it alone. After all, each machine has its own lifespan. Once its service life is over, even if we spend a lot of time repairing it, it will most likely be beyond repair. Lin's father was an experienced electrician. How could he not know such a simple principle? Okay, let's not talk about it for now. It's good that everything is okay. The noise coming from outside almost scared me. I thought we were done this time. Thinking back to what just happened, Mother Lin still couldn't shake off her fear. Fortunately, Anlan was with me. Otherwise, I would have been more worried. Anlan's face turned slightly red, but quickly softened. I did nothing, just reassuring my aunt. "How are things outside now?" Lin Cheng answered honestly. "The meteorite fall is still ongoing, but the period of greatest intensity has already passed. Although there will be more meteorites in the future, they will be much less intense than today. We've survived this meteor storm almost unscathed. There's one more thing I need to tell you beforehand. In about a week, we will move from here to another place." After hearing the whole story, Lin's father and mother naturally agreed. After all, this place was originally chosen solely to facilitate construction, without any long-term planning. Now that the conditions are right, it was natural to move towards a better future. Staying here would not only limit nearby resources for development, but also create serious transportation difficulties. After the meteorite fell, the nearby roads were pitted with deep craters. In such conditions, if you do not have regular transportation, driving alone is inevitable, leads to bumps and even the risk of capsizing. If you capsize in a deep crater, it is extremely difficult for a mortal to survive unless you have undergone a secondary genetic awakening. Of course, this was only part of the reason. The more important factor was that Lin Cheng believed that this place was not suitable for further development. As for Anlan, he naturally had no objections. After listening to the opinions of the other 3 shelter residents, Lin Cheng began preparing for the next move, moving not only the shelter itself, but also various supplies. This required further development, existing foundation. Creation proposed a solution to create a device capable of compressing the shelter into a tiny container. However, the critical issue was whether it could be restored to its original 1-to-1 state after being compressed. If something goes wrong during the compression, causing partial damage to the shelter, while repairs are easy thanks to creation's ingenious mechanical life forms, it will still take time. Even if any dangerous aliens are created during the creation process, creatures, they would still be very dangerous, especially the ones that posed a high threat level, the invisible creatures. Creation naturally understood Lin Cheng's concerns and came up with the best solution that evening. They would gather all their creative mechanical life forms to work together, build a huge compressed warehouse capable of storing all the shelter's supplies. In this way, the supplies could be transported separately from the shelter, effectively preventing unnecessary losses due to technical problems. After hearing these plans, Lin Cheng fully agreed. Even a small reduction in food losses meant a greater guarantee of survival and safety in the future. Researching various transportation devices would take some time, and in the meantime, Lin Cheng had another problem to solve. It was about the space disputes outside. Shelter. There was no clear answer to the question of how long these space spores could exist. Therefore, Lin Cheng needed to quickly find a way to destroy the space spores nearby, or rather, how long they could exist. Once the shelter entered the transport route, they would come out into the open air, and these space spores will naturally become their biggest threat. Lin Cheng took a deep breath. The hardest part was not how to study the space spores. The difficulty was that he didn't know how to obtain some of them for research without putting himself in danger. After all, without experimental samples, no matter how many ideas he had, they were just guesses, not practical implementations. As for research questions, then he didn't have to worry about them. With Chuanzhao at his disposal, he could tackle a whole range of research tasks. Lin Cheng's first thought was to send out unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to collect samples of space spores, but he quickly abandoned the idea because unmanned reconnaissance aircraft were much less convenient than mechanical life forms. But what if mechanical life forms were sent out? What if the space spores were contaminated? Lin Cheng came across a poster and suddenly had a bold idea. If Chuanzhao could create protective clothing that could block space, dispute, wouldn't that allow him to avoid all the problems entirely? The more Lin Cheng thought about this approach, the more plausible it seemed. While chemical protective suits can indeed provide some degree of isolation, the completeness of that isolation depends on the quality. Suit. However, Chuanzhao's suits would certainly have to be of excellent quality. With this idea, Lin Cheng immediately ran to Chuanzhao to share his plan. Chuanzhao naturally accepted Lin Cheng's proposal with unwavering loyalty, especially considering its feasibility. The creation of the chemical protective suit was not particularly difficult for the creators. It was practically effortless. From the moment the suit was proposed to its completion, less than an hour passed. The mission of collecting samples naturally fell on the shoulders of the most observant reconnaissance mechanical life form. Hawk 1, accompanied by the second-generation combat mechanical life form, left the shelter and headed towards the outer territory. All this happened under the close supervision of Lin Cheng. The process of extracting the samples went surprisingly smoothly, at least much smoother than expected. He glanced at the collected cosmic spores. Lin Cheng nodded in satisfaction, but remained wary. He set up a research area for space spores on the lowest level of the shelter. He also stationed 2 second-generation combat mechanical creatures to guard the research area. He wasn't worried that Anlan and his parents might have ulterior motives that could interfere with the research of space spores. Rather, he was afraid that their proximity would allow the space spores to find a host, which would pose a threat to their safety. Lin Cheng always carefully weighed all the factors. He didn't take any risks unless he was absolutely sure, especially the risk of bringing space spores into the shelter. Research took time, and time was his most valuable asset right now. If he wanted to move, it would be best to do it before the 4th monster invasion. The increase in the number of monster raids will also increase the level of threat from alien creatures. Sporadic appearances of alien creatures of the 2nd or 3rd threat level have already begun. After the 4th invasion of monsters, he will not be surprised even if an alien creature with a threat appears. 1st level. The research on the space spores progressed faster than expected, taking only 14 hours. The results obtained made Lin Cheng extremely happy. These space spores could be easily destroyed by simply burning them at high temperatures, and prolonged exposure to ultraviolet light also effectively destroyed them. Compared to the first, the second method of treatment was relatively gentle. After all, if space spores appeared in the air and approached a person at a very close distance, they could not be killed directly by high temperatures, since this would be extremely harmful to the body. However, ultraviolet light would be much less of a threat. At least they wouldn't have to worry about being burned. However, the research wasn't all good news. Research quickly revealed that these space spores had extremely powerful parasitic abilities. When in contact with any living organism, they could complete the parasitic process in a matter of seconds. Moreover, the host they infected was practically deprived of self-awareness, turning into a real zombie. After reviewing the test results, Lin Cheng concluded that it was similar to the zombie virus shown in movies. Its functions were basically the same. Fortunately, these space spores were killed by ultraviolet light. On a sunny day, UV rays probably killed 70% to 80% of them. The remaining spores on the remaining life forms would not have survived for long. The combat effectiveness of these spores was entirely dependent on the condition of the host. A chicken would have very different fighting capabilities than a tiger. As for the specific life form it inhabited, that was a matter of chance. Overall, the threat posed by the space spores was far less serious than that posed by the previous meteorite impact. The disaster with meteorite fall was almost completely over. With this crisis resolved, no other major disasters should occur. However, Lin Cheng needed to be especially aware of one thing: the monster hunter pattern. Lin Cheng sent Hawkeye 1 to patrol the perimeter shelter, stopping only when he was absolutely sure that there were no other alien creatures nearby. Looking at the completely safe shelter, Lin Cheng smiled faintly. He then dispatched Falcon 1 and several other second-generation combat mecha, accompanied by Hawkeye 1 and several recon mecha, to a deep pit closest to the hideout. Following the signals from the recon mecha, the creatures quickly entered the fray. The results of the battle, as well as the number of alien creatures killed, were transmitted to Lin Cheng's mind. Countless mechanical creatures were destroyed in this purge, and Lin Cheng felt no sympathy for the losses. If it weren't for these monsters, the world would not be what it is today. The purge ended only when Hawkeye 1 reported that no other creatures were found in the target area. Satisfied, Lin Cheng opened the Monster Hunter interface. He was truly shocked. In this deep pit, the majority of the aliens were threat level 5, but there were also quite a few threat level 4 aliens. There were even a few threat level 3 aliens among them. As for the threat level 2 aliens seen this time, we haven't seen them yet, which, fortunately, was not the case. As a result of the cleanup, 200 aliens with a threat of level 5, 100 aliens with a threat of level 4 and 50 aliens with a threat of level 3 were destroyed. Overall, the harvest was quite significant, and among a small number of energy cores were also found in the destroyed aliens. All of these cores, without exception, were extracted by mechanical life forms. However, these subsequent energy cores were significantly smaller than the energy core of the previously extracted alien threat, level 2. But after all, a mosquito is still meat. For now, these energy cores are being stored as a reserve. They may be needed at some point. At least until the level 2 alien threat source is exhausted, they can all be stored as reserve energy. Lin Cheng's attention was not limited to the shelter's surroundings. He also monitored the city with a reconnaissance drone. More and more survivors were heading towards the so-called survivor base mentioned in the previous broadcast. Watching these people confidently set off, Lin Cheng showed a hint of helplessness. He was well aware that their destination was just a beautiful lie. However, the radio, which was silent for some time, recently began to transmit new information. Basically, it was reported that the Gamma Research Institute has developed a new weapon, namely the legendary mutants. These creatures can help humans destroy aliens and replenish their energy by eating any objects without spending the supplies the survivors needed. Naturally, this news brought joy to many survivors. As long as there were beings capable of limiting the aliens' activity, humanity's survival rate during the Great Reckoning would naturally increase significantly. But soon after the publication of this news, just 2 days later, the radio again heard a voice from the Gamma Research Institute. "Dear survivors, we are researchers from the Gamma Research Institute, and we have an urgent announcement. The development of mutants at the Gamma Research Institute has been completed as planned, but something has gone wrong. So, approximately 100 mutants have escaped from the basement of the Gamma Research Institute. The location of these mutants is currently unknown. Survivors, please take care of yourselves. If you spot mutants with the Gamma Research Institute logo, please contact us immediately. Gamma Research Institute radio channel." If the previous voice announcement gave the survivors great hope, the following voice message certainly extinguished it. The flame of hope that had flared up earlier. In the hearts of most of the homeless survivors, the flame of hope had died out, replaced by endless despair. Lin Cheng was not surprised by the broadcast because he was the only one who knew about its imminent arrival. His previous warnings had been completely in vain. The current capacity of the Gamma Research Institute was simply not up to the task of such a large-scale project. The plans they had developed only put themselves in danger. Initially, none of this had anything to do with Lin Cheng, but several mutants had accidentally ended up near the shelter. Of course, Lin Cheng did not contact the Gamma Research Institute via radio, as it would reveal the coordinates of the shelter. With these mechanical life forms, they could easily eliminate the threat. As for the mutant corpses, Lin Cheng did not waste them, but immediately transferred them to the shelter. He had already said that given the current level of technology, no one was better suited for such research than Creation. Creation could directly perform any research tasks that the Gamma Research Institute could not. Based on the various analysis reports provided by Creation, he has already thoroughly identified the weaknesses of several mutants. Esteemed Master, we have analyzed all the vital signs of this life form. The main reason for the loss of control is that she cannot effectively control her brain. However, these life forms also have a reserve of intelligence and are able to recognize threats. Considering that the production of a large number of neural control units will require significant time and resources, I propose the following options. Option 1. Directly destroy the mutant's brain and implant a control chip, turning it into a completely obedient machine. Option 2. Implant a remote-controlled explosive device into the creature's neural unit, allowing remote control of the creature's life and death. Lin Cheng carefully weighed both options. He personally believed the second method was more moderate. After all, if the creature, controlled directly, a person without intelligence would not be able to perform many actions that require improvisation. Simply performing tasks would be meaningless. It would be better to find some mechanical life forms to perform these tasks. Creature, can you create a self-destruct device that can recognize the thoughts of these creatures? If they are up to no good against the several targets I have specified, the device will automatically explode. Also, the power of the self-destruct device must be controlled so that it destroys only the brain and does not cause too much damage to the environment. The creature thought for a moment, then nodded quickly. Esteemed master, this method is quite feasible. I will implant a self-destruct device into this creature's mind later. Looking at the motionless mutant lying next to him, Lin Cheng thought deeply. There were only 3 mutants on his side. While this was a significant improvement for the shelter, it was still too little. He had a grand and ambitious idea. These mutants had already broken free from Gamma Research's control. Why not find the right moment to capture them all and hand them over to creation to implant a self-destruct device? Then, using their lives as a threat, he could control them. Wouldn't that mean he'd have another mutant army at his disposal? He knew full well the fighting capabilities of these creatures. They could easily crush several level 4 aliens. These mutants had one significant similarity to the aliens. They had the ability to grow. Although their upper growth limit was lower than that of the aliens, a certain level of growth was still maintained. With due preparation, these mutants would eventually become incredibly powerful and would become a vital force for him. Once this thought had taken hold, Lin Cheng sent Hawkeye 1 with several second-generation reconnaissance mechanical creatures to search for mutants in the surrounding area, centered around the shelter. Any mutants spotted were to be reported immediately, after which Falcon 1 would lead a team to capture them. It was like a tightly wound mission cycle. Hawkeye 1 would search for targets, Falcon 1 would capture them, and then create and modify them. In just 3 days, Lin Cheng had captured more than 10 mutants near the shelter. This number was clearly not enough to carry out Lin Cheng's plan. The voice message reported that almost 100 mutants had escaped from the Gamma Research Institute. This meant that he had only caught 1/10. So he ordered Falcon 1 to expand the search area even further. This continued for a whole week. The capture plan was finally complete. In the end, there were a total of 60 mutants in the shelter. This number was still slightly less than Lin Cheng had expected, but some of the mutants had already been completely lost or had lost their vital signs, making their return completely useless. Lin's father and mother, who accidentally saw Lin Cheng's terrifying plan, were also horrified. However, after Lin Cheng told the whole story, they felt a little relief, although they still felt a little uneasy. In their eyes, monsters were just monsters. If they suddenly went berserk, their safety would be at risk. Lin Cheng then explained that he had implanted a self-destruct device into the minds of these mutants. If any of them harbored any dangerous thoughts toward the 4 people in the shelter, the device would explode, immediately, without causing any harm to the environment. This acted as a reliable protective barrier, and Lin's father and mother finally felt complete relief. When these mutants woke up, there was no hostility in their eyes, only endless fear. For them, Lin Cheng was the source of their fear. A single thought could change their life or death. Even with their limited intelligence, they could feel a strange presence in their minds. These mutants couldn't speak, but their eyes spoke volumes. Lin Cheng looked at them, and there was no fear in his gaze. In fact, these mutants varied in form, each with its own size. But in the end, they were all a collection of creatures stitched together. When you acquire something new, it is natural to test its strength. That night, Lin Cheng sent the mutants into the deep pits to fight. However, since these mutants were developed by the Gamma Institute and not produced by the shelter itself, the alien creatures they killed did not provide the shelter with any benefit, not even a single experience bonus. However, aside from hunting alien creatures, the mutants themselves have undergone some improvements. Some of them became stronger by eating the remains of alien creatures. Some grew in size. Their strength increased many times, and others gained special abilities, such as wings and night vision. Or, at the cost of considerable energy, they could move quickly, acquiring incredibly powerful jumping ability. For Lin Cheng, the more mutants he could transform, the better. Now that he controlled them, the stronger they became, the stronger he became. The main advantage of mutants is their ability to consume a variety of foods to increase satiety and maintain vital signs. Compared to mechanical life forms, they're only. The disadvantage, perhaps, is the difficulty of wound healing. After all, they have not yet transcended the world of flesh and blood. Once seriously injured, they cannot be revived like mechanical life forms. They can only slowly regenerate by consuming large amounts of food, which inevitably takes a long time. They're peaceful. Life was finally disrupted one day when the creation was announced. The completion of the migration device research marked the beginning of long journeys. Lin's father and mother were nervous. They had not left the shelter since the Great Judgment. Now they had to go on reconnaissance. The next monster invasion was just around the corner, and if they were to accidentally encounter one, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. However, in response to Lin's father and mother's concerns, Lin Cheng only smiled softly and explained to them, "Dad, Mum, your worries are completely unfounded. We are not always on our feet. To find a suitable place, we just need to control the drone from the shelter and start searching. We will only be outside on the way to our destination. Don't forget, we have a helicopter. Getting there won't be any trouble. Besides, there are plenty of equipment for our safety. No need to worry about those monsters outside. The only thing we need to worry about is preparing food." Once the transport device in the shelter is activated, it can only be released once. It seems we won't be able to get supplies from the shelter until we reach our destination. It's obvious that Lin Cheng couldn't handle all of this on his own. After all, human strength is limited. If he did everything himself, it would take a long time. Of course, Lin's father and mother couldn't sit idle. They were part of the shelter too. They might not understand some of the difficult tasks, but they could handle the simple and convenient ones, like gathering supplies. So the task of preparing supplies was entrusted entirely to Lin's father and mother. As for Anlan, he and Lin Cheng were looking for a suitable location for a new shelter. More specifically, the last address they moved to. 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones took off in 2 different directions at the same time. Lin Cheng guessed that the shelter they were looking for must have an adequate source of fresh water. If this was not possible, at least a relatively secluded location was required. The risk of a swarm of monsters varied depending on the remoteness of the area. The denser the population, the larger the swarm. Conversely, the threat of a monster swarm attack was much less. Although the current shelter's defenses were sufficient to withstand most monster swarms, even the slightest risk had to be minimized. A 1,000-mile-long embankment could be destroyed by a single anthill. And Lan had no experience in this area, so finding suitable coins to relocate was a difficult task, and he was essentially a secondary participant the entire time. Fortunately, an hour later, Lin Cheng finally found a relatively suitable place for relocation. The relocation site was located near a large freshwater lake, ideal for providing water. Even if the water supply had been somewhat damaged by the previous cold snap, the water treatment system would convert it into usable fresh water. As long as there was water, everything else could be easily solved. The area near the destination was elevated in the center, with terraced slopes around the perimeter. Once this elevation was occupied, the lowlands could be easily exploited, making it an ideal location for both easy defense and difficult attack. Moreover, there was little open space near. Freshwater Lake was just big enough to accommodate the shelter without reducing its size. Frankly, it was the perfect place for a shelter. Based on the distance the drone had traveled, its speed, and the flight time, we estimated the distance between the 2 points to be about 100 kilometers. With this speed of transport, it wouldn't take long, and the 4th wave of monsters was only a few days away. The movement naturally required acceleration. After Lin Cheng decided on a place to move, he even invited his father, mother, and Anlan to inspect him. In the end, everyone agreed that this was a good place to move. Since no one objects, Let's start moving today. Without further ado, let's go. Since the preparations had already begun, the sudden move did not have much of an impact. The transport's interior was spacious enough to accommodate 4 people at a time. As for the mechanical life forms, those that could fly simply followed at a distance. Those that could not fly also moved at breakneck speed. A system of reconnaissance mechanical life forms patrolled the 4 directions of the transport. When any danger approached, these patrolling mechanical life forms would immediately warn. The transport was equipped with an infrared radar and a high-precision positioning system. Combined with the shelter's mapping function, this allowed them to accurately determine the location and distance to their destination. At this speed, they should arrive safely in about 40 minutes. Lin Cheng sat in the vehicle, resting his eyes, while Anlan, with great curiosity, watched the scenery rush past outside the window. The last time he had used transport was when he went to the city to get supplies, so quite a lot of time had passed. Besides, the previous trip had been urgent, and the initial anxiety in the transport had not allowed him to enjoy it. The scenery passing by outside the window. This was another rare opportunity, so how could Anlan miss it? Although Lin's father and mother had flown before, this was their first time in a helicopter, and their faces showed strong nervousness. Xiaocheng, your helicopter does not require human control, so isn't it insured against accidents? Lin's parents had no idea such a thing as an autonomous helicopter existed, and unlike driverless cars, they hovered in the sky. If they were careless and crashed, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Everything will be fine. These machines have a certain level of intelligence. Once the starting and ending points are set, all that's left to do is wait. Father Lin's mouth opened slightly as if he wanted to say something. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Xiaocheng, where did you get all this from? Lin Cheng had already prepared an answer to this question, an excuse he had made up before he created these mechanical life forms. It seemed that these creatures were not from Earth, but from somewhere else. I'm not sure where they came from, but I can confirm one thing. These giant creatures obey only one person, and that's the first one they see. Now, Father Lin finally understands. Although it was quite hard to imagine, these giant creatures actually existed in some science fiction movies. Some survivors who happened to be nearby looked up and saw a huge helicopter hovering overhead. Hope flickered in their eyes. They immediately dropped what they were doing and waved their hands frantically at the passing transport. However, Lin Cheng was not their savior. He had no intention of saving them. The purpose of this journey was to reach a new shelter, and all the survivors they met along the way were just casual acquaintances. The biggest shock to these survivors were the mechanical life forms racing across the ground. These sudden appearances were a real visual shock. These monsters flew past them without even looking at them. Some of the more timid survivors fainted from fear, and their fear only, retreated a little when they realized that these monsters were not aliens. 40 minutes later, they reached their destination. After the transporter slowly landed, Lin's father, mother, and Anlan, led by Lin Cheng, stepped off the transporter one by one. This place is truly wonderful. It's even more comfortable here than on the monitor. This place is definitely better for survival than the previous one. It's amazing that this area wasn't damaged by the meteorite, and there's such a big lake here. It would be great to go boating later. Seeing Lin's father, mother, and Anlan's excitement, Lin Cheng felt relieved. But to relax, it was still early. He took the container for transporting the shelter from Quanzhou. After a series of operations, a huge shelter materialized above ground, and the underground part was accurately recreated on a 1-to-1 scale. Lin Cheng even went inside the shelter to inspect it, repeatedly confirming that there were only then did he feel relieved. Meanwhile, Quanzhou had already delivered various necessities from another resource container according to the original plan. The entire transfer process took 1 hour and 49 minutes, and there were no problems. Seeing that the weather was fine outside, Lin Cheng wanted to relax for a rare moment, so he simply asked Quanzhou to build a small cruise ship that could accommodate 4 people. After doing some risk assessments and using up some refined iron, Chuanzhao quickly built a small cruise ship that Lin Cheng requested. Since he couldn't make an engine, Chuanzhao also developed a battery that could extract energy from the cores of energy crystals. This special battery can extract energy from the core of an energy crystal by charging it and then store it, and can be used directly as a motor when needed. It is equivalent to a removable and rechargeable motor, and the volume it occupies is very small, almost portable. The cruise ship is not too big and not too small, but it is definitely sufficient for a walk of 4 people, and also inside the cabin there are 4 separate rooms. However, due to the small size of the cruise ship, the cabin was barely enough for a normal day. There was only a sink, a bathtub, and a small bed. No other amenities. Simplicity, maximum use of every bit of space, and maximum efficiency. That's the essence of the creation. When Anlan and Lin's parents saw the cruise ship, they were stunned. They just didn't see it. How could it appear out of thin air? Xiao Chong, where did this ship come from? We didn't see it when we arrived here. Lin Cheng attributed all of this to the creation, using a relatively plausible lie. When we arrived here, we saw the wreckage of an old cruise ship. The creation can transform objects depending on certain conditions. Instead of leaving the debris lying there, we could use it for our daily travels. This explanation made perfect sense. After all, for such a smart robot, fixing the wreckage of a broken cruise ship shouldn't be a problem. Besides, any leisure time can add some energy to their boring lives. The cruise ship was running flawlessly. Lin Cheng stood on the deck, his gaze gliding over the water as it was thrown back. Lin's father, mother, and Anlan stood on the deck, enjoying this rare moment of peace. A few birds flew overhead from time to time, chirping. At this moment, they almost forgot that they were in a gloomy, post-apocalyptic world, and yet a few minor details constantly reminded them that the world was different now. The fresh water of the lake was lifeless, and here and there, large chunks of ice were floating on the surface. Due to the previous cold snap, not a single jumping fish could be seen, although a few lifeless ones could be seen here and there. Lin Cheng sighed silently, and the other 3 had expressions of disappointment. The cruise turned out to be nothing like they had imagined. After taking a breath of fresh air, Lin Cheng steered the ship back to the shelter. Back at the shelter, Chuanzhao brought some rare but good news to Lin Cheng, who was a little depressed. Master, the tests have revealed the presence of a rare metal about 500 meters below us, and its concentration is quite high. Lin Cheng was horrified when he heard this news. For a machine life form to call it a rare metal was certainly something out of the ordinary. Now that it had been discovered, there was no time to waste. Let's go down and collect this rare metal. Yes, Master. Chuanzhao, having received the affirmative order, immediately began a new stage of research. Since these machines had sharper vision than humans, and the reconnaissance machines also had night vision, all they had to do was develop devices capable of piercing solid rock. Plus, since they were right underneath the shelter, 500 meters wasn't that far. Hawkeye 1 led the way, with Chuanzhao, Hawkeye 1, and the other machines following behind. Seeing these mechanical life forms return with then Lin Cheng instinctively assumed that the mission had failed. But when Chuanzhao pulled out a portable device from the compartment behind him, Lin Cheng realized that they no longer needed to perform such a grand transport maneuver. The convenience of the device was far greater than he had imagined. Chuanzhao did not store all the rare minerals in the shelter, choosing instead to store them in a portable device. Master, although these rare ores are weaker than ordinary refined iron, their protective properties are exceptional. Under the influence of gravity, the surface of this metal turns into an almost liquid state is a subtle process that dissipates some of the power. If armor made from these minerals could be used, it could provide excellent protection. Chuanzhao's words reminded Lin Cheng that until now, they had no other means of protection against external dangers other than this shelter. The rare minerals arrived just in time. Creation, if I wear this armor regularly, won't it be too burdensome for my body? Lin Cheng was most concerned about the weight of the armor. After all, the armor of medieval knights was quite heavy. If an ordinary person were forced to wear it, let alone protect themselves from damage, they would probably have a hard time taking even a few steps. These metals are really special. They are not thick and heavy, but very light. Wearing them is only slightly heavier than normal clothes. The words of creation calmed Lin Cheng. Moreover, these minerals are abundant, more than enough to create a full set of armor for everyone. Moreover, this metal could be used to renew the outer walls of the shelter. Strengthening. Shelter with this rare mineral would naturally increase its impact resistance. A shelter reinforced with these special minerals would be able to protect even those facing a secondary threat, alien creatures. And most importantly, the purpose of obtaining these special minerals. Xiao Cheng. Come here quickly. It seems like someone is broadcasting the news on the radio again. Lin Cheng's father's call caught his attention. As dawn approached, the radio broadcast accidentally repeated, "Dear survivors, I am the leader of the Tiandu Alliance. I am currently in a small town at the southernmost tip of Tiandu City. In order for every survivor to find something useful here, we are launching a barter program. Starting tomorrow, for the next week, the Tiandu Alliance will provide free protection to all survivors entering this area or leaving it. The Tiandu Alliance guarantees that the lives of survivors participating in the barter program will not be in any danger." The broadcast said it was about barter. Fearing that he had misunderstood, Father Lin hurriedly asked Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng nodded without hesitation. Indeed, they are planning a barter deal. This was a rare opportunity. Lin Cheng had heard a little about the Tiandu Alliance. It was one of the largest survivor organizations and also the most well-protected. At the beginning of the Great Reckoning, the leader of the Tiandu Alliance quickly gathered a large number of survivors and, through a rational division of labor, quickly captured the city. It was a rare skill, after all. Not everyone could form such a large alliance with such clarity of mind in such dire circumstances. It was worth trying their luck in this bartering action. Perhaps they could get what they needed. At the beginning of the Great Reckoning, everyone had different priorities. Some stocked up on luxury items rather than food, while others did the opposite. This was the main reason and starting point of barter. The Tiandu Alliance was not an unreasonable organization aimed at murder and robbery. Within their jurisdiction, bartering was relatively reasonable and safe. "I'm leaving tomorrow," Lin Cheng decided immediately. The number of seeds stored in the shelter was still too small, and more fruit seeds and saplings were needed. Although the greenhouses of the shelter were growing a variety of vegetables, the demand for fruits remains huge. The fruits and snacks previously stolen from the milk tea shop have been completely eaten. The human body needs essential vitamins, and a prolonged absence of fruits can significantly affect its functioning. Therefore, the shelter's most urgent need is a constant influx of fruits. Although there are planting areas, collecting fruit seedlings is a major challenge. Finding these seedlings in the wild is incredibly difficult, as they do not just appear, they must be grown. There are no fruit farms in the city, and even if there were, they would likely be destroyed. Meteorite. The exchange arranged by the Tiandu Alliance might be a good opportunity for him to obtain these necessary things. The bargaining chips would be water and other consumables. Seeing how Lin Cheng was staring at him, his father had already guessed his plans. Xiao Cheng, at least leave some of the cigarettes and alcohol to Dad. Don't sell them to everyone else." Hearing this, Lin's mother looked angrily at Dad. "All you do is drink and smoke all day long. If you have free time, find a way to help Xiao Cheng. Just exchange all those cigarettes and alcohol for something useful. No need to leave them behind." Seeing his parents' playful expressions, Lin Cheng smiled helplessly. "Don't worry, I definitely won't give it all away. I'll keep at least half of it for myself. There aren't enough of these cigarettes and alcohol outside. The Great Judgment has been going on for a long time. I'm sure it's all been destroyed or hidden. In my estimation, they're probably worth more than gold now." Lin Cheng wasn't joking. Judging from the situation outside, the world civilization is on the verge of collapse. Although gold is a universal hard currency, the monetary system is paralyzed. No matter how much money you bring, there may not be enough food. So for most survivors, money and gold are just outdated numbers. They are only interested in survival supplies and other necessities. This is the fundamental reason why bartering occurred. And Lan seemed to hesitate a little, as if she wanted to say something, but seemed to hesitate, holding back. Lin Cheng, burning with curiosity, asked, "Anlan, just say what you want." No need to be polite. Anlan hesitated for a moment, and then finally said, "Tomorrow we will go to Tiandu Alliance to trade. Will you take me with you?" "Of course. What do you want to trade?" Seeing Lin Cheng's agreement, Anlan's eyes flashed with joy. To be honest, she was a little surprised that Lin Cheng had agreed to take her along. After all, bartering involves exchanging goods. You can't just exchange air. And everything in this shelter belongs to Lin Cheng, not her. Day 2. It was the 53rd day of the Great Judgment. Lin Cheng took a few small arms with him and sent Hawk 1 and Falcon 1 to accompany him to the Alliance city of Tiandu. Hawk 1 and Falcon 1 had already hunted enough alien creatures, and their numbers had naturally increased significantly. Hawk 1's current detection range was extremely wide, allowing it to closely monitor all personnel movements in the Alliance city of Tiandu, even from outside its limits. However, there were certain limitations. Living organisms had to be constantly moving to be detected by the Yastreb 1 radar. If a target remained motionless for more than 10 seconds, the Yastreb 1 lost the ability to pinpoint its exact location using thermal radar. What? As for the Falcon 1, its combat capability has increased significantly. The missiles it launched not only had a tracking function, but also the ability to fragment. When hitting a target, one missile would split into 4 smaller ones, which increased the explosive force 4-fold. This allowed for uniform shelling of every centimeter of the target. Under the protection of these 2 experienced shooters, Lin Cheng didn't have to worry about anything. With just one command, Hawk 1 could provide him with artillery support from an incredibly long distance. As for warning of danger, it would depend entirely on Hawk 1's thermal radar. Moreover, the Tiandu Alliance was a relatively reliable alliance and would certainly not subject the parties to a deal to excessively unfair threats. However, this was not an absolute rule. There were always exceptions, and it never hurt to be cautious. Before leaving, Lin Cheng packed 10 bottles of liquor and 10 packs of cigarettes. These items took up little space and were easy to carry. Their value during the Great Liquidation was quite high, and delivering them to the Tiandu Alliance for exchange would not only save time and effort, but also avoid a lot of trouble. When everything was ready, Lin Cheng and Anlan got into transportation. Before leaving, Lin's father and mother gave them numerous instructions, fearing that they might encounter danger along the way. Seeing the nervous expressions of his parents, Lin Cheng only chuckled and said, "Don't worry. No matter how capable he was, in his parents' eyes, he was still their child." The Tiandu Alliance was quite far from the newly chosen hideout, and the system maps did not yet display the area. Therefore, the transport could not directly determine the destination, and Lin Cheng had to control the vehicle. Lin Cheng only vaguely remembered the location of the Tiandu Alliance. When he tried to connect the vehicle to the satellite, he received alarming news. The signal had completely disappeared. Apparently, the previous meteor strike had destroyed all the satellites in space. Without them, most maps were useless. He could only rely on his memory to navigate. While Lin Cheng was feeling depressed, Anlan brought good news. "I have been to Tiandu City before. I often went there for work with friends and, over time, I knew the route well. But you need to take the helicopter to the highway so that I can find the way." Lin Cheng's lips twitched. It seemed like he was not saying anything. If he could find his way, he wouldn't need a guide. The signs along the road should have helped him find his way to Tiandu City. Due to the meteorite's fall, much of the land was torn up, and covered with potholes. Even some important signs have disappeared or fallen to the side, turning into unremarkable piles of scrap metal. He couldn't just see a piece of metal that looked like a sign and let it fall to the ground to check if it was there. So a guide who knew the route of the road came in handy. Before they had even gone some distance from Tiandu City, they saw several more survivors heading there. Some were riding in different cars, others were walking. Everyone looked at the helicopter flying above them. Greed flashed in their eyes, but this time it was quickly covered by helplessness. Tiandu City was almost here. The first thing they noticed was the checkpoints on the edge of the district. These checkpoints were surrounded by iron fences and guarded by numerous armed men. The guards couldn't help but feel a little puzzled when they saw the helicopter approaching Tiandu City. The Tiandu Alliance helicopters hadn't flown out recently. Where did this helicopter come from? The only explanation was that it was a survivor from the outside. But the survivors from the outside had to be inspected. How could they inspect this helicopter in the sky? While they were thinking about how to stop him, Lin Cheng rode straight into the Tiandu City zone. This action also stunned Anlan. They obviously came to make a deal, so how did they manage to break through the enemy's checkpoint? Lin Cheng, won't you get into trouble if you just barge in? Of course not, Lin Cheng replied confidently. Someone who can fly a helicopter during the Great Judgment is not an ordinary person. The top people of the Tiandu Alliance are smart people. They know who to offend and who not to offend. Besides, everyone here is a guest. I am here to trade, not to rob. And Lan nodded, suddenly understanding. Indeed, anyone who can fly a helicopter should have a rich supply and could bring back a lot of goods for this barter. The top brass of the Tiandu Alliance learned of the situation shortly after Lin Cheng's helicopter flew into the city. Surprisingly, they did not take any action, not even allowed Lin Cheng's helicopter to remain on its helipad. Lin Cheng specifically ordered the transport team not to fly the helicopter unless necessary, as a helicopter operating on autopilot would certainly make a lot of noise. If something went wrong, some envious people might become desperate and take desperate measures. Not only the transport itself would be at risk, but also Lin Cheng himself. The guards at the helipad greeted Lin Cheng with smiles as he stepped off the helicopter. They had been given special instructions to treat guests with significant resources with the utmost caution. Hello, we are here to participate in a barter deal. How do we get to the exchange location? Lin Cheng smiled and walked over to ask for directions. The guards were stunned when they saw that he was just a teenager. They had imagined many possibilities, but they never imagined that such a young guy would be a participant in the barter. But orders are orders, and they cannot be changed depending on the circumstances. Go forward 500 meters. A guide will show you around. Okay, thank you. Lin Cheng followed the guard's instructions. A few minutes later, he saw two people walking towards him. They were dressed in the same clothes, but unlike the guards, they had distinctive markings on their shoulders. They looked like an irregular circle. Lin Cheng pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out two, and gave one to each of the two. Guides! When they saw the cigarettes Lin Cheng offered, the two guides were shocked. They hadn't touched a cigarette for ages since the Great Purge. Seeing something so ordinary was like seeing real gold and silver. Oh, how embarrassing. This thing is too valuable. No merit, no reward. How can we afford such a gift? As members of the Tianduo Alliance, the two guides naturally understood the value of luxury items like cigarettes in this day and age. Here, take it. I'll have to bother you two to see me off and take care of me. Lin Cheng smiled as he placed cigarettes in the hands of the two men. Although it was only one cigarette each, it was an irresistible temptation for these heavy smokers. Since brother was so kind, it would be improper for both of us to refuse. One of the slightly plump middle-aged men smiled and took the cigarette first. Seeing his comrades accepting the same cigarette, the other, slightly thinner man, followed suit. With the cigarette as a link, the two men looked at Lin Cheng with less wariness. "What is your name?" asked the thin middle-aged man. "My name is Li Changsheng, and his name is Gay Dali. How do you call each other brothers?" "Just call me Lin Cheng." How are we doing? Gay Dali sighed. Don't underestimate our well-being, but we are actually running out of ammunition and food. Li Changsheng nudged Gay Dali lightly, indicating that he should stop giving away so many secrets. But Gay Dali only smiled. It's okay, it's okay. Brother Lin is so generous that I don't think he will see through our worthlessness. The current food reserves accumulated by the Tiandu Alliance are insufficient. After all, there is a limited amount of food in the city. This disaster has been going on for so long that there is almost none left. The reason for this exchange is mainly because the leader wants to exchange some things that are not needed now for food. Once the food grown by the Tiandu Alliance matures, we will be able to achieve self-sufficiency. Lin Chung understood and was not surprised by this situation. After all, during the Great Judgment, the consumption of survival supplies such as food would inevitably be enormous. Maintaining the balance of the alliance would require a huge amount of supplies, and some things would simply remain unused. However, their very existence made perfect sense. Just because they weren't needed by some didn't mean that other survivors didn't need them. For example, there were plenty of things like gasoline, and survivors who frequently traveled between places simply needed them. And the likelihood of finding places where they could find survival supplies naturally increased. However, for survivors traveling short distances, gasoline was definitely the least necessary item. By trading them, they could achieve their goal of getting what they needed. Supplies. It's really not enough to survive. I came here mainly to see how things are here, and to buy cigarettes and alcohol to exchange for something useful. Jay Dali patted him on the chest and assured him, "What are you looking for, brother? Just tell me what we have and I'll find it." Li Changsheng agreed, saying, "Fatty G isn't exaggerating. He is considered something of a know-it-all in our union." Lin Cheng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the person he casually bribed to be such a know-it-all. A little investigation would reveal the truth behind his know-it-all reputation. "I came here mainly to trade. Planting material, especially fruit tree seedlings. It's simple. I saw someone bring in a large batch of fruit tree saplings early this morning." Jay Dali thought for a moment before making a decision and heading in the same direction with Lin Cheng. In a certain area of Tiandu City, the buildings on both sides of the street were cordoned off, and the spaces on either side were occupied by tents erected by the survivors. It was full of people, and the goods on display were astounding. At first glance, it looked like a regular shopping mall. Or rather, thanks to this, it became even more lively and noisy than before. I can't remember the exact location, but it seems to be somewhere around here. Good. Lin Chung nodded and walked away a few steps before he noticed a survivor selling fruit saplings. "Brother, do you want to exchange for fruit saplings? I have all sorts of fruit trees here, mostly apple trees, but the price is hehehe." The fruit sapling seller was a dark-skinned old man. A man, thin and even a little hunched over, but his eyes shone with insight. "As for what I want to exchange, anything will do, as long as it's not fruit seedlings. Here." Lin Cheng took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and smoked a few. On the face of the dark and thin, the old man's expression reflected surprise. "So much time has passed since the disaster, and you still have a pack of cigarettes in your hands? Let's swap. How many do you want?" He. "Of course, the more the better. I'll take 10 cigarettes for 1 seedling. As for the variety, choose it yourself." Lin Cheng shook his head decisively. "The price for 10 is too high. I think I can give you 2 at most." And Lan took a breath of cold air from the side. Others would have reduced the price by half at most, but this guy was so good that he reduced the price to 1/5 from the very beginning. Hearing the price, the thin and dark-skinned old man couldn't help but frown. "Brother, although cigarettes are now a coveted commodity, a luxury, they should not be so expensive. Of course, it is not a scarce commodity, but even if you find some, you will not be able to plant it properly. Besides, there were few people who would want to carry such a large item home during this exchange." Lin Cheng glanced at the tall fruit tree saplings, and an uncertain smile played on his lips. The expression on the thin, dark-skinned old man's face changed, as expected. The vast majority of survivors who came to Tiandu City to exchange were looking for things they needed to survive. Even if they were going by car, they would definitely not choose a truck. At best, they would go by private car. The trunk was too small, and carrying a fruit tree home would inevitably take up too much space. Moreover, the most in-demand goods were the essentials, and the position of the fruit saplings in this exchange was truly awkward. Those who really needed the things necessary for survival would not exchange, and those who had more resources, they wouldn't take such a large item home. After all, growing fruit seedlings takes time and won't yield results in a short time. Seeing that the other party was hesitating, Lin Cheng took the opportunity to goad him. If you want to bargain with me, 1 fruit sapling for 2 cigarettes, and then use those cigarettes to barter with those who have more survival supplies. The amount of the barter depends on your negotiating skills. To exchange or not is a question of 1 word. In any case, I just had an idea and wanted to get a couple of fruit saplings for fun. If you don't want a bargain, I'll go somewhere else, Lin Cheng said, not giving the other person time to react, and simply left. As soon as Lin Cheng left, the old man immediately became worried. Since he came this morning, no one had approached him to exchange fruits. Lin Cheng was the only one. This indicated that fruit seedlings were not particularly popular on the exchange, perhaps even not in demand at all. In addition, the weather was leaning toward winter, and a cold snap had just hit. His fruit seedlings barely survived due to good storage. If they were left to others, they would probably dry up before they even produced fruit due to the climate and natural factors. Therefore, few people were willing to take fruit seedlings at this time. Although the price of 2 cigarettes for 1 fruit seedling was considerably lower than he had expected, the exchange value and popularity of cigarettes were clearly higher than those of fruit saplings. Between a few cigarettes and the opportunity to exchange a fruit sapling, the thin, dark old man resolutely chose the former. Good. Let's bargain. Lin Cheng smiled, pointing to the fruit saplings next to the old man. I want them all. 16 cigarettes were exchanged for 8 fruit trees, and many fruit pits were also collected. The deal went smoothly, and the other party showed no sign of dissatisfaction. Anlan was shocked. Lin Cheng, how did you do this? Huh? How did you do that? How did you convince him to bargain with you at a price many times lower than before? Lin Cheng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. So that's what you're talking about. It's actually very simple. The so-called bargaining is nothing more than a psychological game. If you can catch the other side's psychological weakness and break it, they will lose all defense. And you have to be observant. The dirt under these saplings is very noticeable. If they were placed on the ground, they would leave traces of dirt. If someone were to exchange the seedlings with him, there would inevitably be an empty space where they were taken, and in that empty space there would be traces of dirt. And there was no trace of dirt around the old man who had just exchanged, which meant he hadn't exchanged anything. It was too late. If we continued to waste time like this, it would be hard to say whether he would be able to exchange anything else. What do we need most in this big liquidation? First, it's supplies. And second, time. No one can spend a whole day in one place for no reason and drag so many things along on a futile trip. This is not only a psychological game, but also a test of how much the other side understands the value of time. The more people value time, the more easily they are influenced by the price of time. When they include the cost of time in the transaction process, the result is obvious. Anlan nodded, suddenly understanding. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Such reasonable words from a boy several years younger than her. But isn't the price of 2 cigarettes for a fruit sapling too low? Lin Cheng shook his head gently. No, the cost of fruit seedlings is not as high as you imagine. Regardless of whether someone has the technology and experience to grow fruit seedlings, the most important thing is that the current climate is unstable. Growing fruit seedlings is not only labor-intensive, but also risky. What if the fruit seedlings we spent all our resources on wither away due to climate change before they are even planted? Wouldn't that be a waste of resources? Anlan raised another important question. Since they have to worry about this, then If we return these seedlings, we won't make the same mistakes again, right? Lin Cheng only smiled and shook his head, without explaining further. As for the suitability of the environment for the seeds to germinate, Lin Cheng has absolutely nothing to worry about. The base of his greenhouse was cleverly redesigned to accommodate any plants. Eventually, he would simply divide the greenhouse into zones with different climates and the plants would grow normally. Although the number of fruit seedlings is still small, with the development of technology, it may be possible to reproduce them. The 8 fruit tree seedlings were few in number but quite large. In order not to interfere with further transportation, Lin Cheng moved all 8 saplings to the side of the vehicle and tied the fruit trees to the side of the helicopter with a rope. This way, when transportation began, the fruit trees could be lifted from the air, eliminating the need to take a seat in the helicopter. Brother, we are going to the other survivors. If you need anything, look for us here. About 10 minutes later, Gay Dali suddenly asked to part ways. Lin Cheng had foreseen this. After all, the two of them would probably encounter many more survivors than the two of them. Well, if I need anything, I'll let you know. Then we'll say goodbye. Good. The two groups split up, each doing their own thing. Li Changsheng and Ge Dali continued to get acquainted with the other survivors. Lin Cheng, accompanied by Anlan, continued to explore the shopping area. The variety of transactions was truly enormous, but the vast majority were clearly aimed at exchanging essentials, with minimal demand for other goods. Of course, some clearly expressed a desire to exchange them for luxury items. Long ago, no one would have thought that alcohol and cigarettes, so common in everyday life, would become a luxury during the Great Liquidation. When Lin Cheng showed off the cigarettes and alcohol he had brought this time, most of the survivors, who were dressed relatively cleanly, took the initiative to come over to greet him. Already, their clothing suggested that they were survivors with a relatively large supply of essentials. The survivors, who had few provisions, could only watch helplessly. Although they were very tempted to get up and exchange supplies, the instinct for self-preservation suppressed their irrational thoughts. Brother, I wonder what kind of provisions you need. Here I have bottled mineral water, unopened instant noodles, and some pressed cookies. Name them, price, and if it suits you, we can trade. Bro, I have some medicine here. We have common medicines like amoxicillin and ibuprofen. If you need something less common, I can get that here too. It's just that the price may be a little higher than other places. After all, I have the widest selection of medicines here. Lin Cheng, of course, considered all the offers, but only for a short time. Unless the offer was exceptionally good, he wouldn't even look at it. Those who approached him were usually unscrupulous traders offering a case of mineral water for a pack of cigarettes. Only a fool would agree to such a deal. On the other hand, to each his own, the idea of scarcity of various resources. Some, especially those suffering from water shortages, might actually make such a deal. But he did not. After all, he had a freshwater lake behind him, and Chuanzhao had already built a freshwater purification plant. With this equipment, he had a constant supply of fresh water. So exchanging water resources was not even in his plans, and medicines were even less so. The last time he went to the medicine warehouse, he had almost everything he could get. He could buy all the common drugs that are now sold. Some of them were stored in the shelter, and there were quite a lot of them. At least he wouldn't have to look for medicine again anytime soon due to shortages. The bidding continued until the evening. During this time, Lin Cheng found almost nothing that interested him. But one thing caught his attention. Attention! There was a cage in front of the boy, and in the cage were 3 Tibetan Mastiff puppies. How could he not know about Tibetan Mastiffs? Being one of the most ferocious dog breeds, the Tibetan Mastiff is not inferior to a wolf in fighting qualities. If it is successfully raised, not to mention the ability to defend himself against alien beings, he could at least defend himself against people with bad intentions. But what the other wanted was quite obvious. He didn't want luxury items like cigarettes, but the necessities of survival. This boy looked much younger than Lin Cheng. He was probably 14 or 15 years old, at which age he would still be in middle school. But now he took on the responsibility of survival. Seeing the man approaching, the young man looked up at Lin Cheng and said, "Big brother, do you want to exchange me for a Tibetan Mastiff? I have an idea, but the details are up to you. What kind of trump cards do you need?" The young man thought for a moment, his eyes slightly dimmed. "These are all my most beloved friends, but my home supplies are catastrophically short. For each Tibetan Mastiff, I want to exchange at least a box of instant noodles or other equivalent food." Lin Cheng frowned upon hearing this. "Brother, your price is a bit high. A pack of instant noodles will last for half a month, and raising this baby requires not only time and effort, but also a certain amount of food. Unlike people, these Tibetan Mastiff puppies eat meat. Even if you don't give them meat, they definitely won't get instant noodles. Even if I don't go for an exchange, these puppies will starve to death sooner or later if they follow you, and I don't think there will be many people willing to exchange with you. After all, raising a Tibetan Mastiff requires a lot of resources." The boy's expression changed after hearing Lin Cheng's words. He was too young to be good at negotiating, and Lin Cheng's words were quite reasonable, leaving no room for argument. "How about it? I'll take all 3 Tibetan Mastiffs. How about 3 Tibetan Mastiffs and 2 boxes of instant noodles?" The boy hesitated a little, as the price was a little lower than he expected. But the current situation did not allow for long hesitation. Lin Cheng was right. These Tibetan Mastiff puppies had not eaten meat for a long time. If this continues, they will sooner or later develop various physical diseases due to malnutrition. Finding a vet during the Great Reckoning would be harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Even if one were found, they wouldn't necessarily agree to treat them. And even if he had found them, he wouldn't have been able to because of the lack of medical facilities. In short, these puppies were literally dying a slow death along with him. Although there were no obvious signs yet, the cries of the cubs were already a little weak. They were not as loud as those of ordinary cubs. Later, almost 2 minutes later, the young man finally nodded, somewhat reluctantly. "Okay, let's exchange for 2 boxes of instant noodles. Okay, wait for me here." Lin Cheng pulled out 8 cigarettes from his pocket. Someone had approached him with this proposal before. The bargaining chip was instant noodles. Apparently, this person used to own a supermarket and had a large stock of these semi-finished products. 4 cigarettes for a box of instant noodles is a very good price. After all, it is difficult to find the right balance between luxury and necessities. The price of cigarettes was entirely dependent on the other party's need for them. The stronger the desire, the higher the price. 2 boxes. The instant noodles sold out quickly. When Lin Cheng returned to the young man who was selling the Tibetan Mastiff, he saw 2 burly men standing next to him. Lin Cheng did not take this too seriously. After all, many people were interested in Tibetan Mastiffs. But just as he was about to make a deal, he realized that the 2 strong men are actually the young man's confidants. "Boy, if you know what's good for you, give me your supplies. Otherwise, it won't be our fault if you get into trouble." Hehehe, finally found someone who's easy to pick on. The 2 burly men quickly surrounded Lin Cheng and Anlan, as if they were going to rob them. Anlan instinctively stood behind Lin Cheng. The scene where someone stole his pressed cookies was still fresh in his mind, and that scene almost became a psychological scar. A trace of sarcasm flashed across Lin Cheng's face. "You really are fearless. You dare to rob in the territory of the Tiandu Alliance? So what if it is the Tiandu Alliance? We'll just take the goods and run. Are they really going to stop us? Whether they can or not, you'll know when you try." Lin Cheng silently placed his hand on the pistol on his belt. If the enemy showed even the slightest inclination to commit a rash act, he would not hesitate to draw his pistol and pull the trigger. Trigger. Even if he had killed someone from the Tiandu Alliance, if the reason was valid, the Tiandu Alliance would have kept quiet. After all, within the Tiandu Alliance's jurisdiction, taking supplies from other survivors was against the established rules of the Alliance. Even if he hadn't taken action, special forces would be sent to eliminate these scoundrels. The Tiandu alliance was not only concerned with the uninterrupted supply of goods, among all the alliances, their priority was to ensure their livelihood. Since other alliances had not yet been formed, the Tiandu alliance was perhaps the only major alliance in the early stages of the Great Reckoning. Stop spouting nonsense. Give me your things. Perhaps the noise attracted the attention of the patrol, and one of them approached. Seeing this, the two strong men dispelled their panic, and instead, their previous arrogant demeanor suddenly changed. A hint of helplessness and fear flashed in their eyes. Instead of turning and running, they approached the patrol and spoke. "Brother, these two stole our supplies. No matter what we negotiated with them, they don't want to give the supplies back. You are slandering us." Anlan was instantly worried. It was obvious that the enemy was the one who wanted to rob the supplies first, but he did not expect that they would strike back. This was simply unbelievable. Slander? The big guy's expression suddenly changed, as if he had completely forgotten what he had said or done before. "This is just ridiculous. With what eye did you see us slandering you? Brother, you must believe what we say. We're saying that those shameless men and women actually tried to steal our supplies." Hey, at least use common sense when you're trying to come up with an excuse like that. Lin Cheng continued to smile disdainfully. Judging by our physical characteristics, even if we wanted to steal something, we wouldn't choose two victims who are clearly much stronger than us. Besides, we still have those 2 boxes of instant noodles. If we really stole them, the people nearby wouldn't remain indifferent. Words are not enough. You say that we stole your supplies, so at least provide solid evidence. Otherwise, who will believe you without evidence? Apparently, the man was more inclined to agree with Lin Cheng's version. The difference in size between them was truly colossal. 2 burly men and a couple who looked like a young woman. The visual impression was simply too strong, completely out of proportion. While the patrolman hesitated, Lin Cheng decisively used his 2 previous excuses. If you have any further questions, you can ask Li Changsheng and Gay. Dali, I'm sure they'll give you answers to all your questions. Hearing that Lin Cheng recognized his guide, the patrolman's expression softened slightly, and his gaze on the men became even more hostile. Since they recognized one of their own, they couldn't be the bad guys. On the contrary, the behavior and words of these 2 were extremely suspicious. However, until everything was confirmed, it was impossible to make a final conclusion. The 2 people Ling Chen mentioned needed to be called to the scene before any conclusions could be drawn. Okay, then wait here. I'll bring someone over soon. It won't take long, just a few minutes. Seeing the patrolman hurriedly leave, the 2 men's faces became even more panicked. They didn't expect that this seemingly young man would actually recognize someone from the Tiandu Alliance. Although the Tiandu Alliance treasured its reputation, it could prevent some members from siding with the right, especially since they were wrong to begin with. If they had called the Tiandu Alliance to the scene for a confrontation, they would have been the only ones who would have suffered in the end. Shh, no point. Let's go. Isn't it too late to leave? Lin Cheng took a step forward and placed his hand on the big man's shoulder. Although Lin Cheng didn't look as imposing as the big man, his height was enough that he was almost at eye level. What are you doing? Isn't it obvious what I'm doing? Don't you enjoy slandering me? Then stay and try to slander me as best you can. Go away. The big man immediately became furious. There was no way he could stay here now. Otherwise, it would be unclear whether he would be able to escape from the Tiandu Alliance safely. There were no rules that could restrain him and save his life. Stop struggling in vain. The big man felt a cold object press against his lower back, and then Lin Cheng's ghostly voice rang out. If you take another step forward, this bullet will pierce your lumbar spine. If you're lucky, you might survive, but you'll be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of your life. If you're unlucky, next year this day will be the anniversary of your death. If a healthy person doesn't understand what's pressing that object against their lower back, all their suffering will be in vain. A gun! The young man has a gun! Even if we were wrong, you should stop. Don't go too far. Leave room for improvement so that we can meet someday. Don't go too far." Lin Cheng raised an eyebrow and a playful expression appeared on his face. "That's not what you just did. You were clearly trying to drive us into a dead end." "What? Are you trying to reason with us when the situation is wrong? You two? That's all your intelligence is?" Even after Lin Cheng's insults, the men didn't dare say anything. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't be faster than a bullet. They just kept awkward expressions on their faces, constantly wondering if there was a way out of this situation. The young man who sold Tibetan Mastiffs was speechless with panic. He was in cahoots with these two men. If anything happened to them, he would not be insured, so he tried to sneak away. Anlan, who was hiding behind Lin Cheng, stepped forward and deftly snatched the Glock 18 rifle Lin Cheng had given him. "Brother, you are still young, and you should not imitate others. Forced selling is not what you do." The dark barrel of the gun was pointed at him. The young man said he wasn't panicking, but that was completely impossible. Soon after, Li Changsheng and Gay Dali were called by a patrolman. Noticing the confrontation, Li Changsheng and Gay Dali resolutely sided with Lin Cheng. After all, they knew Lin Cheng like the back of their hand, and after a short conversation, they realized that he would not do anything like that. The two unfortunates were naturally suppressed. Those who violated the barter market, the Tiandu Alliance would deal with those who violated the barter market. Even if they managed to escape death, the Tiandu Alliance would blacklist them forever. As for how to deal with them, that was out of Lin Cheng's sight. The young man was certainly guilty, but upon further investigation, it was found that he had been coerced by these two people, so his responsibility was naturally mitigated. As for the 3 Tibetan Mastiff puppies he intended to exchange, the Tiandu Alliance naturally handed them over to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng did not want to be indebted to anyone. Breaking the deal did not mean that future deals were impossible. He provided the Tiandu Alliance with the trump cards he had promised the young man. Lin Cheng's actions naturally earned him the respect of the Tiandu Alliance. He was able to maintain such rational thinking during the Great Judgment. This level of intelligence was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Therefore, the Tiandu Alliance leadership attached great importance to this matter and issued a directive to conduct a series of identity checks on the survivors who arrived for trade. It may have been inefficient, but at least it was done. The scale of the barter was much larger than expected, but Lin Cheng didn't need anything else. A total of 50 fruit trees were exchanged. Almost every kind of fruit was purchased. In addition, 3 Tibetan Mastiff puppies were added. As for the cigarettes he brought with him, they were almost gone. Lin Cheng had no plans to take the rest. He selectively distributed them to several members of the Tiandu Alliance. It was necessary to maintain some relationships. His future ties with the Tiandu Alliance would go far beyond simple transactions. Compared to the alliances that followed, the Tiandu Alliance was a more worthy partner. He single-handedly transformed the shelter into a dungeon. In a word, complex. A dungeon requires not only fully equipped structures, it also requires a huge amount of resources. Structures could be created by systems and mechanical life forms, such as the creation. However, for now, resources would have to be acquired from outside. Once his shelter was able to independently produce the supplies it needed to survive, he would truly grow. So, the so-called cooperation did not mean letting the Tiandu Alliance into the shelter. Even if the Tiandu Alliance's reputation was excellent, for Lin Cheng it would be like raising a tiger and inviting a wolf into the house. During the Great Reckoning, no one other than close relatives could be allowed to fully trust. According to Lin Cheng's plan, only those he chose could enter the dungeon. With mechanical life forms as loyal guardians, he didn't need survivors as protectors. After all, anyone could be vulnerable. Emotions and desires could provide various breakthrough, but the mechanical life forms did not. To the Falcon's unities, they only saw Lin Cheng's orders. If any of the survivors dared to harbor evil intentions, the monsters created by the Gamma Research Institute would find a worthy use for them. Even before Lin Cheng. went to make a deal, he had already sent mutants to search and patrol the area around the shelter, ready to attack if they detected any danger. They were determined to solve any problem as soon as possible. Just when Lin Cheng thought his journey to Tiandu City was over, the top officials of the Tiandu Alliance suddenly approached him. Gay Dali hurriedly found Lin Cheng and told him the news. "Brother Lin, your great day is approaching." Lin Cheng was still at a loss. Great day? What great day? The leader of our alliance wants to see you. I must say, this is the first time that the leader himself has asked to call someone other than the top leadership of the alliance. Alliance leader Tiandu? This was completely beyond Lin Cheng's expectations. Why did the leader of the Tiandu alliance decide to meet him so suddenly? Perhaps he had figured out the unusualness of this transport? No, the transport was no different from a helicopter from start to finish. Even if it was hacked, until the transport was activated, it looked like a normal helicopter. Brother Lin, don't refuse. The alliance leader is very kind. He must have something good to say to you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked me to invite you, but would have sent someone to arrest you. That's right, I've been thinking too much. Lin Cheng smiled. Gay Dolly's words were reasonable. If he was invited, it was because he had something to discuss, or perhaps to ask Lin Cheng for some request. Otherwise, the alliance leader would not have been so polite. By the way, the alliance leader specifically asked you to go alone. This girl will probably have to wait here. Jay Dali glanced at Anlan, who was standing behind Lin Cheng. An order was an order, and he couldn't disobey and let the girl go with Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng nodded, signaling Anlan to go to the transport first. The transport was a highly intelligent mechanical life form that knew exactly what to do and when, better than anyone else. Even the transport-type mechanical life form had considerable combat capabilities. Among other things, it could easily deal with several surviving humans. Under the protection of the transport, Anlan was safe. Anlan also understood the absolute safety that it gave her. Transport, so she walked smoothly inside and waited for Lin Cheng. After boarding, she slammed the hatch shut tightly, leaving no room for any threat. Lin Cheng followed Gay Dali to the central building of the Tiandu Alliance. The heart of the Tiandu Alliance was a perfectly preserved, a building with elevators and other facilities in exceptional condition. It did not look like a place left over from the Great Judgment. Gay Dali said proudly, "This building was the first one that the leader captured when he formed the Alliance." At that time, quite a few aliens broke in, creatures. Fortunately, under the command of the Alliance leader, we were able to clear them out. Thanks to this building remained intact. It currently houses the Alliance's top leadership office, and the Alliance leader's office is on the top floor. Lin Cheng nodded. His decision to take over the building that could become the main location was impeccable. This meant that the so-called leader of the Tiandu Alliance had already made the decision to establish the Tiandu Alliance at the very beginning of the Great Judgment. Otherwise, he would not have chosen it as his main target. The building had 17 floors, and the elevator moved quickly. Since no one was stopping him from going up, he quickly reached the top floor. G. Dali stood in the elevator without getting out, but simply pointed to a room nearby. "Brother Lin, the Alliance leader, only wants to see you. I have something else to do, so I'll go first." "Okay. Thank you, Brother Gay, for bringing me here." Lin Cheng walked to the door and lightly knocked with his index finger. Soon, a voice came from inside. "Come in." A strong baritone voice rang out. Lin Cheng pushed the door and walked in. There sat a majestic man staring at him, his eyes full of searching gaze. "Hello." Lin Cheng faced that scrutiny without fear. Although the enemy was the leader, he had nothing to fear. In terms of military strength, the 10 Tiandu alliances were inferior to his only refuge. Seeing Lin Cheng's fearless appearance, the Tiandu alliance leader was very surprised. "Your courage impressed me, I was right. You have a deeper and firmer character than your peers. Young man, do you want to join our Tiandu alliance? If you agree, I can groom you to be the next leader of the Tiandu alliance." Lin Cheng was somewhat surprised by the olive branch extended by the other party. They met only once, but the other side directly expressed its willingness to groom him as a candidate for the next leader. This meant that if he agreed, he would most likely become the future leader of the Tiandu Alliance. Such a temptation was truly enormous for the young survivor. However, the leader of the Tiandu Alliance did not suspect that Lin Cheng had far greater resources than the Tiandu Alliance and possessed greater prospects and potential. I don't know why you are considering this, but thank you for your kindness. I have no intention of joining any alliance for now. Not only did Lin Cheng's quick refusal not cause alliance leader Tiandu any inconvenience, but on the contrary, it intrigued him. For a survivor, the opportunity to join the alliance and become a candidate for the leadership was truly a formidable olive leaf branch. And yet this seemingly young youth was so reckless in the face of such a huge temptation that he flatly refused. There were only two options left. First, the youth had no idea what the Tiandu Alliance was, let alone the resources available to the Heavenly Alliance. This was the so-called ignorance bliss. The second possibility is that this youth is backed by an organization even larger than the Alliance. Tiandu, but this possibility is extremely low, since currently no organization larger than the Tiandu Alliance has emerged. Unfortunately, the leader of the Tiandu Alliance does not know about the rising star that is gradually turning into a giant. Over time, the scale of the shelter will surpass the scale of all alliances, even all the alliances combined. Can you tell me why you refused so bluntly? Alliance leader Tiandu placed his hands on the table, his gaze darting towards Lin Cheng. There is no special reason. I simply believe that joining an alliance means obeying the rules of the alliance. And I have always been a person who loves freedom. If I have to be bound by rules for the sake of safety, then I would rather keep my old life. Alliance leader Tiandu nodded approvingly. Very well. You have the clearest thinking and rationality of all the young people I have ever met. The ability to keep your nature in the face of temptation and to revive the desire for freedom. Such sincerity and original intentions are extremely rare. I am more interested in you now, and as a leader, you will become a dictator of rules, and not the one you limit. You can still resist such temptation. Lin Cheng just smiled. I will continue to evade. The Tiandu Alliance is very large, and I have already seen its prosperity. It's a pity that my sixth sense tells me that this place is not suitable for me. There is a place more suitable for me waiting for me, and it will not be in any alliance. Lin Cheng's words were not only a rejection of the olive branch thrown by alliance leader Tiandu, but also a declaration that he would not join any alliance. Otherwise, alliance leader Tiandu believed that Lin Cheng would have had better opportunities than the Tiandu Alliance and therefore decided not to join them. This inevitably led to a certain wariness towards Yin Cheng. Although it was very promising now, it had not yet fully developed. A direct confrontation at this point would be a very difficult situation. Even after the Great Judgment, all of humanity would have to face a serious challenge. That is why, even with combat-ready mechanical forms, Lin Cheng refused to confront the Tiandu Alliance directly. Moreover, there was no need for such a confrontation. They were now trying to lure him over to their side, not threaten him. Lin Cheng's first impression of the Tiandu Alliance was actually quite positive. At the very least, the overall atmosphere in the Tiandu Alliance was quite relaxed, and the rules were the strictest of all the alliances. This was completely in line with the impression most survivors had of the alliance. You don't? There's so much you need to explain to me. Even if you join another alliance in the future, we are all humans, and our main goal is survival. Even if there are disagreements over limited resources, it's just the pressure of survival. I understand. Everyone has their own aspirations. If you don't want to, we definitely won't force you. And if you ever change your mind, the Tiandu Alliance will always be open to you. Lin Cheng nodded slowly. He also caught a very subtle hint from the words of the Tiandu Alliance leader. The Tiandu Alliance was just mentioned by us, not me. This meant that inviting him into the Tiandu alliance and grooming him as the next leader was not a decision made by the Tiandu alliance leader alone. It seemed to be an order given by higher-level organization. By the way, where did you get this helicopter? As far as I know, not many people have access to helicopters. It was obtained by accident. After all, there are many unexpected things in this world. Sometimes, if you try your luck, you can get a lot of unexpected benefits. Lin Cheng smiled slightly and did not reveal too much. People tend to keep secrets. Alliance leader Tiandu did not intend to continue asking. After that, there were several more verbal attempts, but Lin Cheng cleverly dodged them all. After almost half an hour of conversation, Alliance leader Tiandu still had not received a single word from Lin Cheng. However, he himself did not feel anything unusual, as if this was the most correct answer. In terms of using words, Lin Cheng was definitely far superior to his colleagues. Alliance leader Tiandu did not waste time, and the conversation between the two quickly ended. Jay Dali was very interested in the content of the conversation between Lin Cheng and Alliance leader Tiandu. He continued asking questions along the way, wanting to hear every detail. "Brother Lin, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I've always felt that you're different from other survivors. You don't seem to feel any pressure to survive, and you don't look exhausted or skinny. Maybe your family used to run a food factory?" Hearing this, Lin Cheng couldn't help but curl his lips, and was speechless for a moment. If he really opened a real factory, there wouldn't be any food shortage in just half a year. Relying only on food reserves, he would have easily survived the most painful stage of the Great Liquidation. "You think too much. There is nothing wrong with the plant. We are simply stockpiling enough food before the Great Liquidation. Although the amount of food stockpiled is not small, it is still not enough. The food crisis may occur in half a month at the most. Even if we plan our budget carefully, I'm afraid the food will last for a month at the most. If this goes on for longer, there will be trouble." Jay Dali looked at Lin Cheng strangely. "Brother, your food is almost running out. Why are you changing fruit trees instead of supplies? You can find these supplies yourself, but to be honest, things like fruit trees are quite difficult to find on the street. K. Besides, I have plenty of time. I can't go without food for half a month. Buying fruit trees is just long-term development. After all, fruits will be very rare in the future. When you open the market next time, perhaps I can bring these ripe fruits." Jay Dali looked at Lin Cheng with a somewhat serious expression. He didn't expect that the goal Lin Cheng had in mind would be so grandiose. Fruits and other goods are indeed extremely rare. So far, no survivors have appeared at the market selling fruit. This means that the next time Lin Cheng returns to the market, he will be a hot commodity. All resources will be transferred to him, abandoning short-term gains in favor of long-term goals. If this assumption is correct, Lin Cheng is in for a huge profit. The next market might have to wait a little longer, at least not anytime soon. Jay Dali shared secret information with Lin Cheng, although these rumors were more or less common knowledge. Since the amount of resources obtained from this exchange was significant, and it took time to inventory them. Moreover, even the huge Tiandu alliance needed time to consolidate other stocks for the next market. If the market operated continuously for a short period of time, the sense of urgency that attracted survivors would disappear. Scarcity makes things valuable. If the market operated too frequently, it would lose its appeal to survivors who traveled long distances. Moreover, most of the market is made up of survivors who traveled long distances. The area surrounding the Tiandu alliance has been largely plundered, and some of the supplies are regionally specific, naturally resulting in various local delicacies. In industrialized areas, the supplies of survivors are mostly related to industry. Conversely, in areas with developed agriculture, the survivors would naturally have had large food supplies. If this deal had not been scheduled almost 2 months after the Great Judgment, perhaps some fruits and food would have been available. Unfortunately, the recent cold snap and the meteorite fall have practically destroyed all agricultural produce. It is highly unlikely that such goods will appear anytime soon. I will take you here first. I have some business to attend to. I hope to see you again. Good. Then we'll say goodbye. Lin Cheng stood in the transport's cabin, pretending to get behind the wheel. But in fact, he didn't move. The transport, powered solely by its own traction, slowly rose to a great height. Anlan had fallen asleep in the back seat, and even the loud noise of the engine did not wake her up. After confirming that they had left the Tiandu Alliance area, Lin Cheng tiptoed into the back seat. The driver's cabin was incredibly cramped, completely different from the passenger compartment. And Lan's sleeping face was peaceful, her long eyelashes occasionally fluttered, and her even breathing was strangely soothing. Sitting next to Anlan, Lin Cheng unconsciously felt a little sleepy. When he opened his eyes again, he was already outside the orphanage. The vehicle could remember routes. After the trip to the Tiandu Alliance, it could use autonomous driving on future trips. Lin Cheng did not need to personally plant the fruit trees, as the modifications to the Weishi base still required some work. The current planting plan required at least 4 different modules, each, with different temperatures and humidity. The most important thing is the variety of plants planted. Maintaining different climate conditions is critical to ensure their proper growth and survival. The fruit trees that Lin Cheng brought were a wonderful addition to the memories of Lin's father and mother. They had something to do during their stay at the orphanage. Although they didn't have to do anything, at least they had a place to release their excess energy. But the most important thing was that there were 3 Tibetan Mastiff puppies. At first, Lin's father and mother were a little scared when they saw them. However, the 3 puppies turned out to be surprisingly fearless and even, took the initiative to bond with Lin's father and mother, saving them the trouble of getting to know each other again. This, however, presented a unique and difficult problem. Tibetan Mastiffs were, after all, different from other dogs. A diet consisting solely of dog food would have led to malnutrition. Moreover, their size was significantly different from their original size, which meant that Lin Cheng had to hunt frequently. Animals in the area were almost extinct, and finding fresh meat in the current climate was beyond their capabilities, let alone for these 3 puppies. Just when Lin Cheng was in a bind, Chuanzhao came up with the perfect solution. Chuanzhao created a special nutrient solution that could be added directly to drinking water to provide the puppies with the necessary nutrients to grow. Although the taste was significantly different from meat, it at least provided the puppies with the necessary nutrients, preventing malnutrition. The main ingredient of the nutrient solution can be a mixture of concentrated extracts from any kind of organisms or plants. The growth rate of fruit trees in the greenhouse will increase significantly. And the growth rate is colossal. Fruit trees that would normally take months outside bear fruit in just 2 weeks in the greenhouse. Lin Cheng was quite surprised by the rapid growth rate. He had originally thought that cutting the growth time in half was amazing in itself, but now it not only halved, but even by 30%. The advent of barter brought life back to this seething world. At least the survivors are not just plotting, but are also leading a kind of coexistence and cooperation. The survivors are, after all, social creatures, and it is difficult for them to survive the great payback alone. Perhaps the emergence of the Tiandu Alliance has changed the global landscape a bit. Perhaps inspired by this, more and more survivor alliances are popping up like mushrooms after the rain. These alliances vary in size, but whenever a certain faction emerges, a large-scale conflict was inevitable. Some groups of survivors, fighting fiercely for the remaining resources, engaged in several bloody battles with heavy casualties. But Lin Cheng was not worried about this. As the day of reckoning approached, problems began to surface. The problems he had previously discussed with Gay Dali were neither alarmist nor delusional. They were real. The food supplies in the shelter were more than enough to survive, but the diet required some adjustments. Family couldn't just sit in the shelter and eat instant noodles all day, so he needed to go out and look for supplies. There was no clear time frame for this operation. The 4th wave of monsters was approaching. Compared to the previous 3, this wave was bound to contain even higher-level alien creatures. If he had miscalculated and chosen the time near the hearth, he could easily have become its victim after leaving the area. Lin Cheng also learned new details about the mutants who had escaped from the Gamma Research Institute, which had been detained earlier. Although the altered beings may not have high intelligence, but they are quite capable of understanding and effectively implementing human decisions. The most striking feature of living beings is their independent thinking. In particular, the ability to set specific tasks for each participant before achieving their goals, based on various circumstances. Unlike mechanical life forms, which, although they can choose the optimal solution, not all solutions are suitable for the current situation, mechanical life forms are devoid of emotions. For mechanical life forms, what matters is completing their mission, and they ignore any other minor considerations. The rate at which shelters level up has slowed significantly compared to previous years, as too much experience is now required. Moreover, each level opens up access to a huge number of possibilities, including various futuristic technologies. For example, the superconducting electromagnetic gun, which Lin Cheng had no idea about. According to the general description of the system, the superconducting electromagnetic gun, capable of directly destroying alien creatures with a threat level of 3 or lower. This meant that if he could build a superconducting electromagnetic cannon, even if many alien creatures appeared near the shelter, as long as the cannon was fully charged, it would be able to easily destroy them. Moreover, as the level of the superconducting electromagnetic gun increases, the level of alien creatures that it can instantly destroy will also increase. Theoretically, with a sufficiently high level of the superconducting electromagnetic gun, even alien creatures, level 1 threats can be instantly destroyed. However, the required level of the electromagnetic gun will undoubtedly exceed its current capabilities. Lin Cheng's main task now was to improve the shelter and replenish its supplies. Meanwhile, the alien creatures in the underground pit next to the shelter were destroyed by Falcon 1 and Raptor 1. The shelter was only a fraction of its experience points away from being upgraded, but strange vibrations seemed to be occurring in the adjacent sections of the pit. Once the mechanical life form entered, inside, it would be cut off from the outside world, which would cause all filming equipment to fail. Judging by the descriptions of the mechanical life forms, it was not difficult to guess that something truly amazing was hidden there. Unfortunately, Lin Cheng was not in the mood to explore. The fourth wave of the Great Judgment Monster Tsunami was only 1 day away. The remaining survivors had already mastered the 15-day monster tsunami pattern. Therefore, many of them no longer boldly searched for supplies, but systematically prepared for the arrival. A monstrous tsunami. The number of reconnaissance drones in the shelter also increased significantly, partly because Lin Cheng wanted to observe closely this time. He wondered how many high-level alien beings would be among the fourth monster tsunami. He had a hunch that there was a pattern to the appearance of these alien beings, but previous attempts had failed due to insufficient preparation. As the shelter's resources became more and more complete, Lin Cheng came up with a bolder hypothesis. He even considered capturing a low-level alien creature to study it and see if he could discover anything. However, before this bold idea could be realized, the creation has thrown it away. Dear Master, based on our previous scans of these alien creatures, we can conclude that they possess terrifying destructive energy. If we forcefully deconstruct them, it will most likely cause a massive explosion. Lin Cheng fell silent, hearing Creation's words. Do you mean that the decomposition of the alien corpses will cause an explosion? Creation patiently explained. When we killed alien creatures before, their bodies were seriously damaged, but there was no explosion. Deconstruction is not just decomposition. These monsters maintain a certain balance in their bodies. Disturbing this balance can have serious consequences. So is there a solution? Unfortunately, not yet. Lin Cheng could only nod. Some things can't be solved with enthusiasm alone. The most important thing now is how to survive this fourth wave of monsters. The drones placed outside were ready. As soon as the fourth wave of monsters appeared, they would immediately record a video. However, subsequent compilation and analysis would require manual processing by Lin Cheng. There was only 1 hour and 40 minutes left until the 60th day of the Great Judgment. Lin Cheng glanced at the clock on the wall. These last few hours were often the hardest. People always have a certain fear of the unknown, and knowing the exact time of danger can make them even more anxious. Anlan and Lin's parents were already asleep. The best way to survive the Great Judgment was to sleep soundly. Lin Cheng understood their needs and specially installed soundproofing in each room. Although the shelter still made a noticeable noise during major collisions, it was at least much quieter than before. Only Lin Cheng could not sleep. Aside from the anxiety surrounding the fourth wave of monsters, he was also incredibly excited. This wave of monsters could very well lead to a breakthrough in the old shelter level. The shelter had now reached level 6, and there were only 1,000 experience points left until level 7. After destroying a few more alien creatures passing through the shelter could easily achieve the goal of advancing to the next level. Reaching level 7 would greatly help unlock some defenses, but it would also greatly increase the consumption of refined iron. This left Lin Cheng in a dilemma. After all, the world's supply of refined iron was limited and would eventually run out. Although it was too early to think about it, he needed to find a compromise to balance the high consumption of refined iron. Opening the template of the shelter structures, Lin Cheng quickly inspected the structures that were about to be unlocked. One structure caught Lin Cheng's attention. The name of the facility, Concentrate Refining Plant. The construction requires 500 kilograms of refined iron. This plant has a high productivity. Place any object to be mined from underground into the concentrate refinery to extract concentrates of varying concentrations. Concentrate, an energy-rich mineral that requires purification before direct use. P.S. This setup requires an extraction furnace. Minerals. Otherwise, the concentrate cannot be used directly. According to the installation description, simply place any object extracted from the ground to extract concentrates of different concentrations. Underground is mainly dirt and rocks, extracting concentrates from these virtually unrecoverable minerals. This facility was beyond Lin Cheng's wildest dreams. Simply put, it turned waste into treasure. With this facility, he would never have to worry about running out of minerals in his hideout. At least in the short term, the resources of the earth and rock are inexhaustible. Perhaps in the future, there will be a plant capable of extracting various trace elements from water resources. The description of the concentrate cleaning machine mentioned a furnace for extracting minerals. Lin Cheng continued scrolling through the list of installations and indeed found a mineral extraction furnace. Installation name: Mineral extraction furnace requires 1,000 kilograms of refined iron to build. This installation converts concentrate into useful minerals. Just put the cleaned iron in the oven. P.S. The spent concentrate will randomly create one of 6 minerals: refined iron, iron ore, gold ore, aluminum ore, copper ore, tin ore. The amount of refined iron needed to build this mineral extraction furnace was surprisingly twice as much. The amount of refined iron needed for the concentrate refining machine. Building these 2 plants alone would require 1,500 kilograms of refined iron, which was a serious blow to Lin Cheng, who was already struggling financially. Fortunately, these were only the initial. If he were to effectively use these 2 objects in the future, the amount of refined iron he could obtain would greatly exceed 1,500 kilograms. Most importantly, thanks to these 2 factors, he would no longer have to travel far to get refined iron, which would minimize many risks. As for minerals other than refined iron, just because they weren't needed now didn't mean they wouldn't be needed in the future. Having something on hand is always better than having to search for it when you need it. Just discovering these 2 facts was enough to make Lin Cheng was excited for a long time, not to mention that the size of the shelter inevitably increased with the level. While Lin Cheng was studying the 2 objects, time flew by. More than an hour flew by. As soon as the clock struck 12, the fourth wave of monsters officially began. Countless alien creatures poured into the shelter from all sides. Their target was not the shelter itself, but the entire world. At that moment, countless survivors hid in their hidden corners, not daring to make a sound. Some timid survivors even held their breath, fearing that their own noise would attract unnecessary trouble. However, not everyone managed to get out. Moreover, even those who had survived 3 waves of monsters by pure chance could not escape their fate. Lin Cheng raced against time, controlling drones to film various locations. These drones could not film for long, as several aliens of the 3rd threat level had already appeared, and, this time, their number must have been quite large. These flying aliens were highly sensitive and would have been the first targets. Less than 5 minutes had passed since the start of this monstrous madness, and of the 30 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft that Lin Cheng had sent out in advance, less than 10, a sharp reduction by half. Moreover, the transmitted frames were extremely blurred due to various factors. Some frames were jittery due to collisions with alien creatures, which made them completely unsuitable for analysis. In general, less than 20% of the transmitted data was reliable. Data! If this trend continues, the study will likely fail. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Lin Cheng simply sent out Falcon 1, which was already well prepared. Falcon 1 was accompanied not only by this mechanical life form, but also by several second-generation combat mechanical life forms. Thanks to these combat mechanical life forms helping to overcome obstacles, footage from the few remaining unmanned reconnaissance aircraft finally gave some insight into the footage. Lin Cheng suggested that the proportion of alien beings had changed from predominantly low-level to mixed beings, medium and low-level. 3rd-level aliens made up as much as 15%. In almost every frame, several creatures could be seen that were completely different in size from the average alien creature. As more and more alien creatures were destroyed, the shelter's experience bar gradually increased. When it reached a critical point, the long-forgotten beep of the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, Master! Your experience has reached a critical point and your shelter level has increased. Current shelter level, 7 exclamation mark ding! New shelter objects have been discovered. Ding! The shelter area doubled in size. System notifications filled his ears one after another, and Lin Cheng smiled so widely that his mouth almost reached his ears. With so many system notifications, the shelter's improvement must have been significant. Lin Cheng even forgot to analyze the proportion of alien creatures. With these alien-destroying mechanical life forms, the shelter wouldn't have any serious problems. The 1,500 kilograms of refined iron was used up almost instantly, but Lin Cheng, ignoring the pain, immediately began to investigate the 2 newly discovered objects: the refining machine, concentrate, and a furnace for extracting minerals. These 2 objects did not take up much space, but their functionality filled Lin Cheng with awe. As an experiment, he threw in several large stones that he had prepared in advance. A few seconds later, several fist-sized chunks of concentrate emerged from the ore extraction machine. Just to experiment, Lin Cheng threw gold ore into the extraction furnace. This time, the machine ran for much longer, about 10 minutes, before the concentrate chunks, fist-sized, were completely extracted. Ding! The concentrate was successfully extracted. Results: 10 kilograms of refined iron, 1 kilogram of iron ore, and 1 kilogram of gold ore. The result was quite satisfactory. 10 kilograms of refined iron was indeed extracted. Judging by the approximate ratio of the stones thrown, this was quite impressive. It was not that he had put in a huge amount of efforts to recover so much, and in the end, he only got a few dozen kilograms of refined iron. Of course, Lin Cheng would not dig the ground near the shelter. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows, let alone humans. If excessive digging caused the nearby soil to collapse, they would suffer. However, Lin Cheng had not thoroughly surveyed the area to find a suitable deposit. Since everything dug out of the ground could be fed into the concentrate refining machine, the chances of obtaining concentrate by directly feeding the collected ore would be much higher. What he cared about most was purified iron was needed. After all the facilities in the shelter depended on refined iron. Without refined iron, even after successfully obtaining the construction rights, he would not have enough materials to complete the construction. The 10 kilograms of refined iron he had just obtained was a paltry sum in terms of compared to Lin Cheng's stock, but he still earned it through his own efforts. Overall, it was quite a memorable event. It wasn't until the evening that the fourth wave of monsters began to subside. Of the drones that Lin Cheng had launched earlier, only one remained, still circling outside. The rest were completely destroyed, their remains scattered on the ground, which left Lin Cheng deeply sad. It seemed that he would never be able to launch so many drones so easily again. Not only were the drones being destroyed, but so was his mind. At this rate of consumption, a few more major liquidations would cost him a fortune in refined iron just to produce them. While watching the video recordings, Lin Cheng made a surprising discovery. Towards the end of one of the jaw fragments, he seemed to see a fleeting figure, a snow-white speck that at first glance might seem inconspicuous and easy to miss. But when Lin Cheng rewound the video and slowed it down, he saw it clearly. The fleeting figure turned out to be a snow-white rabbit. After the previous cold snap and the meteorite fall, the sight of a living creature was truly impressive, especially since the rabbit was still close to the shelter, and with luck, it could even capture the entire nest. Given the rate at which rabbits reproduce, their numbers will soon reach a staggering level. As long as he managed to keep the numbers within reasonable limits, there was meat in the shelter almost constantly. It wasn't just the Tibetan mastiffs. Humans were clamoring for meat too. A careful count showed that, aside from the canned food he'd previously stockpiled, he'd barely eaten any fresh meat. However, the fourth wave of monsters from the Great Purge hadn't ended yet, so he couldn't risk his life. There was no guarantee that alien creatures would not appear during this time after the monster raid was over. At such moments, the only remaining drone came into play. Using its high-resolution camera, Lin Cheng wandered around the shelter's outskirts, diligently looking for the rabbit. His efforts paid off. After an hour of searching, the rabbit hiding in the shadows finally appeared. Looking at the jumping figure in front of him, Lin Cheng could only smile helplessly. This creature was truly a master of hide and seek. Lin Cheng followed the rabbit relentlessly, never slowing down. He was afraid that the rabbit he was looking for would run away in an instant if he didn't pay attention to it. The smaller the creature, the faster it ran and the harder it was to find. He wanted to spend almost an hour searching for such a tiny creature. Besides the fear that the rabbit would escape, there was another problem that kept Lin Cheng on edge. If it was just one rabbit or even two males, the whole point of these rabbits' existence in the shelter would be completely destroyed. It all depended on luck. If he was lucky, the plan might work, but if not, he might have to reconsider his plans. The waiting time had become the limit of Lin Cheng's patience. In order to ensure a constant supply of meat for the shelter, Lin Cheng kept an eye on the tiny creature for over 3 hours. After confirming once again that there were no other strangers nearby, Lin Cheng finally left the shelter. 10 second-generation combat mechanical creatures surrounded the rabbit's nest, and Lin Cheng personally went to catch the rabbit. To an uninitiated person, such a scene could lead to a fierce battle. The poor rabbit, unaware of what was awaiting him, continued to nibble on the grass in his nest. Just as the rabbit was about to leave, Lin Cheng threw the net he had prepared towards him with all his might. The net looked like an ordinary one, but Lin Cheng had tied large stones to the four corners to make it larger. Speed. The inertia created by the stones provided enormous speed. The 4 stones acted as 4 engines, and since they were roughly the same weight, their speeds were almost the same. Throwing a single net was a difficult task, since the weight of the stones had to be balanced and the speed maintained at all 4 corners. Throwing only 3 stones would create a gap, and thanks to the agility of the rabbit, it could easily escape. The rabbit would be frightened and face a new level of difficulty. Thus, the mechanical life forms handled the heavy lifting, leaving Lin Cheng in charge. As expected, The rabbit was easily caught. The next step was to follow the clues and find the rest of the rabbits. Lin Cheng installed a tracking device on the rabbit that could detect signals within a 2-kilometer radius. As long as the rabbit remained within a 2-kilometer radius of the shelter, its exact location could be accurately. As a precaution, Lin Cheng sent a second-generation reconnaissance and combat vehicle after them. He gave both machines strict orders to destroy any alien creatures in the vicinity. He did not want the rabbits he had spent so long tracking to fall into the clutches of alien creatures. With these preliminary preparations complete, all that was left was to wait patiently. A few minutes, the second-generation reconnaissance vehicle returned with good news. "Dear Master, after tracking, we found a cave containing 12 rabbits." Lin Cheng was instantly overjoyed. The harvest from this operation was even richer than he expected. After all, there were 12 rabbits. They couldn't all be males, could they? Lin Cheng immediately ordered them to be caught. Every minute of delay increased the risk. Looking at the 12 rabbits caught by the mechanical creatures, Lin Cheng felt an unprecedented joy. Except for some seasonings needed for cooking, the shelter was now completely self-sufficient. The hatched chickens. It would take time to grow, but not too long. And the rabbits he had just caught were equivalent to an unlimited supply of meat, since both eggs and meat provided a complete set of proteins for the human body. The remaining rabbit wool could be used to make clothing or other warming material to prevent colds. The rabbits were eventually placed in a greenhouse, but their nutritional needs had to be met as quickly as possible. For example, rabbits cannot directly consume some vegetables with a high water content. If they eat too much, they will get diarrhea and dehydration, which will endanger their lives. The preferred food is, of course, hay. The rabbit's sleeping nest does not require special care. The area divided by the base of the greenhouse has a suitable temperature. Even if the rabbit finds a corner to sleep, it will not freeze. The current greenhouse base is clearly organized. There are different zones for planting, growing fruit trees, and animal habitats. If it were not for fish farming, it would not be practical. Lin Cheng even plans to build a fish farming base here. Fish and animals that will be sea, land, and air at the same time. In your free time, you can go fishing here. But this is all just a fantasy. The most important thing now was to resolve all current issues. Lin Cheng did not need to worry about the breeding of rabbits. These rabbits were practically wild, and given enough time, no matter how big the population, they would inevitably produce a staggering number of offspring. What's more, baby rabbits only take 6 months to grow into adult rabbits, and adults reproduce once every month. On average, each female rabbit produces about 8 litters per breeding session. With a base population of 12 rabbits, assuming 6 males and 6 females, the rabbit population here would easily exceed 100 in 2 months. Judging by the size of these 12 rabbits, they were practically adults. With luck, the rabbit population here could double next month. More than tenfold, to be exact. The chicks that hatched earlier had grown a bit, but they still needed time to become layers. The fruit trees at the shelter were growing fast, but not yet fruited. Overall, the shelter was developing according to plan. Most importantly, the shelter's area had doubled, making the already huge shelter seem even bigger. Lin Cheng, look at those 2 black dots on the lower left. Are those people moving? Anlan suddenly pointed out. Lin Cheng looked where Anlan pointed and indeed saw 2 black dots moving at a noticeable speed. Since the transport was hovering at a high altitude at first glance, the people and the small black dots were no different from the rest, like 2 ants. It seemed that way. Be smart later. They are so timid, they may have bad intentions. Put on this armor just in case. Lin Cheng pulled out 2 sets of armor from under the driver's seat. They were made of a special metal they had found earlier. Strictly speaking, this was probably the first time this armor was used. Anlan nodded meaningfully. Seeking help and hiding probably wasn't the best intention. Lin Cheng's worries were well-founded. After all, humans were made of flesh and blood and were vulnerable to any weapon. Although the armor was certainly heavy, the security it provided was undeniable. Lin Cheng first. Cheng helped Anlan put on the armor, and then he did the same. He was completely armored. Almost nothing was visible except his eyes. The landing site of the transport was chosen to be relatively open to ensure a quick retreat. The bottleneck would severely limit the evacuation. The open space provided maximum flexibility for the transport. Before leaving the transport, Lin Cheng gave a strict order. Any survivors who approached besides them would be executed without further warning. Better to kill by mistake. 1,000 than to miss one. Without transportation, returning to the shelter will be incredibly difficult. After the meteorite fell, finding a working car in Haichuan City that could withstand the impact was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After completing all the preparations, Lin Cheng left the cabin, transport with weapons in hand, and Anlan followed behind. Following the memories, Anlan and Lin Cheng quickly found the target. A dilapidated tile house that looked like it was about to collapse from old age and decrepitude, even without the meteorite. Several crows suddenly cawed and flew away in all directions. Sides. The sudden movement startled Anlan, and he followed Lin Cheng even faster, dreaming of pressing his back against him. Lin Cheng's nerves inexplicably tensed up. Thanks to his special armor, he was completely safe unless the enemy launched a direct missile attack. And in this situation, someone who could fire missiles at him wouldn't need a radio to call for help, right? Click. Who? Lin Cheng turned around abruptly. Behind him, there was a strange sound, like dry branches breaking. So there were other survivors somewhere nearby. At the same time, Anlan pulled out a Glock 18 rifle from his belt and, shaking, pointed it at the source of the sound. "Don't shoot. We are good people." A child's voice rang out, startling Lin Cheng and Anlan. A child? A tiny creature appeared from behind the wall, with short hair, disheveled hair, and a face covered in black dirt. At first glance, it looked as if it had just crawled out of a pile of coals. The little creature looked no more than 6 or 7 years old, its long hair matted with dryness. Its clothes were torn, but fortunately, they at least provided some protection from the cold. "Girl, are you here alone? Where is your family?" Anlan immediately lowered her guard when she saw the child, and even came closer. "Huh?" Lin Cheng noticed something moving in the corner of the wall nearby. He immediately stopped Anlan, who was about to take a step forward, and shouted to the wall behind the girl, "Who's hiding there? Come out! If you don't come out, I'm coming." Anlan was slightly taken aback, but Lin Cheng's decisions were always correct. If Lin Cheng said there was someone, then there was someone. Indeed, a few seconds later, a middle-aged woman appeared from behind the wall. But she looked very haggard. Pale face, wasted muscles, and chapped lips. "Why are you hiding? Using a child as a shield?" Lin Cheng sneered. This drama where a child is used to gain sympathy was too disgusting. "No, it's not what you think." The middle-aged woman waved her hands, her voice hoarse. "I know I won't live long. I just want my daughter to have a chance to survive." At this moment, the woman's face was full of despair. "When this disaster happened, I helped more than 12 children, one after another. These children are homeless orphans. The previous ones were saved, but only this little one remained. She is too young and cannot work. The others are worried that she will use up all the supplies she needs to survive, so no one wants to take her. I really had no choice, so I asked for help at the radio station. It doesn't matter if I die, but I can't let the child suffer." Lin Cheng was stunned. In this disaster, where everyone was in danger, someone could show such righteousness. And it was a child who had no blood relation to her. "Please take her away." The middle-aged woman knelt down. "The food and water in the basement are completely gone. If she stays with me, she will probably die of hunger." "Lin Cheng." Anlan pulled Lin Cheng's sleeve in some confusion. The decision to save her was entirely up to Lin Cheng. If Lin Cheng didn't save her, Anlan wouldn't stand aside like a saint trying to persuade her. The shelter's resources were limited, and Lin Cheng probably had his own plans. Lin Cheng was silent for a while, then slowly walked over and helped. The middle-aged woman stood up and said in a deep voice, "I can give you a chance to survive, but without any buts, I will agree to any conditions. Before Lin Cheng could finish speaking, the woman agreed, not at all afraid that he would set her up. The survivors in this state did not fear any danger. For them, death was already inevitable. As long as there was a glimmer of hope that could save them from certain death, they would hold on tightly to him, like a drowning man grasping for his last straw. Well then, follow me. Just a few breaths ago, Lin Cheng had already figured out how to accommodate these two strangers, one large and one small. It was impossible to let them into the shelter directly, but he could have creation build them houses outside. He hadn't planned on breaking in and taking in survivors from the outside, but now it looks like that plan is about to fall apart. I can provide you with relatively safe housing and food, but in exchange you'll have to do some work. I'll have someone build a farm. If you don't know how to manage a household, I can teach you. But I must warn you in advance that there is only enough food for 3 meals a day. Please introduce yourself, Lin Cheng said heatedly. The other person simply nodded, not arguing, but simply accepting. Benefactor, my name is Shu Kuihua, and this child is Beng Beng. Shu Kuihua followed him, dragging Beng Beng along with her. She was quite surprised to see the helicopter, but she followed it and climbed into the cockpit. Most of the shelter was underground, so Lin Cheng could easily build a few simple houses near the entrance to the surface. Falcon 1 and Hawk 1 would patrol the perimeter of the shelter, minimizing the risk. If the monsters came, they could simply take refuge in a shelter. While the construction of the underground city could not continue, the above-ground village could begin. With these two people as a base, they could gradually expand. In this way, the shelter's greenhouses would serve as the main food reserve, a backup source of food, while the crops grown outside could be used for regular food. This development strategy was quite acceptable. After all, doing many things alone was always a bit unwise. He was human, and there were always omissions and a tendency to be lazy. Wasn't it human nature to take breaks from a busy schedule? The outer area of the shelter was not large, and even before Lin Cheng left, he had set up communication with the creation through the communication device on the transport. After receiving Lin Cheng's order, Zhao Cheng immediately built a small, elegant house outside the shelter. Although the materials used to build the house were slightly different from those used for the shelter itself, they were still much stronger than normal buildings. Even if attacked by level 5 aliens, they could withstand a temporary attack. The amenities inside the house were simple. He wanted to give them a chance to survive, not just enjoy life. In fact, there were few amenities. Apart from the most basic things, such as tables, chairs and beds, only one lamp was useful. As for bathrooms, it was clearly unrealistic to have one per family, since water heaters consume a significant amount of electricity. Later, as the number of people increased, Lin Cheng was able to build a larger public bathhouse with a more powerful water heating system to avoid unnecessary energy consumption. Seeing the finished house, Shu Kuihua and Peng Peng were a little puzzled. Shu Kuihua in particular had a hard time speaking clearly. "My benefactor, is this house for us?" "Yes, let's settle in first." Lin Cheng nodded slightly and pointed to a small plot of land behind the house. "I leave it to you." This land, also created by Lin Cheng, was quite large, but the area for cultivation was limited. This was mainly because Shu Kuihua couldn't handle such a large field on his own. If the crops were to die, wouldn't it be a waste of seeds? Lin Cheng knew all too well how valuable seeds were these days. In order to prevent the crops from being lost due to climate change, Lin Cheng chose several frost-resistant crops. In other words, easy to grow. Peng Peng did not say a word to Lin Cheng from beginning to end. The little boy was still very alert, and no matter what Shu Kuihua said, Peng Peng remained silent. The embarrassed Shu Kuihua explained to Lin Cheng, "My benefactor, this child doesn't talk much. It's okay. You have a good rest. You can contact me if you need anything." Lin Cheng left the pager. The two had just arrived here, so it always took them a while to adjust to the situation. Anlan squatted down and chatted with Peng Peng for a while, but Peng Peng didn't seem to believe either of them. Although the hostility had completely disappeared, the childish shyness was always confusing. The only thing that made Lin Cheng happy was that when he turned around and walked back to the orphanage, Peng Peng waved his hand and said, "Thank you, big brother." When Lin's father and mother learned that Lin Cheng had saved a strange woman and her child, they also expressed their gratitude to him. "Xiao Cheng, why didn't you let them live in the orphanage?" "Mom, just because I helped them doesn't mean I trust them completely. We must not have the intention of harming others, but we must always be on guard." Xiao Cheng is right. At a time like this, you can't be soft-hearted. Father Lin nodded and said, "What if the mother and daughter have bad intentions? Aren't we inviting a wolf into the house?" Lin Cheng and Father Lin were on the same page. Mother Lin just shook her head helplessly and turned to Anlan to take care of Anlan. "Anlan, are you hurt?" "Auntie, what could possibly hurt me? Lin Cheng is such a sloppy child. Every time you go out, I worry that you will get hurt." Lin Cheng rolled his eyes silently. Mom was obviously teasing him, but Mom probably hadn't talked to anyone her age in a long time. She insisted on rushing out the dinner at lunchtime. Lin Cheng decided that it was probably just a chat. In order to ensure his mother's safety, Lin Cheng was accompanied by an unmanned fighter. Moreover, there were mechanical life forms on duty and patrolling outside, ensuring her safety. The saying, "two women, one drama," was not just a saying. The dinner delivery took almost 2 hours, which Lin Cheng hadn't expected. But they chatted animatedly. The similarity in age and experience gave Xu Kuihua and Mom common interests, and they quickly became friends. But this didn't make Lin Cheng's guard down. At least Xu Kuihua's period of trial will only end after the next wave of monsters. Before that, I wouldn't let my guard down because of them, just because they have a good relationship with my mother. The next day, the tranquility of the shelter was once again disturbed by a radio message. "Help! Our food is running out, we need help." The address, Haichuan Chemical Plant. The intermittent sound of the radio made Lin Cheng think deeply. The person who called for help on the radio yesterday wasn't Xu Kuihua or Beng Beng. And Lan was also puzzled by this sudden change in mood. Could such a thing really happen? The two groups of survivors, needing rescue, at the same address? Lin Cheng thought for a moment and decided to leave the shelter to contact Xu Kuihua. After all, Xu Kuihua lived near the chemical plant and was familiar with the surrounding area. In addition, the area of the plant was small. Perhaps these two groups of people met by chance. After learning of Lin Cheng's goal, Xu Kuihua was surprised. Number Y have never seen survivors near the chemical plant. There were few supplies. "I stocked up on food and water, but fearing robbery, I found a basement near the factory and hid there. In general, there shouldn't be any survivors except us." Lin Cheng believed Xu Kuihua's words. Due to environmental issues, the chemical plant was located far from the city centre, and there were few amenities or stores nearby. While the shelter there provided peace and quiet, it made finding supplies much more difficult. Walking alone from the chemical plant to the city centre took quite a long time. "My benefactor, if you need help, I can go with you." Xu Kuihua volunteered to go to the chemical plant with Lin Cheng. This time, Lin Cheng did not refuse. He really needed a guide. Although he was a native of Haichuan, he did not know all the corners of the city. There were always places that seemed completely unfamiliar to him. Peng Peng wanted to go with him, but Lin Cheng did not agree. The risks of such a journey were unknown, and it was worrisome to take a small child along. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Peng Peng had to stay in the shelter under the supervision of Lin's parents. Although Xu Kuihua was a little worried about Peng Peng, she knew that this was the best protection for her. Staying here was better than running around outside. Besides, children her age were naturally curious, and if they got lost because of curiosity, it would be dangerous. Lin's parents loved Peng Peng very much, and Peng Peng showed no signs of rejection, acting like a real granddaughter. Lin Cheng shook his head helplessly. His parents' actions really drove him crazy. Lin Cheng decided to go to Haichuan by transport again, but he went even further and took 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones, 2 unmanned fighters, and a combat-ready second-generation mechanical lifeform. The drone's target is reconnaissance of the surrounding area and target acquisition. Yesterday, relying solely on him and Anlan to find someone, they almost went blind. The purpose of the unmanned fighter was clear: to monitor the surrounding area and prevent survivors with malicious intent from trying to harm them. Lin Cheng and Anlan both had special protective armor, but since Xu Kuihua had only arrived yesterday and this special metal was quite valuable, Lin Cheng did not give her any protection until she passed the inspection. If Xu Kuihua had an accident during this trip, Beng Beng would definitely hate him, which was the last thing Lin Cheng wanted. From the moment Xu Kuihua and Beng Beng arrived at their designated location near the shelter, they had become part of it. Yesterday, Xu Kuihua was so nervous that she didn't notice that the vehicle was on autopilot. It was only today that she realized that the transport did not require any human control. This intrigued her, but she was also afraid that asking directly would upset Lin Cheng and create a dilemma. Fortunately, Anlan was very observant and immediately noticed that something was wrong with Xu Kuihua. He asked, "Sister Xu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Xu Kuihua was startled by the sudden call, but after realizing what was happening, she waved her hands several times. No, I'm not feeling unwell. I'm just surprised that this helicopter can fly automatically. Although I have never flown a helicopter, I know that the helicopter's autopilot systems are not supposed to be that perfect." And Lan nodded, suddenly understanding. This was exactly what Xu Kuihua was wondering about. She didn't explain, but instead handed the responsibility to Lin Cheng. "Lin Cheng, explain this to Sister Xu. I'm also confused right now, so I won't mislead you." Lin Cheng thought for a moment and finally decided to find an excuse to avoid punishment. He couldn't just tell his interlocutor that this was a mechanical life form that modern technology couldn't create. There was nothing here to arouse curiosity. Technology is advancing so fast these days that it's normal for you to not know something. Autonomous driving technology is actually very advanced, but because it's still in the testing phase, many details are not yet revealed. Meet me at the chemical plant. When we go down, be sure to take care of your safety. If you notice anything unusual, immediately report it via the intercom. And do not move more than 10 meters away from each other and try to stay together. And Lan and Xu Kuihua nodded vigorously. It was through their own experience that they realized how terrifying some survivors could be. In this sense, it wasn't just the monsters crawling out of the ground that were terrifying. The sinister intentions of human nature were a testament to human nature itself. They didn't dare take the risk, and they didn't accept it. Risking their lives by trusting a stranger who survived was foolish. Only when they were truly desperate, like Xu Kuihua and Beng Beng yesterday, would they take desperate risks. The transport landing pad was exactly the same as yesterday, except for the unmanned combat aircraft nearby. This was done to avoid the scenario that Lin Cheng least wanted to see. In addition to those who genuinely needed help, there were other truly disgusting people among the survivors calling for help on the radio. The idea was to use the signals, disaster to win the sympathy of many survivors, get them to come to the scene, and then force them to hand over their supplies. To put it more graphically, it is like the story of the dog that bit Lu Dongbin, or the snake and the farmer. This has always been Lin's motto. Cheng during the Great Reckoning. Do not seek the intention of harming others, but be careful. After all preparations were completed, the search officially began. Lin Cheng led the way, Anlan and Xu Kuihua followed behind, forming a triangle. In addition, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft were circling in the air. Deeper, less illuminated areas were explored by unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Infrared night vision allowed the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to observe with astonishing accuracy, even in the dark. Thanks to these intelligent technologies, the search progressed, has accelerated significantly. What would have taken several hours was completed in just 20 minutes. However, as Lin Cheng expected, There was no sign of other survivors nearby. If there really were survivors, they would have left at least some traces of human life. Perhaps unpacked packages with food or fresh tracks. The furthest part of the chemical plant was also the most open, unpaved, and marked the most common dirt roads. The tracks were almost completely dry, indicating that no other survivors had been there recently. A distress signal was sent too. The radio was therefore extremely suspicious. Strange. Why did we search everywhere and not find a single living soul? Lin Cheng only shook his head in response to Anlan's curiosity. He could not answer directly. I am also curious. Or maybe they just didn't need help. If they sent out a distress signal when they didn't need it, then wasn't it a waste of time? And Lan was a little indignant. For survivors, time was the most precious thing. In times like these, time was life. He wasn't kidding. Even if they weren't currently in danger of running out of food and water, they could still do a lot of useful work in that time. Even if they just lay down and slept, it would be better than wandering around here. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, a group of about 20 people, all dressed alike, with a noticeable, headed toward the chemical plant at high speed. Although they were not in uniform, their gait was almost identical, indicating that they had been thoroughly trained. "Captain, is the radio distress signal reliable?" asked the commander, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Despite his somewhat plump appearance, his expression remained dignified. "It doesn't matter whether it's possible or not, as long as someone calls for help, we'll do our best to save them. But, Captain, we're so far from Haichuan, and our car broke down on the way here. If this is just a rose gamble, won't our trip be in vain? Who would make such a disgusting joke on someone at a time like this? Captain, it seems there are people ahead." The thin young man pointed at Lin Cheng and his group. "Are they calling for help? Let's go and see what's going on." Lin Cheng was about to turn back when he saw a large group of people rushing towards them, almost within the range of the unmanned fighters. If Lin Cheng had not cancelled the attack command, the moment these people entered the range, they would have died. But Lin Cheng did not see. There was no hostility in these people. On the contrary, they looked excited. Was there something wrong with their faces? "Lin Cheng, who are these guys? What are they up to?" And Lan panicked. When a group of people ran towards him, his words about not being afraid were a lie. "I don't know, but they don't have any evil intentions." Lin Cheng temporarily turned off the drone's attack mode. When the enemy approached, their first question was not about robbery, but about investigation. "Brother, are you okay? Was it you who sent the distress signal?" Number Lin Cheng shook his head firmly and said, "We came here to check after receiving the distress signal." "Understood. Did you find anything?" "No. I searched the area thoroughly, and there was no sign of survivors." The leader of the other group thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps they were rescued by other organizations and we were a little late." "Number?" Lin Cheng shook his head and said, "Not just today. I was here yesterday too, but I still haven't found anyone asking for help." Strange. The two groups stood there in silence for a while. Later, the leader of the other party noticed that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so he spoke first. "Junior brother, you haven't introduced yourself yet. My name is Wang Xiong, and we are both retired soldiers. Now, in addition to ensuring our own survival, we will also do our best to help survivors in need." "Very good. My name is Lin Cheng. Nice to meet you." Lin Cheng and Wang Xiong shook hands and formed a general understanding of each other. Through their interactions, Lin Cheng also gained a general understanding of Wang Xiong's situation. They gathered together to warm up in the early days of the Great Judgment, and, thanks to good organization and discipline, they rationally distributed the limited food supplies and sent people out in turns to search. Despite several setbacks, they were fortunate to find the supplies they needed to survive without any danger. However, over time, their original habitat became uninhabitable. The nearest supplies were mostly explored. Even those that remained in the blind spots were almost completely destroyed by the previous meteorite fall, making it impossible to obtain new supplies. In other words, they were living on their own. This time, they came to look for survivors, not only to help them escape danger, but also to find a new suitable place to live with the rescued ones. Anlan couldn't help but glance at Lin Cheng, but he continued to listen with a blank expression. Faces, faces showing no inclination to extend an olive branch. It was approaching noon, and it was time for lunch. Lin Cheng originally planned to take Anlan and the others to the shelter to eat, but in the current situation, it seemed that it was not a good idea to leave right away. If Lin Cheng decided to leave now, the group would definitely ask him to come along. After all, in addition to rescuing needy survivors, their main goal was to find a new place to live. Since Lin Cheng had flown away by helicopter, he must have had a relatively stable place to live. If they made such a request, and Lin Cheng could not find a good reason to refuse, a conflict would inevitably arise. Although Lin Cheng was not afraid of conflict now, such unnecessary troubles could be avoided. Besides, a little searching might yield unexpected results. However, nothing unexpected happened. The group barely had time to eat dinner, then set out to search, but all efforts were in vain. Evening was approaching, and if they did not return, the danger at night would be much greater than during the day. Lin Cheng knew that he could not afford to delay any longer. Returning to the shelter would take time, and in addition to the time needed for transportation and shelter, he needed at least enough time for himself. "It's late. It's time for us to go back," Lin Cheng suddenly said, looking at the gradually darkening sky in the distance. Wang Xiong paused for a moment. He looked at him. His eyes flashed as if he had something in mind, but in the end, he remained silent. Wang Xiong's expression was very subtle, and he said solemnly, "Then I wish you a safe journey. See you later. The world is big, but the earth is still round. If we are destined to meet again, then we will meet again." Lin Cheng only smiled. He had thought about bringing this group to a temporary settlement near the shelter, but unfortunately, there were so many of them, and they were well trained. The shelter was currently short of people. Including his parents and Anlan, there were only 6 of them. The enemy had as many as 20. If they were allowed into the shelter, they would definitely gain an advantage. Allowing them to take control of the situation would be problematic. Even with the presence of mechanical life forms, even if a conflict were to break out, it would be relatively easy. But Lin Cheng always preferred minimize the risk. If the risk was over 30%, he preferred not to do it. But as soon as Lin Cheng boarded the vehicle, the ground suddenly shook violently. Countless roars echoed in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. But what was even more frightening was that along with the roar, the most unwanted alien creatures! Xu Kuihua panicked. Even though she had been experiencing the great fate for so long, she had almost managed to hide. A head-on encounter with these alien creatures would be virtually impossible. Seeing this, Lin Cheng's pupils shrank. The number of these alien creatures seemed a little insufficient. Why were they like the 4th wave of the monster reckoning? According to previous data, these alien creatures only appeared in the deep pit, and their appearance was regular. For them to emerge from the pit without warning, like this, was unprecedented. Could it be that his appearance had changed the course of history? Without wasting time to think, Lin Chen decided to get out of this situation as soon as possible. There weren't many mechanical life forms around him. Who could protect him? If he broke through to help Wang Xiong, they would kill him too. As for whether the others could escape successfully, Lin Cheng had already thought about this during his retreat. If he returns to a safe haven where he will not be threatened by alien creatures, he will send Falcon 1 with a group of combat mechanical life forms to assist in the rescue as a token of gratitude to these kind-hearted humans. However, he himself will not go. This will make Wang Xiong and the others think that this is a military operation and will dispel his suspicions. Suddenly, an alien creature in the shape of an eagle rushed at the transport without warning. Fortunately, a nearby second-generation combat mechanical life form fired a volley of bullets, killing the attacking creature instantly. Another moment of hesitation would have resulted in catastrophic consequences. The transport certainly had some offensive capabilities, but after all, it was just a mechanical life form of the vehicle type, not a specialized combat vehicle. The reconnaissance vehicle went ahead to scout the situation and unexpectedly discovered that an area within a radius of more than 10 miles was completely surrounded by alien creatures. What surprised Lin Chen the most was that the surrounding area was limited to a chemical plant. This also gave you a bad feeling. Could the distress signal on the radio be related to this sudden rebellion of alien beings? If so, it is truly terrifying. The only explanation for this situation is cooperation between humans and alien beings. Or perhaps alien beings have reached a certain level of intelligence and can imitate human voices to ask for help, thereby deceiving existing humans. Ultimately, they will simply overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. Of course, all of this was just Lin Cheng's hypothesis, but it seemed very likely. One of two things. My benefactor, I sense that the number of monsters ahead is increasing. At this rate, we might be surrounded. Shu Qihua's worried voice made Lin Cheng nervous. He naturally watched the developments. He thought that moving to the periphery would weaken the aliens' counterattacks. But that was not the case. The density of the alien creatures did not decrease, but rather increased. Moreover, the offensive capabilities of the second-generation combat mechanical life forms were significantly different from those of the first generation. This made Lin Cheng regret not bringing more combat mechanical life forms with him. Mechanical life forms. The transport flight has already reached an unprecedented height. Further ascent to a higher altitude would seriously affect the aircraft's durability. Lin Cheng roughly estimated that as long as the altitude was high enough, they would be able to avoid the alien creatures' line of sight and give them a chance to escape. The threat level of these alien creatures was not especially high, mostly around the 5th level, and the highest was only the 4th. If a higher level being had appeared, Lin Cheng would probably have been knocked down at that moment. This made Lin Cheng feel a little happy. But perhaps the excessive joy turned into sadness, because once when they were about to leave the territory of the chemical plant, suddenly a giant alien creature slowly approached them from afar. The purpose of this creature seemed completely clear. It was rushing straight towards them without deviating from its target, which made Lin Cheng furious. Without the help of a mechanical life form, it would be completely impossible for a mortal body to face a high-level alien creature head-on. Judging from its current size, it was a threat at the very least. 3rd level. After roughly estimating the speed of the transport and the time difference between them and the shelter, Lin Cheng made a very risky decision. Launch the transport at full speed right over the alien creature's head. If they were fast enough, the alien creature can hit them. If they can't defeat them, they can't escape. The disadvantage of their huge size is that they are difficult to move and very heavy, which gives Lin Cheng and the others a chance to escape from danger. Having made a decision, the next step is to put it into practice. Watching Lin Cheng let the helicopter rush towards the monster approaching them, Shu Kuihua felt an indescribable fear. If they didn't play well, they would be destroyed. But now she could only trust Lin Cheng. Shu Kuihua took a deep breath, but she still couldn't get over the tension. So she closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look at what was happening. The alien creature was too close, only a few hundred meters from start to finish. When the alien creature saw Lin Cheng and the others heading towards it, its almost distorted face, a human smile appeared. This smile made people shudder more and more. The giant alien creature even raised its hand, reaching out to the approaching transport. At the critical moment, the transport described a beautiful arc in the air, catching a glimpse of the back of the creature's hand. If he had been even a meter closer, the plane and everyone on board would have been destroyed. Realizing that Lin Cheng and the others had escaped, the alien's eyes filled with terrifying rage. The Level 3 danger alien had already begun to show human emotions. Only when the transport, after walking a considerable distance, Shu Kuihua slowly opened her eyes and asked hesitantly, "Benefactor, are we out of danger now?" Lin Cheng nodded. They were indeed temporarily out of danger, but it was still unclear whether there were aliens near the shelter. If the area was also filled with aliens, they would be temporarily denied entry. Entering the shelter meant opening the gates. If an alien creature took advantage of the chaos to sneak in, it would pose a serious threat to the entire shelter. As a precaution, Lin Cheng made a prudent decision to send the lifeform reconnaissance machine back to the shelter first. If it returned, it would mean that there were alien beings nearby. If not, it would mean that there were none. Although it was only a second-generation reconnaissance machine, its range was greater than the detection range of alien beings. Therefore, Lin Cheng was not worried about the life machine. The form would be destroyed by alien beings. Otherwise, he would not have made such a decision. The wait was inherently tense. Sitting in the transport cabin, Lin Cheng breathed heavily. Judging from the speed of the second-generation reconnaissance vehicle, the round trip would take about 20 minutes. There was now less than a minute left. If the second-generation reconnaissance mechanical lifeform sent out did not return within a minute, the transport would immediately activate and begin its journey back to the shelter. The 20 minutes were finally up. The vehicle's engine, which had been silent for a moment, finally started up again, and Lin Cheng's heart finally calmed down. It was good that there was no one near the shelter. When he returned to the shelter, Lin Cheng's back was covered in cold sweat. Not from fear, but from nervousness. When people are nervous, their adrenaline goes through the roof. You may not feel anything out of the ordinary at the moment, but once the crisis is over, you will feel completely exhausted. Like Lin Cheng now, even after building a huge shelter, you are still just mortal. Before genetic evolution, his body was too fragile. Having survived this ordeal, he did not forget his plan. If Wang Xiong and the others were lucky, they might still be able to survive. But the chances were very low. The number of alien creatures this time was significant, estimated to be no less than 1,000. Even if high-level alien creatures had not appeared, dealing with the huge number of low-level ones, alien creatures alone would be very difficult. Hawkeye 1, lead the team to Haichuan City and destroy the alien creatures nearby. Falcon 1, cooperate with Hawkeye 1 and complete the mission as best as possible while ensuring your own safety. Yes, sir. After receiving the mission, Hawkeye 1 and Hawkeye 1 each led half of the mechanical creatures to Haichuan City. In addition to rescuing Wang Xiong, whom he had only met once, Lin Cheng had another goal. One of the Monster Hunter's missions was about to reach a critical point. Success points, Monster Hunter Novice. Kill 1,000 level 5 dangerous aliens. Reward, 1 random gene upgrade. Monster Hunter, Intermediate, kill 1,000 level 4 dangerous aliens. Reward, 1 special gene upgrade. Monster Hunter Advanced, kill 1,000 threat level 3 aliens. Reward, 1 epic gene upgrade. Monster Hunter God, kill 1,000 threat level 2 aliens. Reward, 1 legendary gene enhancement. Only 100 threat level 5. Alien creatures left to complete the Young Monster Hunter mission. Current monster kills: 900 threat level 5 alien creatures, 300 threat level 4. Dangerous alien creatures: 1. Threat level 3 alien creature. If Lin Cheng successfully completes the Monster Hunter main quest, he will receive a genetic upgrade. Although the initial rewards will not be particularly generous, for Lin Cheng now, any small improvement will inevitably turn into a huge one. Even a small improvement will still be meat. The system reward was a random genetic enhancement, and even among a pile of junk, there would definitely be 1 or 2 lucrative rewards. If he was lucky, this random reward might also greatly increase his combat power. While Lin Cheng sat in the shelter, waiting for reports from various mechanical life forms, familiar, long-forgotten system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host on reaching his goal of killing 1,000 threat level 5 aliens. The main Monster Hunter quest is complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host on completing the quest. Reward: 1 random gene upgrade. Want to use the random gene upgrade ticket immediately? Note: once used, the ticket will be used immediately and the reward will be random. Once used, it cannot be changed. Lin Cheng was determined to use it immediately. What he needed most now was a clear understanding of his combat capabilities. Over-reliance on external resources would only make him extremely weak in the later stages of the Great Judgment. Only by truly strengthening himself will he be able to better control beings far more powerful than himself. If his abilities do not match the strength of the objects he controls, the process will be extremely labor-intensive. Ding! Random gene enhancement ticket successfully used. The current number of random gene enhancement tickets remaining, 0. The symbols in front of his eyes were constantly changing, and Lin Cheng couldn't see them clearly. After a little over 10 seconds, the flickering finally stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the owner on receiving the Space Gene upgrade. Blink! Space Gene upgrade. Blink. The owner can teleport to any location within a 50-meter radius at will, with each teleportation lasting 10 seconds. After MIG, the host's strength is temporarily doubled. The only drawback of MIG is the consumption of stamina. If the host's stamina is insufficient, he will fall into a short-term coma. Lin Cheng's pupils narrowed upon seeing this genetic enhancement. The increase in combat power that this enhancement provides is truly enormous. What does MIG mean? It means that when an attack occurs, the owner can use it to dodge. After all, it is an ability similar to space travel. In the Great Court of the Past Life, the probability of appearing, the availability of this space gene enhancement was extremely low, but if it were to appear, it would certainly cause a sensation. Moreover, this genetic enhancement has a very short recharge time, available once every 10 seconds. As long as the wearer could control the rhythm of the fight, he would be virtually invincible. The only drawback was that using the blink drained a level of stamina. If it were free, Lin Cheng would find the treasure. However, Lin Cheng was incredibly happy with this genetic enhancement. He was no longer a powerless chicken. He now had the strength to fight ordinary alien creatures. The temporary strength boost provided by the leap was always a vague concept. Lin Cheng decided to test the power of the enhancement. Using a leap in one direction, he struck out, punching a huge hole in the previously impassable wall. Lin Cheng stared at the gaping hole in the wall, dumbfounded. It was hard to believe that such overwhelming power could come from his fist. It was a significant increase in strength. Even a level 5 alien threat could leave a mark on the walls of the shelter. A rough calculation showed that his current power level was comparable to a level 4 alien. He could fight a level 4 alien creature alone, but that would imply a limited quantity. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If there were too many monsters, even Blink would probably have a hard time staying afloat. His flight and combat abilities had improved, but his defense was still a bit weak. However, he now had at least some basic combat capabilities, and the rescue mission of Falcon 1 and Hawkeye 1 was successfully completed. However, Falcon 1 and Hawkeye 1 did not bring good news. Although they successfully destroyed the vast majority of alien creatures in Haichuan City, no other survivors were found. It is unknown where Wang Xiong and his companions have gone. They most likely escaped and found a safe haven where they could survive. Or perhaps they died in a sudden onslaught of monsters. Having tasted the sweetness of the Monster Hunter template, Lin Cheng was looking forward to completing the main quest of the Monster Hunter. Ability, provided by a special gene enhancement, is undoubtedly stronger than usual. If he can obtain a gene enhancement that strengthens his defense, then Lin Cheng can safely be called invincible at this stage. The ideal was ideal, but the reality turned out to be harsh. They still needed at least half of the threat level 4 aliens to complete the mission. At the current rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 monster raids to gather the required number. A loud noise was heard outside the shelter. It was Number 1 and Hawkeye Number 1, making a triumphant return. Not only did they help Lin Cheng complete the task, but they also brought back several energy crystals. However, the size and quality of these energy crystals were significantly lower than before, much less pure than the ones they had obtained before. Naturally, the energy contained within them was also worse than the previous batch. Following the principle that not using them now does not mean they will not be used later, Lin Cheng found a special place to store all these energy crystals of different qualities. The energy crystals he now possessed should have been enough for the shelter for a long time. With the increase in the frequency of appearance of high-level alien creatures, the problem with the power supply of the shelter would have been practically solved. Over time, Shu Kuihua and Bengben stopped being afraid of the shelter. After just a few days of communication and living together, Bengben's lively presence delighted Lin's parents. The baby was also quite intelligent. Now he not only greeted everyone he met, but also offered his help. Although Shu Kuihua was not particularly skilled in farming, but she was a quick learner, and in a short time she had mastered almost everything she knew. Now she was farming with great skill. To help Bengbeng and Shu Kuihua maintain a regular and balanced diet, Lin Cheng set aside a small portion of food. It was stored in the small room where Bengbeng and Shu Kuihua lived for about a week, allowing them to cook whatever they wanted. The first thing Shu Kuihua did was to cook food not for themselves, but for a hearty dinner for everyone in the shelter. Lin Cheng was shocked. Of course, those who survived the Great Purge treasured food with all their hearts. However, Shu Kuihua left most of it for them. This meant that Shu Kuihua already considered them hers. Lin Cheng could not remain indifferent to someone's kindness, and now began to closely monitor the outer patrols. Although mechanical life forms did not need rest, Lin Cheng was still a human and could not be completely devoid of human empathy. Although these life forms did not get tired, he still provided them with rest equally. 3 waves of life forms patrolled around the clock, each consisting of both combat and reconnaissance forms. The ratio of these types of life forms was almost perfect, and with such intense patrolling, not even a fly could fly through. Creation also did not sit idly by during this time. After analyzing the water quality of nearby freshwater lakes, Creation began to create a freshwater purification machine. This purification plant will not only ensure that the water in these lakes meets drinking standards, but will also remove all harmful substances from them. Of course, this does not mean converting the entire lake into drinking mineral water. This would be too destructive to the already fragile ecosystem. Lin Cheng specifically commissioned Chuan Zhao to modify the freshwater purification equipment so that it could draw water directly from the freshwater lake for purification as needed. So far, the freshwater lake remains untouched. It is like a permanent source of mineral water. This not only satisfies their daily water needs, but also ensures the preservation of the lake ecosystem. Thus, they can even swim in the huge lake outside the refuge at their leisure. Time. Moreover, with the improvement of water quality, the lake ecosystem will also recover, becoming less lifeless than before. Some cosmic spores left over from the meteorite fall are still in the lake, but their harmfulness is no longer so significant. Over time, their activity will gradually decrease. However, the transformation of the lake itself will take time. After all, it is impossible to completely clean the water over such a large area in a short period of time. Judging by the efficiency of the freshwater purification plant, it would take at least 8 to 9 days to clean it. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng was planning to make his own fishing rod. Once the lake's freshwater supply was restored, they could simply sit outside the shelter and fish. After learning of Lin Cheng's plan, Lin's father was naturally amazed and eager to join him. Lin's father loved fishing and often went fishing with his friends on weekends. Even if the catch wasn't perfect, it was still a fun way to spend time. Fishing requires more than just a fishing rod. You also need to build a fishing platform. You can't just sit in a muddy hole at the edge of a pond and fish. That would require new pants every time you go fishing, which is pretty expensive. The platform itself has certain requirements, from the height to the location. Lin's father, an experienced fisherman, was familiar with these issues and easily found the ideal location. Building the fishing platform did not require any personal labor from them. With the help of several mechanical creatures, they easily accomplished the task that would otherwise have taken them so long. The fishing platform was not located directly on the shore, but a little closer to the center of the lake. Although this distanced it from the shelter, it made fishing much more interesting. There was a lot of wood growing near the shelter, so the tree became the main material. The underwater part was made of durable metal covered with a waterproof material. If the underwater part had been made of wood, the water absorption by the wood could easily have caused the entire platform to fall apart at any moment. Instead of saving materials and expose the platform to serious security risks, a larger investment in advance could save significant time in the future. As for the way to get to Diaoyutai, it is also very futuristic and technologically advanced. It is not built on a traditional bridge, but on an underwater passage. After entering the passage, you only need to take a train to quickly descend to the bottom of Diaoyutai. In this case, to get inside Diaoyutai, you only need to take a few steps up a small staircase. Of course, the train is not a real train, but just a small vehicle running on rails. Father Lin was so happy to see Diaoyutai that he wanted to start fishing immediately. But the water quality in the lake is not very good. It's good enough for fish to survive in it, let alone be viable. Dad, don't worry. If you want to improve your fishing experience, you'll have to wait at least half a month. After the next monster invasion, you can start fishing. But before that, I won't tell you. I advise you. Lin Cheng fervently persuaded his father. He did not want him to fish alone on the platform for more than 2 hours and not catch anything. However, Father Lin was already impatient, mainly because there were no activities that Father liked in the shelter. Now that he had finally caught a fish, how could he let it go so easily? Xiao Cheng, Father didn't ask you for anything. Let Father try it today. If he really can't catch a fish, it doesn't matter. Just think of it as a way to kill time. Lin Cheng shook his head helplessly. Looking at his father's impatient gaze, he was both angry and amused. But we don't have a fishing rod at home right now. We need to make one. The one I made earlier is clearly useless. With a fishing rod, everything is simple. The conditions are difficult now. Although we can't use a good fishing rod, at least a long wooden stick will do. Father Lin patted his chest and rummaged through the drawers of the shelter, finding a wooden stick about 2 meters long. He also found the strong silk thread that Father Lin had brought from home earlier, and a few spare hooks. At first, he just thought that he could fish in the nearby river when he ran out of food, but he didn't expect that it would actually come in handy this time. Lin Cheng's lips twitched as he watched the scene from the side. Truly, a man's devotion to pleasure cannot be underestimated. Hook, line, and rod were ready. Then came the most important thing: the float. Fishing requires long casts, and without a float as a reference, it is difficult to determine whether a fish has bitten. Given the harsh conditions, similar items could be used. Styrofoam also floats on the surface. Since there was plenty of styrofoam in the house, I simply found a small piece and tied it to the fishing line in a convenient place. A simple fishing rod was ready. Bait for the rod is extremely important. Otherwise, simply throwing an empty hook into the water will only cause the fish to lose. Head. Earthworms were hard to find near the shelter, and using prepared food as bait was ineffective. Lin's father had originally thought of using bread as bait, but there was little of it in the shelter. It wouldn't even be enough for one person, let alone for fishing. It would be a waste of resources, especially in a food deficit environment. Meat was no good, and neither were vegetables. A hook without bait was a real problem for an avid fisherman. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Cheng. Since none of these options worked, he could look for insects. Any small insect could be considered food for the fish, and the shelter was surrounded by a vast forest, so it was simply impossible not to find insects. The search for insects also brought some interesting discoveries. Peng Peng had been to a relatively safe place. Seeing Lin Cheng leaving, he eagerly wanted to join him. "Brother, can you take me out to play?" Peng Peng asked, tugging at Lin Cheng's shirt with one hand, his eyes wide with anticipation. Lin Cheng squatted down, looked at the adorable baby in front of him, and smiled. "Of course, Peng Peng wants to play, but you must set 3 rules for Big Brother. The first is that you must stay behind Big Brother. Second, you must not leave him, no matter what happens. And third, and most importantly, you must obey elder brother's instructions in all your actions. Peng Peng nodded vigorously. However, the child's playful nature was so strong that he almost forgot himself once they entered the forest. If Lin Cheng had not pulled her back in time, who knows where the little girl would have hidden in the bushes. Although Beng Ben lacked fun, at least he had a good time. Satisfied, he followed Lin Cheng back to the hideout. Then, returning to Shu Chuihua's room, he recounted the events of the day. The name Beng Beng was exactly what it sounded like. Father Lin was looking forward to sitting on the edge of the fishing platform and casting his first line into the shimmering lake. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour. An hour. But the foam on the surface did not move at all. It only swayed slightly in time with the waves of the lake. But that was all. Father Lin's face did not express any impatience. On the contrary, he was surprisingly calm, as if immersed in something deep and fascinating. Lin Cheng, lounging on a nearby lounge chair, was enjoying a rare afternoon rest. Lin Cheng was lying down when he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. His eyelids felt like they were filled with lead and were constantly trembling. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep in the chair. When he opened his eyes again, it was already evening. The afterglow of the setting sun enveloped him in golden sunlight, shimmering water, and a gentle breeze blowing towards him, making him feel as if he was in paradise. For a moment, Lin Cheng vaguely felt as if he was living in the era of incredible world, not the chaos of the Great Judgment. Lin Cheng stretched and simply stood up, but suddenly found that Lin's father was also fast asleep, leaning against the railing. Lin Cheng. He said he was going fishing, but he fell asleep. Lin Cheng could only smile helplessly. "Dad, are you awake? If you're not sleeping, we should go back." Lin's father opened his eyes, awakened by Lin Cheng. His expression was confused, and it was obvious that he hadn't woken up yet. "Oh, I haven't fished for over 2 hours. I'm so sleepy," Father Lin yawned loudly. "If I had known earlier, I would have listened to you and stopped fishing, but it allowed me to enjoy a leisurely day. Although the anticipation is very anxious, I also really enjoy the process of fishing. Xiaocheng, if you decide to do something, do not calculate the consequences. Enjoy the process itself, because if you just think about something, you won't be able to experience it." Lin Cheng nodded many times in response to his father's serious words. He was not a child who did not understand everything. After all, he had seen, heard, and experienced a lot in 2 lifetimes, so he felt a certain reverence for his words. There are many significant things in this world, and even more significant events. Focusing only on the outcome can lead to missing out on many memorable moments. Take fishing, for example. It's a matter of chance, but for those who love fishing, the process itself is a real pleasure. Catching a big fish is only the top of the pleasure, not its beginning. If people were happy only with the caught fish, there wouldn't be so many fishing enthusiasts. People are always looking forward to it. It's time. Return. We'll go fishing again when the water clears up. Father Lin silently placed the fishing rod on the platform. After all, the rod was only used by their family, and if they left it, no one could steal it. Besides, it was useless. Shu Kuihua had practically become the shelter's personal chef. Every meal, before Lin Cheng even gets to work, Shu Kuihua has already prepared all the food. The secret is that Shu Kuihua's cooking skills are truly exceptional. Using a limited number of ingredients, she manages to create incredibly delicious dishes. Moreover, based on her observations of drones and mechanical life forms, Zhu Kuihua shows no hostility towards the shelter, virtually ruling out any malicious intent. Day 56. Great Judgment. Various alliances of survivors have finally begun to form. Those scattered in shelters around the world are gradually uniting in nearby gathering places. This means that the survival rate of survivors will increase significantly, but also the conflicts between them will escalate. In small towns near the shelter alone, many small alliances have already emerged. Survivors. These alliances would probably establish trade links with the patients in the future. However, Lin Cheng was in no hurry to communicate with these alliances for now. Since he had no use for them now, he would hardly make a profit by simply exchanging supplies. After all, the surviving alliances didn't have many resources of their own. Bartering with them allowed them to exchange supplies for luxury items rather than luxury items for supplies. The Tiandu alliance has been relatively quiet lately, with no activity and no news of a second barter event. Given the high resource consumption and need to exchange supplies to meet their needs, these small alliances of survivors spontaneously organized more decentralized bartering activities. Most of these activities took place in nearby urban centers. Due to the lack of publicity and low visibility, these barter events were small in scale. Lin Cheng naturally did not go, but he could always join in the fun. The drone's high-quality camera allowed him to watch the survivors bartering from afar. Xu Kuihua and Peng Peng were unable to attend the previous Tiandu Alliance bartering event. This time, seeing so many people in the drone footage made him full of excitement. Beng Beng, in particular, was closely looked at the footage with his shining, teary eyes. The trading among the people, the chatter and laughter of the survivors brought back warm memories of the time before the Great Judgment for Xu Kuihua and Beng Beng. Big brother, there are so many people here. Are they around? Can Beng Beng play with them? It seems so lively there. Seeing Ben Ben's excited eyes, Lin Cheng stroked her fluffy head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Ben Ben. Our neighborhood will soon be just as lively." Big brother, do you mean that many new neighbors will move in? Lin Cheng nodded meaningfully. If his plan worked, the area around the shelter would soon become a new gathering place for survivors. However, the survivors who were to live near the shelter had to be carefully selected. Naturally, they couldn't just let every single mortal in, especially those black sheep with hidden. Their presence near the shelter would only increase the psychological burden on the residents. What he had built was more than just a gathering place for the survivors. In the future, a huge underground city would gradually grow from the shelter as its summit. Xu Kuihua did not know Lin Cheng's plan yet, so she didn't take his words too seriously. But after hearing Lin Cheng's explanation, Xu Kuihua's face showed incredible shock. "Benefactor, are you saying that in the future there will be a city next to us?" "That's right. If we are lucky, it might be bigger than the average small city." The doubt on Xu Kuihua's face remained, replaced by a slight confusion. "Benefactor, if so many survivors come, it will definitely require a lot of food and water. Is there really that much stock in our shelter now?" "Don't worry about food. As long as we have enough labor, we can be completely self-sufficient." Lin Cheng had already thought about the food issue. He could easily build a large farm specifically for this purpose. Every survivor living here would have to contribute accordingly. If they lived in families, it would be individual. The old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, naturally, would not be able to contribute. It is not that they did not want to, it is just that their physical condition did not allow it. Based on common sense, Lin Cheng could agree with this. However, this agreement was not unconditional. If the survivors lived in families, each household would have to provide at least one worker. As for the survivors who couldn't choose their own worker, Lin Cheng wouldn't consider them as a shelter. His most important goal was to gather as many survivors as possible and build a relatively stable underground city. This was not a nursing home or a charity. He couldn't afford to feed so many people for nothing. It wasn't that Lin Cheng was unkind. It was that the leniency towards these people was cruel to the survivors who had worked so hard. Although Xu Kuihua still had her doubts, she was willing to believe. After all, the place where she lived was given to her by Lin Cheng, and the farmland behind the house was real. As long as she had a place to live and food, even opening the dungeon was reasonable and didn't seem unrealistic. 16 days had passed since the last purge, and the fruits in the shelter were almost ripe. Looking at the lively and charming Beng Ben next to her, and then at the happy family, Lin Cheng, an idea suddenly struck. "Do you want to go pick some fruit? The fruit in the shelter's greenhouse is almost ready. I haven't eaten fresh fruit in a long time." "Fruit?" Xu Kuihua's eyes flashed with distrust. "It's not bad to eat now. Where can I find fresh fruit? Before Lin Cheng could even begin to explain, Anlan, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but add, Sister Shu, when the Tiandu Alliance launched its first barter program, Lin Cheng specially went to the alliance to exchange a batch of fruit trees. They are almost all blooming and bearing fruit. And what a variety! We are in for a real treat. Shu Kuihua's inner fear instantly disappeared. Lin Cheng's talent in the past few days had surpassed her expectations of a teenager. From Shu Kuihua's perspective, it was something that a teenager could not even imagine. Not only did he build the shelter single-handedly, but he also designed every detail to be harmoniously integrated, virtually eliminating from all the difficulties of survival. He even prepared fresh fruit, which was so hard to come by during the Great Judgment. Peng Peng had no idea about fruit picking, but she was always happy to participate in any interesting activity. Lin's parents, Anlan and Lin Cheng, Shu Suihua and Peng Peng, 5 adults and 1 child, passed through the countless doors and entered the shelter's greenhouse. Peng Peng's eyes sparkled as soon as they entered the greenhouse. Wow, it's so spacious in here, and it seems a little warmer than outside. It's so cozy in there. It's a greenhouse. Part of it is not used yet, but I think it will soon be full of harvest, for example, fruits. By the way, there are not many fruit trees now. It will take time for them to be able to satisfy the needs of the entire shelter. The fresh fruits that are grown now will only last for a few days. For now, I'll have to put up with it. Lin Cheng looked at the fruit-laden trees in front of him, and a sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. So many. It's impressive, Shu Kuihua exclaimed in admiration. Benben and I have lived on the streets for so long that we have rarely seen fresh fruit, let alone rotten fruit. Then you see it for yourself. Here, you can pick any fruit from the trees. Of course, if you don't pick it, it will last longer. This time, everyone will pick a little for themselves. I will try to freeze the fruits for future use. Freeze-drying fruits is a good method of storage. The loss of nutrients after dehydration is insignificant. Although there is some loss, the shelf life is greatly extended. You can think of it as sacrificing some of the fruit's nutritional value to extend its shelf life. As for Lin Cheng's fruit drying machine, of course, he doesn't have one, but he does have the ability to invention. Any existing machine on Earth can be made with invent. It's just a matter of time. The first batch of fruit that was picked looked pretty good. They were not only large, but also juicy and had an excellent taste. Everyone in the shelter had a feast, and no one missed a single piece of fruit. This little piece of fruit would be a hot commodity on the street. The cigarettes and alcohol I brought out last time were already in high demand, not to mention this seasonal fruit. If I brought out that much fruit, the survivors would be horrified. Unfortunately, there are no fruit trees in the shelter. It was too small for mass production. Even the shelter itself was not enough, let alone selling it as trading capital. Vitamins need to be maintained. The last time I ate fruit was a long time ago. The human body requires large amounts of vitamin C and a prolonged absence of fresh fruit, especially for lovers of citrus fruits, can easily lead to scurvy. Survival is already difficult, and if you catch some mysterious disease, it is practically a death sentence. In such circumstances, survivors have almost no medical resources and treatment options. Just when Lin Cheng excitedly asked Chuan Zhao, "Make a freeze-dryer machine," Chuan Zhao immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Dear Master, permission is required to unlock the freeze-dryer. Unlocking all food-related machines requires Shelter EXP. How much EXP does it take to unlock the freeze-dryer?" "Master, unlocking the freeze-dryer costs 1,000 EXP. Lin Cheng's heart skipped a beat. 1,000 EXP? Doesn't that mean he'd have to kill a bunch of level 5 threat creatures? This system was asking too much. He'd originally thought he'd quickly accumulate experience points to upgrade his shelter and gain access to more useful objects, but now it seemed a permit to build a freeze-dryer cost him 1,000 experience. Gathering enough XP to upgrade it would take forever. And considering the long-term costs, the freeze-drying machine alone now costs 1,000 exp. If he built something like a canning factory, wouldn't it be worth 10,000 or even 100,000? My God, this system is really shady. The middlemen make money on the price difference, and here's how they do it. But there's a big demand for freeze-drying machines right now. Without freeze-drying machines for fruits, their shelf life will be significantly reduced. Frankly, it would almost be a necessity for the shelter if it weren't for planted these fruit trees. The freeze dryer was optional, of course, but now, given the amount of fruit, it would be quite a hassle. He wanted to use his power to provide himself with vitamin supplements later, but he didn't want to waste experience points. Of course, there can't be two worlds. You can't sit on two chairs at once. Lin Cheng sighed softly. It seemed like he had to spend those 1,000 experience points. Ding. Master, would you like to spend 1,000 experience points to open a new facility? Yes. Select open. Ding. 1,000 experience points spent. Food dryer opened successfully. The creation immediately began working on the food dryer. Only then did Lin Cheng understand why the dryer cost so many experience points. The whole point was that it was quite large. In fact, it was almost a full-fledged assembly line. Just put the food or fruit you want to freeze at the entrance and wait for it to be ready. It couldn't be easier. Lin Cheng put some freshly picked fruit at the entrance of the machine for freeze drying. As the machine worked, the air was filled with the aroma of dried fruits. The smell alone was enough to make one lick his lips. Lin Cheng sighed. It was a pity that the selection of fruits in this room was so limited. If there were more of them, it would be possible to make dried bananas, mangoes, pineapples, and other canned fruits. However, the seeds and trees for these fruits are hard to find, and tropical fruits grow in very demanding conditions. They need enough sunlight, otherwise the fruits will not be sweet at all. Freeze-drying machine only freezes fruits and food, without further processing. So if the fruits are not sweet, it means that the dried fruits will be tasteless. After all, freeze-drying food degrades its original texture and taste. The fruit was of poor quality, hardly filling your stomach. Any other survivor would not have cared about texture. They would have chosen anything that would preserve food, no matter how unpleasant it was. But Lin Cheng was different. After all, he now had relatively good living conditions. When survival was no longer an issue, enjoying life came to the fore. The freeze dryer worked quickly. In just a few minutes, several pieces of fruit were completely dried. The machine also had a cutting function, cutting the fruit into relatively uniform pieces on outlet, which made storage convenient. As for the containers for storing the freeze-dried fruits, Lin Cheng decided to take along the large stack of glass jars he had brought earlier. The milk tea shops he had searched early in the morning also had canned fruits, and these, the jars were washed and put aside. Now they finally found a worthy use. Without the slicing function of the freeze-drying machine, the freeze-dried fruits would be cut into large pieces, making them difficult to store. When exposed to the open air, the fruits would only last a little longer than usual. After freeze-drying, the original volume of freeze-dried fruits naturally decreases significantly because all the moisture is removed from them. Freeze-drying is fundamentally different from drying. Freeze-drying involves freezing frozen meat, fruits, vegetables, and other ingredients in a vacuum environment. During the freeze-drying process, ice crystals in the frozen ingredients sublimate into gas, drying naturally without melting. Freeze-dried meat can be restored with enough water. Although not completely, the texture can be restored to some extent. The freeze-drying process typically takes 24 hours, but a machine developed by the Creation Institute can reduce this time to less than 10 minutes. This significantly saves time and costs. The only downside is that the freeze dryer uses a certain amount of energy, which means additional electricity costs for the shelter. However, everything is within reason. Lin Cheng brought more fruits and vegetables and froze them. The vegetables produced were more than enough for daily consumption, and the surplus could be stored as freeze-dried vegetables. This would lead to another problem. The greenhouse has a warehouse for storing food, but the shelter does not have a cold storage facility. If food is stored at room temperature, then if the storage conditions for freeze-dried products do not meet the standards and the air humidity becomes too high, the shelf life of the freeze-dried products production will also decrease. Lin Cheng couldn't help but look up at the sky. At first, he thought that the shelter's current equipment was quite perfect. But now it seems that there are still some serious shortcomings. It will take time to get used to and develop in order to achieve true perfection. Creation. I want to create a cold storage facility. Does this require experience points? Master, building a cold storage facility does not require experience. You only need to unlock the equipment. Lin Cheng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If he spent another 1,000 experience points, he would probably have to go and earn experience on the spot. The experience bar was already completely empty. The shelter could not support high power consumption, so the cold storage was the size of a bathroom. All that needed to be stored in the shelter was some frozen food. As for the meat, it's not even safe to eat right now, let alone store it. The cooling mode in the cold storage was still using electricity, so overall the power consumption wasn't too high. An energy crystal that fell from the last alien creature he killed. Threat level 3, so far less than 1/10 of it has been used up. If you don't waste too much energy, maybe this energy crystal alone will be enough to survive this ordeal. However, all this assumed that the energy crystal's energy was intended solely for lighting, and that no energy-consuming machinery or equipment was allowed to be used in the shelter. Fortunately, Lin Cheng had nothing to worry about now, and the energy reserves were still in abundance. The 74th day of the Great Judgment. After such a long period of acquaintance, Beng Beng and Shu Kuihua fully felt shelter as their new home. Although there were no such barriers before, they always felt a certain dependence on others. But now, this feeling has completely disappeared. Lin Cheng's test of the two has come to an end. They can't be allowed to be outside during tomorrow's monster onslaught. Since there are no systematic experiments yet, if the mechanical life forms can't successfully resist the alien creatures outside, it will be a near-fatal blow to Beng Beng and Shu Kuihua. Therefore, on the 74th day, early in the morning, he went to Shu Kuihua and explained his purpose to her. Shu Kuihua, you have been in the shelter for some time now, and now is the 74th day of the Great Judgment. I am sure you know about the monster attacks that happen every 15 days. Shu Kuihua nodded, her face slightly hasty. I know that every 15 days, a wave of monsters comes, and the number of monsters that appear increases each time, and they become stronger. Looking at Shu Kuihua's unpredictable expression, Lin Cheng probably understood what she was worried about. I probably guessed what you were worried about. Don't worry, I will never let you and Peng Peng survive this monster onslaught. It's safer inside the shelter than outside. I've had this all planned out since you arrived. When the monster onslaught begins, I'll let you and Peng Peng stay inside until the onslaught outside has completely died down. You can leave later. Shu Kuihua's eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. I was just worried that Peng Peng and I might not survive this disaster. Now that you've settled everything, I don't have to worry anymore. I don't care, but it's Peng Peng. She is still too young and hasn't experienced so many wonderful things. Lin Cheng nodded softly. Although there was still a whole day left before the monsters would arrive, it wouldn't hurt to enter the shelter early. Besides, Shu Kuihua and Peng Peng had no evil intentions. They were just two survivors trying to survive. There was no time to waste. You and Peng Peng, get ready and come with me to the shelter. Shu Kuihua hurried to wake up Peng Peng, who was still fast asleep in bed. They quickly packed up their things and followed Lin Cheng to the shelter. They said they were packing, but in reality there was nothing to take, just a few changes of clothes. These were the clothes that Lin Cheng and Anlan had picked up at a shopping mall in Haichuan City earlier. The child was still in the growing stage. Although he didn't look much older, he had grown several centimeters since his arrival. The shelter didn't have any shoes for Peng Peng, so he had to make do with a pair that were clearly too big. The shoes Peng Peng brought were already worn out and couldn't cover his legs properly. Tiny feet. It wasn't very hot outside, and if he kept doing that, he would inevitably get frostbite. Frostbite is a very strange thing. If you've had it once, the chances of it happening again next year are very high. Children's feet are very delicate. They should be well protected if possible. The shelter just happened to have a few spare pairs of cotton shoes, giving Benben the opportunity to get new shoes. Although the new shoes were clearly not the right size, they still helped protect his feet. Lin Cheng couldn't help but laugh as he watched Benben walk around in his huge boots. But then he made a decision. After the mad rush was over, he had to find a way to go out and see if there was anything worthwhile in the nearby shopping malls. Whether it was toys or children's clothes, he brought whatever he could. Things stocked up in advance are always better than nothing. It was not the first time that Beng Peng and Shu Kuehua had visited the shelter, so they did not feel too unfamiliar. They had already gotten used to the area after a few casual walks. Peng Peng had a very good relationship with Lin's parents and Anlan, and they always had fun together. However, Lin Chengzhen was not particularly playful. He was either researching or going to them. For now, the best he could do was ensure that the shelter would not suffer food or energy crises. The shelter's defenses now relied solely on the mechanical creatures to eliminate nearby threats. If the shelter could be upgraded even one level, it would. Defensive capabilities would be greatly increased. Quite a leap. 24 hours flew by, especially during the Great Judgment, when time often seemed to fly by. There was only half an hour left until the 75th day of the Great Judgment, and although the horde of monsters had not yet broken out, Peng Peng and Shu Kuehua could already feel the oppressive atmosphere. Peng Peng was especially frightened. His face turned pale and his lips turned blue. He lay in Shu Kuehua's arms, unable to utter a word. Lin Cheng, his father and mother, Anlan and the others had already survived many monster attacks in the shelter and had full confidence in its defense. Lin Cheng carefully walked up to Shu Kuehua, stretched out his hand and patted Beng Beng on the head. Ben, aren't you a brave child? You dared to run through the forest. Why are you so scared? This is completely out of character for you. Ben barely raised his head. Panic and fear were clearly visible on his face. Looking at Lin Cheng's smiling face, Beng Ben's anxious heart calmed down a little. Brother, those monsters outside won't come running to catch us later, right? No. What are you thinking in your little head? Lin Cheng said with a smile. The walls here are strong enough to guarantee your safety. In fact, there is nothing to be afraid of from those monsters. As long as they can't get in, we are completely safe. Moreover, there is something outside that is protecting us now. Protecting us? Ben tilted his head to the side, asking curiously, what exactly are they protecting us with? Could it be Big Brother's friends? Lin Cheng nodded decisively. They are not just Big Brother's friends. They are also his right hand, his most capable assistants. The various mechanical life forms could indeed be considered Lin Cheng's friends. Without them, the shelter would not have been able to prosper so smoothly. Moreover, these mechanical life forms could receive Lin Cheng's commands and even sense his thoughts. Even if they had no emotions, such confidence in Lin Cheng's thoughts would naturally awaken some emotions in them. Mechanical forms. Lives do not experience complex emotions, but that does not mean they lack intelligence. Perhaps, given the right opportunity, these mechanical life forms could develop emotions similar to humans. Lin Cheng consoled Beng Ben for a long time, and his mood finally improved a little. However, before the fifth wave of monsters was less than 5 minutes away. Lin Cheng, as usual, had deployed numerous unmanned reconnaissance drones around the shelter. Although each drone sent out failed to return, causing a significant loss of refined iron in the shelter's inventory, collecting information on the level of the threat of alien creatures in these waves of monsters was extremely important. More detailed observations will allow us to roughly determine the proportion of highly dangerous alien creatures in subsequent waves. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. Knowing the threat level of these aliens in advance. Creatures allows for the necessary preventive measures to be taken. For example, If the number of mechanical life forms sent out was too large, Lin Cheng would simply drag them back into the shelter and have them continuously repair the walls. As long as the shelter remained intact, they would be in security, and these combat mechanical life forms were becoming the last line of defense for the shelter. While Lin Cheng was feverishly thinking, the fifth wave of monsters swooped in. For the first minute, there was no usual terrifying roar or rumble. Silence, absolute silence. The world seemed to have plunged into deathly silence. Silence. But at this moment, every survivor did not dare to let down their guard. According to past experience, a monstrous wave was inevitable. Each wave became stronger than the previous one, a rule they had learned. Some survivors still clung to the hope that this time there would be no monstrous wave. But they knew it was just a coincidence. Their hopes were unfulfilled. 3 minutes later, thunderous footsteps were heard from afar. The heavy footsteps seemed to be tearing a hole in the ground. The sounds of falling trees and breaking boulders were heart-wrenching. Lin Cheng's pupils suddenly shrank. Such movements were not like those of ordinary low-threat alien creatures. Could it be that this monstrous wave brought with it a large number of alien creatures of the third threat level? If so, then the current defenses of the shelter are not enough to withstand a large number of alien creatures of the third threat level. Was he really going to completely evacuate Falcon 1 and the rest back to the shelter? But the madness of the monsters has already begun. If the shelter door had opened at that moment, it is highly likely that faster alien creatures would have taken the opportunity to sneak in. If these faster alien creatures had been allowed to hide inside the shelter, who knows what kind of disasters could have happened. In short, speaking, the risk of recklessly opening the shelter door at such a moment was too great. After just a few breaths, Lin Cheng's back was covered in cold sweat. The crisis was indeed serious, but one could not draw any conclusions until one saw it with one's own eyes. When the car reached the mountain, there is always a way out. The main thing is not to panic. He will definitely find a suitable solution. Creation. Take the rest of the creative mechanical life forms and immediately strengthen the walls of the shelter. The faster, the better. If we have already reached the maximum possible level, each creative mechanical life form will be assigned a responsible zone. Within this zone, if the walls are damaged, repair them immediately and at any cost. Upon receiving the order, creation immediately sent several creative mechanical life forms and second-generation creative mechanical life forms to various areas of the shelter's ground buildings. These necessary measures were necessary to ensure that the walls were not damaged by alien beings. If there were a large number of alien threat level 3 beings, the continuous repairs carried out by creative mechanical life forms should be enough to cope with the situation. It was the most effective solution he could come up with at the moment, but it was also his last resort. The best-case scenario, of course, was that the number of threat level 3 aliens remained within the shelter's current capacity. In other words, a coordinated effort by the combat and reconnaissance mechanical life forms defending the outside could destroy the alien creature of the third threat level. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng quickly directed the unmanned reconnaissance drone towards the source of the sound. Even at close range, the drone could barely make out a swirling cloud of dust. Inside this cloud, a huge creature was slowly approaching the shelter accompanied by countless dark figures of much smaller size. Noticing the silhouette, Lin Cheng was not reassured, for this creature was indeed a threat level 3 alien creature. The only good news he could confirm was that there was only one alien, a threat level 3 creature. The bad news was that this creature no longer looked like a recently upgraded threat level 3. Instead, it was an extremely powerful, high-threat alien creature. Judging by the aura it gave off before it even appeared, it was certainly a battle-hardened creature. Who knows how many survivors this guy has killed already? That overwhelming aura alone proves that he is a very formidable character. And outside the shelter, mechanical life forms like Falcon 1 and Hawkeye 1, who were vigilantly guarding territory, did not show the slightest fear. The massive figure approached, now less than 2 kilometers from the shelter. Lin Chen's breathing became increasingly tense. The smoke seemed to follow the movements of the third threat alien. Even now, he could not clearly see its appearance. The different forms of aliens had unique shapes and abilities. The winged aliens were more effective in the air than on the ground. Conversely, those with stronger limbs were even more formidable on the ground. If this alien had succeeded in flight, the shelter would have been completely unable to cope with it. While combat mechanical lifeforms like Falcon 1 had impressive offensive power and advanced weaponry, they lacked the aerial maneuverability and guerrilla warfare of Threat Level 3 aliens. If Falcon 1 and his crew were forced into aerial battle, they would most likely be completely destroyed. If Falcon 1 and the other high-level mechanical lifeforms were to be destroyed, it would be a devastating blow to the refuge. Not only the amount of refined iron used to create these mechanical lifeforms, but also the amount of the experience gained from killing alien creatures. The experience points alone would be enough to make Lin Chen's heart clench. Falcon 1's current level was the highest among all mechanical lifeforms. If it were to be destroyed, the losses to the shelter would be indescribable. Esteemed Master, according to our data, the target possesses enormous power. With our current firepower, we are unlikely to cause significant damage. Requesting fire support. Hawkeye 1, after briefly surveying the front, reported this news, which weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart. Lin Chen had not destroyed all of his mechanical lifeforms. He left a third of his combat-ready mechanical lifeforms in the shelter as a last resort. The mutants he had previously kept in the shelter were also kept in the shelter as a last resort. Analysis of the data on the reconnaissance machine's lifeforms is the most rational. Analysis based on the current situation. If Hawkeye 1 said that firepower wouldn't be enough, then that's how it will be. It seems we can't keep the war machines and mutants in the shelter any longer. We have to send them all to help. A few Gatling guns, previously installed in the shelter, are now being put to good use. One machine gun is installed in each of the 4 directions of the shelter, but now only Lin's father and Lin Chen are in control of them. Lin's mother and Anlan do not have proper control over these large-caliber machine guns, and without sufficient strength, forcing them to use heavy machinery could cause serious muscle damage, potentially leading to strains. Lin Chen doesn't want to see 2 more patients with muscle strains in the shelter after this massive cleanup. It takes 100 days for a fracture to heal, although a muscle strain, not as serious as a fracture. However, with a muscle strain, intense physical activity is strictly prohibited. Rest is necessary. And if something unexpected happens during this time, Dad, the situation outside is very bad right now. You might have to come with me to clear out these monsters. Lin Chen explained to his father for the first time what was going on outside during this madness. His father didn't show any strangeness, but nodded confidently. Then we'll go up first. Now is the time to protect the others. Gatling gun was installed on the first floor of the shelter. Taking control of the weapon meant facing the alien creatures face to face, a serious test of their mental endurance. Neither Father Lin nor Lin Chen showed any fear. With their Gatling guns, each pointed in the direction from which the aliens were approaching, fingers firmly on the trigger. As soon as the creatures were within range, the bullets hit them without hesitation. The smell of smoke and dust still hung in the air. In front of the shelter, all the combat mechanical lifeforms lined up in formation, and the reconnaissance ones circled in the air for reconnaissance. All the mutants also settled down near the shelter. Lin Chen gave the mutants an order. They were not to engage in open combat with the aliens, but anyone who approached the shelter had to be killed first. After all, these mutants were flesh and blood and could not use bullets and missiles for long-range attacks like the mechanical lifeforms. Frontal, close combat with the aliens. Given their natural strength, one-on-one combat will not be a problem. But with so many aliens, the mutants will probably be overwhelmed by the onslaught of monsters. Even one claw strike from one alien would be enough to completely destroy them. The thundering sound of footsteps was getting closer. Every time the huge creature rose and landed, the ground shook noticeably. Judging from the distance, the enemy was only 800 meters away from the shelter. The reconnaissance vehicles also gave an accurate report of the distance. The target is approaching. Target in range, 500 meters. Target in range, 200 meters. Target in range, full fire. The voices were quick and clear, one after another. The combat vehicles unleashed their full force the moment the scout vehicles gave the order to fire. Countless missiles and bullets flew through the air. Explosions and clouds of dust almost completely obscured the view. At the same time, Lin Cheng and his father pulled the triggers of their Gatling guns. The continuous burst and recoil of the heavy machine guns made Lin Cheng's hands go numb. There was a large open space in front of the shelter, so Lin Cheng and his father could operate the Gatling guns and fire without the risk of accidentally damaging their own buildings. The overwhelming firepower was extremely effective against attacking aliens. These lower-level creatures could barely withstand the bullets' piercing damage. But for a level 4 alien, although the bullets were still deadly, they could hold out for a while. The experience points he had gained from killing aliens continued to ring in his ears. But now, Lin Cheng didn't feel no joy. Until the level 3 creature is defeated, the shelter will be under constant threat. If this level 3 creature couldn't be dealt with, the shelter would be in danger of being breached. After all, the level 3 alien's destructive power was still impressive, especially this striking difference from the previous level 3 creature. The recoil of the Gatling gun made the hands. Lin Cheng was speechless, but he couldn't let go of the trigger. Every new shot meant that they could destroy another level 5 alien, reducing the risk to the shelter. Not only was the firepower outside continuously suppressing the situation, but also the creative mechanical life forms south of the shelter were on high alert. Suddenly, 2 more figures appeared behind Lin Cheng. They were Lin's mother and Anlan. Although their control over the Gatling gun was not perfect, they certainly would not stand by and stall for time if they could help it. Even Zhu Kuiwa took Ben Ben along, which showed a sense of shared destiny. Lin Cheng had somewhat accepted the help of Lin's mother and Anlan, as they had often practiced shooting in the training hall during their stay in the hideout. However, Zhu Kuiwa and Beng Beng, the elder and younger, had only recently arrived and knew little about firearms. Leaving them in control of this incredibly powerful weapon would easily cause them to get injured. In addition, Ben Ben was still a child, too young to witness such a bloody spectacle. Ben Ben looked scared. Although she was trying her best to suppress her anger, there was still fear in her eyes. For a child her age, the grotesque and threatening alien creatures outside were a real nightmare. So Lin Cheng simply asked Zhu Suihua to take Beng Beng to the restroom. Although the underground rooms of the shelter contained many important items, access to them required recognizing Lin Cheng's iris. Otherwise, even using force would require enormous strength, and Zhu Suihua and Beng Beng were not alien beings, much less high-level ones. The cloud of dust approached the shelter, and the alien creature gradually became clearer. It was a giant monster with fangs on its face and eyes covering its hands. His skin was a strange bright red, as if it had been drenched in blood. Thick veins crisscrossed every inch of his muscles, and there was a hint of playfulness in the monster's gaze as he looked toward the shelter. Lin Cheng raised his head and met the creature's gaze. The naked killing intent in its eyes gave Lin Cheng goosebumps. The alien's emotions were too pure, giving him no other thoughts than killing. However, by focusing on one emotion, he could easily reach extremes, and this extreme killing intent was chilling to the bone. As Lin Cheng expected, this third-level alien had a terrifying defense. Countless missiles rained down on his body, but he remained unfazed. It seemed that such attacks could not cause any harm. Meanwhile, Falcon 1 and the other, slightly higher-level combat mechanical life forms used their abilities. The power and damage inflicted by these abilities were significantly superior to those of normal bullets, so the effectiveness at this point seemed quite high. At least the minions surrounding this level 3 alien creature were almost completely destroyed, but the alien creatures continued to attack from all directions. sides, attacking the shelter as if they were well prepared. As soon as this thought formed in Lin Cheng's mind, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If these alien creatures really were attacking the shelter for some purpose, then trouble was waiting for them ahead. Aliens capable of command the rest were at least level 2 threat creatures. The third level threat creatures, while possessing some basic intelligence, seemed to be unable to formulate a plan. It was like a 5 or 6-year-old child, unable to formulate a comprehensive and accurate plan. And everything seemed to fit together. He had previously received a distress signal from the Haichuan chemical plant, but after a series of searches, no survivors were found. Of course, it was not in vain. At least Xu Kuihua and Beng Beng were saved. However, the true source of the deadly attack was never found. Not long after they arrived at Haichuan chemical plant and conducted a search, a large number of alien creatures headed towards Haichuan City. Among the alien creatures that attacked Haichuan City, there was a third-level threat creature. This alien creature is a third-level threat creature. Level was completely different from the current one. This meant that there were at least 2 alien creatures operating nearby with a threat level of 3. The key point was how accurately they found the shelter. They were so straightforward and with such a clear goal that they must have had a plan. It seems there might be a higher threat alien being nearby controlling the situation. Master, this life form reacts incredibly quickly. It is even able to accurately dodge most attacks. Hawkeye One's voice brought Lin Cheng back to reality. A fierce battle was already underway in the open space in front of the shelter. Some combat mechanical life forms, desperate to slow down the pursuit of the level 3 threat alien, even resorted to using their bodies to buy time. As a result, the number of combat mechanical life forms fighting outside, had been reduced to 2/3 of their original numbers. If this continued, the remaining mechanical life forms would eventually be wiped out. Without the mechanical life forms, the most important line of defense, the shelter would undoubtedly be in dire straits. Eyes? Perhaps this monster's eyes will be our breakthrough. Lin Cheng's gaze turned to the third-level alien. The creature's huge hands were densely covered with eyes. This sight would be unbearable for a person with trypophobia. As Lin Cheng had guessed, this level 3 alien's agility was mainly based on its keen observation skills. As long as they could limit its observation skills, defeating him was only a matter of time. According to the rules they had discovered, the more agile the alien, the weaker he was. Speed, strength, and form were mutually exclusive. When one weakened, another grew stronger, and vice versa. Everyone was to attack the creature's eyes with all their might. No matter how agile it is, it won't be able to dodge such powerful firepower. Lin Cheng gave a direct order. Previously, combat mechanical life forms were used to contain the other parts of the level 3 threat creature. After this order, all mechanical life forms turned their attention to the eyes on the creature's hands. The level 3 threat creature was hit by a barrage of fire, but it suddenly folded its arms behind its back, using its torso to absorb the fire. Lin Cheng's eyes narrowed as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Even a level 3 threat creature with such intelligence could figure out how to protect its vital organs. And this creature's actions certainly told Lin Cheng something. This giant's weak point was its hands. Here is my command. All combat mechanical life forms are to launch a dispersed attack on the creature's arms. Some will attack from the front, others from behind. The main targets are the eyes on both hands. He can defend himself from one direction, but I doubt he can defend himself from all. The mechanical life form's ability to carry out orders was certainly impeccable. After receiving Lin Cheng's order, they immediately carried out his instructions. Even with the fastest reflexes, the alien creatures were still hit by several missiles. The eyes on the hands of this giant creature seemed incredibly fragile. After the missiles hit, the flesh and blood instantly flew in all directions, obviously seriously damaged. But that was only the beginning. After all, this creature seemed to have at least 100 eyes on its hands. It would take time to destroy them all. The Gatling guns in the hands of Lin Cheng and the others consumed refined iron. As time went on, the supply of refined iron in the shelter was noticeably reduced. If it weren't for the ore refining machine that had previously stored some refined iron, the shelter would have suffered heavy losses from this wave. But now was not the time to complain about the excessive consumption of refined iron. Lin Cheng's full attention was focused on the Level 3 threat alien. In just a few breaths, a third of the eyes on the creature's hand had been destroyed. Truly astounding speed. Everyone, continue to advance. Lin Cheng gritted his teeth and slightly adjusted the direction of his Gatling gun, naturally changing the direction of the bullets. The high-speed bullets accurately hit one of the creature's eyes. The threat level 3 alien creature roared in pain and suddenly accelerated towards the shelter. Lin Cheng's pupils shrank. A cornered dog would jump over a wall, especially a threat level 3 alien with nascent intelligence. Such a large creature hurtling towards the shelter at such speed would have to collide head-on with the shelter's structures, which could cause the wall to collapse or, in the worst case, to complete destruction. During this monstrous madness, the above-ground buildings were completely exposed to the vast open space. Lin Cheng could not even imagine such a scene. If it were not for the advantageous location of the shelter he had chosen, a large lake that did not give alien creatures to reach him, the shelter's position would be even more precarious. Many mechanical creatures desperately tried to stop the aliens' onslaught. But their speed was too great, and before Lin Cheng and the others could react, they crashed straight into the surface. Shelter buildings! Boom! The shelter walls shook violently. Although they didn't collapse right away, they left a huge dent that was just a step away from being destroyed. The creative mechanical beings waiting at the edge of the wall rushed to patch up the hole. The creative mechanical beings were indeed quick to fix it, but this giant being was destroying everything at the same speed. Moreover, it seemed to have already given up protecting its vital organs. Lin Cheng's heart trembled. If nothing happened, this third-level threat alien would plan to destroy the shelter along with him. This would not work. Death was beautiful, but his shelter must not be destroyed. Father and Mother Lin were sweating profusely, and Lan, who stood next to them, was not in the best shape. One more blow from the enemy, and the walls of the shelter would collapse. The pressure of this monster, which was only a dozen meters away, was too strong for an ordinary person. The fact that everyone remained calm and did not run away was a display of outstanding self-control. Lin Cheng's mind was racing. Countless thoughts and guesses were being rationally analyzed. Clinical observations showed that the monster was indeed agile. But this, the third-level alien, had no eyes. This meant that all of his vision and observation was done through the eyes on his hands. And amazingly, he still had one eye left on his hand. By destroying it, it was possible to completely deprive the monster of agility and sight. Now, it seemed, there was no better way out. If they don't try, they'll just sit there and wait for death. Lin Cheng loosened his grip on the trigger of the Gatling gun and suddenly stepped forward, startling his father, mother, and Anlan. "Xiao Cheng, what are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. We can just hide underground together. We can't let such a huge thing fall to the ground." Lin's father and mother were terrified. They thought that Lin Cheng was going crazy, but they didn't know that he had already been genetically enhanced. Previously, Lin Cheng had considered hiding the fact of his enhanced genes from his parents and Anlan. After all, it was too unrealistic for these three to tell them about the genetic enhancements. With the current level, human understanding, they could not yet accept the fact of his impending genetic enhancement. But now, he could no longer hide it. If this eye was successfully destroyed, what would happen he did not know. But if he did not try, the shelter would be doomed. Lin Cheng had no other choice. His spatial genetic enhancement flashed, and at that moment, it was used. Lin Cheng, who was standing inside the shelter, was instantly teleported to the arm of the third-level threat alien creature. The speed was so fast that even the third-level threat creature couldn't. Reacted. The man in front of him was even faster than him. The level 3 alien couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He raised his palm and slammed it hard onto the spot where Lin Cheng had landed. A dark shadow descended from the sky. If that palm had landed on Lin Cheng precisely, he would have undoubtedly been turned into a meat pie. Lin Cheng rushed forward. After using Flash, he received a temporary boost in strength, which in turn increased the strength of his legs. This short burst of power was colossal. Suddenly hitting the ground, he shot forward like an arrow from a bow. At the moment the alien's hand struck, Lin Cheng accidentally moved out of the palm's reach. The sudden impact almost knocked him off the shoulder of the level 3 alien. Fortunately, Lin Cheng regained his composure in time and continued his attack. The last remaining eye was at the end of the alien's arm. It was about the right distance away to flash again. The interval between flashes was 10 seconds. If he could hold out for those 10 seconds, he would achieve the desired result. This was truly a deadly fight after all. This giant creature was incredibly fast. Take that blow, for example. If it weren't for the boost given by the flash, Lin Cheng would have already been smashed to pieces. There was still 5 seconds left until the next flash, and the next attack came immediately, falling from above. Lin Cheng suddenly caught his breath. He clearly felt the boost he received growing. The boost given by the flash only lasted for 5 seconds. There was still 5 seconds left. With Lin Cheng's current speed, it was completely insufficient to escape the area of effect. He was practically doomed to fail. Was he really going to die like this? Lin Cheng's vision blurred for a moment, but he quickly braced himself and jumped straight into the open space below. Since Lin Cheng had left his hand, the third-level alien creature's second attack also turned out to be useless. But Lin Cheng lost his balance, and his next landing point was only tens of meters below. For a human, a free fall from a height of tens of meters would surely blow him to pieces. Lin's father and mother were frozen in a daze, and even Anlan could not find words to express his emotions. In this situation, no one could save him, and the mechanical life forms around him instantly soared into the sky, trying to catch Lin Cheng. But just as Lin Cheng was about to be caught, his figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he suddenly appeared at the end of the hand. The third-level alien creature. His spatial gene enhancement, Flash, finally cooled down at Lin Cheng's critical moment. Flash's maximum range successfully shortened the distance between Lin Cheng and the alien creature's eye. Strike while you're weak. Without a second's hesitation, Lin Cheng stabbed the dagger straight into the alien creature's last remaining eye. That eye was even more fragile than Lin Cheng imagined. Under the dagger's strike, the last eye exploded and blood and flesh instantly flew in all directions. The level 3 threat creature roared with pain, waving his arms almost madly. Hawkeye number 1 flew up next and successfully caught Lin Cheng from the creature's hand. Without an eye on his hand, the level 3 threat creature was like a blind man, aimlessly running and attacking in the open space nearby. In just a few breaths, the creature with the level 3 threat fell to the ground, gradually losing the strength to stand, and its body turned into a light grey stone, losing its original colour. The petrified corpse began to slowly disappear, turning into a puddle of ash blown by the wind. Where the body landed, a sparkling, translucent core appeared. It was an energy crystal. Lin Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was incredibly dangerous. Even one mistake could be fatal for him. He had already contacted Hawkeye 1 before taking any action. After all, Flash was in a recharge period. After successfully piercing the last eye of this level 3 alien creature, he probably encountered an unexpected situation. Lin Cheng had foreseen this. Aliens disappear after a certain amount of time after death, and he was standing on the shoulders of this third-level being. He was bound to suffer. It proved that it was better to be prepared in advance than to save up for the last minute. Lin Cheng had no time to rest, as the aliens continued to advance on the shelter from afar. Even without the guidance of the third-level alien creature, they continued to fiercely attack the people in the shelter. Without the intervention of this third-level alien creature, the combat threats, the mechanical life forms were much more effective in dealing with these low-level creatures. The mutants, who had previously been often irritated, became especially aggressive. Each of them acted like a brave warrior, using their powerful and strong bodies to tear the alien creatures to pieces. Meanwhile, the damaged walls of the shelter were completely repaired by creation and other creative mechanical beings. Lin Chung, accompanied by Hawkeye No. 1, successfully returned to the hideout, temporarily remaining safe. After delivering Lin Cheng to the hideout, Hawkeye No. 1 turned around and left without stopping, as he was still needed to monitor the battlefield outside. Since Hawkeye's level, Eyes No. 1 grew significantly, his observation skills also improved significantly. Now, any fight involving Hawkeye No. 1 usually went without problems. Everything depended on the fact that the difference in forces was not too great. Otherwise, even with the best command, there was a lack of, the strength would not be enough to continue the fight. Lin's father, mother, Anlan, and others gathered around him and, seeing that Lin Cheng was still acting as if nothing had happened, asked with great concern, "Are you okay? How did you jump out? Are you injured? Don't ever take such a risk again. You just scared Mom to death. What will we do if something happens to you?" Lin Cheng seemed to be smiling tightly and pretending to be calm. They wouldn't believe that he would say he was unharmed after falling from such a height. But in fact, Lin Cheng was indeed unharmed. His genetically enhanced spatial flair not only allowed him to move through space, but also made him immune to the momentum of falling. If handled correctly, he could even perform short aerial travel. In other words, short duration flights. Don't worry, I'm fine. As long as we're safe. Even now, Lin Cheng's hands were still shaking slightly despite the genetic enhancement. But it was just a normal genetic enhancement, not one that would drastically increase his combat power. Besides, the previous test was so urgent that he didn't have time to put on the armor he had created earlier. If he had, his defense would have reached a whole new level. At least, he wouldn't be as fragile as paper. But even the most powerful being pales in comparison to absolute power. One blow from this alien creature, a level 3, would probably crush Lin Cheng along with his armor. Moreover, wearing armor would also reduce his agility, making him less agile. Everything has its pros and cons. In order to achieve peak attack power, you have to sacrifice some defensive capabilities. The energy core that fell outside the shelter also caused Lin Cheng's eyes to flicker with a blazing fire. This energy core, dropped from a level 3 alien creature, was a major upgrade for the current shelter. Previously, the level 3 alien creature only had one energy core, but now there were two, each one even larger than the last. So pure. The energy core would certainly provide a huge amount of energy. Now, if the shelter wanted to conduct further research, it would no longer have to worry about running out of energy. The swarm of monsters lasted longer than usual, but the rewards were also much more generous. After all, this time, they successfully defeated the 3rd threat-level alien creature. The system rewards alone gave the shelter a significant amount of experience points. At that point, the shelter was only a quarter of the experience needed to upgrade. Simply completing a few daily quests, combined with the experience points gained from killing alien creatures, would have allowed successfully upgrade the shelter. If the shelter had reached another level, its defenses would have been much more reliable than they were now. The swarm of monsters finally stopped, and the mechanical creatures' housewives left the shelter, finding themselves outside its borders for the first time. Their duty was to help clear the battlefield and collect the scattered energy crystals. The amount of energy crystals they collected was truly astounding. A rough count showed as many as 50 factorial. If these 50 energy cores were exchanged with other survivors for supplies, the entire Tiandu alliance would be devastated. The armed forces of humanity are currently insufficient to suppress such a powerful alien invasion. Even one energy core in the modern world is already a significant amount. Moreover, even if they had the ability, they would not be able to produce electricity. At present, even a large alliance like the Tiandu Alliance relies on thermal and wind power. These methods have limitations, such as the need to burn coal and other resources. Coal mining requires a lot of labor. During the Great Judgment, Equipment was limited and coal mining required much more effort than before. Even for money, it is not always possible to buy it. The climate is now quite cold. The temperature drops to -20 to 30 degrees Celsius. In such conditions, if people did not warm themselves with fire, they would most likely freeze and get sick. Therefore, the Tiandu alliance would inevitably reserve some of the coal for wind power is extremely unstable, let alone if it exists at all. During a monster onslaught, the flying monsters alone would be enough to wreak havoc on wind turbines. These alien creatures don't care about importance. Any structure that gets in their way will be destroyed. The most important component of a wind turbine is the structure that converts wind energy. If this structure is destroyed, the entire turbine will be useless. In comparison, solar energy is incredibly convenient and is the main method of obtaining energy for all major alliances. Lin Cheng has already made plans. When the next large-scale barter tournament opens, he will bring with him a small energy core. He couldn't pinpoint its exact value because there had been no deals before, and he was going to be the first of those people.